Preface of Aviation Instructor's Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Norman Elfer. Aviation Instructor's Handbook, FAA-H-8083-9A, 2008, U.S. Department of Transportation, Federal Aviation Administration, Flight Standards Service. Preface. Designed for ground instructors, flight instructors, and aviation maintenance instructors, the Aviation Instructor's Handbook was developed by the Flight Standards Service, Airman Testing Standards Branch, in cooperation with aviation educators and industry to help beginning instructors understand and apply the fundamentals of instruction. This handbook provides aviation instructors with up-to-date information on learning and teaching and how to relate this information to the task of teaching aeronautical knowledge and skills to students. Experienced aviation instructors will also find the updated information useful for improving their effectiveness in training activities. While this handbook primarily uses the traditional term student to denote someone who is seeking certification in aviation, the accepted term in educational psychology is learners. This handbook supersedes FAA-H-8083-9, Aviation Instructor's Handbook, dated 1999. This handbook may be purchased from the Superintendent of Documents, United States Government Printing Office, GPO, Washington, D.C., 20402-9325, or from the GPO website, http://bookstore.gpo.gov. This handbook is also available for download in PDF format from the Regulatory Support Division, AFS-600 website, http://about/office_org/headquarters_offices/avs/AFS/AFS600. Current Flight Standards Service Airman Training and Testing Material and Subject Matter Knowledge Codes for all instructors, certificates, and ratings can be obtained from AFS-600 at www.faa.gov. Advisory Circular AC 00.2-15, Advisory Circular Checklist, transmits the current status of FAA advisory circulars and other flight information and publications. This checklist is free of charge and may be obtained by sending a request to U.S. Department of Transportation, Subsequent Distribution Office, SVC-121.23, Ardmore East Business Center, 3341 Q, 75th Avenue, Landover, Maryland, 20785. The checklist is also available on the internet at http://www.faa.gov. Click on the Aviation Circular Library link and then search for this advisory by number. Occasionally, the word must or similar language is used where the desired action is deemed critical. The use of such language is not intended to add to, interpret, or relieve a duty imposed by Title 14 of the Code of Federal Regulations, 14 CFR. Comments regarding this publication should be sent in email form to the following address, afs630comments@faa.gov. Acknowledgements. The Aviation Instructor's Handbook was produced by the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, with the assistance of Safety Research Corporation of America, LLC. The FAA would like to extend its appreciation to several aviation industry organizations that provided assistance and input in the preparation of this handbook, including the General Aviation Manufacturers Association, GAMA, the Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association, AOPA, AOPA Air Safety Foundation, AOPA/AAA, ASF, the Experimental Aircraft Association, EAA, the National Association of Flight Instructors, NAFI, the National Air Transportation Association, NATA, the Small Aircraft Manufacturers Association, SAMA, the National Business Aviation Association, NBAA, and members of the General Aviation Joint Steering Committee, GAJSC. End of preface. Chapter 1 of Aviation Instructor's Handbook, FAA-H-8083-9A. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Norman Elfer. Chapter 1. Human Behavior. Derek's student Jason is very smart and able to retain a lot of information, but he has a tendency to rush through the less exciting material and shows interest and attentiveness only when doing tasks that he finds to be interesting. This concerns Derek because he's worried that Jason will overlook many important details and rush through procedures. For a homework assignment, Jason was told to take a very thorough look at pre-flight procedures and that for his next flight lesson, they would discuss each step in detail. As Derek predicted, Jason found this assignment to be boring and was not prepared. Derek knows that Jason is a thrill seeker as he talks about his business, which is a wilderness adventure company. Derek must find a way to keep Jason focused and help him find excitement in all areas of learning so that he will understand the complex art of flying and aircraft safety. Introduction. This chapter discusses human behavior and how it affects the learning process. Learning is the acquisition of knowledge or understanding of a subject or skill through education, experience, practice, or study. A change of behavior results from learning. To successfully bring about learning, the instructor must know why people act the way they do, how people learn, and then use this understanding to teach. The study of applied educational psychology underlies the information and theories that are discussed. To be an effective instructor, knowledge of human behavior, basic human needs, the defense mechanisms humans use to prevent learning, as well as how adults learn, is essential for organizing student activities and promoting a productive learning experience for students. Definitions of human behavior. The study of human behavior is an attempt to explain how and why humans function the way they do. A complex topic. Human behavior is a product both of innate human nature and of individual experience and environment. Definitions of human behavior abound, depending on the field of study. In the scientific world, human behavior is seen as the product of factors that cause people to act in predictable ways. For example, speaking in public is very high on the list of fears modern humans have. While no two people react the same to any given fear, fear itself does trigger certain innate biological responses in humans, such as an increase in breathing rate. How a person handles that fear is a product of individual experiences. The person who has never spoken in public may be unable to fulfill the obligation. Another person, knowing his or her job requires public speaking, may choose to take a class on public speaking to learn how to cope with the fear. Human behavior is also defined as the result of attempts to satisfy certain needs. These needs may be simple to understand and easy to identify, such as the need for food and water. They also may be complex, such as the need for respect and acceptance. A working knowledge of human behavior can help an instructor better understand a student. It is also helpful to remember that to a large extent, thoughts, feelings, and behavior are shared by all men or women despite seemingly large cultural differences. For example, fear causes humans to either fight or flee. In the public speaking example above, one person may flee by not fulfilling the obligation. The other person may fight by learning techniques to deal with fear. Another definition of human behavior focuses on the typical life course of humans. This approach emphasizes human development are the successive phases of growth in which human behavior is characterized by a distinct set of physical, physiological, and behavioral features. The thoughts, feelings, and behavior of an infant differ radically from those of a teen. Research shows that as an individual matures, his or her mode of action moves from dependency to self-direction. Therefore, the age of the student impacts how the instructor designs the curriculum. Since the average age of a student can vary, the instructor needs to offer a curriculum that addresses the varying student tendency to self-direct. See Figure 1-1. Figure 1-1 caption. The average age of a student pilot is 34, while the average age of a maintenance student is 25. By observing human behavior, an instructor can gain the knowledge needed to better understand him or herself as an instructor, as well as the learning needs of students. Understanding human behavior leads to successful instruction. Personality types. In a continuing quest to figure out why humans do what they do, the mother-daughter team of Catherine Cook Briggs and Isabel Briggs Myers pioneered the Myers-Briggs Type Indicator, MBTI test, in 1962. The MBTI was based on Jungian theory, previous research into personality traits, and lengthy personal observations of human behavior by Myers and Briggs. They believed that much seemingly random variation in human behavior is actually quite orderly and consistent, being due to basic differences in the ways individuals prefer to use their perception and judgment. They distilled human behavior into 16 distinct personality types. Inspired by their research, clinical psychologist and author Dr. David Keirsey condensed their 16 types into 4 groups he called Guardian, Artesian, Rational, and Idealist. Others have either contributed or continued to expand personality research and its influence on human behavior. Personality type testing now runs the gamut from helping people make career choices to helping people choose marriage partners. Instructor and student relationship. How does personality type testing affect instructors and students? Research has led many educational psychologists to feel that based on personality type, everyone also has an individual style of learning. In this theory, working with that style rather than against it benefits both instructor and student. Although controversy often swirls around the educational benefits of teaching students according to personality types, it has gained a large following and has been implemented at many levels of education. Today's student can visit any number of websites, take a personality test, and discover what type of student he or she is and how best to study. Not only does personality type influence how one learns, it also influences how one teaches. Learning one's personality type helps an instructor recognize how he or she instructs. Why is it important to recognize personal instructional style? The match or mismatch between the way an instructor teaches and the way a student learns contributes to student satisfaction or dissatisfaction. Students whose learning styles are compatible with the teaching styles of an instructor tend to retain information longer, apply it more effectively, learn more, and have a more positive attitude towards the course in general. Although an instructor cannot change his or her preferred style of teaching to match learning style, steps can be taken to actively bridge the differences. Consider Derek's dilemma with Jason. Derek knows he is the type of instructor who provides a clear, precise syllabus and has a tendency to explain the step-by-step procedures. His teaching style relies on traditional techniques, and he often finds himself teaching as he was taught. Observation leads Derek to believe Jason is the type of person who needs the action, excitement, and variation reflected in his career choice. In an effort to focus Jason on the need to learn all aspects of flight, Derek set up a scenario for the day that features how to scout locations for future adventure tours. By adjusting the flight scenario, Derek pushes himself out of his lockstep approach to teaching. He also added an element of variation to the lesson that not only interests Jason, but is one of the reasons he wants to learn to fly. Human needs and motivation. Human needs are things all humans require for normal growth and development. These needs have been studied by psychologists and categorized in a number of ways. Henry A. Murray, one of the founders of personality psychology, who was active in developing a theory of motivation, identified a list of core psychological needs in 1938. He described these needs as being either primary, based on biological needs, such as the need for food, or secondary, generally psychological, such as the need for independence. Murray believed the interplay of these needs produced distinct personality types and are internal influences on behavior. Murray's research underpins the work of psychologist Abraham Maslow, who also studied human needs, motivation, and personality. While working with monkeys during his early years of research, he noticed that some needs take precedence over others. For example, thirst is relieved before hunger because the need for water is a stronger need than the need for food. In 1954, Maslow published what has become known as Maslow's Hierarchy of Needs, which remains valid today for understanding human motivation. See Figure 1.2. According to Maslow, human needs go beyond the obvious physical needs of food and shelter to include psychological needs, safety and security, love and belongingness, self-esteem, and self-actualization to achieve one's goals. Human needs are satisfied in order of importance. Once a need is satisfied, humans work to satisfy the next level of need. Need satisfaction is an ongoing behavior that determines everyday actions. Human needs that must be met to encourage learning. Physiological. These are biological needs. They consist of the need for air, food, water, and maintenance of the human body. If a student is unwell, then little else matters. Unless the biological needs are met, a person cannot concentrate fully on learning, self-expression, or any other tasks. Instructors should monitor their students to make sure that their basic physical needs have been met. A hungry or tired student may not be able to perform as expected. Security. Once the physiological needs are met, the need for security becomes active. All humans have a need to feel safe. Security needs are about keeping oneself from harm. If a student does not feel safe, he or she cannot concentrate on learning. The aviation instructor who stresses flight safety during training mitigates feelings of insecurity. Belonging. When individuals are physically comfortable and do not feel threatened, they seek to satisfy their social needs of belonging. Maslow states that people seek to overcome feelings of loneliness and alienation. This involves both giving and receiving love, affection, and sense of belonging. For example, aviation students are usually out of their normal surroundings during training, and their need for association and belonging is more pronounced. Instructors should make every effort to help new students feel at ease and to reinforce their decision to pursue a career or hobby in aviation. Esteem. When the first three classes of needs are satisfied, the need for esteem can become dominant. Humans have a need for a stable, firmly based, high level of self-respect and respect from others. Esteem is about feeling good about oneself. Humans get esteem in two ways, internally or externally. Internally, a person judges himself or herself worthy by personally defined standards. High esteem results in self-confidence, independence, achievement, competence, and knowledge. Most people, however, seek external esteem through social approval and esteem from others, judging themselves by what others think of them. External self-esteem relates to one's reputation, such as status, recognition, appreciation, and respect of associates. When esteem needs are satisfied, a person feels self-confident and valuable as a person in the world. When these needs are frustrated, the person feels inferior, weak, helpless, and worthless. Esteem needs not only to have a strong influence on the instructor-student relationship, but also may be the main reason for a student's interest in aviation training. Cognitive and aesthetic. In later years, Maslow added cognitive, need to know and understand, and aesthetic, the emotional need of the artist, needs to the pyramid. He realized humans have a deep need to understand what is going on around them. If a person understands what is going on, he or she can either control the situation or make informed choices about what steps might need to be taken next. The brain even reinforces this need by giving humans a rush of dopamine whenever something is learned, which accounts for that satisfying eureka moment. For example, a flight student usually experiences a major eureka moment upon completing the first solo flight. Aesthetic needs connect directly with human emotions, which makes it a more subtle factor in the domain of persuasion. When someone likes another person, a house, a painting, or a song, the reasons are not examined. He or she simply likes it. This need can factor into the student-instructor relationship. If an instructor does not like a student, that subtle feeling may affect the instructor's ability to teach that student. Self-actualization. When all of the foregoing needs are satisfied, then and only then are the needs for self-actualization activated. Maslow described self-actualization as a person's need to be and do that which the person was born to do. To paraphrase an old Army recruiting slogan, self-actualization is to be all you can be. Self-actualized people are characterized by being problem-focused, incorporating an ongoing freshness of appreciation of life, a concern about personal growth, the ability to have peak experiences. Helping a student achieve his or her individual potential in aviation training offers the greatest challenge as well as reward to the instructor. Instructors should help students satisfy their human needs in a manner that creates a healthy learning environment. In this type of environment, students experience fewer frustrations and, therefore, can devote more attention to their studies. Fulfillment of needs can be a powerful motivation in a complex learning situation. Human nature and motivation. Human nature refers to the general psychological characteristics, feelings, and behavioral traits shared by all humans. Motivation, discussed more fully in Chapter 2, The Learning Process, is the reason one acts or behaves in a certain way and lies at the hearts of goals. A goal is the object of a person's efforts. Consider Jason, who came to aviation because he wanted to participate more actively in another realm of his business. Derek needs to capitalize on this motivation to keep Jason interested in the step-by-step procedures that must be learned in order to fly safely. There's a gap between Jason and his goal of earning a pilot's certificate. It is Derek's job to close the gap. The successful instructor channels student motivation and guides the student toward the goal of learning aviation skills through education, experience, practice, and study. Building on Maslow's hierarchy of needs, social psychologist Douglas McGregor set out two opposing assumptions about human nature and motivation in 1960. See Figure 1-3. Although McGregor's famous XY theory was designed for use in human resource management, it offers information about how people view human behavior at work and organizational life, which makes it useful for aviation instructors. Theory X assumes that it is management's role to coerce and control employees because people need control and direction. Managers who think in Theory X terms believe people have an inherent dislike for work, avoid it whenever possible, and must be coerced, controlled, directed, or threatened with punishment in order to get them to achieve the objectives. McGregor believed these assumptions were false, and that the role of managers or instructors is to develop the potential in employees, students, and to help them release that potential toward common goals. This view of humans he termed Theory Y, and holds that work is as natural as play and rest. The average person does not inherently dislike work. Depending on conditions, work may be a source of satisfaction, and, if so, it is performed voluntarily. On the other hand, when work is a form of punishment, it is avoided if possible. People exercise self-direction if they are committed to the goals. They are not lazy. Commitment to goals relates directly to the rewards associated with their achievement. People learn to accept and seek responsibility. Shirking responsibility and lack of ambition are not inherent in human nature, but are usually the consequences of experience. Creativity, ingenuity, and imagination are widely distributed among the population. People are capable of using these abilities to solve problems. People have potential. Since it is human nature to be motivated, the responsibility for discovering how to realize the potential of students lies with the instructor. How to mold a solid, healthy, productive relationship with a student depends on the instructor's knowledge of human behavior and needs. Being able to recognize factors that inhibit the learning process also helps the instructor in this process. Human factors that inhibit learning. Defense mechanisms. Defense mechanisms can be biological or psychological. The biological defense mechanism is a physiological response that protects or preserves organisms. For example, when humans experience a danger or a threat, the fight or flight response kicks in. Adrenaline and other chemicals are activated, and physical symptoms such as rapid heart rate and increased blood pressure occur. An example of this might occur when an anxious student pilot is learning to place the aircraft, helicopter, in an auto-rotative descent, which is used in the event of engine failure or tail rotor failure. Emergency procedure training is necessary to practice, as the outcome of a true emergency is directly related to the pilot's ability to react instantly and correctly, and in taking the proper corrective action, since there may be limited time to analyze the problem. The anxiety that the student may feel while practicing such maneuvers may resolve itself into a fight or flight response. The instructor needs to recognize the student's apprehension about performing the auto-rotation and help the student gain the necessary skill level to feel comfortable with the maneuver. In this case, the instructor could take the procedure apart and demonstrate each stage of an auto-rotation, allowing the student to then practice the stages at various heights, should instill the confidence needed to perform the auto-rotation. Sigmund Freud introduced the psychological concept of the ego defense mechanism in 1894. The ego defense mechanism is an unconscious mental process to protect oneself from anxiety, unpleasant emotions, or to provide a refuge from a situation from which the individual cannot currently cope. For example, someone who blots out the memory of being physically assaulted is using a defense mechanism. People use these defenses to prevent unacceptable ideas or impulses from entering the conscience. Defense mechanisms soften feelings of failure, alleviate feelings of guilt, help an individual cope with reality, and protect one's self-image. See Figure 1-4. When anxiety occurs, the mind tries to solve the problem or find an escape. But if these tactics do not work, defense mechanisms are triggered. Defensive mechanisms share two common properties. They often appear unconsciously. They tend to distort, transform, or otherwise falsify reality. Because reality is distorted, perception changes, which allows for a lessening of anxiety with a corresponding reduction in tension. Repression and denial are two primary defense mechanisms. Repression. Repression is the defense mechanism whereby a person places uncomfortable thoughts into inaccessible areas of the unconscious mind. Things a person is unable to cope with are now pushed away to be dealt with at another time, or hopefully never, because they're faded away on their own accord. The level of repression can vary from temporarily forgetting an uncomfortable thought to amnesia, where the events that triggered the anxiety are deeply buried. Repressed memories do not disappear and may reappear in dreams or slips of the tongue, Freudian slips. For example, a student pilot may have repressed a fear of flying that inhibits his or her ability to learn how to fly. Denial. Denial is a refusal to accept external reality because it is too threatening. It is the refusal to acknowledge what has happened, is happening, or will happen. It is a form of repression through which stressful thoughts are banned from memory. Related to denial is minimization. When a person minimizes something, he or she accepts what happened, but in a diluted form. For example, the instructor finds a screwdriver on the wing of an aircraft the maintenance student was repairing and explains the hazards of foreign object damage. The student, unwilling to accept the reality that his or her inattention could have caused an aircraft accident, denies having been in a hurry the previous day. Or, the student minimizes the incident, accepting he or she left the tool but pointing out that nothing bad happened as a result of the action. Other defense mechanisms include, but are not limited to, the following. Compensation. Compensation is a process of psychologically counterbalancing perceived weaknesses by emphasizing strengths in other areas. Through compensation, students often attempt to disguise the presence of a weak or undesirable quality by emphasizing a more positive one. The "I'm not a fighter, I'm a lover" philosophy can be an example of compensation. Compensation involves substituting success in a realm of life other than the realm in which the person suffers a weakness. Projection. Through projection, an individual places his or her own unacceptable impulses into someone else. A person relegates the blame for personal shortcomings, mistakes, and transgressions to others or attributes personal motives, desires, characteristics, or impulses to others. The student pilot who fails a flight exam and says, "I failed because I had a poor examiner," believes the failure was not due to a lack of personal skill or knowledge. This student projects blame onto an unfair examiner. Rationalization. Rationalization is a subconscious technique for justifying actions that otherwise would be unacceptable. When true rationalization takes place, individuals sincerely believe in the plausible and acceptable excuses which seem real and justifiable. For example, a student mechanic performs poorly on a test. He or she may justify the poor grade by claiming there is not enough time to learn the required information. The student does not admit to failing to join the class study group or taking the computer quiz offered by the instructor. Reaction formation. In reaction formation, a person fakes a belief opposite to the true belief because the true belief causes anxiety. The person feels an urge to do or say something and then actually does or says something that is the opposite of what he or she really wants. For example, a student may develop a "who cares how other people feel" attitude to cover up for feelings of loneliness and a hunger for acceptance. Fantasy. Fantasy occurs when a student engages in daydreams about how things should be rather than doing anything about how things are. The student uses his or her imagination to escape from reality into a fictitious world, a world of success or pleasure. This provides a simple and satisfying escape from problems. But if a student gets sufficient satisfaction from daydreaming, he or she may stop trying to achieve goals altogether. Perhaps the transitioning pilot is having trouble mastering a more complex aircraft, which jeopardizes his or her dream of becoming an airline pilot. It becomes easier to daydream about the career than to achieve the certification. Lost in the fantasy, the student spends more time dreaming about being a successful airline pilot than working towards the goal. When carried to extremes, the worlds of fantasy and reality can become so confused that the dreamer cannot distinguish one from the other. Displacement. This defense mechanism results in an unconscious shift of emotion, affect, or desire from the original object to a more acceptable, less threatening substitute. Displacement avoids the risk associated with feeling unpleasant emotions and puts them somewhere other than where they belong. For example, the avionics student is angry with the instructor over a grade received, but fears displaying the anger could cause the instructor to lower the grade. The student might choose to express the anger, but redirects it towards another, safer person, such as a spouse. Maybe the student yells at the spouse, but the student knows the spouse either forgives the anger or ignores it. The student is allowed to express anger without risking failure in a class. Psychology textbooks or online references offer more in-depth information about defense mechanisms. While most defense mechanisms fall within the realm of normal behavior and serve a useful purpose, in some cases they may be associated with mental health problems. Defense mechanisms involve some degree of self-deception and distortion of reality. Thus, they alleviate the symptoms, not the causes, and do not solve problems. Moreover, because defense mechanisms operate on an unconscious level, they are not subject to normal conscious checks and balances. Once an individual realizes there is a conscious reliance on one of these devices, behavior ceases to be an unconscious adjustment mechanism and becomes, instead, an ineffective way of satisfying a need. It may be difficult for an instructor to identify excessive reliance on defense mechanisms by a student, but a personal crisis or other stressful event is usually the cause. For example, a death in the family, a divorce, or even a failing grade on an important test may trigger harmful defensive reactions. Physical symptoms, such as a change in personality, angry outbursts, depression, or a general lack of interest, may point to a problem. Drug or alcohol abuse also may become apparent. Less obvious indications may include social withdrawal, preoccupation with certain ideas, or an inability to concentrate. An instructor needs to be familiar with typical defense mechanisms and have some knowledge of related behavioral problems. A perceptive instructor can help by using common sense and discussing the problem with the student. The main objective should be to restore motivation and self-confidence. It should be noted that the human psyche is fragile and could be damaged by inept measures. Therefore, in severe cases involving the possibility of deep psychological problems, timely and skillful help is needed. In this event, the instructor should recommend that the student use the services of a professional counselor. Student emotional reactions. While it is not necessary for a flight instructor to be a certified psychologist, it is helpful to learn how to analyze student behavior before and during each flight lesson. This ability helps a flight instructor develop and use appropriate techniques for instruction. Anxiety. Anxiety is probably the most significant psychological factor affecting flight instruction. This is true because flying is a potentially threatening experience for those who are not accustomed to flying, and the fear of falling is universal in human beings. Anxiety also is a factor in maintenance training because lives may depend on consistently doing the job right the first time. The following paragraphs are primarily concerned with flight instruction and student reactions. Anxiety is a feeling of worry, nervousness, or unease, often about something that is going to happen, typically something with an uncertain outcome. It results from fear of anything, real or imagined, which threatens the person who experiences it, and may have potential effect on actions and the ability to learn from perceptions. The responses to anxiety range from a hesitancy to act to the impulse to do something, even if it's wrong. Some people affected by anxiety react appropriately, adequately, and more rapidly than they would in the absence of a threat. Many, on the other hand, may freeze and be incapable of doing anything to correct the situation that caused their anxiety. Others may do things without rational thought or reason. Both normal and abnormal reactions to anxiety are of concern to the flight instructor. The normal reactions are significant because they indicate a need for special instruction to relieve the anxiety. The abnormal reactions are even more important because they may signify a deep-seated problem. Anxiety can be countered by reinforcing the student's enjoyment of flying and by teaching them to cope with their fears. An effective technique is to treat fears as a normal reaction rather than ignoring them. Keep in mind that anxiety for student pilots is usually associated with certain types of flight operations and maneuvers. Instructors should introduce these maneuvers with care so that students know what to expect and what their reactions should be. When introducing stalls, for example, instructors should first review the aerodynamic principles and explain how stalls affect flight characteristics. Then, carefully, describe the physical sensation to be expected as well as the recovery procedures. Student anxiety can be minimized throughout training by emphasizing the benefits and pleasurable experiences that can be derived from flying, rather than by continuously citing the unhappy consequences of faulty performances. Safe flying practices should be presented as conducive to satisfying, efficient, uninterrupted operations, rather than as necessary only to prevent catastrophe. Normal reactions to stress. As mentioned earlier in the chapter, when a threat is recognized or imagined, the brain alerts the body. The adrenal gland activates hormones which prepare the body to meet the threat or to retreat from it, the fight or flight syndrome. Normal individuals begin to respond rapidly and exactly within the limits of their experience and training. Many responses are automatic, highlighting the need for proper training in emergency operations prior to an actual emergency. The affected individual thinks rationally, acts rapidly, and is extremely sensitive to all aspects of the surroundings. Abnormal reactions to stress. Reactions to stress may produce abnormal reactions in some people. With them, response to anxiety or stress may be completely absent or at least inadequate. Their responses may be random or illogical, or they may do more than is called for by the situation. During flight training, instructors are normally the only ones who can observe students when they are under pressure. Instructors, therefore, are in a position to differentiate between safe and unsafe piloting actions. Instructors may be able to detect potential psychological problems. The following student reactions are indicative of abnormal reactions to stress. None of them provides an absolute indication, but the presence of any of them under conditions of stress is reason for careful instructor evaluation. Inappropriate reactions such as extreme over-cooperation, painstaking self-control, inappropriate laughter or singing, and very rapid changes in emotions. Marked changes in mood on different lessons, such as excellent morale followed by deep depression. Severe anger directed toward the flight instructor, service personnel, or others. In difficult situations, flight instructors must carefully examine student responses and their own responses to the students. These responses may be normal products of a complex learning situation, but they can also be indicative of psychological abnormalities that inhibit learning or potentially very hazardous to future piloting operations. Figure 1-5. Flight instructor actions regarding seriously abnormal students. A flight instructor who believes a student may be suffering from a serious psychological abnormality has a responsibility to refrain from instructing that student. In addition, a flight instructor has the personal responsibility of assuring that such a person does not continue flight training or become certificated as a pilot. To accomplish this, the following steps are available. If an instructor believes that a student may have a disqualifying psychological defect, arrangements should be made for another instructor who is not acquainted with the student to conduct an evaluation flight. After the flight, the two instructors should confer to determine whether they agree that further investigation or action is justified. The flight instructor's primary legal responsibility concerns the decision whether to endorse the student to be competent for solo operations or to make a recommendation for the practical test leading to certification as a pilot. If, after consultation with an unbiased instructor, the instructor believes that the student may have a serious psychological deficiency, such endorsements and recommendations must be withheld. Teaching the adult student. While aviation instructors teach students of all ages, the average aviation student is 30 years old. This means the aviation instructor needs to be versed in the needs of adult students. The field of adult education is relatively small, having been established in the late 20th century by Dr. Malcolm Knowles. His research revealed certain traits that need to be recognized when teaching adult students, as well as ways instructors can use these traits to teach older students. Adults as learners possess the following characteristics. Adults who are motivated to seek out a learning experience do so primarily because they have use for the knowledge or skill being sought. Learning is a means to an end, not an end in itself. Adults seek learning experiences in order to cope with specific life-changing events. Marriage, divorce, a new job. They are ready to learn when they assume new roles. Adults are autonomous and self-directed. They need to be independent and exercise control. Adults have accumulated a foundation of life experiences and knowledge and draw upon this reservoir of experience for learning. Adults are goal-oriented. Adults are relevancy-oriented. Their time perspective changes from one of postponed knowledge application to immediate application. Adults are practical, focusing on the aspects of a lesson most useful to them in their work. As do all learners, adults need to be shown respect. The need to increase or maintain a sense of self-esteem is a strong secondary motivator for adult learners. Adults want to solve problems and apply new knowledge immediately. Instructors should provide a training syllabus, see Chapter 8, Planning Instructional Activity, that is organized with clearly defined course objectives to show the student how the training helps him or her attain specific goals. Help students integrate new ideas with what they already know to ensure they keep and use the new information. Assume responsibility only for his or her own expectations, not for those of students. It is important to clarify and articulate all student expectations early on. Recognize the student's need to control pace and start/stop time. Take advantage of the adult preference to self-direct and self-design learning projects by giving the student frequent scenario-based training, SBT, opportunities. Remember that self-direction does not mean isolation. Studies of self-directed learning indicate self-directed projects involve other people as resources, guides, etc. Use books, programmed instruction, and computers, which are popular with adult learners. Refrain from spoon-feeding the student. Set a cooperative learning climate. Create opportunities for mutual planning. An aviation student may be the retired business executive who always wanted to learn how to fly, an Army helicopter pilot who wants to learn how to fly an airplane, or a former automobile mechanic who decides to pursue avionics. These students may be financially stressed, or they may be financially secure. They may be healthy, but they may be experiencing such age-related problems as diminished hearing or eyesight. Whatever the personal circumstances of the student, he or she wants the learning experience to be problem-oriented, personalized, and the instructor to be accepting of the student's need for self-direction and personal responsibility. Chapter Summary. This chapter discussed how human behavior affects learning, human needs that must be met before students can learn, defense mechanisms students use to prevent learning, how adults learn, and the flight instructor's role in determining a student's future in the aviation community. For more information on these topics, it is recommended the instructor read a general educational psychology text or visit one of the many online sites devoted to education. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Aviation Instructor's Handbook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Norman Elfer. The Learning Process. Introduction, the First Flight. When Beverly, student, enthusiastically presents herself for her first day of flight instruction, Bill, her certificated flight instructor, CFI, decides to spend some time in the classroom. Beverly knows a lot of facts about flying and shares her knowledge with Bill. But when he asks questions to test her understanding of the facts, she cannot answer them. During their first flight, Bill discovers Beverly has mastered a few basic skills, but her performance is awkward, as if she were working from a list of memorized steps. In the early stages of flight training, Beverly focused all of her attention on performing each skill. If Bill asks her a question, or to perform two tasks at once, she loses her place and must restart. As she flies, she makes errors. When she catches herself making an error, she becomes visibly frustrated. Then sometimes she does not notice an error and keeps moving ahead as if nothing were amiss. Since she is a beginner, Bill is patient. The check ride. Months later, Bill is helping Beverly prepare for her practical test. Remembering her first days of instruction, Bill feels as if he were working with a different person. The breadth and depth of her classroom knowledge has grown. Beverly does not simply reiterate facts. She applies her knowledge to solve the problems Bill gives her. In addition to the required knowledge listed in the Practical Test Standards, PTS, she also knows about her local environment, such as the nuances of local weather patterns. In the aircraft, Once awkward and tentative actions are now performed with a steady hand and confidence. Skills she struggled to learn in the past have become second nature. When asked to do several things simultaneously, she performs well. When Bill interrupts her, she mentally bookmarks where she is, contends with the interruption, and then tends to the task at hand. She still makes errors, but they are small ones that she notices and corrects right away. She still gets frustrated when she makes an error, but she takes a deep breath and continues on her way. She makes flying look easy, and Bill is confident that tomorrow's meeting with the examiner will go well. Discussion of first flight and check ride. Between Beverly's first day of training and the day before her practical test, she has undergone some remarkable changes. 1. She has developed a collection of memorized facts into an in-depth understanding of how to fly and learned to apply this knowledge to problem-solving and decision-making. 2. Skills once performed awkwardly and deliberately are now performed smoothly and efficiently. 3. She comfortably performs several tasks at once, deals with distractions and interruptions, and maintains her focus in demanding situations. Knowledge and skills are now orchestrated. 4. She still makes errors, but they are less frequent, smaller in magnitude, and she quickly identifies and corrects them. 5. Her motivation and enthusiasm remain as high as they were on the first day of training. 6. She displays proficiency in all areas now, those at which she naturally excels, as well as those she struggled to master in the past. 7. She deals with psychological obstacles, such as frustration, that initially got in the way of her learning. 8. She recognizes the importance of regular study and practice. This scenario illustrates the goal of an aviation instructor, to teach each student in such a way that he or she will become a competent pilot or aviation maintenance technician, AMT. In order to take a pilot or AMT from memorized facts to higher levels of knowledge and skill that include the ability to exercise judgment and solve problems, an instructor needs to know how people learn. Designed as a basic guide to applied educational psychology, this chapter addresses how people learn. What is learning? Learning can be defined in many ways. A change in the behavior of the learner as a result of experience. Behavior can be physical and overt, or it can be intellectual or attitudinal. The process by which experience brings about a relatively permanent change in behavior. The change in behavior that results from experience and practice. Gaining knowledge or skills, or developing a behavior through study, instruction, or experience. The process of acquiring knowledge or skill through study, experience, or teaching. It depends on experience and leads to long-term changes in behavior potential. Behavior potential describes the possible behavior of an individual, not actual behavior, in a given situation in order to achieve a goal. A relatively permanent change in cognition resulting from experience and directly influencing behavior. The effective instructor understands the subject being taught, the student, the learning process, and the interrelationships that exist. An effective instructor also realizes learning is a complex procedure and assists each student in reaching the learning outcomes while helping the student build self-esteem and confidence. Figure 2-1. The framework for learning. Research into how people learn gained momentum with the Swiss scientist and psychologist Jean Piaget, who studied the intellectual development of children in the early 20th century. Figure 2-2. His studies influenced others to research not only how people learn, but the best ways to teach them, leading eventually to the establishment of the field of educational psychology. Learning theory. Learning theory is a body of principles advocated by psychologists and educators to explain how people acquire skills, knowledge, and attitudes. Various branches of learning theory are used in formal training programs to improve and accelerate the learning process. Key concepts such as desired learning outcomes, objectives of the training, and depth of training also apply. When properly integrated, learning principles can be useful to aviation instructors and developers of instructional programs for both pilots and AMTs. Many psychologists and educators have attempted to explain how people learn. While variations abound, modern learning theories grew out of two concepts of how people learn: behaviorism and cognitive theory. Behaviorism. Behaviorism is a school of psychology that explains animal and human behavior entirely in terms of observable and measurable responses to stimuli. Behaviorism was introduced in the early 20th century, and its followers believed all human behavior is conditioned more or less by events in the environment. Thus, human behavior can be predicted based on past rewards and punishment. Classic behaviorist theory in education stressed a system of rewards and punishment, or the carrot and stick approach to learning. In modern education circles, behaviorism stresses the importance of having a particular form of behavior positively reinforced by someone other than the learner, who shapes or controls what is learned, rather than no reinforcement or punishment. In aviation training, the instructor provides the reinforcement. Although the popular therapeutic system of behavior modification has emerged from this theory, behaviorism is now used more to break unwanted behaviors, such as smoking, than in teaching. The popularity of behaviorism has waned due to research that indicates learning is a much more complex process than a response to stimuli. Humans, far from being passive products of experience, are always actively interacting with the environment. Cognitive theory. Cognitive theory focuses on what is going on inside the mind. It is more concerned with cognition, the process of thinking and learning, knowing, perceiving, problem-solving, decision-making, awareness, and related intellectual activities than with stimulus and response. Learning is not just a change in behavior. It is a change in the way a learner thinks, understands, or feels. Theories based on cognition are concerned with the mental events of the learner. Much of the recent psychological thinking and experimentation in education includes some facets of the cognitive theory. Early theories of cognitive learning were established by psychologists and educators, such as John Dewey, Jean Piaget, Benjamin Bloom, and Jerome Bruner, Figure 2-3. Over the past century, there have been many interpretations of the increasingly large amount of research data dealing with cognitive theories. This has led to many different models for learning as well as catchphrases. For example, educator, psychologist, and philosopher John Dewey introduced the concept reflective thought in a 1910 book designed for teachers. Dewey believed learning improves to the degree that it arises out of the process of reflection. Over the years, terminology describing reflection has spawned a host of synonyms, such as critical thinking, problem-solving, and higher-level thought. For Dewey, the concept of reflective thought carried deep meaning. He saw reflection as a process that moves a learner from one experience into the next with deeper understanding of its relationships with and connections to other experiences and ideas. Thus, reflection leads the learner from the unclear to the clear. Jean Piaget, who spent 50 years studying how children developed intellectually, became a major figure in the school of cognitive thought. His research led him to conclude there is always a tension between assimilation, old ideas meeting new situations, and accommodation, changing the old idea to meet the new situations. The resolution of this tension results in intellectual growth. Thus, humans develop cognitive skills through active interaction with the world, a basic premise of scenario-based training, SBT, discussed later in this chapter. An American psychologist who studied with Piaget, Jerome Bruner, became interested in how intellectual development related to the process of learning. His research led him to advocate learning from the known to the unknown, or from the concrete to the abstract, because humans best learn when relating new knowledge to existing knowledge. He introduced and developed the concept of the spiral curriculum, which revisits basic ideas repeatedly and builds on them in increasingly sophisticated ways as the student matures and develops. Consider the opening scenario with Bill and Beverly. Bill might effectively use this theory with Beverly because she arrived at her first class with a store of aviation knowledge. Building upon this knowledge, Bill can teach her how to keep the aircraft in straight and level flight, while he reinforces what she knows about basic aerodynamics via demonstration and discussion. Since aerodynamics is a constant thread in the flight lesson, Bill is also able to employ the spiral curriculum concept in future lessons by repeatedly revisiting the basic concepts and building upon them as Beverly's skill and knowledge increase. In the mid-1900s, a group of educators, led by Benjamin Bloom, tried to classify the levels of thinking behaviors thought to be important in the processes of learning. Figure 2-4. They wanted to classify education goals and objectives based on the assumptions that abilities can be measured along a continuum from simple to complex. The result, which remains a popular framework for cognitive theory, was Bloom's taxonomy of the cognitive domain. The taxonomy, a classification system according to presumed relationships, comprises 6 levels of intellectual behavior and progresses from the simplest to the most complex: knowledge, comprehension, application, analysis, synthesis, and evaluation. For more detailed learning about the taxonomy, see Domains of Learning. Continued research into cognitive theory has led to theories such as information processing and constructivism. Information processing theory. Information processing theory uses a computer system as a model for human learning. The human brain processes incoming information, stores and retrieves it, and generates responses to the information. This involves a number of cognitive processes: gathering and representing information, encoding, retaining of information, and retrieving the information when needed. This learning system has limitations and must be operated properly. A computer gets input from a keyboard, mouse, etc., whereas the human brain gets input from the senses of sight, hearing, touch, taste, and smell. The amount of sensory input the brain receives per second ranges from thousands to millions of bits of information according to various theories. Regardless of the number, that is a lot of information for the brain to track and process. One way the brain deals with all this information is to let many of the habitual and routine things go unnoticed. For example, a pilot who uses the rudder when entering a turn is usually unaware of pressing the pedal, even though it involves moving a leg, exerting pressure on the pedal, etc. The human unconscious takes charge, leaving conscious thought processes free to deal with issues that are not habitual. Since information processing theorists approach learning primarily through a study of memory, this learning concept is revisited during the discussion of memory. A derivative of cognitive theory, constructivism, is a philosophy of learning that can be traced to the 18th century. This theory holds that learners do not acquire knowledge and skills passively, but actively build or construct them based on their experiences. As implied by its name, constructivism emphasizes the constructing or building that goes on in a learner's mind when he or she learns. Therefore, it creates a learner-centered learning environment in which learners assume responsibility for their own learning. According to constructivism, humans construct a unique mental image by combining pre-existing information with the information received from sense organs. Learning is the result of the learner matching new information against this pre-existing information and integrating it into meaningful connections. In constructivist thinking, learners are given more latitude to become effective problem solvers, identifying and evaluating problems, as well as deciphering ways in which to transfer their learning to these problems, all of which foster critical thinking skills. While the student is at the center of the learning process, an experienced teacher is necessary to guide them through the information jungle. Constructivism techniques are good for some types of learning, some situations, and some learners, but not all. This school of thought also encourages teaching students how to use what are known as the higher-order thinking skills, HOTS, from Bloom's taxonomy, and training based on problems or scenarios. Higher-order thinking skills, HOTS. The constructivist theory of learning explains and supports the learning of HOTS, which is commonly called Aeronautical Decision-Making, ADM, in aviation. HOTS lies in the last three categories of Bloom's taxonomy of learning: analysis, synthesis, and evaluation skills. Teaching the higher-level thinking skills, which are essential to judgment, decision-making, and critical thinking, is important to aviation because a common thread in aviation accidents is the absence of higher-order thinking skills. See Appendix F. HOTS are taught like other cognitive skills, from simple to complex, and from concrete to abstract. To teach HOTS effectively involves strategies and methods that include 1. Using problem-based learning, PBL instruction, 2. Authentic problems, 3. Real-world problems, 4. Student-centered learning, 5. Active learning, 6. Cooperative learning, and 7. Customized instruction to meet the individual learner's needs. These strategies engage the learner in some form of mental activity, have the learner examine that mental activity and select the best solution, and challenge the learner to explore other ways to accomplish the task or the problem. It must be remembered that critical thinking skills should be taught in the context of subject matter. Learners progress from simple to complex. Therefore, they need some information before they can think about a subject beyond rote learning. For example, knowing that compliance with the weight and balance limits of any aircraft is critical to flight safety will not help an aviation student interpret weight and balance charts unless he or she knows something about how the center of gravity interacts with weight and balance. If the student does not have much subject matter knowledge, draw on the student's experiences to gain entry into complex concepts. For example, most students probably played on a seesaw during their childhood. Thus, they have a basic experience of how weight and balance work around a center of gravity. Additionally, HOTS must be emphasized throughout a program of study for best results. For aviation, this means HOTS should be taught in the initial pilot training program and in every subsequent pilot training program. Instructors need to teach the cognitive skills used in problem solving until these techniques become automated and transferable to new situations or problems. Cognitive research has shown that the learning of HOTS is not a change in observable behavior, but in the construction of meaning from experience. Scenario-based training. At the heart of HOTS lies scenario-based training, SBT, which is an example of the PBL instructional method and facilitates the enhancement of learning and the development and transference of thinking skills. SBT provides more realistic decision-making opportunities because it presents tasks in an operational environment. It correlates new information with previous information and introduces new information in a realistic context. SBT is a training system that uses a structured script of real-world scenarios to address flight training objectives in an operational environment. Such training can include initial training, transition training, upgrade training, current training, and special training. The instructor should adapt the scenarios to the aircraft, its specific flight characteristics, and the likely flight environment, and should always require the student to make real-time decisions in a realistic setting. The scenarios should always be planned and led by the student, with the exception of the first flight or two, or until the student has developed the required skills. SBT not only meets the challenge of teaching aeronautical knowledge to the application level of learning, but also enables the instructor to teach the underlying HOTS needed to approve ADM. The best use of scenarios draws the learner into formulating possible solutions, evaluating the possible solutions, deciding on a solution, judging the appropriateness of that decision, and finally, reflecting on the mental processes used in solving the problem. It causes the learner to consider whether the decision led to the best possible outcome and challenges the learner to consider other solutions. SBT scenarios help learners better understand the decisions they have to make and also helps focus the learner on the decisions and consequences involved. It is being used to train people in everything from emergency response to hotel management. The strength of SBT lies in helping the learner gain a deeper understanding of the information, and in the learner improving his or her ability to recall the information. This goal is reached when the material is presented as an authentic problem in a situated environment that allows the learner to make meaning of the information based on his or her experience and personal interpretation. SBT has become one of the primary methods to teach today's aviation learners how to make good aeronautical decisions, which in turn enhances the safety of all aviation-related activities. For information on how to incorporate SBT into a training syllabus, refer to Chapter 9, Perceptions. Initially, all learning comes from perceptions, which are directed by the brain by one or more of the 5 senses: sight, hearing, touch, smell, and taste. Psychologists have also found that learning occurs most rapidly when information is received through more than one sense. Figure 2-5. Perception involves more than the reception of stimuli from the 5 senses. It also involves a person giving meaning to sensations. People base their actions on the way they believe things to be. The experienced AMT, for example, perceives an engine malfunction quite differently than does an inexperienced student. This occurs because the beginning aviation student is overwhelmed by stimuli and often focuses on meaningless things, thus missing key information. It is important for the instructor to direct trainees' perceptions initially so that the student detects and perceives relevant information. Real meaning only comes from within a person, even though the perceptions which evoke these meanings result from external stimuli. The meanings which are derived from perceptions are influenced not only by the individual's experience, but also by many other factors. Knowledge of the factors that affect the perceptual process is very important to the aviation instructor because perceptions are the basis of all learning. Factors that affect perception. Both internal and external factors affect an individual's ability to perceive. Physical organism, goals and values, self-concept, time and opportunity, element of threat. Physical organism. The physical organism provides individuals with the perceptual apparatus for sensing the world around them. Pilots, for example, must be able to see, hear, feel, and respond adequately while they are in the air. Goals and values. Perceptions depend on one's values and goals. Every experience and sensation, which is funneled into one's central nervous system, is colored by the individual's own beliefs and value structures. Spectators at a ball game may see an infraction or foul differently, depending on which team they support. The values of the student are important for the instructor to know because this knowledge assists in predicting how the student interprets experiences and instructions. Goals are also a product of one's value structure. Things that are more highly valued and cherished are pursued. Those accorded less value and importance are not sought after. Self-concept. Self-concept is a powerful determinant in learning. A student's self-image, described in such terms as confident or insecure, has a great influence on the total perceptual process. If a student's experiences tend to support a favorable self-image, the student tends to remain receptive to subsequent experiences. If a student has negative experiences, which tend to contradict self-concept, there is a tendency to reject additional training. A negative self-concept inhibits the perceptual processes by introducing psychological barriers, which tend to keep the student from perceiving. They may also inhibit the ability to properly implement what is perceived. That is, self-concept affects the ability to actually perform or do things unfavorably. Students who view themselves positively, on the other hand, are less defensive and more receptive to new experiences, instructions, and demonstrations. Time and opportunity. It takes time and opportunity to perceive. Learning some things depends on other perceptions, which have preceded these learnings, and on the ability of time to sense and relate these new things to the earlier perceptions. Thus, proper sequence and time are necessary. A student could probably stall an aircraft in the first attempt, regardless of previous experience. Stalls cannot really be learned, however, unless some experience in normal flight has been acquired. Even with such experience, time and practice are needed to relate the new sensations and experiences associated with stalls in order to develop a perception of the stall. In general, lengthening an experience and increasing its frequency are the most obvious ways to speed up learning, although this is not always effective. Many factors, in addition to the length and frequency of training periods, affect the rate of learning. The effectiveness of the use of a properly planned training syllabus is proportional to the consideration it gives to the time and opportunity factor in perception. Element of threat. The element of threat does not promote effective learning. In fact, fear adversely affects perception by narrowing the perceptual field. Confronted with threat, students tend to limit their attention to the threatening object or condition. The field of vision is reduced, for example, when an individual is frightened and all the perceptual faculties are focused on the thing that has generated fear. Flight instruction provides many clear examples of this. During the initial practice of steep turns, Beverly may focus her attention on the altimeter and completely disregard outside visual references. It makes Beverly less able to accept the experience Bill is trying to provide. It adversely affects all her physical, emotional, and mental faculties. Learning is a psychological process, not necessarily a logical one. Trying to frighten a student through threats of unsatisfactory reports or reprisals may seem logical, but it is not effective psychologically. The effective instructor organizes teaching to fit the psychological needs of the student. If a situation seems overwhelming, the student feels unable to handle all the factors involved. A threat exists. As long as a student feels capable of coping with a situation, each new experience is viewed as a challenge. A good instructor recognizes that behavior is directly influenced by the way a student perceives, and perception is affected by all these factors. Therefore, it is important for the instructor to facilitate the learning process by avoiding any actions which may inhibit or prevent the attainment of teaching goals. Teaching is consistently effective only when those factors that influence perception are recognized and taken into account. Insight. Insight involves the grouping of perceptions into meaningful wholes. Creating insight is one of the instructor's major responsibilities. To ensure that this occurs, it is essential to keep each student constantly receptive to new experiences, and to help the student understand how each piece relates to all the other pieces of the total pattern of the task to be learned. For example, during straight and level flight in an aircraft with a fixed pitch propeller, the revolutions per minute, RPM, increase when the throttle is opened and decrease when it is closed. On the other hand, RPM changes can also result from change in aircraft pitch attitude without changes in power setting. Obviously, engine speed, power setting, airspeed, and aircraft attitude are all related. True learning requires an understanding of how each factor may affect all of the others, and, at the same time, knowledge of how a change in any one of them may affect all of the others. This mental relating and grouping of associated perceptions is called insight. Insight almost always occurs eventually, whether or not instruction is provided. For this reason, it is possible for a person to become an electrician by trial and error, just as one may become a lawyer by reading law. Instruction, however, speeds this learning process by teaching the relationship of perceptions as they occur, thus promoting the development of the student's insight. As perceptions increase in number, the student develops an insight by assembling them into larger blocks of learning. As a result, learning becomes more meaningful and more permanent. Forgetting is less of a problem when there are more anchors for tying insights together. It is a major responsibility of the instructor to organize demonstrations and explorations, and to direct practice so that the student has better opportunities to understand the interrelationship of the many kinds of experiences that have been perceived. Pointing out the relationships as they occur, providing a secure and non-threatening environment in which to learn, and helping the student acquire and maintain a favorable self-concept are key steps in fostering the development of insight. Acquiring knowledge. Part of an aviation instructor's job is to help students acquire knowledge. In this context, knowledge refers to information that humans are consciously aware of and can articulate. For example, knowledge of the fuel capacity of a particular aircraft, understanding how an internal combustion engine works, and the ability to determine the weight and balance of an aircraft are examples of knowledge. Figure 2-6 shows the 3 phases of knowledge, a progression of how students acquire knowledge. Some practical considerations about learning new knowledge and instructor actions that help students acquire knowledge are summarized. Memorization. A student's first attempt to acquire knowledge about a new topic amounts to memorizing facts about steps in a procedure. For example, when Beverly is learning to use an altimeter, she may have to memorize that the knob on the instrument is used to dial the correct barometric pressure, and that this number must be obtained from the recorded broadcast and set prior to flight. Memorizing facts and steps has an advantage. It allows students to get started quickly. For example, as soon as Beverly memorizes the purpose of the knob on the altimeter and the procedure for obtaining the correct barometric pressure, she is able to properly configure the instrument for flight. The limitations of memorization become apparent when a student is asked to solve a problem or provide an explanation of something that is not covered by the newly acquired knowledge. For example, when asked whether she would rather have the altimeter mistakenly set too high or too low when flying in mountainous terrain, Beverly may not have an answer. Understanding. A more experienced pilot can answer the altimeter question because he or she understands the ramifications of the question. Understanding, or the ability to notice similarities and make associations between the facts and procedural steps learned, is an important next stage in the knowledge acquisition process. At this stage, the learner begins to organize knowledge in useful ways, and a collection of memorized facts gives way to understanding. Understanding develops when students begin to organize known facts and steps into coherent groups that come together to form an understanding of how a thing or a process works. For example, after learning to adjust the mixture control in cruise flight, Beverly learns that combustion requires a certain mixture of fuel and air, and that air becomes less dense as altitude increases. Combining these two ideas, she now understands the purpose of the mixture control is to keep these two quantities in balance as the aircraft changes altitude. Mental model, or self-explanation, is often used to refer to an organized collection of ideas that forms a learner's understanding of a thing or process. The advantage of possessing this type of understanding include the following. 1. The learner is no longer limited to answering questions that match the memorized facts. For example, armed with the understanding of the mixture control, Beverly may now be able to produce answers to more challenging questions, such as what would happen if the mixture were set too rich or too lean. 2. Learners who understand a process have an easier time mastering variations of the processes, such as an unfamiliar aircraft, new avionics systems, and unfamiliar airport procedures. 3. Understanding shared between people allows them to communicate more efficiently. For example, an experienced pilot might mention to an experienced mechanic that a magneto ran a bit rough during an engine run-up. This brief communication triggers an access to a wealth of knowledge in the mind of the mechanic, who instantly knows what must be done. 4. Learners who understand the purpose behind procedure steps are better able to remember the procedure steps later or reconstruct them when they are forgotten. Mental models evolve as learners take in new information. For example, Bill could ask Beverly why flying with an inappropriate mixture setting is bad. A learner whose understanding includes knowledge about spark plugs and carbon deposits might answer correctly. If the same learner's understanding later extends to include knowledge about thermal efficiency and the stoichiometric equation for the combustion of gasoline, the explanations are likely to become much more sophisticated. No individual's understanding of anything is ever complete. Concept learning. Concept learning is based on the assumption that humans tend to group objects, events, ideas, people, etc. that share one or more attributes that set them apart. It also involves discrimination between types of things or ideas inside or outside of a concept set. By grouping information into concepts, humans tend to reduce the complexities of life and create manageable categories. Although many theories about concept learning exist, categorization has always been a central aspect. Concept learning enhances student understanding when students formulate generalized concepts from particular facts or steps. Generalized concepts are more powerful than facts because instead of literally describing one thing, they can describe many things at once. For example, a new flight student who sees several examples of weight shift control (WSC) aircraft may formulate a category for WSC aircraft based on the wing, which is large and fabric covered. The power of the category becomes obvious when the student sees a sport airplane. Because of the similar wing, he or she immediately categorizes it as an ultralight and ascribes many of the properties of ultralight aircraft to the sport plane. In this way, the student used a generalized concept to begin to understand something new. Most learners exhibit a natural tendency to categorize and become adept at recognizing members of most any category they create. If something is encountered that does not fit into a category, these learners formulate a new category or revise the definitions of existing categories. In the above example, the student eventually must revise the category of ultralight to light sport aircraft, which encompasses both types of aircraft. Therefore, an important part of the learning process is continual revision of the categories used when learners encounter new things or exceptions to things previously cataloged. Another type of generalization is a schema, the cognitive framework that helps people organize and interpret information. Schemas can be revised by any new information and are useful because they allow people to take shortcuts in interpreting a vast amount of information. Humans form schemas when they notice recurring patterns in things frequently observed or done. Schemas help learners interpret things they observe by priming them to expect certain elements that match the schema. For example, schemas demonstrate why an experienced pilot is able to listen to and read back a lengthy departing clearance issued by Air Traffic Control, ATC. Beginning flight students often remember the controller's use of the words the and fail to note more important words that describe assigned altitudes or radio frequencies. The experienced pilot is successful because he or she possesses a schema for this type of event and knows in advance that the clearance contains 5 key pieces of information. While listening to the clearance, the pilot anticipates and is primed to capture those 5 things. Similarly, students create schemas for pre-flight inspection procedures and procedures required to operate advanced flight deck systems, such as autopilots and multifunction displays. As with categories, humans continuously learn new schemas and revise old ones to accommodate new things as they continue to learn. While schemas help humans deal with information, they can also make it difficult to retain new ideas that does not conform to established schemas. Thorndike and the Laws of Learning. One of the pioneers of educational psychology, E. L. Thorndike, formulated 3 laws of learning in the early 20th century. See Figure 2-7. These laws are universally accepted and apply to all kinds of learning. The law of readiness, the law of exercise, and the law of effect. Since Thorndike set down his laws, 3 more have been added: the law of primacy, the law of intensity, and the law of recency. Readiness. The basic needs of the learner must be satisfied before he or she is capable of learning. See Chapter 1, Human Behavior. The instructor can do little to motivate the learner if these needs have not been met. This means the learner must want to learn the task being presented and must possess the requisite knowledge and skill. In SBT, scenario-based training, the instructor attempts to make the task as meaningful as possible and to keep it within the learner's capabilities. Students best acquire new knowledge when they see a clear reason for doing so, often show a strong interest in learning what they believe they need to know next, and tend to set aside things for which they see no immediate need. For example, beginning flight students commonly ignore the flight instructor's suggestion to use the trim control. These students believe the control yoke is an adequate way to manipulate the aircraft's control surfaces. Later in training, when they must divert their attention away from the controls to other tasks, they realize the importance of trim. Instructors can take 2 steps to keep their students in a state of readiness to learn. First, instructors should communicate a clear set of learning objectives to the student and relate each new topic to those objectives. Second, instructors should introduce topics in a logical order and leave students with a need to learn the next topic. The development and use of a well-designed curriculum accomplish this goal. Readiness to learn also involves what is called the teachable moment, or a moment of educational opportunity when a person is particularly responsive to being taught something. One of the most important skills to develop as an instructor is the ability to recognize and capitalize on teachable moments in aviation training. An instructor can find or create teachable moments in flight training activity. Pattern work, air work in the local practice area, cross-country, flight review, or instrument proficiency check. Teachable moments present opportunities to convey information in a way that is relevant, effective, and memorable to the student. They occur when a learner can clearly see how specific information or skills can be used in the real world. For example, while on final approach, several deer cross the runway. Bill capitalizes on this teachable moment to stress the importance of always being ready to perform a go-around. Effect. All learning involves the formation of connections, and connections are strengthened or weakened according to the law of effect. Responses to a situation that are followed by satisfaction are strengthened. Responses that are followed by discomfort are weakened, either strengthening or weakening the connection to the learning. Thus, learning is strengthened when accompanied by a pleasant or satisfying feeling, and weakened when associated with an unpleasant feeling. Experiences that produce feelings of defeat, frustration, anger, confusion, or futility are unpleasant for the student. For example, if Bill teaches landings to Beverly during the first flight, she is likely to feel inferior and be frustrated, which weakens the learning connection. The learner needs to have success in order to have more success in the future. It is important for the instructor to create situations designed to promote success. Positive training experiences are more apt to lead to success and motivate the learner, while negative training experiences might stimulate forgetfulness or avoidance. When presented correctly, SBT provides immediate positive experiences in terms of real-world applications. To keep learning pleasant and to maintain student motivation, an instructor should make positive comments about the student progress before discussing areas that need improving. Flight instructors have an opportunity to do this during the flight debriefing. For example, Bill praises Beverly on her aircraft control during all phases of flight, but offers constructive comments on how to better maintain the runway centerline during landings. Exercise. Connections are strengthened with practice and weakened when practice is discontinued, which reflects the adage, use it or lose it. The learner needs to practice what has been learned in order to understand and remember the learning. Practice strengthens the learning connection. Disuse weakens it. Exercise is most meaningful and effective when a skill is learned within the context of a real-world application. Primacy. Primacy, the state of being first, often creates a strong, almost unshakable impression and underlies the reason an instructor must teach correctly the first time and the student must learn correctly the first time. For example, a maintenance student learns a faulty riveting technique. Now the instructor must correct the bad habit and reteach the correct technique. Relearning is more difficult than initial learning. Also, if the task is learned in isolation, it is not initially applied to the overall performance, or if it must be relearned, the process can be confusing and time-consuming. The first experience should be positive, functional, and lay the foundation for all that is to follow. Intensity. Immediate, exciting, or dramatic learning connected to a real situation teaches the learner more than a routine or boring experience. Real-world applications, scenarios, that integrate procedures and tasks the learner is capable of learning make a vivid impression, and he or she is least likely to forget the experience. For example, using realistic scenarios has been shown to be effective in the development of proficiency in flight maneuvers, tasks, and single pilot resource management, SRM, skills. Recency. The principle of recency states that things most recently learned are best remembered. Conversely, the further a learner is removed in time from a new fact or understanding, the more difficult it is to remember. For example, it is easy for a learner to recall a torque value used a few minutes earlier, but it is more difficult or even impossible to remember an unfamiliar one used a week earlier. Instructors recognize the principle of recency when they carefully plan a summary for a ground school lesson, a shop period, or a post-flight critique. The instructor repeats, restates, or re-emphasizes important points at the end of a lesson to help the learner remember them. The principle of recency often determines the sequence of lectures within a course of instruction. In SBT, the closer the training or learning time is to the time of the actual scenario, the more apt the learner is to perform successfully. This law is most effectively addressed by making the training experience as much like the scenario as possible. End of Part 1 of Chapter 2 through page 2-12. Part 2, Chapter 2 of Aviation Instructor's Handbook by the FAA. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Domains of Learning. As mentioned during the discussion of cognitive theory, Dr. Bloom played a central role in transforming the field of educational psychology. Interested in what and how people learn, he proposed a framework to help understand the major areas of learning and thinking. He first classified them into three large groups, Figure 2-8, called the domains of learning: cognitive, thinking; affective, feeling; psychomotor, doing. Cognitive domain. The group effort to classify the levels of thinking behaviors thought to be important in the processes of learning, mentioned earlier in the chapter, led to Bloom's taxonomy of the cognitive domain. One of the best-known educational domains, it includes remembering specific facts, content knowledge, and concepts that developed intellectual abilities and skills. There are 6 major categories, starting from the simplest behavior, recalling facts, to the most complex, evaluation, Figure 2-9. The 4 practical learning levels are rote, understanding, application, and correlation, Figure 2-10. The lowest level is the ability to repeat something which one has been taught, without understanding or being able to apply what has been learned. This is referred to as rote learning. The fact level is a single concept. The key verbs which describe or measure this activity are words such as define, identify, and label. The comprehension or understanding level puts 2 or more concepts together and uses verbs such as describe, estimate, or explain. The application level puts 2 or more concepts together to form something new. Typical verbs at this level include determine, develop, and solve. For example, Bill may explain the procedure for entering a level left turn to Beverly. The procedure includes several steps. 1. Visually clear the area. 2. Add a slight amount of power to maintain airspeed. 3. Apply aileron control pressure to the left. 4. Add sufficient rudder pressure in the direction of the turn to avoid slipping and skidding. And 5. Increase back pressure to maintain altitude. When Beverly verbally repeats this instruction, she has learned the procedure by rote. This will not be very useful to her if there is never an opportunity to make a turn in flight, or if she has no knowledge of the function of aircraft controls. With proper instruction on the effect and use of flight controls, and experience in controlling the aircraft during straight and level flight, Beverly can consolidate old and new perception into an insight on how to make a turn. At this point, she has developed an understanding of the procedure for turning the aircraft in flight. This understanding is basic to effective learning, but it may not necessarily enable her to make a correct turn on the first attempt. When Beverly understands the procedure for entering a turn, has had turns demonstrated, and has practiced turn entries until consistency has been achieved, she has developed the skill to apply what has been learned. This is a major level of learning, and one at which the instructor is too often willing to stop. Discontinuing instruction on turn entries at this point and directing subsequent instruction exclusively to other elements of piloting performance is a characteristic of piecemeal instruction, which is usually inefficient. The correlation level of learning, which should be the object of aviation instruction, is that level at which the student becomes able to associate an element which has been learned with other segments or blocks of knowledge. The other segments may be items of skill previously learned or new learning tasks to be undertaken in the future. When Beverly has achieved this level of learning in turn entries, for example, she has developed the ability to correlate the elements of turn entries with the performance in traffic patterns. The three higher thinking skills instructional levels include analysis, synthesis, and evaluation, or HOTS level, previously mentioned in the learning theory section. The analysis level involves breaking the information into its component parts, examining, and trying to understand the information in order to develop conclusions, make inferences, and/or find evidence to support generalizations. This level uses such verbs as points out, differentiate, distinguish, examine, discriminate, compare, outline, prioritize, recognize, or subdivide. Synthesis involves putting parts together to form a new and integrated whole. Typical verbs for this level include create, design, plan, organize, generate, write, adapt, compare, formulate, devise, model, revise, or incorporate. The final level in the taxonomy is evaluation and involves making judgments about the merits of ideas, materials, or phenomena. The following example demonstrates the difference between learning on the first three levels versus learning critical thinking skills. Bill provides a detailed explanation of how to control for wind drift. The explanation includes a thorough coverage of heading, speed, angle of bank, altitude, terrain, and wind direction plus velocity. The explanation is followed by a demonstration and repeated practice of a specific flight maneuver, such as turns about a point or S-turns across the road, until the maneuver can be consistently accomplished in a safe and effective manner within a specified limit of heading, altitude, and airspeed. At the end of this lesson, Beverly is only capable of performing the maneuver. Then Bill asks Beverly to plan for the arrival at a specific non-towered airport. The planning should take into consideration the possible wind conditions, arrival paths, airport information and communication procedures, available runways, recommended traffic patterns, courses of action, and preparation for unexpected situations. Upon arrival at the airport, Beverly makes decisions, with guidance and feedback as necessary, to safely enter and fly the traffic pattern. This is followed by a discussion of what was done, why it was done, the consequences, and other possible courses of action and how it applies to other airports. At the end of this lesson, the student is capable of explaining the safe arrival at any non-towered airport in any wind condition. For aviation instructors, educational objectives for the first three levels, knowledge, comprehension, and application, are generally aimed at the result of attending a ground school, reading about aircraft systems, listening to a pre-flight briefing, or taking part in computer-based training. The highest educational objective levels in this domain, analysis, synthesis, and evaluation, can be acquired through SBT training. For example, the student pilot learns to correctly evaluate a flight maneuver, or the maintenance student repairs an aircraft engine. Sample questions for each level of the cognitive domain are provided in the graph. Thus, SBT, correctly utilized, reinforces the three higher-level thinking skills. Affective domain. The affective domain addresses a learner's emotions toward the learning experience. It includes feelings, values, enthusiasms, motivations, and attitudes. Figure 2-11. For the aviation instructor, this may mean how the student approaches learning. Is he or she motivated to learn? Does he or she exhibit confidence in learning? Does the student have a positive attitude toward safety? The affective domain provides a framework for teaching in 5 levels: awareness, response, value, organizing, and integration. In this taxonomy, the learner begins on the awareness level and is open to learning, willing to listen to the instructor. As the learner traverses the taxonomy, he or she responds by participating actively in the training, decides the value of the training, organizes the training into his or her personal belief system, and finally internalizes it. The affective domain is more difficult to measure, but motivation and enthusiasm are important components of any learning. Therefore, the aviation instructor should be acquainted with this facet of learning. Motivation is discussed in depth later in the chapter. The psychomotor domain is skill-based and includes physical movement, coordination, and use of the motor skill areas, Figure 2-12. Development of these skills requires repetitive practice and is measured in terms of speed, precision, distance, and techniques. While various examples of the psychomotor domain exist, the practical instructional levels for aviation training purposes include observation, imitation, practice, and habit. This domain is an important component of instruction when aviation instructors prepare students for the practical test. At the first level, the learner observes a more experienced person perform the skill. The instructor has the learner observe sequences and relationships that lead to the finished product. Observation may be supplemented by reading, watching a DVD, or computer-based training. The second level is imitation, in which the learner attempts to copy the skill under the watchful eye of the instructor. The practice level is a proficiency-building experience in which the learner tries a specific activity over and over. It may be conducted by the learner without direct oversight of the instructor, such as touch-and-go landings for the flight student who has flown a successful solo flight. The habit level is reached when the student can perform the skill in twice the time it takes the instructor or an expert to perform. The evaluation of ability is a performance or skill test. If a person continues to perfect a skill, it eventually becomes a skill performed at the expert level. Skills involving the psychomotor domain include learning to fly an instrument precision approach procedure, programming a global positioning system, GPS receiver, or using sophisticated maintenance equipment. As physical tasks and equipment become more complex, the requirement for integration of cognitive and physical skills increases. Summary of instructor actions. To help students acquire knowledge, the instructor should ask students to recite or practice newly acquired knowledge, ask questions that probe student understanding and prompt them to think about what they have learned in different ways, present opportunities for students to apply what they know to solving problems or making decisions, present students with problems and decisions that test the limits of their knowledge, demonstrate the benefits of understanding and being able to apply knowledge, introduce new topics as they support the objectives of the lesson whenever possible. These additional levels of learning are the basis of the knowledge, attitude, and skill learning objectives in advanced qualification programs for airline training. They also can be tied to the PTS to show the level of knowledge or skill required for a particular task. A list of action verbs for the three domains shows appropriate behavioral objectives at each level. Figure 2-13. Instructors who are familiar with curriculum development recognize that the action verbs are examples of performance-based objectives. Characteristics of learning. The ability to learn is one of the most outstanding human characteristics. Learning occurs continuously throughout a person's lifetime. To understand how people learn, it is necessary to understand what happens to the individual during the process. In spite of numerous theories and contrasting views, psychologists generally agree there are many characteristics of learning. Knowledge of the general characteristics of learning help an aviation instructor use them in a learning situation. If learning is a change in behavior as a result of experience, then instruction must include a careful and systematic creation of those experiences that promote learning. This process can be quite complex because, among other things, an individual's background strongly influences the way that person learns. To be effective, the learning situation also should be purposeful, based on experience, multifaceted, and involve an active process. Learning is purposeful. Each student sees a learning situation from a different viewpoint. Each student is a unique individual whose past experiences affect readiness to learn and understanding of the requirements involved. For example, an instructor may give 2 aviation maintenance students the assignment of learning certain inspection procedures. One student may learn quickly and be able to completely present the assigned material. The combination of an aviation background and future goals may enable that student to realize the need and value of learning the procedure. A second student's goal may only be to comply with the instructor's assignment and may result in only minimum preparation. The responses differ because each student acts in accordance with what he or she sees in the situation. Most people have fairly definite ideas about what they want to do and achieve. Their goals sometimes are short-term, involving a matter of days or weeks. On the other hand, their goals may be carefully planned for a career or a lifetime. Each student has specific intentions and goals. Some may be shared by other students. Students learn from any activity that tends to further their goals. Their individual needs and attitudes may determine what they learn as much as what the instructor is trying to get them to learn. In the process of learning, the student's goals are of paramount importance. To be effective, aviation instructors need to find ways to relate new learning to the student's goals. Learning is a result of experience. Since learning is an individual process, the instructor cannot do it for the student. The student can learn only from personal experiences. Therefore, learning and knowledge cannot exist apart from a person. A person's knowledge is a result of experience, and no 2 people have had identical experiences. Even when observing the same event, 2 people react differently. They learn different things from it, according to the manner in which the situation affects their individual needs. Previous experience conditions a person to respond to some things and to ignore others. All learning is by experience, but learning takes place in different forms and in varying degrees of richness and depth. For instance, some experiences involve the whole person, while others may be based only on hearing and memory. Aviation instructors are faced with the problem of providing learning experiences that are meaningful, varied, and appropriate. As an example, students can learn to say a list of words through repeated drill, or they can learn to recite certain principles of flight by rote. However, they can make them meaningful only if they understand them well enough to apply them correctly to real situations. If an experience challenges the students, requires involvement with feelings, thoughts, memories of past experiences, and physical activity, it is more effective than a learning experience in which all the students have to do is commit something to memory. It seems clear enough that the learning of a physical skill requires actual experience in performing that skill. Student pilots learn to fly aircraft only if their experiences include flying them. Student AMTs learn to overhaul power plants only by actually performing that task. Mental habits are also learned through practice. If students are to use sound judgment and develop decision-making skills, they need learning experiences that involve knowledge of general principles and require the use of judgment in solving realistic problems. Learning is multifaceted. If instructors see their objectives as being only to train their students' memory and muscles, they are underestimating the potential of the teaching situation. Students learn much more than expected if they fully exercise their minds and feelings. The fact that these items were not included in the instructor's plan does not prevent them from influencing the learning situation. Psychologists sometimes classify learning by types, such as verbal, conceptual, perceptual, motor, problem-solving, and emotional. Other classifications refer to intellectual skills, cognitive strategies, and attitudinal changes, along with descriptive terms like surface or deep learning. However useful these divisions may be, they are somewhat artificial. For example, a class learning to apply the scientific method of problem solving may learn the method by trying to solve real problems. But in doing so, the class also engages in verbal learning and sensory perception at the same time. Each student approaches the task with preconceived ideas and feelings, and for many students, these ideas change as a result of experience. Therefore, the learning process may include verbal elements, conceptual elements, perceptual elements, emotional elements, and problem-solving elements, all taking place at once. This aspect of learning will become more evident later in this handbook when lesson planning is discussed. Learning is multifaceted in still another way. While learning the subject at hand, students may be learning other things as well. They may be developing attitudes about aviation, good or bad, depending on what they experience. Under a skillful instructor, they may learn self-reliance. The list is seemingly endless. This type of learning is sometimes referred to as incidental, but it may have a great impact on the total development of the student. Learning is an active process. Students do not soak up knowledge like a sponge absorbs water. The instructor cannot assume that students remember something just because they were in the classroom, shop, or aircraft when the instructor presented the material. Neither can the instructor assume the students can apply what they know because they can quote the correct answer verbatim. For students to learn, they need to react and respond, perhaps outwardly, perhaps only inwardly, emotionally, or intellectually. Learning styles. Learning styles are simply different approaches or ways of learning based on the fact that people absorb and process information in different ways. Learning style is an individual's preference for understanding experiences and changing them into knowledge. It denotes the typical strategy a learner adopts in a learning situation. For example, information may be learned in a variety of ways: by seeing or hearing, by reflecting or acting, analyzing or visualizing, or it may be learned piecemeal or steadily. Just as people learn differently, they also have different teaching methods. Some instructors rely on lectures, others demonstrate, and others may prefer computer simulation training. Everyone has a mixture of strengths and preferences, not a single style or preference to the complete exclusion of any other. Please bear this in mind when using these ideas. As mentioned in Chapter 1 and the discussion of personality types and learning, underpinning the idea of learning style is the theory that everyone has an individual style of learning. According to this approach to learning, if the student and instructor work with that style rather than against it, both benefit. Currently, 71 different theories of learning styles have been identified. These theories range from simple to complex, usually reflecting scientific research about how the brain processes information. While the scientific community may be surprised at how the research has been used, many educators and school systems have become advocates of applying learning style to teaching methods. Another model for learning, the Approaches to Learning model, bases its theory on the student's learning intentions. For example, is the student interested in short-term memorization of the material or long-term knowledge? Does the student want a passing grade on a pop quiz or the ability to use the material learned to repair an engine? One feature of the Approaches to Learning is that the learner's approach to learning depends on his or her reasons for learning. This theory reflects the Chapter 1 discussions of adult learners who come to aviation training with definite reasons for learning. While controversy exists over the scientific value of learning styles as well as approaches to learning, many educational psychologists advocate their use in the learning process. Knowledge of learning styles and approaches can help an instructor make adjustments in how material is presented if his or her learning/teaching style differs from the way a student learns. Since the student's information processing technique, personality, social interaction tendencies, and the instructional methods used are all significant factors, training programs should be sensitive to different learning styles. Right brain, left brain. According to research on the human brain, people have a preferred side of the brain to use for understanding and storing information. While both sides of the brain are involved in nearly every human activity, it has been shown that those with right brain dominance are characterized as being spatially oriented, creative, intuitive, and emotional. Those with left brain dominance are more verbal, analytical, and objective. Generally, the brain functions as a whole. For example, the right hemisphere may recognize a face, while the left associates a name with the face. While most people seem to have a dominant side, it is a preference, not an absolute. On the other hand, when learning is new, difficult, or stressful, the brain seems to go on autopilot to the preferred side. Recognizing a student's dominant brain hemisphere gives the instructor a guide for ways to teach and reinforce learning. There are also some people who use both sides of the brain equally well for understanding and storing information. Figure 2-14. Holistic, serialist theory. As seen in Figure 2-14, right and left brain learners have preferences for how they process information. Based on information processing theory, left brain learners or serialist learners have an analytical approach to learning because they gain the understanding in linear steps, with each step logically following the previous one. These learners need well-defined sequential steps where the overall picture is developed slowly, thoroughly, and logically. This is a bottom-up strategy. Right brain or holistic learners favor the holist strategy and prefer a big picture or global perspective. This is a top-down strategy, and learners tend to learn in large jumps, absorbing material almost randomly, without seeing connections until suddenly it clicks, and they get it. Global learners solve complex problems rapidly once they have grasped the big picture, but they often have difficulty explaining how they did it. This type of learner seeks overall comprehension. Analogies help this learner. Index of Learning Styles, ILS. In 1988, Richard Felder and Linda Silverman designed a learning style model with parallel learning styles that classified students as having learning preferences in sensing or intuitive, visual or verbal, active or reflective, sequential or global, discussed under holistic/serialist learning style. Dr. Felder maintains a website at www.ncsu.edu/unity/felder/public/uppercase/rmf.html that offers learners the opportunity to assess learning preferences at no cost for non-commercial purposes. Figure 2-15. Visual, Auditory, Kinesthetic Learners, VAK. One of the most popular learning styles is based on the three main sensory receptors, vision, hearing, and touch. These are called Visual, Auditory, and Kinesthetic Learning Styles, VAK. Figure 2-16. Research in this area dates back to the early 20th century, and the concepts were developed over many years by psychologists and teaching specialists. Others have augmented the VAK model with the addition of R for reading, VARK, or the addition of T for tactile, VAKT, or even a combination of the terms for VARKT. Learners generally use all three styles to receive information, but one of these ways of receiving information is dominant. Once again, the dominant style of receiving information is the best way for a person to learn new information, but this style may not be the same for every task. The learner may use one style of learning or a combination of styles depending on the learning task. Visual learners rely on seeing to learn. They learn best if a major component of the lesson is something they can see, and work best with printed and graphic materials and visual displays including diagrams, illustrated textbooks, overhead transparencies, videos, flip charts, and handouts. They store information in their brains as pictures or images. They like to take extensive notes. Statistically, most people are visual learners. Auditory learners transfer knowledge through listening and speaking. These learners need an oral component to the lesson, such as verbal instructions. These learners have excellent listening skills and remember what was discussed over what was seen. They are better at verbally explaining than at writing. Since auditory learners prefer to listen to material, they are not good note-takers. Kinesthetic learners process and store information through physical experience, such as touching, manipulating, using, or doing. They like to move around while trying to solve a problem, and learn best when the material being taught involves hands-on practical experiences. Their concentration tends to wander when there is no external stimulation. They also learn from demonstration by watching carefully, then imagining or mirroring the demonstrator's movements. Learners may prefer one of these three learning styles over another, but most learners employ all three depending on the material being learned. For example, when Beverly makes her first landing with Bill guiding her attempt, she employs visual, auditory, and kinesthetic learning. As the aircraft centers downwind, Beverly uses visual cues to recognize the airport and landing strip as she lines the aircraft up to land. As Bill talks her through the procedures, Beverly is using her auditory learning skills to learn how to land the aircraft. Finally, she needs to use kinesthetic skills to perform the actual landing. Remember, good learners are capable of processing information in a variety of ways. The key to meeting individual student needs is to ensure a variety of learning styles are addressed in every lesson. Superlinks. In a theory proposed by Ricky Linksman, the learning style ideas discussed in the preceding paragraphs have been melded into a concept based on the VAKT learning styles plus brain hemisphere preference. This superlink, as she calls it, is the easiest way for a learner to process information in order to understand, remember, and retain it. Matching visual, auditory, kinesthetic, and tactile with right and left brain research, Linksman created 8 superlinks: visual left brain, visual right brain, auditory left brain, auditory right brain, tactile left brain, tactile right brain, kinesthetic left brain, and kinesthetic right brain. These superlinks accelerate learning by targeting the best way a person learns. Summary. As mentioned earlier, there are many models of how people learn. Some models identify styles or approaches that are easily recognized, such as collaborative sharing students who also enjoy working with others, versus competitive students who are grade conscious and feel they must do better than their peers. Participant students normally have a desire to learn and enjoy attending class, and avoidant students do not take part in class activities and have little interest in learning. The learning environment also influences learning style. In real life, most students find it necessary to adapt to a traditional style learning environment provided by a school, university, or other educational training establishment. Sometimes the student's ways of learning may or may not be compatible with his or her environment. Instructors who recognize either the learning style or learning approach of students and problems associated with them are more effective teachers than those who do not. Also, these instructors are prepared to develop appropriate lesson plans and provide guidance, counseling, or other advisory services as required. Acquiring skill knowledge. An aviation instructor also helps a student acquire skill knowledge, which is knowledge reflected in motor or manual skills and in cognitive or mental skills that manifests itself in the doing of something. Thus, skill knowledge differs from declarative knowledge because the student is not usually aware of it consciously or able to articulate the skill. Evidence of skill knowledge is gained through observations of performance. This knowledge of how to do things is based on extensive practice, which leads to the storage of skill knowledge. An everyday example of skill knowledge is the ability to ride a bicycle. Skill knowledge is acquired slowly through related experience. For example, a maintenance student who is learning to weld typically burns or cracks the metal being welded, while an expert welder's work is free of such imperfections. What does the experienced welder know that the beginner does not? The expert welder has had many hours of practice and a knowing is the doing ability the inexperienced welder lacks. It isn't always possible to reduce to mere words that which one knows or knows how to do. Stages of skill acquisition. Students make their way from beginner to expert via 3 stages of skill knowledge acquisition, helping students transition from beginner to expert. The development of any skill acquisition or the learning process has 3 characteristic stages: cognitive, associative, and automaticity. An instructor must learn to recognize each stage in student performance in order to assess student progress. Cognitive stage. Cognitive learning has a basis in factual knowledge. Since the student has no prior knowledge of flying, the instructor first introduces him or her to a basic skill. The student then memorizes the steps required to perform the skill. As the student carries out these memorized steps, he or she is often unaware of progress, or may fixate on one aspect of performance. Performing the skill at this stage typically requires all the student's attention. Distractions introduced by an instructor often cause performance to deteriorate or stop. The best way to prepare the student to perform a task is to provide a clear step-by-step example. Having a model to follow permits students to get a clear picture of each step in the sequence so they understand what is required and how to do it. In flight or maintenance training, the instructor provides demonstration, emphasizing the steps and techniques. During classroom instruction, an outside expert may be used, either in person or in video presentation. In any case, students need to have a clear impression of what they are to do. For example, Beverly enters a steep turn after increasing power by a prescribed amount and adjusting the pitch trim. She fixates on the altitude indicator as she attempts to achieve the desired bank angle. The bank angle exceeds tolerances as she struggles to correct it, making many abrupt control inputs. Associative stage. Even demonstrating how to do something does not result in the student learning the skill. Practice is necessary in order for the student to learn how to coordinate muscles with visual and tactile senses. Learning to perform various aircraft maintenance skills or flight maneuvers requires practice. Another benefit of practice is that as the student gains proficiency in a skill, verbal instructions become more meaningful. A long, detailed explanation is confusing before the student begins performing, whereas specific comments are more meaningful and useful after the skill has been partially mastered. As the storage of a skill via practice continues, the student learns to associate individual steps in performance with likely outcomes. The student no longer performs a series of memorized steps, but is able to assess his or her progress along the way and make adjustments in performance. Performing the skill still requires deliberate attention, but the student is better able to deal with distractions. For example, Beverly enters the steep turn and again struggles to achieve the desired bank angle. Still working on the bank angle, she remembers the persistent altitude control problem and glances at the altimeter. Noticing that the aircraft has descended almost 100 feet, she increases back pressure on the control and adjusts the trim slightly. She goes back to a continuing struggle with the bank angle, keeping it under control with some effort, and completes the turn 80 feet higher than started. Automatic response stage. Automaticity is one of the byproducts of practice. As procedures become automatic, less attention is required to carry them out, so it is possible to do other things simultaneously, or at least do other things more comfortably. By this stage, student performance of the skill is rapid and smooth. The student devotes much less deliberate attention to performance and may be able to carry on a conversation or perform other tasks while performing the skill. The student makes far fewer adjustments during his or her performance, and these adjustments tend to be small. The student may no longer be able to remember the individual steps in the procedure or explain how to perform the skill. For example, the student smoothly increases power, back pressure on the yoke, and trim as a turn is entered. During the turn, the instructor questions the student on an unrelated topic. The student answers the questions while making 2 small adjustments in pitch and trim, and then rolls out of the turn with the altimeter centered on the target altitude. Noting the dramatically improved performance, the instructor asks, "What are you doing differently?" The student seems unsure and says, "I have developed a feel for it." Knowledge of results. In learning some simple skills, students can discover their own errors quite easily. In other cases, such as learning complex aircraft maintenance skills, flight maneuvers, or flight crew duties, mistakes are not always apparent. A student may know that something is wrong, but not know how to correct it. In any case, the instructor provides a helpful and often critical function in making certain that the students are aware of their progress. It is perhaps as important for students to know when they are right as when they are wrong. They should be told as soon after the performance as possible, and should not be allowed to practice mistakes. It is more difficult to unlearn a mistake and then learn the skill correctly than to learn correctly in the first place. One way to make students aware of their progress is to repeat a demonstration or example and to show them the standards their performance must ultimately meet. How to develop skills. Theories about how a skill evolves from the awkward and deliberate performance associated with the cognitive stage to the smooth and steady-handed performance of the automatic response stage have one thing in common. Progress appears to depend on repeated practice. Making progress towards automating a skill seems to be largely a matter of performing the skill over and over again. In skill learning, the first trials are slow and coordination is lacking. Mistakes are frequent, but each trial provides clues for improvement in subsequent trials. The student modifies different aspects of the skill, such as how to hold the yoke or weld correctly. How long does it take to become proficient in a skill? Studies of skill learning have demonstrated that progress tends to follow what is known as a power law of practice. This law simply states that the speed of performance of a task improves as a power of the number of times the task is performed. The logarithm of the reaction time for a particular task decreases linearly with the logarithm of the number of practice trials taken. Qualitatively, the law simply says that practice improves performance. The graph in Figure 2-17 shows how the power law of practice relates the time required to perform a skill to the number of times the skill has been practiced. While it is impossible to predict how many practice trials a student will require to develop a skill to maturity, the general shape of the power law of practice offers some clues. Learning progress proceeds at a fast pace in the beginning, when there is ample room for improvement, and tends to slow down as performance becomes more skilled. In later stages of learning, improvement is more gradual. Once the curve levels off, it may stay level for a significant period of time. Further improvement may even seem unlikely. This is called a learning plateau. Learning plateaus. Learning plateaus are a normal part of the learning process and tend to be temporary, but instructors and students should be prepared for them. A learning plateau may signify a number of conditions. For example, the student may have reached capability limits, may be consolidating levels of skill, interest may have waned, or the student may need a more efficient method for increasing progress. Instructors themselves can bring on a learning plateau by overpractice. After repeating any task 3 or 4 times, give it a break to avoid causing a learning plateau. Keep in mind that the apparent lack of increasing proficiency does not necessarily mean that learning has ceased. The point is that, in learning motor skills, a leveling process or plateau is normal and should be expected after an initial period of rapid improvement. The instructor should prepare the student for this situation to avert discouragement. If the student is aware of this learning plateau, frustration may be minimized. Instructors can help students who fall into a learning plateau by moving the student to a different place in the curriculum and giving the current task a break. Instructors should also be aware they can bring on a learning plateau by overpractice. Learning plateau problems can sometimes be alleviated also by the instructor better explaining the lesson, the reason for the lesson, and how it applies to the student. Types of practice. Once a student learns the skill, it is important to continue some practice to improve retention, but the power law of practice raises the question of whether or not there is a point at which continued practice no longer leads to improvement. Since athletic coaches, among others, are very interested in maximizing performance, much research has been done on the subject. Within the last few years, research has shown that how practice is structured makes an important impact on how well people retain what they have learned. There are 3 types of practice, each of which yields particular results in acquiring skills: deliberate, blocked, and random. Deliberate practice. In order for a student to gain skill knowledge and learn how to perform the skill on the automatic level, a student must engage in deliberate practice. This practice is aimed at a particular goal. During deliberate practice, the student practices specific areas for improvement and receives specific feedback after practice. The feedback points out discrepancies between the actual performance and the performance goal sought. During deliberate practice, a student focuses on eliminating these discrepancies. Figure 2-18. Studies of skill learning suggest a student achieves better results if distractions are avoided during deliberate practice. When feedback is needed to correct student performance, it should be brief and explicit. Examples of individual skills for pilots are landings, stalls, steep turns, and procedure flows. Examples for maintenance technicians are correct installation of piston rings on a reciprocating engine, setting timing on an aircraft engine, and installing a tach generator. Unlike the acquisition of knowledge, skill learning does not benefit from the instructor introducing the student to new ideas or prompting the student to think about old ones in different ways. On the other hand, instructors should not confuse distractions during skill learning with the legitimate use of distractions to help a student learn how to manage his or her attention while coordinating several tasks that have been mastered to some degree. Blocked practice. Blocked practice is practicing the same drill until the movement becomes automatic. Doing the same task over and over leads to better short-term performance, but poor long-term learning. It tends to fool not only the student, but the instructor into thinking the skills have been well learned. While block practice enhances current performance, it does not improve either concept learning or retrieval from long-term memory. Figure 2-19. Random practice. Random practice mixes up the skills to be acquired throughout the practice section. This type of practice leads to better retention because by performing a series of separate skills in a random order, the student starts to recognize the similarities and differences of each skill, which makes it more meaningful. The learner also is able to store the skill more effectively in long-term memory. Students are then required to retrieve steps and parameters from long-term memory, which helps the student recognize patterns between tasks. Blocked practice performance scores well during the actual practice when compared to random practice performance. But on a test given the next day, random practice does better than blocked practice. For long-term retention of aviation knowledge, the instructor who uses well-written SBT, which encourages random practice and leads to better retention of information. How much practice is needed to attain proficiency? In planning for student skill acquisition, a primary consideration is the length of time devoted to practice. A beginning student reaches a point where additional practice is not only unproductive, but may even be harmful. When this point is reached, errors increase and motivation declines. As a student gains experience, longer periods of practice are profitable. Another consideration is the problem of whether to divide the practice period. Perhaps even the related instruction should be broken down into segments, or it may be advantageous to plan one continuous integrated sequence. The answer depends on the nature of the skill. Some skills are composed of closely related steps, each dependent on the preceding one. Learning to pack a parachute is a good example. Other skills are composed of related subgroups of skills. Learning to overhaul an aircraft engine is a good example. One way to structure practice to get the most from learning is to expose the students to the same knowledge and skill in different contexts. For example, after practicing the short field landing in the aircraft, return to the classroom and rehearse the procedures using the toy airplane. Then watch a video that shows a variety of back-to-back landings and have the student describe what went right and what went wrong. Each of these learning methods gives the student the chance to practice the maneuver while adding new perceptions and insights to his or her skill base. Evaluation versus critique. In the initial stages of skill acquisition, practical suggestions are more valuable to the student than a grade. Early evaluation is usually teacher-oriented. It provides a check on teaching effectiveness, can be used to predict eventual student learning proficiency, and can help the teacher locate special problem areas. The observations on which evaluations are based can also identify the student's strengths and weaknesses, a prerequisite for making constructive criticism. For additional information, refer to Chapter 5, Assessment. As a student practices a skill, it is important he or she perform the skill correctly, and that the skill being practiced is one that needs to be developed to maturity. An instructor ensures a skill is practiced correctly by monitoring the practice and providing feedback about the skill development. The student profits by having someone watch their performance and provide constructive criticism to help eliminate errors. Providing compliments on aspects of the skill that were performed correctly help keep the evaluation positive. Allowing the student to critique his or her performance enhances student-centered training. Instructors should note, students can develop deviations from the intended method of performance at any stage of skill acquisition. Overlearning of knowledge. Overlearning is the continued study of a skill after initial proficiency has been achieved. Practice proceeds beyond the point at which the skill can be performed with the required degree of excellence. The phenomenon of overlearning sometimes occurs when knowledge used frequently begins to take on the properties of a skill. For example, a student's everyday knowledge about weight and balance concepts tend to center on the routine use of familiar charts found in the aircraft. Eventually, the student's performance is characterized less by an understanding of weight and balance concepts and more by an automatic process in which rows and columns of familiar charts give desired numbers. In some cases, the overlearning of knowledge has the advantage of making application of knowledge more streamlined and efficient. In other cases, the development of automated routines can lead to problems. For example, a verbal checklist procedure becomes so automatic that streamlined recitation of checklist items becomes decoupled from the thoughts and actions the checklist items are intended to trigger. In this case, the pilot or mechanic may not stop to consider each item. The development of automated skills can impede further learning or lead to forgetting general knowledge. In one study, student pilots and flight instructors were asked to solve weight and balance problems using charts taken from two different aircraft. One, a small single-engine airplane they flew on a daily basis, and two, a different small single-engine airplane in which they had no experience. Test scores were surprisingly low when the charts for the unfamiliar airplane were used, and this was as true for instructors as it was for students. The results suggest pilots had focused on developing streamlined, automatic procedures tuned to the details of the familiar aircraft charts, while their ability to use their understanding of overall weight and balance concepts seemed to have diminished. Instructors must remain aware of skills students develop as a result of overlearning and help make sure that their actions continue to be accomplished by use of their underlying knowledge. As a student progresses, the key difference between knowledge and skill becomes apparent. Memorized facts about a topic that once supported the beginner's awkward performance of the skill tend to develop into deeper understanding. Skill acquisition involves learning many individual steps that eventually meld into a seemingly continuous automated process, at which point the student has entered the procedural knowledge realm and may no longer be consciously aware of the individual steps. Application of skill. The final and critical question is, can the student use what has been learned? It is not uncommon to find that students devote weeks and months in school learning new abilities and then fail to apply these abilities on the job. To solve this problem, two conditions must be present. First, the student must learn the skill so well that it becomes easy, even habitual. Second, the student must recognize the types of situations where it is appropriate to use the skill. This second condition involves the question of transfer of learning, which is discussed later in this chapter. Summary of instructor actions. To help students acquire skills, the instructor should explain that the key to acquiring and improving any skill is continued practice. Monitor student practice of skills and provide immediate feedback. Avoid conversation and other distractions when students are practicing individual skills. Explain that learning plateaus are common and that continued practice leads to continued improvement. Putting it all together. Many skills are learned before a student can fly an airplane or a maintenance student can rebuild an aircraft engine. Just as practicing scales is a fundamental part of learning to play the piano, the student does not make music until the ability to combine the notes in a variety of ways is acquired. For the student pilot or technician, practicing specific skills is essential, but flying a cross-country trip or repairing a collapsed landing gear requires putting it all together in the right way to achieve success. The following section looks at the challenge of learning to perform several tasks at once, dealing with distractions and interruptions, overcoming problems with fixation and inattention. It also deals with the benefits of using realistic training scenarios to develop these abilities. Multitasking. Multitasking is a simultaneous execution of two or more tasks. A hallmark of the proficient pilot or mechanic is the ability to multitask. In aviation, multitasking involves two different abilities: attention switching and simultaneous performance. It is useful to distinguish between the two types of multitasking because developing both types of abilities is an important part of aviation training. Attention switching. Continuously switching attention back and forth between two or more tasks is attention switching. For example, when Beverly uses a checklist to perform a pre-flight inspection, she must continuously switch her attention between the checklist and the equipment she is inspecting. She looks at the checklist to retrieve the next step in the procedure, then looks at the equipment to perform this step. For many kinds of tasks, attention switching is the only way to accomplish multitasking. For example, it is generally impossible to look at two different things at the same time. The area of focus division, called the fovea, is only a few degrees in span and can only be directed at one location at a time. Similarly, people cannot listen to two conversations at the same time. While both conversations fall upon the ears at once, people must devote their attention to the comprehension of one to the exclusion of the other. Psychologists sometimes refer to these limiting features of human information processing capabilities as bottlenecks. For example, people have bottlenecks within the individual perceptual channels of hearing and seeing. Another important bottleneck becomes apparent when people attempt to process the information perceived or retrieved from memories. Indeed, it seems impossible to think about two different things at the same time. Simultaneous performance. Performing several tasks at once, or simultaneous performance, is the second type of multitasking, Figure 2-20. This type of multitasking becomes possible when no bottlenecks are present and one or more of the tasks being performed are skills developed to the point of being automatic. For example, the experienced instrument pilot is able to perform basic attitude instrument flying while communicating with ATC. For these pilots, scanning instruments and responding to minor altitude deviations with small control inputs has become automatic. The attentional resources of the pilot are free to devote to thinking and talking about other topics. It is important to note that the ability to simultaneously perform tasks is a fragile phenomenon. For example, suppose Beverly is performing the basic attitude control task and communicating with ATC when she suddenly encounters turbulence. The attitude control task quickly increases in difficulty and begins to require more and more deliberate attention. Her ability to perform both tasks simultaneously quickly degrades. Learning to multitask. Since doing several things at once is a natural part of aviation, instructors need to help students develop both types of multitasking abilities, attention switching and simultaneous performance. Before students are able to perform several tasks at once, instructors should ensure that the student has devoted enough time to study and practice such that the individual tasks can be performed reasonably well in isolation. Inexperience with an individual task can often hinder attempts to learn combinations of it and other tasks. For example, a student distracted by trying to interpret unfamiliar symbols on a sectional chart inadvertently deviates from an assigned altitude or heading. An instructor recognizes the need to spend more time with these skills in isolation. In this case, there is nothing about the experience of controlling the aircraft that helps students better understand chart symbols. Distractions and interruptions. A distraction is an unexpected event that causes the student's attention to be momentarily diverted. Students must learn to decide whether or not a distraction warrants further attention or action on their part. Once this has been decided, the student must either turn their attention back to what they were doing or act on the distraction. An interruption is an unexpected event for which the student voluntarily suspends performance of one task in order to complete a different one. Interruptions are a significant source of errors, and students must be made aware of potential for errors caused by interruptions and develop procedures for dealing with them. A classic example is an interruption that occurs while a student is following the steps in a written procedure or checklist. The student puts down the checklist, deals with the interruption, and then returns to the procedure, but erroneously picks up at a later point in the procedure, omitting one or more steps. Fixation and inattention. Since human attention is limited in focus and highly prone to distraction, people are vulnerable to two other types of problems: fixation and inattention. Fixation occurs when a student becomes absorbed in performing one task to the exclusion of other tasks. Instructors see many examples of this in student performance. Beginning instrument pilots characteristically fixate on particular instruments, attempting to control one aspect of their performance while other aspects deteriorate. Fixation on a task is often a sign that the task has not received enough practice in isolation. That is, the student has not yet mastered the task well enough to perform it in addition to other tasks. Fixation can happen even when individual skills have been reasonably mastered, when students have not yet learned the importance of managing their own limited attentional resources. Inattention occurs when a student fails to pay attention to a task that is important. Inattention is sometimes a natural byproduct of fixation. Students fixate on one task and become too busy to attend to other tasks. Inattention also happens when students are not busy. Attention may drift when they become bored or think that a task does not deserve their attention. In some cases, this type of inattention is difficult to eliminate through training and practice. For example, it is well known that humans perform poorly when placed in the role of passive monitor. Many studies have shown how performance rapidly deteriorates when humans are asked to passively monitor gauges or the progress of an automated system such as a GPS navigation computer or autopilot. Furthermore, it seems that the more reliable the system becomes, the poorer the human performance becomes at the monitoring task. The first line of defense against this type of inattention is to alert the student to the problem and to help students develop habits that keep their attention focused. How to identify fixation or inattention problems. One way for instructors to identify problems with fixation or inattention is to try and follow where students look. To accomplish this, instructors can glance at a student's eyes to determine where the student is looking. Students who appear to look at one instrument for an extended period of time might have a problem with fixation. Students whose gaze is never directed toward engine instruments might have a problem with inattention. The technique of following student eye movements is useful, but has limitations, since looking in the same direction as the student is not the same as seeing what the student sees. End of Part 2 of Chapter 2. Part 3 of Chapter 2 of Aviation Instructor's Handbook by the FAA. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Scenario-based training. Research and practical experience have demonstrated the usefulness of practicing in realistic scenarios, ones that resemble the environment in which knowledge and skills are later used. Instructors must devise scenarios that allow students to practice what they have learned. This is challenging because different students need to practice different things at different times, and because different working environments present different practice opportunities. What makes a good scenario? A good scenario has a clear set of objectives, is tailored to the needs of the student, capitalizes on the nuances of the local environment. For example, Bill is introducing Beverly to a low-fuel emergency. His objective at this early stage is to simply enable Beverly to recall the sort of actions that are appropriate for a low-fuel emergency. He decides to use the classroom environment as a first practice scenario. He asked Beverly about what sorts of actions she might take if such an event would occur. She has some good ideas, but he asks her to think more about before her next lesson. On her next lesson, he gives her the same exercise. This time her answers are consistent and insightful. Bill decides that this scenario has served its purpose and moves on. During their next flight, Bill's objective is having Beverly recall and carry out the steps that she was able to cite in the classroom. As they arrive at their home airport, he presents Beverly with a low-fuel scenario. He notes that she remembers much of what she was able to recall in the classroom, but amidst the excitement, has forgotten a few things. He uses the same scenario at a different airport on their next flight, and she performs admirably. Later in her training, Bill's next objective is to enable her to recall and perform the emergency steps in concert with other piloting duties. They depart on a cross-country flight from a populated area to a remote area. While en route, Bill presents Beverly with a low-fuel emergency scenario, knowing there is only one airport nearby and that it is not easy to spot. She successfully uses her available navigational resources to locate and arrive at the airport. Upon returning home, Bill attempts to generalize her new abilities and put yet a different spin on the same problem. He presents the low-fuel scenario, taking advantage of the fact that there are 8 nearby airports. All of the airports are in plain view, and she must choose one. Each of these scenarios taught Beverly something she needed to learn next, and made good use of the surroundings and available circumstances. As these examples illustrate, there is no list of canned scenarios that can be used for all students. Instructors must learn to devise their own scenarios by considering what each student needs to practice and exploiting features of the local environment that allow them to do it. The learning route to expertise. What does it take to successfully orchestrate all the knowledge and skills the student has learned into what instructors, evaluators, and other pilots and mechanics would regard as true expertise? All evidence seems to point once again to the idea of practice. Just as the perfection of an individual skill seems to rely on repeated practice, so does the combination of knowledge and skills that make up our abilities to do the real-world job of pilot or mechanic. How much practice does it take to become a true expert? In a study of expert performers in fields ranging from science to music to chess, one psychologist found that no performer had reached true expertise without having invested at least 10 years of practice in his or her field. Experts have been found to use 2 tools to help them gain expertise in their field: cognitive strategies and problem-solving tactics. Cognitive strategies. The idea of cognitive strategies emerged over 50 years ago in the context of human information processing theory. Cognitive strategies refer to the knowledge of procedures or knowledge about how to do something in contrast with the knowledge of facts. They use the mind to solve a problem or complete a task and provide a structure for learning that actively promotes the comprehension and retention of knowledge. A cognitive strategy helps the learner develop internal procedures that enable him or her to perform higher-level operations. As students acquire experience, they develop their own strategies for dealing with problems that arise frequently. For example, a student develops the following strategy for avoiding inadvertent flight into instrument meteorological conditions, IMC, at night. He or she checks the weather prior to departure, obtains updates on the weather every hour, and plans to divert to an alternate destination at the first suspicion of unexpected weather ahead. One approach to helping students develop cognitive strategies is to study and identify the strategies that experts use and then teach these strategies to the students. Expert strategies were identified by researchers who presented experts with problems to solve and asked them to think aloud as they attempted to solve the problems. These cognitive strategies can be taught to students, usually with successful results. Problem-solving tactics. Problem-solving tactics are specific actions intended to get a particular result. and this type of knowledge represents the most targeted knowledge in the expert's arsenal. For example, a student notices how easy it is to make a mistake with a takeoff distance chart after using it several times. She notices her finger drifts upward or downward when sliding it across a row of numbers on the chart, sometimes landing on the wrong number. The student formulates several tactics to ensure she obtains the correct figures. 1. Work slowly and deliberately. 2. Use a ruler. And 3. Double-check the work. But even the experts had to practice. In a study of violinists at a music academy in Berlin, researchers compared the best students to those who were regarded as merely very good. Using estimates of how many total hours each student had spent practicing during his or her lifetime, the researchers found that the best violinists had spent an average of 7,000 hours practicing, while the very good violinists had logged about 5,000 hours. The scientific study of expertise reiterates the adage, practice makes perfect. Awareness of existence of unknowns. An important aspect of an expert's knowledge is an awareness of what he or she does not know. This is not always the case with a student. It's important that an instructor be aware of situations in which students have acquired book knowledge, but not yet acquired the more in-depth understanding that comes from association and experience. For example, after acquiring substantial knowledge of a single-engine training aircraft, students should understand that a four-seat aircraft by the same manufacturer should be approached with caution and not overconfidence. Summary of instructor actions. To help students exercise their knowledge and skills in a concerted fashion, the instructor should explain the two types of multitasking and give examples of each type. Ensure that individual skills are reasonably well practiced before asking students to perform several tasks at once. Teach students how to deal with distractions and interruptions and provide them with opportunities to practice. Point out fixation and inattention when it occurs. Devise scenarios that allow students to use their knowledge and skill to solve realistic problems and make decisions. Explain to the student that continued practice with the goal of improving leads to continued improvement. Errors. Errors are a natural part of human performance. Beginners, as well as the most highly skilled experts, are vulnerable to error, and this is perhaps the most important thing to understand about error. To believe people can eliminate errors from their performance is to commit the biggest error of all. Instructors and students alike should be prepared for occasional errors by learning about common kinds of errors, how errors can be minimized, how to learn from errors, and how to recover from errors when they are made. Kinds of error. There are two kinds of error, slip and mistake. Slip. A slip occurs when a person plans to do one thing, but then inadvertently does something else. Slips are errors of action. Slips can take on a variety of different forms. One of the most common forms of slips is to simply neglect to do something. Other forms of slips occur when people confuse two things that are similar. Accidentally using a manual that is similar to one really needed is an example of this type of slip. Other forms of slips happen when someone is asked to perform a routine procedure in a slightly different way. For example, Beverly has been assigned runway 30 for many days in a row. This morning, she approaches to land, and ATC assigns runway 12 instead. As she approaches the traffic pattern, she turns to enter the pattern for runway 30 out of habit. Time pressure is another common source of slips. Studies of people performing a variety of tasks demonstrated a phenomenon called the speed-accuracy trade-off. The more hurried one's work becomes, the more slips one is likely to make. Mistake. A mistake occurs when a person plans to do the wrong thing and is successful. Mistakes are errors of thought. Mistakes are sometimes the result of gaps or misconceptions in students' understanding. One type of mistake happens when a student formulates an understanding of a phenomenon and then later encounters a situation that shows how this understanding was incorrect or incomplete. For example, overly simplistic understanding of weather frequently leads inexperienced students into situations that are unexpected. Experts are not immune to making mistakes, which sometimes arise from the way an expert draws upon knowledge of familiar problems and responds to them using familiar solutions. Figure 2-21. Mistakes can occur when the expert categorizes a particular case incorrectly. For example, an experienced pilot may become accustomed to ignoring nuisance alerts issued by his traffic alerting system when approaching his home airport, as many aircraft on the ground turn on their transponders prior to takeoff. One night, he ignored an alert that was generated not by an aircraft on the ground, but rather by another aircraft that has turned in front of him on final approach. Reducing error. Although it is impossible to eliminate errors entirely, there are ways to reduce them, as described in the following paragraphs. Learning and practicing. The first line of defense against errors is learning and practice. Higher levels of knowledge and skill are associated with lower frequency and magnitude of error. Taking time. Errors can often be reduced by working deliberately at a comfortable pace. Hurrying does not achieve the same results as faster performance that is gained by increasing one's skill through continued practice. Checking for errors. Another way to help avoid errors is to look actively for evidence of them. Many tasks in aviation offer a means of checking work. Students should be encouraged to look for new ways of checking their work. Using reminders. Errors are reduced when visible reminders are present and actively used. Checklists and other published procedures are examples of reminders. Many aircraft instruments, such as altimeters, offer bugs that can be used to remind the pilot about assigned altitudes, airspeeds, headings, and courses. Mechanics and pilots alike can use notepads to jot down reminders or information that must otherwise be committed to memory. Developing routines. The use of standardized procedures for routine tasks is widely known to help reduce error. Even when a checklist procedure is unavailable or impractical, students can help reduce the occurrence of error by adopting standardized procedures. Raising awareness. Another line of defense against errors is to raise one's awareness when operating in conditions under which errors are known to happen, e.g., changes in routine, time pressure, or in conditions where defenses against errors have been compromised, e.g., fatigue, lack of recent practice. Error recovery. Given that the occasional error is inevitable, it is a worthwhile exercise to practice recovering from commonly made errors or those that pose serious consequences. All flight students are required to learn and practice a lost procedure to ensure that they can recover from the situation in which they have lost their way. It is useful to devote the same sort of preparation to other common student errors. Learning from error. Error can be a valuable learning resource. Students naturally make errors, which instructors can utilize to help students learn while being careful not to let the student practice doing the wrong thing. When a student makes an error, it is useful to ask the student to consider why the error happened and what could have been done differently to prevent the error from happening again in the future. In some cases, errors are slips that simply reveal the need for more practice. In other cases, errors point to aspects of student methods or habits that might be improved. For example, beginning instrument flight students commonly make errors when managing two communications radios, each with an active and standby frequency. When the same students learn to use each radio for a specific purpose, e.g., ATIS, ground, tower frequencies, error rates often drop quickly. Instructors and students should be aware of natural human tendency to resist learning from errors. That is, there is a tendency to explain away errors, dismissing them as one-time events that will likely never happen again. The same phenomenon occurs when observing errors made by others. Reading an accident or incident report, it is easy to spot where a pilot or mechanic made an error and regard the error as something that could never happen to the reader. It is important to note that this type of bias is not necessarily the result of ego or overconfidence. Rather, it is something to which we are all susceptible. Psychologist Baruch Fishoff studied hindsight explanations given by people who were presented with descriptions of situations and their ultimate outcomes. When asked to provide explanations for events that had already occurred and for which the outcome was known, people explained that the outcomes were obvious and predictable. When the same events without the outcomes were presented to a second group, people's prediction of the outcome was no better than chance guessing. The study nicely illustrates the popular adage that hindsight is 20/20. Summary of instructor actions. To help students learn from errors they make and be prepared for them in the future, an instructor should explain that pilots and mechanics of all levels of skill and experience make occasional errors. Explain that the magnitude and frequency of errors tend to decrease as skill and experience increases. Explain the difference between slips and mistakes and provide examples of each. Explain ways in which students can help minimize errors. Allow the student to practice recovering from common errors. Point out errors when they occur and ask the student to explain why they occurred. Motivation. As defined in Chapter 1, motivation is the reason one acts or behaves in a certain way and lies at the heart of goals. A goal is the object of a person's efforts. Motivation prompts students to engage in hard work and affects student success. Being smart or coordinated seldom guarantees success, but motivation routinely propels students to the top. An important part of an aviation instructor's job is to discover what motivates each student and to use this information to encourage him or her to work hard. Motivation is probably the dominant force that governs the student's progress and ability to learn and can be used to advantage by the instructor. Motivation comes in many guises. It may be negative or positive. Negative motivation may engender fear, for example. While negative motivation may be useful in certain circumstances, characteristically, it is not as effective in promoting efficient learning as positive motivation. Figure 2-22. Positive motivation is provided by the promise of achievement or rewards. These rewards may be personal or social. They may involve financial gain, satisfaction of the self-concept, personal gain, or public recognition. Motivation may be tangible or intangible. Students seeking intangible rewards are motivated by the desires for personal comfort and security, group approval, and the achievement of a favorable self-image. The desire for personal comfort and security is a form of motivation which instructors often forget. All students want secure, pleasant conditions and a safe environment. If they recognize what they are learning may promote these objectives, their attention is easier to attract and hold. Insecure and unpleasant training situations inhibit learning. Students also want a tangible return for their efforts. For motivation to be effective on this level, students must believe that their efforts are suitably rewarded. These rewards must be constantly apparent to the students during instruction, whether they are to be financial, self-esteem, or public recognition. The tangible rewards of aviation are not always obvious during training. Traditional syllabi often contain lessons with objectives that are not immediately obvious to the student. These lessons may pay dividends during later instruction, a fact the student may not appreciate and resulting in less learning than if the student could relate all objectives to an operational need. Law of readiness. The instructor should ensure that the student is aware of those applications which are not immediately apparent. To reduce this issue, the instructor should develop appropriate scenarios that contain the elements to be practiced. Everyone wants to avoid pain and injury. Students normally are eager to learn operations or procedures that help prevent injury or loss of life. This is especially true when the student knows that the ability to make timely decisions or to act correctly in an emergency is based on sound principles. The attractive features of the activity to be learned also can be a strong motivational factor. Students are anxious to learn skills that may be used to their advantage. If they understand that each task is useful in preparing for future activities, they are more willing to pursue it. Another strong motivating factor is group approval. Each person wants the approval of peers and superiors. Interest can be stimulated and maintained by building on this natural desire. Most students enjoy the feeling of belonging to a group and are interested in accomplishment, which gives them prestige among their fellow students. Every person seeks to establish a favorable self-image. In certain circumstances, this self-image may be submerged in feelings of insecurity or despondency. Fortunately, most people engaged in a task believe that success is possible under the right combination of circumstances and good fortune. This belief can be a powerful motivating factor for students. An instructor can effectively foster this motivation by the introduction of perceptions that are solidly based on previously learned factual information, easily recognized by the student. Each additional block of learning should help formulate insight, contributing to the ultimate training goals, and promoting student confidence in the overall training program. At the same time, it helps students develop a favorable self-image. As this confirmation progresses and confidence increases, advancement is more rapid and motivation is strengthened. Positive motivation is essential to true learning. Negative motivation in the form of reproofs or threats should be avoided with all but the most overconfident and impulsive students. Slumps in learning are often due to declining motivation. Motivation does not remain at a uniformly high level. It may be affected by outside influences, such as physical or mental disturbances, or inadequate instruction. The instructor should strive to maintain motivation at the highest possible level. In addition, the instructor should be alert to detect and counter any lapses in motivation. Where does the motivation to learn come from? Motivation to learn can come from many sources. Some students have a fundamental interest in aviation and experience sheer fascination with aircraft or with the experience of flight. Other students may decide that aviation provides an opportunity to develop a wide variety of technical, physical, communication, and problem-solving abilities. Some see aviation as a way to boost their self-image or ego. Other students are motivated by tradition and wish to follow in the footsteps of a relative or close friend. Some students are motivated to pursue aviation training because it offers a promising career. To others, aviation offers prestige or acceptance within social groups. Some may think that aviation offers fun and excitement or simply a more convenient form of transportation. All of these sources of motivation have one thing in common. They all offer some type of reward in exchange for performing the hard work. Teaching the adult learner was discussed in Chapter 1, but aviation instructors should keep in mind that adult learners who are motivated to seek out a learning experience do so primarily because they have use for the knowledge or skill being sought. Learning is a means to an end, not an end in itself. Based on this, it is important instructors determine why a student enrolled in the course. Based on preference and/or class size, an instructor can conduct a brief personal interview with a student or have the student complete a student information form, Figure 2-23. Asking questions such as, "Why are you taking this course?" or "How do you plan to use the information you learn in this course?" may be all that is necessary. Student questionnaire. A short questionnaire can be helpful in gathering additional student background information. For example, it is helpful to know a student's familiarity with the subject matter. Questions such as, "Have you ever taken a course in aircraft maintenance?" or "Have you ever flown a small airplane?" or "Have you had any on-the-job training in avionics?" should garner the type of information needed. A short questionnaire also offers an instructor the chance to discover how the student learns best, small groups, independent study, etc. Another possible way to gather information about a student is to have him or her write a brief autobiography which includes any experience with the subjects being taught. However an instructor gathers information about the students, the information helps the instructor allow for not only personal learning goals for the course, but also the goals and motivations of the students, their background in aviation training, as well as their learning preferences. An instructor armed with this information can make the learning experience beneficial to all involved. Maintaining motivation. Motivation is generally not something that can be transferred from one person to another. Instructors must become skillful at recognizing problems with motivation and at encouraging students to continue to do their best. Rewarding success. Positive feedback encourages students. Practice positive feedback frequently by praising incremental successes during training, relating daily accomplishments to lesson objectives, commenting favorably on student progress and level ability. For example, as the student progresses through training, remark on the milestones. When a student first performs a task alone, congratulate him or her on having learned it. When that same skill reaches an intermediate level, point out that the student's performance is almost consistent with the requirements of the PTS. When performance is equal to the PTS requirements, comment favorably on the skill acquisition. When student performance exceeds PTS requirements, point out what a benefit this will be when the student must perform under pressure during a practical test or on the job. Presenting new challenges. With each declaration of success, be sure to present students with the next challenge. For example, when a student begins to perform a skill consistently to PTS requirements, challenge him or her to continue to improve it so the skill can be performed under pressure or when distracted. Instructors can also present new challenges by presenting the student with new problems or situations. Drops in motivation. Instructors must be prepared to deal with a number of circumstances in which motivation levels drop. It is natural for motivation to wane somewhat after the initial excitement of the student's first days of training, or between major training events such as solo, evaluations, or practical tests. Drops in motivation appear in several different ways. Students may come to lessons unprepared or give the general sense that aviation training is no longer a priority. During these times, it is often helpful to remind students of their own stated goals for seeking aviation training. Learning plateaus are a common source of frustration, discouragement, and decreased student motivation. A first line of defense against this situation is to explain that learning seldom proceeds at a constant pace. No student climbs the ladder of success by exactly one rung per day. Students should be encouraged to continue to work hard and be reassured that results will follow. Summary of instructor actions. To ensure that students continue to work hard, the instructor should ask new students about their aviation training goals, reward incremental successes in learning, present new challenges, occasionally remind students about their own stated goals for aviation training, assure students that learning plateaus are normal and that improvement will resume with continued effort. Memory. Memory is the vital link between the student learning/retaining information and the cognitive process of applying what is learned. It is the ability of people and other organisms to encode, initial perception and registration of information, store, retention of encoded information over time, and retrieve, processes involved in using stored information. Figure 2-24. When a person successfully recalls a past experience or skill, information about the experience has been encoded, stored, and retrieved. Although there is no universal agreement of how memory works, a widely accepted model has three components: sensory memory, short-term memory, and long-term memory. Sensory memory. Sensory memory is the part of the memory system that receives initial stimuli from the environment and processes them according to the individual's preconceived concept of what is important. Other factors can influence the reception of information by sensory memory. For example, if the input is dramatic and impacts more than one of the five senses, that information is more likely to make an impression. The sensory memory processes stimuli from the environment within seconds, discards what is considered extraneous, and processes what is determined by the individual to be relevant. This is a selective process where the sensory register is set to recognize certain stimuli and immediately transmit them to the short-term memory, STM, for action. The process is called precoding. An example of sensory precoding is recognition of a fire alarm. No matter what is happening at the time, when the sensory register detects a fire alarm, the working memory is immediately made aware of the alarm and preset responses begin to take place. Sensory memory is capable of retaining information for only a very short period of time, and within seconds the relevant information is passed to the STM, short-term memory, STM. Short-term memory is the part of the memory system where information is stored for roughly 30 seconds, after which it may rapidly fade or be consolidated into long-term memory, depending on the individual's priorities. Several common steps help retention in STM. These include rehearsal or repetition of the information and sorting or categorizing into systematic chunks. The sorting process is usually called coding or chunking. A key limitation of STM is that it takes 5 to 10 seconds to properly code information, and if the coding process is interrupted, that information is easily lost since it is only stored for 30 seconds. The goal of the STM is to put the information to immediate use. The STM is not only time-limited, it also has limited capacity, usually about 7 bits or chunks of information. A 7-digit telephone number is an example. As indicated, the time limitation may be overcome by rehearsal. This means learning the information by a rote memorization process. Of course, rote memorization is subject to imperfections in both the duration of recall and in its accuracy. The coding process is more useful in a learning situation. In addition, the coding process may involve recoding to adjust the information to individual experiences. This is when actual learning begins to take place. Therefore, recoding may be described as a process of relating incoming information to concepts or knowledge already in memory. Brain research has led to the conclusion that STM resembles the control tower of a major airport and is responsible for scheduling and coordinating all incoming and outgoing flights. STM has 3 basic operations: iconic memory, acoustic memory, and working memory. Iconic memory is the brief sensory memory of visual images. Acoustic memory is the encoded memory of a brief sound memory, or the ability to hold sounds in STM. Of the two, acoustic memory can be held longer than iconic memory. Working memory is an active process to keep information until it is put to use. Think of a phone number repeated until used. It is useful in remembering a spoken sentence or a string of digits. Also called scratch pad memory, working memory is of short duration and has limited capacity. It simultaneously stores and manipulates information. The goal of the working memory is not really to move the information from STM to long-term memory, LTM, but merely put the information to immediate use. STM retention makes information available long enough for it to be rehearsed. For example, if the learner repeats the number to himself, it can be transferred to some sort of longer-term storage. To retain information for extended periods of time, it must be transferred from STM to LTM. This process involves encoding or consolidation of information into LTM, where it can then be retrieved. Long-term memory, LTM. Long-term memory, LTM, is relatively permanent storage of unlimited information, and it is possible for memories in LTM to remain there for a lifetime. What is stored in LTM affects a person's perceptions of the world and affects what information in the environment is noticed. Information that passes from STM to LTM typically has some significance attached to it. For example, imagine how difficult it would be for a pilot to forget the first day he or she soloed. This is a significant day in any pilot's training. So when the information was processed, significance was attached to it, the information was deemed important, and it was transferred into LTM. There must be other reasons information is transferred to LTM, because the average human brain stores numerous insignificant facts. One explanation is repetition. People tend to remember things the more they are rehearsed. Information also ends up in LTM because it is somehow attached to something significant. A man may remember the color of the dress his girlfriend was wearing on the day he proposed marriage to her. The color of the dress plays no important role, but is attached to the memory of proposing marriage. For the stored information to be useful, some special effort must have been expended during the encoding or consolidation of information in STM. The encoding should provide meaning and connections between old and new information. If initial encoding was not properly accomplished, recall is distorted and it may be impossible. The more effective the encoding process, the easier the recall. However, it should be noted that the LTM is a reconstruction, not a pure recall of information or events. It is also subject to limitations, such as time, biases, and in many cases, personal inaccuracies. This is why two people who view the same event often have totally different recollections. Memory also applies to psychomotor skills. For example, with practice, a tennis player may be able to serve a tennis ball at high rate of speed and with accuracy. This may be accomplished with very little thought. For a pilot, the ability to instinctively perform certain maneuvers or tasks that require manual dexterity and precision provides obvious benefits. For example, it allows the pilot more time to concentrate on other essential duties such as navigation, communications with ATC facilities, and visual scanning for other aircraft. Information in LTM is stored in interrelated networks of schemas, which are the cognitive frameworks that help people organize and interpret information. Schemas guide recognition and understanding of new information by providing expectations about what should occur. Since LTM is organized into schemas, instructors must consciously look for ways to make training relevant and meaningful enough for the learner to transfer new information to LTM. This can be accomplished by activating existing schemas before presenting new information. For example, a brief review of the previous lesson via discussion, video, questions, etc. Remembering what has been learned. The moment people learn something new and add it to their repertoire of knowledge and skill, they are confronted with a second task, the task of remembering it. Remembering is a challenge because of the natural feature of human memory, forgetting. Forgetting is such an apparent part of human memory that is often the first thing that people think of when they bring up the topic of memory. The following section discusses how remembering and forgetting happens in predictable ways that help keep human memories tuned to the demands of everyday life. Memories help people keep fresh precisely those things needed next, and let slip those things that have outlived their usefulness. Understanding the factors that determine what is remembered and what is forgotten help instructor and student get the most from memory. How usage affects memory. The ability to retrieve knowledge or skills from memory is primarily related to two things. 1, how often that knowledge has been used in the past, and 2, how recently the knowledge has been used. These two factors are called frequency and recency of use. Frequency and recency can be present individually or in combination. Frequency and recency. Knowledge that enjoys both frequency and recency is likely to be retrieved easily and quickly. This is knowledge much used in the past that continues to be used in the present. This is the ideal situation for knowledge and skills that need to be used. Frequency only. Knowledge that has been used in the past but has not been used recently is vulnerable to being forgotten. This type of knowledge is likely to be retrieved slowly or not at all. To retrieve this knowledge and skill, some recent rehearsal or practice must be added in order to refresh the memory. Recency only. Knowledge that has been recently used but has not been used in the past is knowledge that has been recently acquired. This type of knowledge is particularly vulnerable to being forgotten since there is little to distinguish it from throwaway knowledge, such as an hourly weather broadcast. To remember this knowledge requires a program of regular rehearsal to build up its frequency. Forgetting. Forgetting, which refers to loss of a memory, typically involves a failure in memory retrieval. The failure may be due to the decay or overwriting of information which has been temporarily stored in STM, but generally, forgetting refers to loss of information from LTM. The information is not lost per se. It is somewhere in the person's LTM, but he or she is not able to retrieve and remember it. Why do people forget? Why don't we remember everything?
Do we need to remember everything? Most of the information people are exposed to each day has a short period of usefulness with little need to retain it. For example, why would anyone need to remember the details of an hourly weather broadcast 10 years ago? Thus, forgetting knowledge is not always a bad thing. For example, forgetting old information keeps new information up to date. Many theories on why people forget have been offered to explain the phenomenon. Among them, retrieval failure, fading, interference, and repression or suppression. Retrieval failure. Retrieval failure is simply the inability to retrieve information, that tip-of-the-tongue phenomenon when a person knows the meaning of a word or the answer to a question, but cannot retrieve it. It is also caused by the fact that sometimes people simply do not encode information well, and the information never makes it to LTM, or is lost before it can attach itself to the LTM. This is sometimes referred to as failure to store. Fading. The theory of fading or decay suggests that a person forgets information that has not been used for an extended period of time, that it fades away or decays. It had been suggested that humans are physiologically pre-programmed to eventually erase data that no longer appears pertinent. On the other hand, experimental studies show that a hypnotized person can describe specific details of an event which normally is beyond recall. Apparently the memory is there, locked in the recesses of the mind. The difficulty is summoning the memory to consciousness or retrieving the link that leads to it. Interference. Interference theory suggests that people forget something because a certain experience has overshadowed it, or that the learning of similar things has intervened. This theory might explain how the range of experiences after graduation from school causes a person to forget or to lose knowledge. In other words, new events displace many things that had been learned. From experiments, at least two conclusions about interference may be drawn. First, similar material seems to interfere with memory more than dissimilar material. And second, material not well learned suffers most from interference. Repression or suppression. Freudian psychology advances the view that some forgetting is caused by repression or suppression. In repression or suppression, a memory is pushed out of reach because the individual does not want to remember the feelings associated with it. Repression is an unconscious form of forgetting, while suppression is a conscious form. Forgetting information does not mean it is gone forever. Sometimes it is still there, just inaccessible. Retention of learning. Each of the theories of forgetting implies that when a person forgets something, it is not actually lost. Rather, it is simply unavailable for recall. The instructor's problem is how to make certain that the student's learning is readily available for recall. The following suggestions can help. Teach thoroughly and with meaning. Material thoroughly learned is highly resistant to forgetting. This is suggested by experimental studies, and it was also pointed out in the sections on skill learning. Meaningful learning builds patterns of relationships in the learner's consciousness, which is one reason to conduct scenario-based training, SBT. In contrast, rote learning is superficial and is not easily retained. Meaningful learning goes deep because it involves principles and concepts anchored in the student's own experiences. The following discussion emphasizes 5 principles which are generally accepted as having a direct application to remembering. Praise stimulates remembering. Responses that give a pleasurable return tend to be repeated. Absence of praise or recognition tends to discourage, and any form of negativism in the acceptance of a response tends to make its recall less likely. Recall is promoted by association. As discussed earlier, each bit of information or action, which is associated with something to be learned, tends to facilitate its later recall by the student. Unique or disassociated facts tend to be forgotten unless they are of special interest or application. Favorable attitudes aid retention. People learn and remember only what they wish to know. Without motivation, there is little chance for recall. The most effective motivation is based on positive or rewarding objectives. Learning with all senses is most effective.
Although people generally receive what is learned through the eyes and ears, other senses also contribute to most perceptions. When several senses respond together, a fuller understanding and a greater chance of recall is achieved. Meaningful repetition aids recall. Each repetition gives the student an opportunity to gain a clearer and more accurate perception of the subject to be learned, but mere repetition does not guarantee retention. Practice provides an opportunity for learning, but does not cause it. Further, some research indicates that 3 or 4 repetitions provide the maximum effect, after which the rate of learning and probably of retention fall off rapidly. Along with these 5 principles, there is a considerable amount of additional literature on retention of learning during a typical academic lesson. After the first 10 to 15 minutes, the rate of retention drops significantly until about the last 5 to 10 minutes, when students wake up again. Students passively listening to a lecture have roughly a 5% retention rate over a 24-hour period, but students actively engaged in the learning process have a much higher retention. This clearly reiterates the point that active learning is superior to just listening. Mnemonics. A mnemonic uses a pattern of letters, ideas, visual images, or associations to assist in remembering information. It is a memory-enhancing strategy that involves teaching learners to link new information to information they already know. Its chief value lies in helping learners recall information that needs to be recalled in a particular order by encoding difficult-to-remember information in a way that makes it easier to remember. Research shows that providing students with memorization techniques improves their ability to recall information. Mnemonics include, but are not limited to, acronyms, acrostics, rhymes, or chaining. Acronyms form a word from the first letters of other words. For example, AIM is the acronym for Aeronautical Information Manual. An acrostic is a poem, word puzzle, or other composition in which the first letter of each line or word is a cue to the idea the learner wishes to remember. For example, every good boy does fine is used to remember the order of the G-clef notes in music. An example of a useful aviation acrostic is the memory aid for one of the magnetic compass errors. The letters ANDS indicate accelerate north, decelerate south. Rhymes and melody are another way to remember information. Rhymes such as, in 1492 Columbus sailed the ocean blue. Most children learn the alphabet using a familiar melody, Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. A well-known mnemonic rhyme for remembering the days of the month is the familiar 30 days hath September, April, June, and November. Chaining is used for ordered or unordered lists and consists of creating a story in which each word or idea that needs to be remembered cues the next idea. Variations of the encoding process are practically endless. Developing a logical strategy for encoding information is a significant step in the learning process. Transfer of learning. Transfer of learning is broadly defined as the ability to apply knowledge or procedures learned in one context to new contexts. Learning occurs more quickly and the learner develops a deeper understanding of the task if he or she brings some knowledge or skills from previous learning. A positive transfer of learning occurs when the learner practices under a variety of conditions, underscoring again the value of SBT. A distinction is commonly made between near and far transfer. Near transfer consists of transfer from initial learning that is situated in a given setting to ones that are closely related. Far transfer refers to both the ability to use what was learned in one setting to a different one, as well as the ability to solve novel problems that share a common structure with the knowledge initially acquired. There is a third way to talk about transfer called generativity. In this context, it means learners have the ability on their own to come up with novel solutions. During a learning experience, things learned previously usually aid the student,
but sometimes previous learning interferes with the current learning task. Consider the learning of two skills. If the learning of skill A helps to learn skill B, positive transfer occurs. If learning skill A hinders the learning of skill B, negative transfer occurs. For example, the practice of slow flight, skill A, helps Beverly learn short field landings, skill B. However, practice in making a landing approach in an airplane, skill A, may hinder learning to make an approach in a helicopter, skill B. It should be noted that the learning of skill B might affect the retention or proficiency of skill A, either positively or negatively. While these processes may help substantiate the interference theory of forgetting, they are still concerned with the transfer of learning. It is clear that some degree of transfer is involved in all learning. This is true because, except for certain inherent responses, all new learning is based upon previously learned experience. People interpret new things in terms of what they already know. Many aspects of teaching profit by this type of transfer, perhaps explaining why students of apparently equal ability have differing success in certain areas. Negative transfer may hinder the learning of some, positive transfer may help others. This points to a need to know a student's past experience and what has already been learned. In lesson and syllabus development, instructors can plan for transfer by organizing course materials and individual lesson materials in a meaningful sequence. Each phase should help the student learn what is to follow. The cause of transfer and exactly how it occurs is difficult to determine, but no one disputes the fact that transfer occurs. For the instructor, the significance of transfer lies in the fact that students can be helped to achieve it. The following suggestions are representative of what educational psychologists believe should be done. Plan for transfer as a primary objective, as in all areas of teaching. The chance for success is increased if the instructor deliberately plans to achieve it. Ensure that students understand that what is learned can be applied to other situations. Prepare them to seek other applications. Maintain high-order learning standards. Overlearning may be appropriate. The more thoroughly the students understand the material, the more likely they are to see its relationship to new situations. Avoid unnecessary rote learning, since it does not foster transfer. Provide meaningful learning experiences that build student confidence in their ability to transfer learning. This suggests activities that challenge them to exercise their imagination and ingenuity in applying their knowledge and skills. Use instructional material that helps form valid concepts and generalizations. Use materials that make relationships clear. Habit formation. The formation of correct habit patterns from the beginning of any learning process is essential to further learning and for correct performance after the completion of learning. Remember, primacy is one of the fundamental principles of learning. Therefore, it is the instructor's responsibility to insist on correct techniques and procedures from the outset of training to provide proper habit patterns. It is much easier to foster proper habits from the beginning of training than to correct faulty ones later. Due to the high level of knowledge and skill required in aviation for both pilots and maintenance technicians, training has traditionally followed a building block concept. This means new learning and habit patterns are based on a solid foundation of experience and/or old learning. Everything from intricate cognitive processes to simple motor skills depends on what the student already knows and how that knowledge can be applied in the present. As knowledge and skill increase, there is an expanding base upon which to build for the future. How understanding affects memory. The ability to remember is greatly affected by the level of understanding of what has been learned. Many studies have demonstrated a depth of processing effect on memory. The more deeply humans think about what they have learned, the more likely they are able to retrieve that knowledge later. Depth of processing is the natural result of the kinds of learning activities described earlier. Beginning with memorized information and then elaborating upon it, making associations, constructing explanations, all in pursuit of further understanding. The effects of depth of processing on memory are quite powerful, and result from even the simplest attempts to elaborate on what has been learned. One study asked participants to memorize sentences such as, "The pilot arrived late." Half of the participants simply memorized the sentences as they were. The other participants were asked to develop an elaboration for the sentence, such as, "because of the bad weather." When put to a test, participants who created elaborations were significantly better able to recall the sentences. When memories for sentences had decayed, it seems that remembered words from the elaborations helped people recall them. Remembering during training. Remembering what is learned on a day-to-day basis is the first challenge students must meet. As students are presented with new knowledge each day, they must work to maintain that new knowledge, plus all the knowledge they learned on previous days. Indeed, remembering during training is a challenge that increases in magnitude each day. The first threat to newly acquired knowledge is a lack of frequent usage in the past. To address this threat, the student must engage in regular practice of what they have learned. Students often put off daily studying in favor of cramming the night before an evaluation. These students should be made aware that shorter and regularly spaced study sessions produce memory results that far exceed those obtained from cramming. A second threat to newly acquired knowledge is a lack of understanding that might serve to assist the student in recalling it. It has been demonstrated that study practices that combine repetition of knowledge, along with efforts to increase one's understanding of the knowledge, lead to best results. The idea of reading with study questions in mind is one that has received much attention by memory researchers. Experiments have found that not only does answering study questions lead to better memory, but so does the very act of creating study questions. In one experiment in which students read a text and were then tested on their comprehension, students who wrote their own study questions and then discarded them unanswered exhibited better recall than students who simply read the text. Remembering after training. Students must leave the training environment with a sound understanding that a certificate is in no sense a guarantee that they will remember anything they have learned. It seems that no one is exempt from the process of forgetting. Continued practice of their knowledge and skill is the only means of retaining what they learned, and practice is important after they become certificated pilots and mechanics, as it is during their training. One study of pilots' retention of aeronautical knowledge showed that students' retention of some topics was superior to that of their own instructors. It seems that the students' active use and recent rehearsal of these knowledge topics in preparation for knowledge and practical tests outweighed the effects of more frequent but less recent usage on the part of the instructors. This finding nicely demonstrates that an instructor's knowledge is just as vulnerable to forgetting when it has not been recently practiced. In the same study, the ability of certificated pilots to remember details about regulations was related to the number of months since each pilot's last flight review. This suggests that pilots may take steps to sharpen their knowledge before a flight review and allow it to decay between reviews. Even skills that become automatic during training may not remain automatic after a period of disuse. Sources of knowledge. Aviation students obtain knowledge from a variety of sources while training to be pilots or mechanics. The aviation instructor is the student's primary source of knowledge, but an instructor also recommends other sources of knowledge. These include books, photographs, videos, diagrams, and charts, and other instructional materials. These sources are important for the student because they allow information to be archived and easily transferred from one person to another. They also allow the reader to self-pace the acquisition of information and permit the reader to pause, think, formulate, and reformulate his or her understanding. The instructor also encourages the student to gain experience in the real world of aviation. These experiences enhance the student's incidental learning, observation of other pilots or mechanics, thinking about what has been learned, formulation of schemas, and ability to make correlations about what has been learned. Interactive computer-based instruction programs, another excellent source of knowledge, often go hand in hand with the flight training syllabus, assuring academics are delivered just in time to complement lessons. Summary of instructor actions. To help students remember what they have learned, the instructor should discuss the difference between short-term memory and long-term memory, explain the effect of frequent and recent usage of knowledge on remembering and forgetting, explain the effect of depth of understanding on remembering and forgetting, encourage student use of mnemonic devices while studying, explain the benefits of studying at regularly spaced intervals and the disadvantages of cramming. Chapter Summary. Learning theory has caused instruction to move from basic skills and pure facts to linking new information with prior knowledge, from relying on a single authority to recognizing multiple sources of knowledge, and from novice-like to expert-like problem solving. While educational theories facilitate learning, no one learning theory is good for all learning situations and all learners. Instruction in aviation should utilize a combination of learning theories. End of Part 3 of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Aviation Instructor's Handbook by the FAA. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Effective communication. Introduction. Carol, a certified flight instructor, CFI, has planned the first tailwheel flight with Jacob, her student pilot. She begins the pre-flight briefing with an explanation of the tendency of tailwheel aircraft to yaw in normal takeoff. This yawing tendency gives the illusion that the tailwheel aircraft is unstable during the takeoff. Since this yawing tendency occurs on every takeoff, it is predictable and the pilot is able to compensate for it. Carol then discusses the precession, which causes the noticeable yaw when the tail is raised from a 3-point attitude to a level flight attitude. This change of attitude tilts the horizontal axis of the propeller, and the resulting precession produces a forward force on the right side, 90 degrees ahead in the direction of rotation, yawing the aircraft's nose to the left. To demonstrate the yawing tendency, she places a model aircraft prop under a desk lamp, Figure 3-1. By moving the prop, the shadow it casts illustrates the pitch change of the propeller when the aircraft is on its tail wheel and when the aircraft is raised to a level flight attitude. Effective communication is an essential element of instruction. An aviation instructor may possess a high level of technical knowledge, but he or she needs to cultivate the ability to communicate effectively in order to share this knowledge with students. While communication is a complex process, aviation instructors need to develop a comfortable style of communication that meets the goal of passing on desired information to students. The elements of effective communication, the barriers to communication, and the development of communication skills are discussed in this chapter. It is also important to recognize that communication is a two-way process. Basic elements of communication. Communication takes place when one person transmits ideas or feelings to another person or group of people. The effectiveness of the communication is measured by the similarity between the idea transmitted and the idea received. The process of communication is composed of three elements: source, sender, speaker, writer, encoder, transmitter, or instructor; symbols used in composing and transmitting the message, words or signs, model prop / desk lamp in Figure 3-1; receiver, listener, reader, decoder, or student. The three elements are dynamically interrelated since each element is dependent on the others for effective communication to take place. The relationship between the source and the receiver is also dynamic and depends on the two-way flow of symbols between the source and the receiver. The source depends on feedback from the receiver to properly tailor the communication to the situation. The source also provides feedback to the receiver to reinforce the desired receiver responses. Source. As indicated, the source in communication is the sender, speaker, writer, encoder, transmitter, or instructor. The effectiveness of persons acting in the role of communicators is related to at least three basic factors. First, Their ability to select and use language is essential for transmitting symbols that are meaningful to listeners and readers. It is the responsibility of the speaker or writer, as the source of communication, to realize that the effectiveness of the communication is dependent on the receiver's understanding of the symbols or words being used. For example, if an aviation maintenance instructor were to use aviation acronyms like ADs, TCDS, or STCs, or a flight instructor were to use aviation acronyms like ILS, TCAS, or TAWS with a new maintenance student or student pilot respectively, effective communication would be difficult if not impossible. Use of aviation acronyms or technical language is necessary, but the student must be taught the language first. Conversely, a speaker or writer may rely on highly technical or professional background with its associated vocabulary while addressing a receiver with a similar background. Second, communicators consciously or unconsciously reveal attitudes toward themselves as a communicator, toward the ideas being communicated, and toward the receivers. These attitudes must be positive while delivering the message if they are to communicate effectively. Communicators must be confident. They should illustrate that the message is important and that the receiver has a need to know the ideas presented. Third, communicators are more likely to be successful when they speak or write from accurate, up-to-date, and stimulating material. Communicators must constantly strive to have the most current and interesting information possible. In this way, the receiver's interest can be held. Out-of-date information causes the instructor to lose credibility in the eyes of the receiver. Use of monotonous or uninteresting information runs the risk of losing the receiver's attention. Symbols. At its basic level, communication is achieved through symbols, which are simple oral and visual codes. The words in the vocabulary constitute a basic code. Common gestures and facial expressions form another, but words and gestures alone do not communicate ideas. Ideas are communicated only when symbols are combined in meaningful wholes, as in ideas, sentences, paragraphs, speeches, or chapters that mean something to the receiver. When symbols are combined into these units, each portion becomes important to effective communication. On a higher level, communication through symbols is achieved by their interpretation through different perceptions, sometimes referred to as channels. While many theories have been proposed, one popular theory indicates that the symbols are perceived through one of three sensory channels, either visual, auditory, or kinesthetic. As discussed in Chapter 2, visual learners rely on seeing, auditory prefers listening and speaking, while kinesthetic learners process and store information through physical experience such as touching, manipulating, using, or doing. The instructor will be more successful in gaining and retaining the student's attention by using a variety of channels. As an example, instead of telling a student to adjust the trim, the instructor can move the trim wheel while a student tries to maintain a given aircraft attitude. The student experiences by feel that the trim wheel affects the amount of control stick pressure needed to maintain the attitude. At the same time, the instructor can explain to the student that what is felt is forward or back pressure on the control stick. After that, the student begins to understand the correct meaning of control pressure and trim. When told to adjust the trim to relieve control pressure, the student responds in a manner desired by the instructor. Most frequently, communicators select the channels of hearing and seeing. For motor skills, the sense of touch, or kinesthetic learning, is added as the student practices the skill. The feedback an instructor is getting from a student needs to be constantly monitored in order to modify the symbols as required to optimize communication. Figure 3-2. In addition to feedback received by the instructor from the students need feedback from the instructor on how they are doing. The feedback not only informs the students of their performance, but can also serve as a valuable source of motivation. An instructor's praise builds the student's self-confidence and reinforces favorable behavior. On the other hand, negative feedback must be used carefully. To avoid embarrassing a student, use negative feedback only in private. This information should be delivered as a description of actual performance
and given in a non-judgmental manner. For example, it would be appropriate to tell a maintenance student that a safety wire installation was not satisfactory. To refer to the work as careless would not be good and could do harm to the student's feeling of self-worth. The parts of the total idea should be analyzed to determine which are most suited to starting or ending the communication, and which are best for the purpose of explaining, clarifying, or emphasizing. All of these functions are required for effective transmission of ideas. The process finally culminates in the determination of the medium best suited for their transmission. Receiver. The receiver is the listener, reader, decoder, or student, the individual or individuals to whom the message is directed. Effective communicators should always keep in mind that communication succeeds only in relation to the reaction of their receivers. When the receiver reacts with understanding and changes his or her behavior according to the intent of the source, effective communication has taken place. In order to understand the process of communication, 3 characteristics of receivers must be understood: abilities, attitudes, and experiences. First, an instructor needs to determine the abilities of the student in order to properly communicate. One factor that can have an effect on student ability is his or her background. For example, consider how familiar the student may be with aviation. Their familiarity may range from having grown up around aviation to absolutely no familiarity at all. Some students have highly developed motor skills, and others have not had opportunities to develop these skills. These factors must be taken into consideration when presenting information to a student. Instructors in aviation enjoy a unique advantage over other teachers in that the aviation student, as an adult learner, usually exhibits a much more developed sense of motivation and self-concept. The aviation student generally wants to be in the learning environment, as opposed to a typical school student, and is willing to expend his or her own time and money to learn. Additionally, they usually come into the learning environment with a significant amount of prior knowledge, many life experiences, and have already developed a number of decision-making skills. The instructor must also understand that the viewpoint and background of people may vary significantly because of cultural differences. However, this consciousness of the differences between people should not be overdone. The instructor should be aware of possible differences, but not overact or assume certain values because of these differences. For example, just because a student is a college graduate does not guarantee rapid advancement in aviation training. Student education certainly affects the instructor's style of presentation, but that style should be based on the evaluation of the student's knowledge of the aviation subject being taught. Second, the attitudes students exhibit may indicate resistance, willingness, or passive neutrality. To gain and hold a student's attention, attitudes should be molded into forms that promote reception of information. A varied communicative approach works best in reaching most students since they have different attitudes. Third, student experience, background, and educational level determine the approach an instructor takes. What the student knows, along with student abilities and attitudes, guides the instructor in communicating. It is essential to understand the dynamics of communication, but the instructor also needs to be aware of several barriers to communication that can inhibit learning. Barriers to effective communication. The nature of language and the way it is used often lead to misunderstandings. These misunderstandings can be identified by 4 barriers to effective communication: lack of common experience, confusion between the symbol and the symbolized object, overuse of abstractions, and interference. Figure 3-3. Lack of common experience. Lack of common experience between the communicator, instructor, and the receiver, student, is probably the greatest single barrier to effective communication. Communication can be effective only to the extent that the experiences, physical, mental, and emotional, of the people concerned are similar. Many people seem to believe that words transport meanings from speaker to listener in the same way a truck carries bricks from one location to another. Words, however, rarely carry precisely the same meaning from the mind of the instructor to the mind of the student. In fact, words in themselves do not transfer meanings at all.
Whether spoken or written, words are merely stimuli used to arouse a response in the student. The student's past experience with the words and things to which they refer determines how the student responds to what the instructor says. A communicator's words cannot communicate the desired meaning to another person unless the listener or reader has had some experience with the objects or concepts to which these words refer. Since it is the student's experience that forms vocabulary, it is also essential that instructors speak the same language as the students. If the instructor's terminology is necessary to convey the idea, some time needs to be spent making certain the students understand that terminology. For example, a maintenance instructor tells a student to time the magnetos. A student new to the maintenance field might think a stopwatch or clock would be necessary to do the requested task. Instruction would be necessary for the student to understand that the procedure has nothing to do with the usual concept of time. The English language abounds in words that mean different things to different people. To a farmer, the word tractor means the machine that pulls the implements to cultivate the soil. To a trucker, it is the vehicle used to pull a semi-trailer. In aviation, a tractor propeller is the opposite of a pusher propeller. Each technical field has its own vocabulary. Technical words might mean something entirely different to a person outside that field, or perhaps mean nothing at all. In order for communication to be effective, the student's understanding of the meaning of the words needs to be the same as the instructor's understanding. Confusion between the symbol and the symbolized object. Confusion between the symbol and the symbolized object results when a word is confused with what it is meant to represent. Although it is obvious that words and the connotations they carry can be different, people sometimes fail to make the distinction. An aviation maintenance technician, AMT, might be introduced as a mechanic. To many people, the term mechanic conjures up images of a person laboring over an automobile. Being referred to as an aircraft mechanic might be an improvement in some people's minds, but neither really portrays the training and skill of the AMT. Words and symbols do not always represent the same thing to every person. To communicate effectively, speakers and writers should be aware of these differences. Words and symbols can then be chosen to represent what the speaker or writer intends. Overuse of abstractions. Abstractions are words that generally are specific. Concrete words or terms refer to objects people can relate directly to their own experiences. These words or terms specify an idea that can be perceived or a thing that can be visualized. Abstract words, on the other hand, stand for ideas that cannot be directly experienced, things that do not call forth mental images in the minds of the students. The word aircraft is an abstract word. It does not call to mind a specific aircraft in the imagination of various students. One student may visualize an airplane, another student may visualize a helicopter, and still another student might visualize an airship. Figure 3-4. Although the word airplane is more specific, various students might envision anything from a Boeing 777 to a Piper Cub. Aircraft engines represent another example of abstractions. When an instructor refers to aircraft engines in general, some students might think of jet engines, while others would think of reciprocating engines. Even reciprocating engine is too abstract, since it could be a radial engine, an inline engine, a V-type engine, or an opposed-type engine. Use of the technical language of engines, as in Lycoming IO360, would narrow the engine type, but would only be understood by students who have learned the terminology particular to aircraft engines. Abstractions should be avoided in most cases, but there are times when abstractions are necessary and useful. Aerodynamics is applicable to all aircraft and is an example of an abstraction that can lead to understanding aircraft flight characteristics. The danger of abstractions is that they do not evoke the same specific items of experience in the minds of the student that the instructor intends. When such terms are used, they should be linked with specific experiences through examples and illustrations. For instance, when an approach to landing is going badly, telling a student to take appropriate measures might not result in the desired action. It would be better to tell the student to conduct a go-around
since this is an action that has the same meaning to both student and instructor. When maintenance students are being taught to torque the bolts of an engine, it would be better to tell them to torque the bolts in accordance with the maintenance manual for that engine rather than simply to torque the bolts to the proper values. Whenever possible, the level of abstraction should be reduced by using concrete, specific terms. This better defines and gains control of images produced in the minds of the students. Interference. Some barriers to effective communication can be controlled by the instructor. Interference, or the prevention of a process or activity from being carried out properly, is composed of factors outside the control of the instructor. These factors include physiological, environmental, and psychological interference. To communicate effectively, the instructor should consider the effects of these factors. Physiological interference is any biological problem that may inhibit symbol reception, such as hearing loss, injury, or physical illness. These and other physiological factors can inhibit communication because the student is not comfortable. The instructor must adapt the presentation to allow the student to feel better about the situation and be more receptive to new ideas. Adaptation could be as simple as putting off a lesson until the student overcomes an illness. Another accommodation could be the use of a seat cushion to allow a student to sit properly in the airplane. With the advent of advanced avionics, multitasking has become a form of physiological interference. The term multitask comes from a computer's ability to simultaneously execute more than one program or task at a time. Although it now refers to humans performing multiple tasks simultaneously, humans are not computers. Research shows that although human comprehension can handle two simple, low-level cognitive tasks at once, a higher-level cognitive task takes brain function and concentration to perform optimally. Adding even a simple activity diminishes the comprehension and recall of both. Research shows that multitasking is just a series of constant micro-interruptions and stop-and-go decisions, all of which tend to reduce mental and motor performance. Environmental interference is caused by external physical conditions. One example of this is the noise level found in many light aircraft. Noise not only impairs the communication process, but also can result in long-term damage to hearing. One solution to this problem is the use of headphones and an intercom system. If an intercom system is not available, a good solution is the use of earplugs. It has been shown that, in addition to protecting hearing, use of earplugs actually clarifies speaker output. Vibration is another possible example of environmental interference, applicable to rotary wing aircraft. Psychological interference is a product of how the instructor and student feel at the time the communication process is occurring. If either instructor or student is not committed to the communication process, communication is impaired. Fear of the situation or mistrust between the instructor and student could severely inhibit the flow of information. Developing communication skills. Communication skills must be developed. They do not occur automatically. The ability to effectively communicate stems from experience. The experience of instructional communication begins with role-playing during the training to be an instructor, continues during actual instruction, and is enhanced by additional training. Role-playing. Role-playing is a method of learning in which students perform a particular role. In role-playing, the learner is provided with a general description of a situation and then applies a new skill or knowledge to perform the role. Experience in instructional communication comes from actually doing it and is learned in the beginning by role-playing during the instructor's initial training. For example, a flight instructor applicant can fly with a CFI who assumes the role of a student pilot. In the role of a student pilot, the CFI can duplicate known student responses and then critique the applicant's role as an instructor. A mentor or supervisor can play the student AMT for a maintenance instructor applicant. It is essential for the flight instructor to develop good ground instruction skills, as well as flight instruction skills to prepare students for what is to transpire in the air. Likewise, the maintenance instructor must develop skills in the classroom to prepare the maintenance student for practical, hands-on tasks.
In both cases, effective communication is necessary to reinforce the skills that have been attempted and to assess or critique the results. This development continues as an instructor progresses in experience. What worked early on might be refined or replaced by some other technique as the instructor gains more experience. A new instructor is more likely to find a comfortable style of communication in an environment that is not threatening. For a prospective maintenance instructor, this might take the form of conducting a class on welding while under the supervision of a maintenance supervisor. The flight instructor applicant usually flies with a CFI who role-plays the student. Current Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, training emphasis has moved from a maneuvers-based training standard to what is called scenario-based training, SBT. SBT is a highly effective approach that allows students to learn, then apply their knowledge as they participate in realistic scenarios. This method of instruction and learning allows students to move from theory to practical application of skills during their training. Instructor applicants, flight or maintenance, need to learn to think in terms of SBT while they are students. Not only does it prepare them to react appropriately in the situations they encounter in the workplace, it also helps them as instructors when they are responsible for creating scenarios for their students. For example, James, the flight instructor applicant, designs a scenario in which Ray, the CFI playing the role of student, is learning to perform stalls to practical test standards, PTS. James briefs Ray on the maneuver before the flight, demonstrates the stall, and then talks Ray through the maneuver. Ray pretends to be an anxious student pilot, replicating several reactions he himself has experienced with flight students. After the flight, James critiques their instruction period. As increased emphasis is placed on SBT, there will be a corresponding increase in the importance of role-playing. Instructional communication. Instruction has taken place when the instructor has explained a particular procedure and subsequently determined that the desired student response has occurred. The instructor can improve communication by adhering to several techniques of good communication. One of the basic principles used in public speaking courses is to encourage students to talk about something they understand. It would not be good if an instructor without a maintenance background tried to teach a course for aviation maintenance. Instructors perform better when speaking of something they know very well and for which they have a high level of confidence. The instructor should not be afraid to use examples of past experiences to illustrate particular points. When teaching the procedures to be used for transitioning from instrument meteorological conditions to visual cues during an approach, it would be helpful to be able to tell the student about encountering these same conditions. An instructor's personal experiences make instruction more valuable than reading the same information in a textbook. The instructor should be cautioned, however, to exercise restraint with this technique of illustration, as these types of discussions frequently degrade into a war story or there I was discussion. Communication has not occurred unless desired results of the communication have taken place. The instructor needs some way of determining results, and the method used should be related to the expected outcome. In the case of flight training, the instructor can judge the actual performance of a maneuver. For a maintenance student, the instructor can judge the level of accomplishment of a maintenance procedure. In both cases, the instructor must determine whether the student has actually received and retained the knowledge, or if acceptable performance was a one-time event. The aviation student should know how and why something should be done. For example, a maintenance student may know how to tighten a particular fastener to a specified torque, but it is more important for the student to know that the security and integrity of any fastener depends on proper torque. In this way, the student would be more likely to torque all fasteners properly in the future. For a flight student, simply knowing the different airspeeds for takeoff and landings is not enough. It is essential to know the reasons for different airspeeds in specific situations to fully understand the importance of proper airspeed control.
Normally, the instructor must determine the level of understanding by use of some type of evaluation. See Chapter 5, Assessment, for more information. Listening. Instructors must know something about their students in order to communicate effectively. As discussed earlier, an instructor needs to determine the abilities of the students and understand the students to communicate properly. One way of becoming better acquainted with students is to be a good listener. Instructors can use a number of techniques to become better at listening. It is important to realize that in order to master the art of listening, an attitude of wanting to listen must be developed. Figure 3-4. Just as it is important for instructors to want to listen in order to be effective listeners, it is necessary for students to want to listen. Wanting to listen is just one of several techniques that allow a student to listen effectively. Instructors can improve the percentage of information transfer by teaching students how to listen. Figure 3-5. Listening is more important than hearing. Most instructors are familiar with the concept that listening is hearing with comprehension. When the student hears something being communicated, he or she may or may not comprehend what is being transmitted. On the other hand, when the student truly hears the communication, he or she then interprets the communication based on their knowledge to that point, processes the information to a level of understanding, and attempts to make a correlation of that communicated information to the task at hand. The increased level of motivation of typical flight and aviation maintenance students makes this process much easier. Students also need to be reminded that emotions play a large part in determining how much information is retained. One emotional area to concentrate on is listening to understand rather than refute. For example, an instrument student pilot anticipating drastic changes in requested routing becomes anxious. With this frame of mind, it is very difficult for the student to listen to the routing instructions and then retain very much. In addition, instructors must ensure that students are aware of their emotions concerning certain subjects. If certain areas arouse emotion in a student, the student should be aware of this and take extra measures to listen carefully. For example, if a student who is terrified of the prospect of spins is listening to a lesson on spins, the emotions felt by the student might overwhelm the attempt to listen. If the student, aware of this possibility, made a conscious effort to put that fear aside, listening would probably be more successful. Listening for main ideas is another listening technique, primarily a technique for listening to a lecture or formal lesson presentation. It sometimes applies to hands-on situations as well. People who concentrate on remembering or recording facts might very well miss the message because they have not picked up the big picture. A listener must always ask, what is the purpose of what I am listening to? By doing this, the listener can relate the words to the overall concept. The instructor must ensure that the student is aware of the danger of daydreaming. Most people can listen much faster than even the fastest talker can speak. This leaves room for the mind to get off onto some other subject. The listener who is aware of this problem can concentrate on repeating, paraphrasing, or summarizing the speaker's words. Doing so uses the extra time to reinforce the speaker's words, allowing the student to retain more of the information. Nobody can remember everything. Teaching a student to take notes allows the student to use an organized system to reconstruct what was said during the lesson. Every student has a slightly different system, but no attempt to record the lecture verbatim should be made. In most cases, a shorthand or abbreviated system of the student's choosing should be encouraged. Note-taking is merely a method of allowing the student to recreate the lecture so that it can be studied. The same note-taking skills can be used outside the classroom anytime information needs to be retained. For example, copying an instrument clearance word for word is very difficult. By knowing the format of a typical clearance, student instrument pilots can develop their own system of abbreviations. This allows them to copy the clearance in a useful form for readback and for flying the clearance. By incorporating all or some of these techniques, students retain more information. Instructors can vastly improve their students' retention of information by making certain their students have the best possible listening skills. Questioning. Good questioning
can determine how well the student understands what is being taught. It also shows the student that the instructor is paying attention and that the instructor is interested in the student's response. An instructor should ask focused, open-ended questions and avoid closed-ended questions. Focused questions allow the instructor to concentrate on desired areas. An instructor may ask for additional details, examples, or impressions from the student. This allows the instructor to ask further questions if necessary. The presentation can then be modified to fit the understanding of the student. Open-ended questions are designed to encourage full, meaningful answers using the student's own knowledge and perceptions, while closed-ended questions encourage a short or single-word answer. Open-ended questions, which typically begin with words such as why and how, tend to be more objective and less leading than closed-ended questions. Often, open-ended questions are not technically questions, but statements that implicitly ask for completion. An instructor's ability to ask open-ended questions is an important skill to develop. In contrast, closed-ended questions tend to evaluate the student's understanding only at the rote level of learning. Closed-ended questions can be answered by yes or no. When used in a multiple-choice scenario, closed-ended questions have a finite set of answers from which the respondent chooses. One of the choices may be other. It is a good idea to allow respondents to write in an optional response if they choose other, because developing the student response may lead to insights into the learning process. One benefit of closed-ended questions is that they are relatively easy to standardize, and the data gathered easily lend themselves to statistical analysis. The downside to closed-ended questions is that they are more difficult to write than open-ended questions, generally lead the student towards the desired answer, and may, under certain circumstances, direct the conversation toward the instructor's own agenda. To be effective, questions, regardless of the type, must be adapted to the ability, experience, and stage of training of the student. Effective questions, and therefore effective communications, center on only one idea. A single question should be limited to who, what, when, where, why, or how, and not a combination of these. Effective questioning must present a challenge to the student. Questions of suitable difficulty serve to stimulate learning. Two ways of confirming that the student and instructor understand things in the same way are the use of paraphrasing and perception checking. The instructor can use paraphrasing to show what the student's statement meant to the instructor. In this way, the student can then make any corrections or expansions on the statement in order to clarify. Perception checking gets the feelings of the student, again, by stating what perceptions the instructor has of the student's behavior, that the student can then clarify as necessary. Since it is important that the instructor understand as much as possible about the students, instructors can be much more effective by using improved listening skills and effective questions to help in putting themselves in the place of the students. Questions should be phrased to focus the student on the decision-making process and the exercise of good judgment. Knowledge of the subject matter and skill at instructional communication are necessary to be an instructor. Increasing the depth of knowledge in either area makes the instructor more effective. Instructional enhancement. An instructor never stops learning. While professional development is discussed in greater detail in Chapter 8, the more an instructor knows about a subject, the better the instructor is at conveying that information. For example, a maintenance instructor teaching basic electricity might be able to teach at a minimally satisfactory level if the instructor had only the same training level as being taught. If asked a question that exceeded the instructor's knowledge, the instructor could research the answer and get back to the student. It would be much better if the instructor, through experience or additional training, was prepared to answer the question initially. Additional knowledge and training would also bolster the instructor's confidence and give the instructional presentation more depth. It is important for an instructor to tailor whatever information that is being presented with the learning level of the students. Chapter Summary. An awareness of the basic elements of the communicative process, source, symbols, and receiver, indicates the beginning of the understanding required for the successful communicator. Recognizing the various barriers to communication further enhances the flow of ideas between an instructor and the student. The instructor must develop communication skills in order to convey desired information to the students and must recognize that communication is a two-way process. In the end, the true test of whether successful communication has taken place is to determine if the desired results have been achieved. End of Chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of the Aviation Instructor's Handbook. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Teaching Process. Introduction. Bob, an aviation maintenance instructor, arrives 30 minutes before a scheduled class to prepare for the lesson he plans to present that day. A quick visual scan tells him the classroom is well lit, the desks are in order, and the room presents a neat overall appearance. He places his lecture notes on the podium, checking to make sure they are all there and in the correct order. Then he turns on the computer and projector to ensure the audio-visual components are working correctly. A quick run of his visual presentation reassures him this portion of his lecture is ready. Next, he counts the handouts he plans to distribute to the class. By now, students are beginning to filter into the classroom. With his preparations made, Bob is free to greet the students, chat with them socially, or answer any questions they might have about the previous class. Today's class is Bob's introductory lecture on aircraft weight and balance. Using a software program, he has created a slideshow featuring examples of safety problems caused by out-of-balance aircraft. He uses these images to introduce the class to the importance of aircraft weight and balance in safe flying. Then Bob teaches the class how to compute weight and balance for a generic aircraft. To reinforce the lecture, Bob divides the class into small groups and distributes the handouts which contain sample weight and balance problems. Working as a group, the students solve the first weight and balance problem. During this time, Bob and the students freely discuss how to figure weight and balance for that particular aircraft. Once the problem is solved, Bob reiterates the steps used to calculate weight and balance. Now Bob assigns another problem to the students to be solved independently in the class. After each student completes this assignment, Bob is confident they will be able to successfully complete the remaining 3 weight and balance problems as homework for the next class. By using a combination of teaching methods, lecture, group learning, and discussion, and instructional aids, audio-visual, and handouts, Bob achieves his instructional objective, which is for the students to learn how to compute weight and balance. In order to present the lesson on weight and balance, Bob has taken the theoretical information presented in previous chapters, concepts and principles pertinent to human behavior, how people learn, and effective communication, into the classroom. He has turned this knowledge into practical knowledge utilized in the teaching process. Drawing on previously discussed theoretical knowledge, this chapter discusses specific recommendations on how to use this information to teach aviation students. What is teaching? Teaching is to instruct or train someone, or the profession of someone who teaches. Someone who teaches is, of course, a teacher, or, for the purposes of this handbook, an instructor. Measured in number of people in the profession, teaching is one of the world's largest professions. To be a teacher implies one has completed some type of formal training, has specialized knowledge, has been certified or validated in some way, and adheres to a set of standards of performance. Defining a good instructor has proven more elusive, but in The Essence of Good Teaching, 1985, psychologist Stanford C. Erickson wrote, "Good teachers select and organize worthwhile course material, lead students to encode and integrate this material in memorable form, ensure competence in the procedures and methods of a discipline, sustain intellectual curiosity, and promote how to learn independently." Essential teaching skills. Much research has been devoted to trying to discover what makes a good or effective instructor. This research has revealed that effective instructors come in many forms, but they generally possess 4 essential teaching skills: people skills,
subject matter expertise, management skills, and assessment skills. Figure 4-1. People skills. People skills are the ability to interact, talk, understand, empathize, and connect with people. Effective instructors relate well to people. Communication, discussed in Chapter 3, Effective Communication, underlies people skills. It is important for instructors to remember technical knowledge is useless if the instructor fails to communicate it effectively. The two-way process of effective communication means actively listening to the student as well as teaching him or her. In the previous scenario, Bob uses the guided group discussion period to listen to his students discuss the weight and balance problem. By listening to their discussion and questions, he can pinpoint problem areas and explain them more fully during the review of the solved problem. People skills also include the ability to interact respectfully with students, pick up when students are not following along, motivate students to learn, and adapt to the needs of the student when necessary. Another important people skill used by effective instructors is to challenge students intellectually while supporting their efforts to learn. Effective instructors also display enthusiasm for their subject matter and express themselves clearly. The willingness to look for ways to match student learning styles to personal instructional style is another element of effective instruction. Subject matter expertise. A subject matter expert, SME, is a person who possesses a high level of expertise, knowledge, or skill in a particular area. For example, the instructor in the opening scenario is an aviation maintenance SME. Effective instructors are not only knowledgeable about aviation, they are also knowledgeable about teaching. As mentioned earlier, possession of a high level of technical knowledge does not equate to the ability to teach it. An effective instructor possesses a strong motivation to teach, as well as a positive attitude toward learning. Research into how people learn has been ongoing for almost 100 years. This handbook is a compilation of that research and is designed to help aviation instructors become experts in the field of education. Effective instructors have a sincere interest in learning and professional growth. There are a number of professional development opportunities for aviation instructors, such as Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, seminars, industry conventions, professional organizations, and online classes. Networking with and observing other instructors to learn new strategies is also helpful. By being a lifelong learner, the aviation professional remains current in both aviation and education. This topic is explored more thoroughly in Chapter 9, Professional Development. Management skills. Management skills generally include the ability to plan, organize, lead, and supervise. For the effective instructor, these skills are reflected in the ability to plan, organize, and carry out a lesson. A well-planned lesson means the instructor is also practicing time management skills and ensures the time allocated for the lesson is well used. As discussed in Chapter 1, Human Behavior, the average age of aviation students is 34 years old. Unlike younger students, no law requires they attend school. They are paying for the training and they expect the instructor to make wise use of their time. To manage time well, it is important that an instructor look at the time available and plan how to use the time to achieve the lesson goals. An effective instructor understands what can be realistically achieved within the allotted time, makes the best use of the time available, allows enough time for what must be done, preserves contingency time to handle the unexpected, and minimizes stress by not planning too much for the allotted time. Management skills also come into play for the aviation instructor who is teaching a class of students. For this instructor, effective management of the classroom promotes learning. Consider the opening scenario in which Bob arrived early for the class and ensured the classroom was well lit, the desks in order, and that the room presented a neat overall appearance. He also made sure the computer and projector were in working order. These steps contribute to a positive learning environment. Another management skill that enhances the effectiveness of aviation instructors is supervision of the students. For the flight instructor, this may entail overseeing the pre-flight procedures. For the maintenance instructor, this may mean monitoring the replacement of a carburetor. While it is important to provide hands-on tasks in the lesson plan to engage students in active learning, it is also important to ensure the tasks are completed safely and correctly. Assessment skills. In Chapter 2, The Learning Process, learning was defined as a change in the behavior of the learner as a result of experience. The behavior can be physical and overt, or it can be intellectual or attitudinal. This change is measurable and therefore can be assessed. Assessment of learning is a complex process, and it is important to be clear about the purposes of the assessment. There are several points at which assessments can be made: before training, during training, and after training. Learning assessment is another important skill of an effective instructor. Figure 4-2. This topic is discussed in detail in Chapter 5, Assessment. Instructor's Code of Conduct. While many of the characteristics of effective instructors discussed in the previous paragraphs hold true for any instructor, the aviation instructor has the added responsibility of molding an aviation citizen, a pilot or maintenance technician. The instructor feels confident will be an asset to the rest of the aviation community. The following code describes the concept of an aviation citizen. An aviation instructor needs to remember he or she is teaching a pilot or technician who should make safety the number one priority, develop and exercise good judgment in making decisions,
recognize and manage risk effectively,
be accountable for his or her actions, act with responsibility and courtesy, adhere to prudent operating practices and personal operating parameters, and adhere to applicable laws and regulations. In addition, the certificated flight instructor, CFI, needs to remember he or she is teaching a pilot who should seek proficiency in control of the aircraft, use flight deck technology in a safe and appropriate way, be confident in a wide variety of flight situations, and be respectful of the privilege of flight. The teaching process organizes the material an instructor wishes to teach in such a way that the learner understands what is being taught. The teaching process consists of 4 steps: preparation, presentation, application, and assessment. Regardless of the teaching or training delivery method, the teaching process remains the same. To be effective, an instructor utilizes people skills, subject matter expertise, management skills, and assessment skills. This chapter explores the teaching process in general terms of how to prepare, present, apply, and assess lesson material. Teaching methods or training delivery methods are discussed, as well as the use of instructional aids. Course of training. In education, a course of training is a complete series of studies leading to attainment of a specific goal. The goal might be certificate of completion, graduation, or an academic degree.
For example, a student pilot may enroll in a private pilot certificate course and upon completion of all course requirements be awarded a graduation certificate. A course of training may also be limited to something like the additional training required for operating high-performance airplanes. Other terms closely associated with a course of training include curriculum, syllabus, and training course outline. In many cases, these terms are used interchangeably, but there are important differences. A curriculum is a set of courses in an area of specialization offered by an educational institution. A curriculum for a pilot school usually includes courses for the various pilot certificates and ratings, while the curriculum for an aviation maintenance technician, AMT, addresses the subject areas described in Title 14 of the Code of Federal Regulations, 14 CFR, Part 147. A syllabus is a summary or outline of a course of study that generally includes a description of each lesson, including objectives and completion standards. In aviation, the term training syllabus is commonly used, and in this context, it is a step-by-step building block progression of learning with provisions for regular review and assessments at prescribed stages of learning. Figure 4-3. And finally, a training course outline within a curriculum is the content of a particular course. It normally includes statement of objectives, descriptions of teaching aids, definitions of assessment criteria, and indications of desired outcome. Preparation of a lesson. The determination of objectives and standards is necessary before any important instruction can be presented. Although some schools and independent instructors may develop their own syllabus, in practice, many instructors use a commercially developed syllabus that has already been selected by a school for use in their aviation training program. For the aviation instructor, the objectives listed in the syllabus are a beginning point for instruction. Training objectives and standards. Aviation training involves two types of objectives, performance-based and decision-based. Performance-based objectives are essential in defining exactly what needs to be done and how it is done during each lesson. As the student progresses through higher levels of performance and understanding, the instructor should shift the training focus to decision-based training objectives. Decision-based training objectives allow for a more dynamic training environment and are ideally suited to scenario-type training. The instructor uses decision-based training objectives to teach aviation students critical thinking skills, such as risk management and aeronautical decision-making, ADM. The desired level of learning should also be incorporated into the objectives, and these level of learning objectives may apply to one or more of the three domains of learning: cognitive, knowledge; affective, attitudes, beliefs, and values; and psychomotor, physical skills. Normally, aviation training aspires to a level of learning at the application level or higher. Standards are closely tied to objectives, since they may include a description of the desired knowledge, behavior, or skill stated in specific terms, along with conditions and criteria. When a student is able to perform according to well-defined standards, evidence of learning is apparent. Comprehensive examples of the desired learning outcomes or behaviors should be included in these standards. As indicated in Chapter 2, standards for the level of learning in the cognitive and psychomotor domains are easily established. However, writing standards to evaluate a student's level of learning or overt behavior in the affective domain, attitudes, beliefs, and values, is more difficult. The overall objective of an aviation training course is usually well established, and the general standards are included in various rules and related publications. For example, eligibility, knowledge, proficiency, and experience requirements for pilots and AMT students are stipulated in the regulations, and the standards are published in the applicable PTS or oral and practical tests, ONPs. It should be noted that PTS and ONP standards are limited to the most critical job tasks. Certification tests do not represent an entire training syllabus. The broad overall objective of any pilot training course is to qualify the student to be a competent, efficient, safe pilot for the operation of specific aircraft types under stated conditions. The established criteria or standards to determine whether the training has been adequate are the passing of knowledge and practical tests required by 14 CFR for the issuance of pilot certificates. Similar objectives and standards are established for AMT students. Professional instructors should not limit their objectives to meeting only the published requirements for pilot or AMT certification. Instructional objectives should also extend beyond those listed in official publications. Successful instructors teach their students not only how, but also why and when. By incorporating ADM and risk management into each lesson, the aviation instructor helps the student learn, develop, and reinforce the decision-making process, which ultimately leads to sound judgment and good decision-making skills. Performance-based objectives. Performance-based objectives are used to set measurable, reasonable standards that describe the desired performance of the student. This usually involves the term behavioral objective, although it may be referred to as a performance, instructional, or educational objective. All refer to the same thing, the behavior of the student. These objectives provide a way of stating what performance level is desired of a student before the student is allowed to progress to the next stage of instruction. Again,
The objectives must be clear, measurable, and repeatable. In other words, they must mean the same thing to any knowledgeable reader. The objectives must be written. If they are not written, they become subject to the fallibility of recall, interpretation, or loss of specificity with time. Performance-based objectives consist of three elements: description of the skill or behavior, conditions, and criteria. Each part is required and must be stated in a way that leaves every reader with the same picture of the objective, how it is performed, and to what level of performance. Figure 4-4. Description of the skill or behavior. The description of the skill or behavior explains the desired outcome of the instruction. It is actually a learned capability which may be defined as knowledge, a skill, or an attitude. The description should be in concrete terms that can be measured. Terms such as knowledge of and awareness of cannot be measured very well, and words like this should be avoided. Phrases like able to select from a list of or able to repeat the steps of are better because they describe something that can be measured. Furthermore, the skill or behavior described should be logical and within the overall instruction plan. Conditions. Conditions are necessary to specifically explain the rules under which the skill or behavior is demonstrated. If a desired capability is to navigate from point A to point B, the objective, as stated, is not specific enough for all students to do it the same way. Information such as equipment, tools, reference material, and limiting parameters should be included. For example, inserting conditions narrows the objective as follows. Using sectional charts, a flight computer and Cessna 172 navigate from point A to point B while maintaining standard hemispheric altitudes. Sometimes in the process of writing the objective, a difficulty is encountered. This might be someone saying, "But what if?" This is a good indication that the original version was confusing to that person. If it is confusing to one person, it will be confusing to others and should be corrected. Criteria. Criteria are the standards that measure the accomplishment of the objective. The criteria should be stated so that there is no question whether the objective has been met. In the previous example, the criteria might include that navigation from point A to point B be accomplished within 5 minutes of the pre-planned flight time, and that en route altitude be maintained within 200 feet. The revised performance-based objective may now read, using a sectional chart and a flight computer, plan a flight and fly from point A to point B in a Cessna 172. Arrival at point B should be within 5 minutes of planned arrival time, and cruise altitude should be maintained within 200 feet during the en route phase of the flight. The alert reader has already noted that the conditions and criteria changed slightly during the development of these objectives, and that is exactly the way it will occur. Conditions and criteria should be refined as necessary. As noted earlier, a PTS already has many of the elements needed to formulate performance-based objectives. In most cases, the objective is listed along with sufficient conditions to describe the scope of the objective. The PTS also has specific criteria or standards upon which to grade performance. However, the criteria may not always be specific enough for a particular lesson. An instructor should write performance-based objectives to fit the desired outcome of the lesson. The objective formulated in the last few paragraphs, for instance, is a well-defined lesson objective from the task Pilotage and Dead Reckoning in the Private Pilot PTS. The importance of the PTS in aviation training curricula. PTS hold an important position in aviation training curricula because they supply the instructor with specific performance objectives based on the standards that must be met for the issuance of a particular aviation certificate or rating. Figure 4-5. The FAA frequently reviews the test items in an attempt to maintain their validity in the current aviation environment. It is a widely accepted belief in the aviation community that test items included as part of a test or evaluation should be both content valid and criterion valid. Content validity means that a particular maneuver or procedure closely mimics what is required.
Criterion validity means that the completion standards for the test are reflective of acceptable standards. For example, in flight training, content validity is reflected by a particular maneuver closely mimicking a maneuver required in actual flight, such as the student pilot being able to recover from a power-off stall. Criterion validity means that the completion standards for the test are reflective of acceptable standards in actual flight. Thus, the student pilot exhibits knowledge of all the elements involved in a power-off stall as listed in the PTS. As discussed in Chapter 2, humans develop cognitive skills through active interaction with the world. This concept has led to the adoption of scenario-based training, SBT, in many fields, including aviation. An effective aviation instructor uses the maneuver-based approach of the PTS, but presents the objectives in a scenario situation. It has been found that flight students using SBT methods demonstrate stick and rudder skills equal to or better than students trained under the maneuver-based approach only. Of even more significance is that the same data also suggest that SBT students demonstrate better decision-making skills than maneuver-based students, most likely because their training occurred while performing realistic flight maneuvers and not artificial maneuvers designed only for the test. Research also indicates SBT may lead to improved piloting and navigation skills over traditional maneuver-based training techniques. SBT-trained participants demonstrated the same skills and knowledge as the maneuver-based trained participants, but the maneuvers were practiced in the context of a scenario. Many scenarios were coupled to the maneuver until the student not only had the requisite skills, but also related them to many conditions where they would be needed. The data also support that when a condition occurs requiring maneuver, the SBT participant responded quickly and more accurately than the participant trained only under the maneuver-based approach. A participant lacking SBT instruction must search his or her memory to link a maneuver to a situation. The incorporation of SBT as part of the lesson is discussed in more detail later in this chapter, as well as in Chapter 6, Planning Instructional Activity. Decision-based objectives. Decision-based objectives are designed specifically to develop pilot judgment and ADM skills. Improper pilot decisions cause a significant percentage of all accidents and the majority of fatal accidents in light single and twin-engine aircraft. Often combined with traditional task and maneuver training within a given scenario, decision-based objectives facilitate a higher level of learning and application. By using dynamic and meaningful scenarios, the instructor teaches the student how to gather information and make informed, safe, and timely decisions. Decision-based training is not a new concept. Experienced CFIs have been using scenarios that require dynamic problem-solving to teach cross-country operations, emergency procedures, and other flight skills for years. Decision-based learning objectives and the use of flight training scenarios do not preclude traditional maneuver-based training. Rather, flight maneuvers are integrated into the flight training scenarios and conducted as they would occur in the real world. Those maneuvers requiring repetition may still be taught during concentrated settings. However, once they are learned, they are integrated into more realistic and dynamic flight situations. Decision-based objectives are also important for the aviation instructor planning AMT training. An AMT uses ADM and risk management skills not only in the job, but also in the repair and maintenance of aircraft. Other uses of training objectives. Performance-based and decision-based objectives are also helpful for an instructor designing a lesson plan. Having decided on the objectives, an instructor can use this information to complete many of the steps on the lesson plan. For example, once the instructor decides how the student will accomplish the objective, most of the work that determines the elements of the lesson and the schedule of events has been done. The equipment necessary and the instructor-student actions anticipated during the lesson have been specified. By listing the criteria for the training objectives, the instructor has already established the completion standards normally included as part of the lesson plan. Use of training objectives also provides students with a better understanding of the big picture, as well as knowledge of what is expected. This overview can alleviate a significant source of uncertainty and frustration on the part of the student. As indicated in Chapter 1, training objectives apply to all three domains of learning: cognitive, knowledge; affective, attitudes, beliefs, values; and psychomotor, physical skills. In addition, since each domain includes several educational or skill levels, training objectives may easily be adapted to a specific performance level of knowledge or skill. Clearly defined training objectives that the student understands are essential to the teaching process, regardless of the teaching technique used. Presentation of a lesson. Research into how people learn has led many experts to recommend ways to present lessons that keep the attention of a class. The steps in Figure 4-6 form a guideline for lesson presentation. Many of them can be combined during the actual presentation. For example, consider a video presentation given during the weight and balance lecture. The video adds a multimedia element to the lecture, is a good attention getter, and can be used to visually demonstrate the learning objective. Figure 4-6, Caption. Guidelines for presenting lessons. Figure 4-6, Text. Before the lesson, decide on the topic, determine the amount of time for the lesson, write an outline, develop a flow or order of the concepts being introduced, avoid overloading the students with too much detail, rehearse the lesson. Think about delivery. Is a microphone needed? Arrive early. Create a welcoming atmosphere for the students. Be available to students before class. Set a positive tone for learning. During the lesson, grab the student's attention. Have a beginning. Maintain sustained eye contact. Make learning goals explicit for each assignment. Plan an activity for students. Progress through the lesson smoothly. Begin with an introduction. Support the lesson in the middle, and flow into the conclusion. Use time efficiently and effectively. Use multimedia such as slide presentations, video clips, etc. Break the lesson up with small tasks for the students to help them concentrate. Move around during the lesson. Students today are conditioned by television and movies to movement. Give students time to answer questions before rephrasing them. After the lesson, plan an ending to the lesson. Summarize the day's main points. Have a final task for students to do at the end in case the lesson ends too soon. Leave time for questions at the end. Treat student questions with courtesy, no matter how basic the question seems. Have students do something with lecture material, accountability, outside of the class. Provide other resources for students. Encourage students to keep up and do well. Be available to students after class. Critique the lesson. Jot down notes about what went well and what could have gone better. End of Figure 4-6 text. Organization of material. Even the most knowledgeable instructor must properly organize the material. Once a determination of objectives and standards has been made, an instructor formulates a plan of action to lead students through the course in a logical manner toward the desired goal. Usually the goal for students is a certificate or rating. It could be a private pilot certificate, an instrument rating, or an AMT certificate or rating. In all cases, a systematic plan of action requires the use of an appropriate training syllabus. Generally, the syllabus contains a description of each lesson, including objectives and completion standards. Refer to Chapter 6, Planning Instructional Activity, for detailed information on requirements for an aviation training syllabus, and the building block concept for curriculum development. The main concern of the instructor is usually the more manageable task of organizing a block of training with integrated lesson plans. The traditional organization of a lesson plan is introduction, development, and conclusion. Introduction. The introduction sets the stage for everything to come. Efforts in this area pay great dividends in terms of quality of instruction. In brief, the introduction is made up of three elements: attention, motivation, and an overview of what is to be covered. Attention. The purpose of the attention element is to focus each student's attention on the lesson. The instructor begins by telling a story, showing a video clip, asking a question, or telling a joke. Any of these may be appropriate at one time or another. Regardless of which is used, it should relate to the subject and establish a background for developing the learning outcomes. Telling a story or joke that is not related in some way to the subject distracts from the lesson. The main concern is to gain the attention of everyone and concentrate on the subject. Figure 4-7. Motivation. The purpose of the motivation element is to offer the students specific reasons why the lesson content is important to know, understand, apply, or perform concepts of Thorndike's law of readiness. For an example, the instructor may talk about an occurrence where the knowledge in the lesson was applied, or the instructor may remind the students of an upcoming test on the material. This motivation should appeal to each student personally and engender a desire to learn the material. Overview. Every lesson introduction should contain an overview that tells the group what is to be covered during the period. A clear, concise presentation of the objective and the key ideas gives the student a roadmap of the route to be followed. A good visual aid can help the instructor show the students the path that they are to travel. The introduction should be free of stories, jokes, or incidents that do not help the student focus their attention on the lesson objective. Also, the instructor should avoid a long apologetic introduction because it only serves to dampen the student's interest in the lesson. Development. Development is the main part of the lesson. Here the instructor develops the subject matter in a manner that helps the students achieve the desired learning outcomes. The instructor must logically organize the material to show the relationships of the main points. The instructor usually shows these primary relationships by developing the main points in one of the following ways: from past to present, simple to complex, known to unknown, and most frequently used to least used. Past to present. In this pattern of development, the subject matter is arranged chronologically, from the present to the past, or from the past to the present. Time relationships are most suitable when history is an important consideration, as in tracing the development of radio navigation systems. Simple to complex. The simple to complex pattern helps the instructor lead the student from simple facts or ideas to an understanding of the phenomena or concepts involved. In studying jet propulsion, for example, the student might begin by considering the action involved in releasing air from a toy balloon, and finish by taking part in a discussion of a complex gas turbine engine. Do not be afraid to omit less important information at first in order to simplify the learning process. If Class D, E, and G airspace are the only airspace types being utilized by a student, save the discussion of A, B, and C airspace until they have operating familiarity with the other types. Less information at first is easier to absorb. Known to unknown. By using something the student already knows as the point of departure, the instructor can lead into new ideas and concepts. For example, in developing a lesson on heading indicators, the instructor could begin with a discussion of the vacuum-driven heading indicator before proceeding to a description of the radiomagnetic indicator, or MI. Most frequently used to least used. In some subjects, certain information or concepts are common to all who use the material. This fourth organizational pattern begins with a common usage before progressing to the rarer ones. Even though most aircraft are equipped with some sort of navigational system, instructors should teach students the basics of navigation. For example, basic map reading is a perishable skill that should be practiced often. Another example is dead reckoning, which forces pilots to be aware of their surroundings at all times. Basic VOR/NDB radio navigation procedures are also perishable and could save lives if proficiency is maintained. Before using a global positioning system, GPS, as the sole means of navigation, students should be taught the basics. Under each main point in a lesson, the subordinate points should lead naturally from one to another. With this arrangement, each point leads logically to and serves as a reminder of the next. Meaningful transition from one main point to another keeps the students oriented, aware of where they have been and where they are going.
This permits effective sorting or categorizing chunks of information in the working or short-term memory. Organizing a lesson so the students grasp the logical relationships of ideas is not an easy task, but it is necessary if the students are to learn and remember what they have learned. Poorly organized information is of little or no value to the student because it cannot be readily understood or remembered. Conclusion. An effective conclusion retraces the important elements of the lesson and relates them to the objective. This review and wrap-up of ideas reinforces student learning and improves the retention of what has been learned. New ideas should not be introduced in the conclusion because at this point they are likely to confuse the students. By organizing the lesson material in a logical format, the instructor maximizes the opportunity for students to retain the desired information. Since each teaching situation is unique, the setting and purpose of the lesson determines which teaching method is used. End of Part 1 of Chapter 4. Chapter 4, Part 2 of Aviation Instructor's Handbook by the FAA. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Training delivery methods. Today's instructor can choose from a wealth of ways to present instructional material: lecture, discussion, guided discussion, problem-based, group learning, demonstration performance, or e-learning. It is important to remember that a training delivery method is rarely used by itself. In a typical lesson, an effective instructor normally uses a combination of methods. For example, Bob lectures in the opening scenario, but after giving the students knowledge of how to compute weight and balance, he uses group learning to reinforce the lecture. To be an effective instructor, it is important to determine which teaching methods best convey the information being taught. Lecture method. In the lecture method, the instructor delivers his knowledge via lectures to students who are more or less silent participants. Lectures are best used when an instructor wishes to convey a general understanding of a subject that students lack. While this is the most widely used form of presentation, and instructors should know how to develop and present a lecture, they should also understand the advantages and limitations of this method. Lectures are used for introduction of new subjects, summarizing ideas, showing relationships between theory and practice, and re-emphasizing main points. The lecture method is adaptable to many different settings, including small or large groups. Lectures also may be used to introduce a unit of instruction or a complete training program. Finally, lectures may be combined with other teaching methods to give added meaning and direction. The lecture method of teaching needs to be very flexible since it may be used in different ways. For example, there are several types of lectures, such as the illustrated talk, where the speaker relies heavily on visual aids to convey ideas to the listeners. With a briefing, the speaker presents a concise array of facts to the listeners who normally do not expect elaboration of supporting material. During a formal lecture, the speaker's purpose is to inform, to persuade, or to entertain with little or no verbal participation by the students. When using a teaching lecture, the instructor plans and delivers an oral presentation in a manner that allows some participation by the students and helps direct them toward the desired learning outcomes. In general lectures, begin with an introduction of the topic to be discussed. It is also a good idea at this time to let students know whether or not questions during the lecture are welcomed. The body of the lecture follows with a summary of the lecture's main points at the end. Teaching lecture. The teaching lecture is favored by aviation instructors because it allows some active participation by the students. The instructor must determine the method to be used in developing the subject matter. The instructor also should carefully consider the class size and the depth of the presentation. As mentioned in Chapter 3, covering a subject in too much detail is as bad or worse than sketchy coverage. Regardless of the method of development or depth of coverage, the success of the teaching lecture depends on the instructor's ability to communicate effectively with the class.
In other methods of teaching, such as demonstration, performance, or guided discussion, the instructor receives direct reaction from the students, either verbally or by some form of body language. However, in the teaching lecture, the feedback is not nearly as obvious and is much harder to interpret. In the teaching lecture, the instructor must develop a keen perception for subtle responses from the class, facial expressions, manner of taking notes, and apparent interest or disinterest in the lesson. The effective instructor is able to interpret the meaning of these reactions and adjust the lesson accordingly. Preparing the teaching lecture. Careful preparation is one key to successful performance as a classroom lecturer. This preparation should start well in advance of the presentation. The following 4 steps should be followed in the planning phase of preparation: establishing the objective and desired outcomes, researching the subject, organizing the material, planning productive classroom activities. In all stages of preparing for the teaching lecture, the instructor should support any point to be covered with meaningful examples, comparisons, statistics, or testimony. The instructor should consider that the student may neither believe nor understand any point without the use of testimony from SMEs or without meaningful examples, statistics, or comparisons. While developing the lecture, the instructor also should consider the use of examples and personal experiences related to the subject of the lesson. After completing the preliminary planning and writing of the lesson plan, the instructor should rehearse the lecture to build self-confidence. Rehearsals or dry runs help smooth out the mechanics of using notes, visual aids, and other instructional devices. If possible, the instructor should have another knowledgeable person, preferably another instructor, observe the practice session and act as a critic. This critique helps the instructor judge the adequacy of supporting materials and visual aids, as well as the presentation. Figure 4-8. Suitable language. In the teaching lecture, simple rather than complex words should be used whenever possible. Good newspapers offer examples of the effective use of simple words. Picturesque slang and free and easy colloquialisms, if they suit the subject, can add variety and vividness to a teaching lecture. The instructor should not, however, use substandard English. Errors in grammar and vulgarisms detract from an instructor's dignity and insult the intelligence of the students. If the subject matter includes technical terms, the instructor should clearly define each one so that no student is in doubt about its meaning. Whenever possible, the instructor should use specific rather than general words. For example, specific words, a leak in the fuel line, tell more than the general term mechanical defect. Another way the instructor can add life to the lecture is to vary his or her tone of voice and pace of speaking. In addition, using sentences of different length helps, since consistent use of short sentences results in a choppy style. On the other hand, poorly constructed long sentences are difficult to follow and can easily become tangled. To ensure clarity and variety, the instructor should normally use sentences of short and medium length. Types of delivery. Depending on the requirements of any particular circumstances, a lecture is usually delivered in one of 4 ways: reading from a typed or written manuscript, reciting memorized material without the aid of a manuscript, speaking extemporaneously from an outline, speaking impromptu without preparation. The teaching lecture is probably best delivered in an extemporaneous manner. The instructor speaks from a mental or written outline, but does not read or memorize the material to be presented. Because the exact words to express an idea are spontaneous, the lecture is more personalized than one that is read or spoken from memory. Since the instructor talks directly to the students, their reactions can be readily observed, and adjustments can be made based on their responses. The instructor has better control of the situation, can change the approach to meet any contingency, and can tailor each idea to suit the responses of the students. For example, if the instructor realizes from puzzled expressions that a number of students fail to grasp an idea, that point can be further elaborated until the reactions of the students indicate they understand. The extemporaneous presentation reflects the instructor's personal enthusiasm and is more flexible than other methods.
For these reasons, it is likely to hold the interest of the students. Use of notes. An instructor who is thoroughly prepared or who has made the presentation before can usually speak effectively without notes. If the lecture has been carefully prepared and the instructor is completely familiar with the outline, there should be no real difficulty. Notes used wisely can ensure accuracy, jog the memory, and dispel the fear of forgetting. They are essential for reporting complicated information. For an instructor who tends to ramble, notes are a must because they help keep the lecture on track. The instructor who requires notes should use them sparingly and unobtrusively, but at the same time should make no effort to hide them from the students. Notes may be written legibly or typed, and they should be placed where they can be consulted easily or held if the instructor walks around the room. Figure 4-9. Formal versus informal lectures. The lecture may be conducted in either a formal or an informal manner. The informal lecture includes active student participation. The primary consideration in the lecture method, as in all other teaching methods, is the achievement of desired learning outcomes. Learning is best achieved if students participate actively in a friendly, relaxed atmosphere. Therefore, the use of the informal lecture is encouraged. At the same time, it must be realized that a formal lecture is still to be preferred on some subjects and occasions, such as lectures introducing new subject matter. The instructor can achieve active student participation in the informal lecture through the use of questions. In this way, the students are encouraged to make contributions that supplement the lecture. The instructor can use questions to determine the experience and background of the students in order to tailor the lecture to their needs, and or to add variety, stimulate interest, and check student understanding. However, it is the instructor's responsibility to plan, organize, develop, and present the major portion of a lesson. Advantages and disadvantages of the lecture. There are a number of advantages to lectures. For example, a lecture is a convenient way to instruct large groups. If necessary, a public address system can be used to amplify the speaker's voice. Lectures can be used to present information that would be difficult for the students to get in other ways, particularly if the students do not have the time required for research or if they do not have access to reference materials. Lectures can also usefully and successfully supplement other teaching devices and methods. A brief introductory lecture can give direction and purpose to a demonstration or prepare students for a discussion by telling them something about the subject matter to be covered. In a lecture, the instructor can present many ideas in a relatively short time. Facts and ideas that have been logically organized can be concisely presented in rapid sequence. Lecturing is unquestionably the most economical of all teaching methods in terms of the time required to present a given amount of material. The lecture is particularly suitable for introducing a new subject and for explaining the necessary background information. By using a lecture in this way, the instructor can offer students with varied backgrounds a common understanding of essential principles and facts. Although the lecture method is useful in providing information, it is not an effective method of learning large amounts of information in a short time. Nor do lectures easily allow an instructor to estimate student understanding of the material covered. Within a single period, the instructor may unwittingly present more information than students can absorb, and the lecture method provides no accurate means of checking student progress. Many instructors find it difficult to hold the attention of all students in a lecture throughout the class period. To achieve desired learning outcomes through the lecture method, an instructor needs considerable skill in speaking. As indicated in Chapter 2, a student's rate of retention drops off significantly after the first 10 to 15 minutes of a lecture and improves at the end. The pure lecture format also inhibits student participation. Research has shown that learning is an active process. The more involved students are in the process, the better they learn. On the other hand, a student needs knowledge in order to build understanding of a subject. One last disadvantage of the lecture is that it does not foster attainment of certain types of learning outcome, such as motor skills, needing to be perfected via hands-on practice. Thus, an instructor who introduces some form of active student participation in the middle of a lecture greatly increases student retention. One way to increase retention during a lecture is to use the discussion method of training delivery. Discussion method. The discussion method modifies the pure lecture form by using lecture and then discussion to actively integrate the student into the learning process. In the discussion method, the instructor provides a short lecture, no more than 20 minutes in length, which gives basic knowledge to the students. This short lecture is followed by instructor-student and student-student discussion. This method relies on discussion and the exchange of ideas. Everyone has an opportunity to comment, listen, think, and participate. By being actively engaged in discussing the lecture, students improve their recall and ability to use the information in the future. It is important for the instructor to play the part of guide, keeping the discussion focused on the subject matter. That may mean the instructor needs to initiate leading questions, referee if the discussions cause conflict, ensure that all students participate, and at the end, summarize what has been learned. Tying the discussion method into the lecture method not only provides active student participation, but it also allows students to develop higher-order thinking skills, HOTS. The give and take of the discussion method also helps students learn to evaluate ideas, concepts, and principles. When using this method, instructors should keep their own discussion to a minimum since the goal is student participation. Instructors can also use another form of discussion, the guided discussion method, to ensure the student has correctly received and interpreted subject information. Guided discussion method. The guided discussion method relies on student possession of a level of knowledge about the topic to be discussed, either through reading prior to class or a short lecture to set up the topic to be discussed. This training method employs instructor-guided discussion with the instructor maintaining control of the discussion. It can be used during classroom periods and pre-flight and post-flight briefings. The discussions reflect whatever level of knowledge and experience the students have gained. The goal of guided discussions is to draw out what students know. The instructor should remember that the more intense the discussion and the greater the participation, the more effective the learning. All members of the group should follow the discussion. The instructor should treat everyone impartially, encourage questions, exercise patience and tact, and comment on all responses. Sarcasm and/or ridicule should never be used since they inhibit the spontaneity of the participants. In a guided discussion, the instructor guides the discussion with the goal of reinforcing a learning objective related to the lesson. The instructor acts as a facilitator to encourage discussion between students. Use of questions in a guided discussion. In the guided discussion, learning is achieved through skillful use of questions. Questions can be categorized by function and by characteristics. Understanding these distinctions helps the instructor become a more skilled user of questions. The instructor often uses a question to open up an area for a discussion. This is the lead-off question, and its purpose is to get the discussion started. After the discussion develops, the instructor may ask a follow-up question to guide the discussion. The reasons for using a follow-up question may vary. The instructor may want a student to explain something more thoroughly, or may need to bring the discussion back to a point from which it has strayed. In terms of characteristics, questions can be identified as overhead, rhetorical, direct, reverse, and relay. The overhead question is directed to the entire group to stimulate thought and response from each group member. The instructor may use an overhead question to pose the lead-off question. The rhetorical question is similar in nature because it also spurs group thought. However, the instructor provides the answer to the rhetorical question. Consequently, it is more commonly used in lecturing than in guided discussion. The instructor who wants to phrase a question for follow-up purposes may choose the overhead type. If, however, a response is desired from a specific individual, a direct question may be asked of that student. A reverse question is a question asked by a learner, and the instructor returns the question to the same learner for response. A relay question is asked by a learner, and the instructor requests another student to respond. Questions are so much a part of teaching that they are often taken for granted. Effective use of questions may result in more student learning than any other single technique used by instructors. Instructors should avoid questions that can be answered by short factual statements or yes or no responses, and ask open-ended questions that are thought-provoking and require more mental activity. Since most aviation training is at the understanding level of learning or higher, questions should require students to grasp concepts, explain similarities and differences, and to infer cause and effect relationships. Figure 4-10. Planning a guided discussion. Planning a guided discussion is similar to planning a lecture. Instructors will find the following suggestions helpful in planning a discussion lesson. Note that these same suggestions include many that are appropriate for planning cooperative learning to be discussed later in the chapter. Select a topic the students can profitably discuss. Unless the students have some knowledge to exchange with each other, they cannot reach the desired learning outcomes by the discussion method. If necessary, make assignments that give the students an adequate background for discussing the lesson topic. Establish a specific lesson objective with desired learning outcomes. Through discussion, the students develop an understanding of the subject by sharing knowledge, experiences, and backgrounds. Consequently, the objective normally is stated at the understanding level of learning. The desired learning outcomes should stem from the objective. Conduct adequate research to become familiar with the topic. While researching, the instructor should always be alert for ideas on the best way to tailor a lesson for a particular group of students. Similarly, the instructor can prepare the pre-discussion assignment more effectively while conducting research for the classroom period. During this research process, the instructor should also earmark reading material that appears to be especially appropriate as background material for students. Such material should be well organized and based on fundamentals. Organize the main and subordinate points of the lesson in a logical sequence. The guided discussion has three main parts: introduction, discussion, and conclusion. The introduction consists of three elements: attention, motivation, and overview. In the discussion, the instructor should be certain that the main points discussed build logically with the objective. The conclusion consists of the summary of the main points. By organizing in this manner, the instructor phrases the questions to help the students obtain a firm grasp of the subject matter and to minimize the possibility of a rambling discussion. Plan at least one lead-off question for each desired learning outcome. In preparing questions, the instructor should remember that the purpose is to stimulate discussion, not merely to get answers. Lead-off questions should usually begin with how or why. For example, it is better to ask, why does an aircraft normally require a longer takeoff run at Denver than at New Orleans? Instead of, would you expect an aircraft to require a longer takeoff run at Denver or New Orleans? Students can answer the second question by merely saying Denver, but the first question is likely to start a discussion of air density, engine efficiency, and the effect of temperature on performance. Student preparation for a guided discussion. It is the instructor's responsibility to help students prepare themselves for the discussion. Each student should be encouraged to accept responsibility for contributing to the discussion and benefiting from it. Throughout the time the instructor prepares the students for their discussion, they should be made aware of the lesson objectives. In certain instances, the instructor has no opportunity to assign preliminary work and must face the students for the first time. In such cases, it is practical and advisable to give the students a brief general survey of the topic during the introduction. Normally, students should not be asked to discuss a subject without some background in that subject. Guiding a discussion, instructor technique. The techniques used to guide a discussion require practice and experience. The instructor needs to keep up with the discussion and know when to intervene with questions or redirect the group's focus. The following information provides a framework for successfully conducting the guided discussion. Introduction. A guided discussion lesson is introduced in the same manner as the lecture. The introduction should include an attention element, a motivation element, and an overview of key points.
To encourage enthusiasm and stimulate the discussion, the instructor should create a relaxed, informal atmosphere. Each student should be given the opportunity to discuss the various aspects of the subject and feel free to do so. Moreover, the student should feel a personal responsibility to contribute. The instructor should try to make the students feel that their ideas and active participation are wanted and needed. Discussion. The instructor opens the discussion by asking one of the prepared lead-off questions. Discussion questions should be easy for students to understand, put forth decisively by the instructor, and followed by silence. An instructor should be patient and give students a chance to react. While the instructor should have the answer in mind before asking the question, the students need to think about the question before answering. Keep in mind that it takes time to recall data, determine how to answer, or to think of an example. The more difficult the question, the more time the students need to answer. If the instructor sees puzzled expressions denoting the students do not understand the question, it should be rephrased in a slightly different form. The nature of the questions should be determined by the lesson objective and desired learning outcomes. Once the discussion is underway, the instructor should listen attentively to the ideas, experiences, and examples contributed by the students during the discussion. Remember that during the preparation, the instructor listed some of the anticipated responses that would, if discussed by the students, indicate they had a firm grasp on the subject. As the discussion proceeds, the instructor may find it necessary to guide the direction to stimulate the students to explore the subject in greater depth or encourage them to discuss the topic in more detail. By using how and why follow-up questions, the instructor should be able to guide the discussion toward the objective of helping students understand the subject. When it appears the students have discussed the ideas that support this particular part of the lesson, the instructor should summarize what the students have accomplished using an interim summary. This type of summary is one of the most effective tools available to the instructor. It can be made immediately after the discussion of each learning outcome to bring ideas together and help in transition, showing how the ideas developed by the group relate to and support the idea discussed. The interim summary may be omitted after discussing the last learning outcome, when it is more expedient for the instructor to present the first part of the conclusion. An interim summary reinforces learning in relation to a specific learning outcome. In addition to its use as a summary and transitional device, the interim summary may also be used to keep the group on the subject or divert the discussion to another member. Conclusion. A guided discussion is closed by summarizing the material covered. In the conclusion, the instructor should tie together the various points or topics discussed and show the relationships between the facts brought forth and the practical application of these facts. For example, in concluding a discussion on density altitude, an instructor might give a fairly complete description of an accident which occurred due to a pilot attempting to take off in an overloaded airplane from a short runway at a high-altitude airport on a hot day. The summary should be succinct but not incomplete. If the discussion has revealed that certain areas are not understood by one or more members of the group, the instructor should clarify or cover this material again. Advantages. As with any training method that involves discussion, students are encouraged to listen to and learn from their instructor and/or each other. Also, as mentioned earlier, discussion involves critical thinking skill. Open-ended questions of the type used in guided discussion lend themselves readily to concepts of risk management and ADM. The constant use of what-if discussions provide the student with increased exposure to proper decision-making. From the description of guided discussion, it is obvious this method works best in a group situation, but it can be modified for an interactive one-on-one learning situation. Figure 4-11. Planning the guided discussion, as well as learning how to ask the type of questions used in guided discussions, are assets to any aviation instructor. Problem-based learning. In 1966, the McMaster University School of Medicine in Canada pioneered a new approach to teaching and curriculum design called problem-based learning, PBL. In the intervening years, PBL has helped shift the focus of learning from an instructor-centered approach to a student-centered approach. See Appendix F. There are many definitions for PBL, but for the purposes of this handbook, it is defined as the type of learning environment in which lessons are structured in such a way as to confront students with problems encountered in real life that force them to reach real-world solutions. PBL starts with a carefully constructed problem to which there is no single solution. The benefit of PBL lies in helping the learner gain a deeper understanding of the information and in the learner improving his or her ability to recall the information. This results when the material is presented as an authentic problem in a situated environment that allows the learner to make meaning of the information based on his or her experience and personal interpretation. This type of problem encourages the development of HOTS, which include cognitive processes such as problem-solving and decision-making, as well as the cognitive skills of analysis, synthesis, and evaluation. Developing good problems that motivate, focus, and initiate student learning are an important component of PBL. Effective problems relate to the real world so students want to solve them, require students to make decisions, are open-ended and not limited to one correct answer, are connected to previously learned knowledge as well as new knowledge, reflect lesson objectives, challenge students to think critically. Teaching higher-order thinking skills, HOTS. Risk management, ADM, automation management, situational awareness, and controlled flight into terrain, CFIT awareness, are the skills encompassed by HOTS. To teach the cognitive skills needed in making decisions and judgments effectively, an instructor should incorporate analysis, synthesis, and evaluation into lessons using PBL. HOTS should be taught throughout the curriculum from simple to complex and from concrete to abstract. Basic approach to teaching HOTS. 1. Set up the problem. 2. Determine outcomes for the problem. 3. Solve the problem or task. 4. Reflect on problem-solving process. 5. Consider additional solutions through guided discovery. 6. Reevaluate solution with additional options. 7. Reflect on this solution and why it is the best solution. 8. Consider what best means. Is it situational? Types of problem-based instruction. While there are many variations to how a problem-based lesson might work, it usually involves an incentive or need to solve the problem, a decision on how to find a solution, a possible solution, an explanation for the reasons used to reach that solution, and then reflection on the solution. 3 types of problem-based instruction are discussed: scenario-based, collaborative problem-solving, and case study. Scenario-based training method, SBT. SBT uses a highly structured script of real-world experiences to address aviation training objectives in an operational environment. It is a realistic situation that allows the student to rehearse mentally for a situation and requires practical application of various bits of knowledge. Such training can include initial training, transition training, upgrade training, recurrent training, and special training. Because improper pilot decisions cause a significant percentage of all accidents and the majority of fatal accidents in light, single, and twin-engine aircraft, SBT challenges the student or transitioning pilot with a variety of flight scenarios with the goal of reducing accidents. These scenarios require the pilot to manage the resources available in the flight deck, exercise sound judgment, and make timely decisions. Since it has been documented that students learn more effectively when actively involved in the learning process, SBT is also used to train AMTs. The aviation instructor is the key to successful SBT, and the overall learning objective in this method of training delivery is for the student to be more ready to exercise sound judgment and make good decisions. The scenario may not have one right or wrong answer, which reflects situations faced in the real world. It is important for the instructor to understand in advance
which outcomes are positive and or negative, and give the student freedom to make both good and poor decisions without jeopardizing safety. This allows the student to make decisions that fit his or her experience level and results in positive outcomes. Once the class has mastered the ability to compute weight and balance, Bob decides to give them the following scenario with the objective of teaching them how to reconfigure weight and balance in the real world. A customer wants a tail strobe light installed in his Piper Cherokee 180. How will this installation affect the weight and balance of the aircraft? Since the student must remove the position light, install a power supply, and also install the tail strobe light, he or she needs to make several decisions that affect the final weight and balance of the aircraft. The real-world problem forces the student to analyze, evaluate, and make decisions about the procedures required. For the flight instructor, a good scenario tells a story that begins with a reason to fly because the pilot's decisions differ depending on the motivation to fly. For example, Mark's closest friends bought him a ticket for a playoff game at their alma mater, and they paid him to rent an airplane. He is flying the four of them to the big football game. Another friend is planning to meet them at the airport and drive everyone to the game and back. Mark has strong motivation to fly his friends to the game, so he keys up College Airport AWOS, which reports clear and unrestricted visibility. His flight is a go, yet 15 miles from College Airport, he descends to 1,000 feet to stay below the lowering clouds and encounters rain and lowering visibility to 3 miles. The terrain is flat farmland with no published obstacles. What will he do now? Remember, a good in-flight scenario is more than an hour of flight time. It is also a learning experience. SBT is a powerful tool because the future is unpredictable, and there is no way to train a pilot for every combination of events that may happen in the future. A good scenario is not a test, will not have one right answer, does not offer an obvious answer, should not promote errors, and should promote situational awareness and opportunities for decision-making. Collaborative problem-solving method. Collaboration, two or more people working together to solve problems, has been used throughout time. In education, the collaborative problem-solving method combines collaboration with problem-solving when the instructor provides a problem to a group who then solves it. The instructor provides assistance when needed, but he or she needs to remember that learning to solve the problem or task without assistance is part of the learning process. This method uses collaboration and can be modified for an interactive one-on-one learning situation, such as an independent aviation instructor might encounter. The instructor provides the problem to the student, offering only limited assistance as the student solves it, but participating in finding solutions. Once again, open-ended what-if problems encourage the students with an opportunity to develop HOTS. Case study method. A case study is a written or oral account of a real-world situation that contains a message that educates the student. An increasingly popular form of teaching, the case study contains a story relative to the student that forces him or her to deal with situations encountered in real life. The instructor presents the case to the students, who then analyze it, come to conclusions, and offer possible solutions. Effective case studies require the student to use critical thinking skills. An excellent source of real-world case studies for flight instructors can be found at the National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB, where descriptions of more than 140,000 aviation accidents are located. By removing the NTSB's determination of probable cause, a flight instructor can use the description as a case study. The following paragraph is an example of one such accident. The private pilot was on a Visual Flight Rules VFR cross-country flight when he began encountering instrument conditions. The pilot continued into instrument conditions for about 30 minutes before asking Atlanta Approach Control for directions to the nearest airport for landing. The controller directed the pilot to 2 different nearby airports, but both were below minimums. The pilot informed the controller that he was low on fuel and needed to land as soon as possible. The controller directed the pilot to the Columbus Metropolitan Airport, Columbus, Georgia. The pilot told the controllers that he would attempt an instrument approach.
The pilot attempted 4 unsuccessful approaches, with the controllers talking him through each approach. On the 5th approach, at 5 miles from the runway, the pilot stated that both engines quit due to fuel exhaustion. The pilot called Mayday, and, during forced landing, the airplane collided with trees and the ground, separating the right wing, half of the left wing, and coming to rest inverted. The pilot did not report any mechanical deficiencies in the airplane during the attempted approaches. Injuries: 1 serious, 1 minor, 1 uninjured. The flight instructor has the student analyze the information and suggest possible reasons for the accident. The instructor then shares the NTSB's determination of probable cause. The pilot's inadequate decision to continue VFR flight into IMC conditions, which resulted in a loss of engine power due to fuel exhaustion, which can lead to further discussions of how to avoid this type of accident. Accident data is available at NTSB's Aviation Accident Database and synopses at www.ntsb.gov/ntsb/query.asp/. Electronic learning, e-learning. Electronic learning, or e-learning, has become an umbrella term for any type of education that involves an electronic component, such as the Internet, a network, a standalone computer, CD/DVDs, video conferencing, websites, or email in its delivery. Figure 4-12. E-learning comes in many formats. It can be a standalone software program that takes a learner from lecture to exam, or it can be an interactive, web-based course of instruction that involves a mixture of mandatory class attendance with email discussions and assignments. E-learning can be as basic as an online college course taken via email, or as sophisticated as refining flight techniques in a helicopter simulator. Time-flexible, cost-competitive, learner-centered, easily updated, accessible anytime and anywhere, e-learning has many advantages that make it a popular addition to the field of education. Predictions are that more and more learning will take place via e-learning. E-learning is now used for training at many different levels. For example, technology flight training devices and flight simulators are used by everyone from flight schools to major airlines, as well as the military. Fixed-based operators, FBOs, who offer instrument training may use personal computer-based aviation training devices, PCATDs, or flight training devices, FTDs, for a portion of the instrument time a pilot needs for the instrument rating. Major airlines have high-level flight simulators that are so realistic that transitioning crews meet all qualifications in the flight simulator. Likewise, military pilots use flight training devices or flight simulators to prepare for flying aircraft, such as the A-10, for which there are no 2-seat training versions. With e-learning, sophisticated databases can organize vast amounts of information that can be quickly sorted, searched, found, and cross-indexed. Due to the active nature of e-learning, the overall learning process is enhanced in several ways. Well-designed programs allow students to feel as if they are in control of what they are learning and how fast they learn it. They can explore areas that interest them and discover more about a subject on their own. In addition, e-learning often seems more enjoyable than learning from a regular classroom lecture. The advantages are less time spent on instruction compared to traditional classroom training and higher levels of mastery and retention. Distance learning, or the use of electronic media to deliver instruction when the instructor and student are separated, is another advantage of e-learning. Participants in a class may be located on different continents, yet share the same teaching experience. Distance learning may also be defined as a system and process that connects students with resources for learning. As sources for access to information expand, the possibilities for distance learning increases. While e-learning has many training advantages, it also has limitations, which can include the lack of peer interaction and personal feedback, depending on what method of e-learning is used. For the instructor, maintaining control of the learning situation may be difficult. It may also be difficult to find good programs for certain subjects, and the expense associated with equipment, software, and facilities must be considered. In addition, instructors and students may lack sufficient experience with personal computers to take full advantage of the software programs that are available. Improper or excessive use of e-learning should be avoided. For example, a flight instructor should not rely exclusively on a software program on traffic patterns and landings to do the ground instruction for a student pilot, then expect the student to demonstrate patterns and landings in the aircraft. Likewise, it would be unfair to expect a maintenance student to safely and properly perform a compression check on an aircraft if the student received only e-learning. Along with the many types of e-learning, there are a variety of terms used to describe educational use of the computer. While there are subtle nuances to the different terms, which include computer-assisted learning, CAL, computer-assisted instruction, CAI, computer-based training, CBT, and computer-based instruction, CBI. This handbook will use the term computer-assisted learning in the following discussion. Computer-assisted learning, CAL, method. Computer-assisted learning, CAL, couples the personal computer, PC, with multimedia software to create a training device. For example, major aircraft manufacturers have developed CAL programs to teach aircraft systems and maintenance procedures to their employees, reducing the amount of manpower necessary to train air crews and maintenance technicians on the new equipment. End users of the aircraft, such as major airlines, can purchase the training materials with the aircraft in order to accomplish both initial and recurrent training of their personnel. Major advantages of CAL are that students can progress at a rate which is comfortable for them and are often able to access the CAL at their own convenience. Another benefit of CAL is the test prep study guides, useful for preparation for the FAA knowledge tests. These programs typically allow the students to select a test, complete the questions, and find out how they did on the test. The student may then conduct a review of questions missed. Some of the more advanced CAL applications allow students to progress through a series of interactive segments where the presentation varies as a result of their responses. If students wish to learn about a particular area, they do so by clicking the mouse on a particular portion of the screen. They can focus on the area they either need to study or want to study. For example, a maintenance student who wants to find information on the refueling of a specific aircraft could use a CAL program to access the refueling section and study the entire procedure. If a student wishes to repeat a section or a portion of the section, it can be done at any time merely by clicking on the appropriate icon. In teaching aviation students, CAL can be used by the instructor as another type of reference for students to study. Just as a student can reread a section in a text, a student can review portions of a CAL program until it is understood. The instructor must continue to monitor and evaluate the progress of the student as usual. This is necessary to be certain a student is on track with the training syllabus. At times, instructors may feel they are doing more one-on-one instruction than in a normal classroom setting, but repetitive forms of teaching may be accomplished by computer. This actually gives this instructor more time for one-on-one teaching. Remember, the computer has no way of knowing when a student is having difficulty, and it will always be the responsibility of the instructor to provide monitoring and oversight of student progress and to intervene when necessary. Figure 4-13. Real interactivity with CAL means the student is fully engaged with the instruction by doing something meaningful which makes the subject of study come alive. For example, the student controls the pace of instruction, reviews previous material, jumps forward, and receives instant feedback. With advanced tracking features, CAL can also be used to test the student's achievement, compare the results with past performance, and indicate the student's weak or strong areas. For most aviation training, the computer should be thought of as a valuable instructional aid, and entrusting an entire aviation training program to a computer is not practical. Even airline simulator programs require tailoring and hands-on interaction with a human instructor. On the other hand, CAL is a useful tool for aviation instructors. For example, in teaching aviation maintenance,
CAL programs produced by a variety of aircraft manufacturers can be used to expose students to equipment not normally found at a maintenance school. Another use of computers would allow students to review procedures at their own pace while the instructor is involved in hands-on training with other students. The major advantage of CAL is that it is interactive. The computer responds in different ways depending on student input. When using CAL, the instructor should remain actively involved with the students by using close supervision, questions, examinations, quizzes, or guided discussions on the subject matter to constantly assess student progress. Simulation, role-playing, and video gaming. Simulation, the appearance of real life. Role-playing, playing a specific role in the context of a real-world situation. And video gaming have taken e-learning in new directions. Figure 4-14. The popularity of simulation games that provide players with complex situations and opportunities to learn have drawn educators into the gaming field as they seek interactive educational games that help students retain subject matter learning. The advantages of simulation/role-playing games come as the student learns new information, develops skills, connects, and manipulates information. The game gives the learner a stake in the outcome by putting the learner into the shoes of a character, role-playing, who needs to overcome a real-world scenario. Learning evolves as a result of the student's interactions with the game, and these games usually promote the development of critical thinking skills. Not every aviation learning objective can be delivered via this teaching method, but it should prove to be a useful tool in the instructor's toolbox as the number and content of educational games increase. End of Part 2 of Chapter 4. Chapter 4, Part 3 of Aviation Instructor's Handbook by the FAA. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Cooperative or Group Learning Method. Cooperative or group learning organizes students into small groups who can work together to maximize their own and each other's learning. Research indicates that students completing cooperative learning group tasks tend to have higher test scores, higher self-esteem, improved social skills, and greater comprehension of the subjects they are studying. Perhaps the most significant characteristic of group learning is that it continually requires active participation of the student in the learning process. Conditions and controls. In spite of its advantages, success with cooperative or group learning depends on conditions and controls. First of all, instructors need to begin planning early to determine what the student group is expected to learn and to be able to do on their own. The group task may emphasize academic achievement, cognitive abilities, or physical skills, but the instructor must use clear and specific learning objectives to describe the knowledge and/or abilities the students are to acquire and then demonstrate on their own. The following conditions and controls are useful for cooperative learning, but do not need to be used every time an instructor assigns a group learning project. 1. Small, heterogeneous groups. 2. Clear, complete instructions of what students are to do, in what order, with what materials, and, when appropriate, what students are to do as evidence of their mastery of targeted content and skills. 3. Student perception of targeted objectives as their own personal objectives. 4. The opportunity for student success. 5. Student access to and comprehension of required information. 6. Sufficient time for learning. 7. Individual accountability. 8. Recognition and rewards for group success. 9. Time after completion of group tasks for students to systematically reflect upon how they worked together as a team. In practice, cooperative or group learning in aviation training is normally modified to adapt to school policy or for other valid reasons. For example, collaborative, student-led, instructor-led, or working group strategies are alternatives to a pure form of group learning. In these examples, the student leader or the instructor serves as a coach or facilitator who interacts with the group as necessary to keep it on track or to encourage everyone in the group to participate. Demonstration Performance Method. Best used for the mastery of mental or physical skills that require practice, the demonstration performance method is based on the principle that people learn by doing. In this method, students observe the skill and then try to reproduce it. It is well suited for the aircraft maintenance instructor who uses it in the shop to teach welding, and the flight instructor who uses it in teaching piloting skills. Every instructor should recognize the importance of student performance in the learning process. Early in a lesson that is to include demonstration and performance, the instructor should identify the most important learning outcomes. Next, explain and demonstrate the steps involved in performing the skill being taught. Then, allow students time to practice each step so they can increase their ability to perform the skill. The demonstration performance method is divided into 5 phases: explanation, demonstration, student performance, instructor supervision, and evaluation. Figure 4-15. Explanation phase. Explanations must be clear, pertinent to the objectives of the particular lesson to be presented, and based on the known experience and knowledge of the students. In teaching a skill, the instructor must convey to the students the precise actions they are to perform. In addition to the necessary steps, the instructor should describe the end result of these efforts. Before leaving this phase, the instructor should encourage students to ask questions about any step of the procedure that they do not understand. Demonstration phase. The instructor must show students the actions necessary to perform a skill. As little extraneous activity as possible should be included in the demonstration if students are clearly to understand the instructor is actually performing the actions previously explained. If, due to some unanticipated circumstances, the demonstration does not closely conform to the explanation, this deviation should be immediately acknowledged and explained. Student performance and instructor supervision phases. Because these 2 phases, which involve separate actions, are performed concurrently, they are discussed here under a single heading. The first of these phases is the student's performance of the physical or mental skills that have been explained and demonstrated. The second activity is the instructor's supervision. Student performance requires students to act and do. To learn skills, students must practice. The instructor must therefore allot enough time for meaningful student activity. Through doing, students learn to follow correct procedures and to reach established standards. It is important that students be given an opportunity to perform the skill as soon as possible after demonstration. In flight training, the instructor may allow the student to follow along on the controls during the demonstration of a maneuver. Immediately thereafter, the instructor should have the student attempt to perform the maneuver, coaching as necessary. In the opening scenario, students performed a task, weight and balance computation, as a group, and prior to terminating the performance phase, they are allowed to independently complete the task at least once with supervision and coaching as necessary. Evaluation phase. In this phase, the instructor judges student performance. The student displays whatever competence has been attained, and the instructor discovers just how well the skill has been learned. To test each student's ability to perform, the instructor requires students to work independently throughout this phase and make some comment on how each performed the skill relative to the way it was taught. From this measurement of student achievement, the instructor determines the effectiveness of the instruction. Drill and practice method. A time-honored training delivery method, drill and practice, is based on the learning principle of exercise discussed in Chapter 2, which holds that connections are strengthened with practice. It promotes learning through repetition because those things most often repeated are best remembered. The human mind rarely retains, evaluates, and applies new concepts or practices after a single exposure. Students do not learn to weld during one shop period or to perform crosswind landings during one instructional flight. They learn by applying what they have been told and shown. Each time practice occurs, learning continues.
Effective use of drill and practice revolves around knowing what skill is being developed. The instructor must provide opportunities for students to practice and, at this time, make sure that this practice is directed toward a learning objective. Conclusion. A successful instructor needs to be familiar with as many teaching methods as possible. Although lecture and demonstration performance may be the methods used most often, being aware of other methods and teaching tools, such as guided discussion, cooperative learning, and computer-assisted learning, better prepares an instructor for a wide variety of teaching situations. Obviously, the aviation instructor is the key to effective teaching. An experienced instructor's knowledge and skill regarding methods of instruction may be compared to a maintenance technician's toolbox. The instructor's tools are teaching methods. Just as the technician uses some tools more than others, the instructor uses some methods more often than others. As is the case with the technician, there are times when a less used tool is the exact tool needed for a particular situation. The instructor's success is determined to a large degree by the ability to organize material and to select and utilize a teaching method appropriate to a particular lesson. Application of the lesson. Application is student use of the instructor's presented material. If it is a classroom presentation, the student may be asked to explain the new material. If it is a new flight maneuver, the student may be asked to perform the maneuver that has just been demonstrated. In most instructional situations, the instructor's explanation and demonstration activities are alternated with student performance efforts. Usually, the instructor has to interrupt the student's efforts for corrections and further demonstrations. This is necessary because it is very important that each student perform the maneuver or operation the right way the first few times to establish a good habit. Faulty habits are difficult to correct and must be addressed as soon as possible. Flight instructors in particular must be aware of this problem, since students often do a lot of their practice without an instructor. Only after reasonable competence has been demonstrated should the student be allowed to practice certain maneuvers on solo flights. Periodic review and assessment by the instructor is necessary to ensure that the student has not acquired any bad habits. As the student becomes proficient with the fundamentals of flight and aircraft maneuvers or maintenance procedures, the instructor should increasingly emphasize ADM as a means of applying what has been previously learned. For example, the flight student may be asked to plan for the arrival at a specific non-towered airport. The planning should take into consideration the wind conditions, arrival paths, communication procedures, available runways, recommended traffic patterns, and courses of action in the event that the unexpected occurs. Upon arrival at the airport, the student makes decisions, with guidance and feedback as necessary, to safely enter and fly the traffic pattern. Assessment of the lesson. Before the end of the instructional period, the instructor should review what has been covered during the lesson and require the students to demonstrate how well the lesson objectives have been met. Review and assessment are integral parts of each classroom and/or flight lesson. The instructor's assessment may be informal and recorded only for the instructor's own use in planning the next lesson for the students, or it may be formal. More often, the assessment is formal and results recorded to certify the student's progress in the course. Assessment is explored in more detail in Chapter 5. Instructional aids and training technologies. Instructional aids are devices that assist the instructor in the teaching-learning process. Instructional aids are not self-supporting. They support, supplement, or reinforce what is being taught. In contrast, training media are generally described as any physical means that communicates an instructional message to the students. For example, the instructor's voice, printed text, video cassettes, interactive computer programs, part task trainers, flight training devices or flight simulators, and numerous other types of training devices are considered training media. In school settings, the instructor may become involved in the selection and preparation of instructional aids, but they often are already in place. For the independent instructor setting, the instructor may need to select and prepare instructional aids. Whatever the setting, instructors need to learn how to effectively use them. Instructional aid theory. For many years, educators have theorized about how the human brain and the memory function during the communicative process. There's general agreement about certain factors that seem pertinent to understanding the use of instructional aids. During the communicative process, the sensory register of the memory acts as a filter. As stimuli are received, the individual's sensory register works to sort out the important bits of information from the routine or less significant bits. Within seconds, what is perceived as the most important information is passed to the working or short-term memory, where it is processed for possible storage in the long-term memory. This complex process is enhanced by the use of appropriate instructional aids that highlight and emphasize the main points or concepts. The working or short-term memory functions are limited by both time and capacity. Therefore, it is essential that the information be arranged in useful bits or chunks for effective coding, rehearsal, or recording. The effectiveness of the instructional aid is critical for this process. Carefully selected charts, graphs, pictures, or other well-organized visual aids are examples of items that help the student understand as well as retain essential information. Ideally, instructional aids should be designed to cover the key points and concepts. In addition, the coverage should be straightforward and factual, so it is easy for students to remember and recall. Generally, instructional aids that are relatively simple are best suited for this purpose. Reasons for use of instructional aids. In addition to helping students remember important information, instructional aids have other advantages. When properly used, they help gain and hold the attention of students. Audio or visual aids can be very useful in supporting a topic, and the combination of both audio and visual stimuli is particularly effective since the two most important senses are involved. Instructors should keep in mind they are often salesmen of ideas, and many of the best sales techniques that attract the attention of potential clients are well worth considering. One caution: the instructional aid should keep student attention on the subject. It should not be a distracting gimmick. Clearly, a major goal of all instruction is for the student to be able to retain as much knowledge of the subject as possible, especially the key points. Numerous studies have attempted to determine how well instructional aids serve this purpose. Indications from the studies vary greatly, from modest results, which show a 10 to 15% increase in retention, to more optimistic results, in which retention is increased by as much as 80%. Figure 4-16. Good instructional aids also can help solve certain language barrier problems. Consider the continued expansion of technical terminology in everyday usage. This, coupled with culturally diverse backgrounds of today's students, makes it necessary for instructors to be precise in their choice of terminology. Words or terms used in an instructional aid should be carefully selected to convey the same meaning for the student as they do for the instructor. They should provide an accurate visual image and make learning easier for the student. Another use for instructional aids is to clarify the relationships between material objects and concepts. When relationships are presented visually, they are often much easier to understand. For example, the subsystems within a physical unit are relatively easy to relate to each other through the use of schematics or diagrams. Symbols, graphs, and diagrams can also show relationships of location, size, time, frequency, and value. By symbolizing the factors involved, it is even possible to visualize abstract relationships. Instructors are frequently asked to teach more and more in a smaller time frame. Instructional aids can help them do this. For example, instead of using many words to describe a sound, object, or function, the instructor plays a recording of the sound, shows a picture of the object, or presents a diagram of the function. Consequently, the student learns faster and more accurately, and the instructor saves time in the process. Guidelines for use of instructional aids. The use of any instructional aid must be planned based on its ability to support a specific point in a lesson. A simple process can be used to determine if and where instructional aids are necessary. Clearly establish the lesson objective. Be certain of what is to be communicated. Gather the necessary data by researching for support material. Organize the material into an outline or lesson plan.
The plan should include all key points that need to be covered. This may include important safety considerations. Select the ideas to be supported with instructional aids. The aids should be concentrated on the key points. Aids are often appropriate when long segments of technical descriptions are necessary, when a point is complex and difficult to put into words, when instructors find themselves forming visual images, or when students are puzzled by an explanation or description. Aids should be simple and compatible with the learning outcomes to be achieved. Obviously, an explanation of elaborate equipment may require detailed schematics or mock-ups, but less complex equipment may lend itself to only basic shapes or figures. Since aids are normally used in conjunction with a verbal presentation, words on the aid should be kept to a minimum. In many cases, visual symbols and slogans can replace in-depth explanations. The instructor should avoid the temptation to use the aids as a crutch. The tendency toward unnecessarily distracting artwork also should be avoided. Instructional aids should appeal to the student and be based on sound principles of instructional design. When practical, they should encourage student participation. They also should be meaningful to the student, lead to the desired behavioral or learning objectives, and provide appropriate reinforcement. Aids that involve learning a physical skill should guide students toward mastery of the skill or task specified in the lesson objective. Instructional aids have no value in the learning process if they cannot be heard or seen. Recordings of sounds and speeches should be tested for correct volume and quality in the actual environment in which they will be used. Visual aids must be visible to the entire class. All lettering and illustrations must be large enough to be easily seen by the students farthest from the aids. Colors, when used, should provide clear contrast and easily be visible. The usefulness of aids can be improved by proper sequencing to build on previous learning. Frequently, good organization and natural patterns of logic dictate the sequence. However, use of standardized materials, including a syllabus, is recommended. Sequencing also can be enhanced simply by using overlays on transparencies, stripping techniques on charts and chalk or marker boards, and by imaginative use of magnetic boards. Sequencing can be emphasized and made clearer by the use of contrasting colors. The effectiveness of aids and the ease of their preparation can be increased by initially planning for them in rough draft form. Revisions and alterations are easier to make at that time than after their completion. The rough draft should be carefully checked for technical accuracy, proper terminology, grammar, spelling, basic balance, clarity, and simplicity. Instructional aids should also be reviewed to determine whether their use is feasible in the training environment and whether they are appropriate for the students. Figure 4-17. In practice, the choice of instructional aids depends on several factors. Availability, feasibility, or cost may impose realistic limitations. The number of students in a class and the existing facilities are other considerations. In some school situations, the designers of the curriculum determine the use of instructional aids. In this case, the instructor may have little control over their use. On the other hand, an independent instructor may have considerable latitude but limited resources. Often instructors must improvise and adapt to the existing circumstances in order to incorporate quality instructional aids. Types of instructional aids. Some of the most common and economical aids are chalk or marker boards and supplemental print materials, including charts, diagrams, and graphs. Other aids, which are usually more expensive, are projected materials, video, computer-based programs, and models, mock-ups, or cutaways. Chalk or marker board. The chalk or marker board is a widely used tool for instructors. Its versatility and effectiveness provide several advantages for most types of instruction. First, the material presented can be erased, allowing the surface to be used again and again. And second, the boards serve as an excellent medium for joint student-instructor activity in the classroom. The following practices are fundamental to the use of chalk or marker boards. Keep the chalk or marker board clean. Erase all irrelevant material. Keep chalk, markers, erasers, cleaning cloths, rulers, and related items readily available to avoid interruption of the presentation. Organize and practice the chalk or marker board presentation in advance. Write or draw large enough for everyone in the group to see. Leave a margin around the material and sufficient space between lines of copy so the board is not overcrowded. Present material simply and briefly. Make only one point at a time. A complete outline tends to distract students and makes a logical presentation difficult. If writing has been previously prepared, it should be covered and then revealed one step at a time. If necessary, use a ruler, compass, or other devices in marker drawings. Use colored chalk or marker for emphasis. Underline statements for emphasis. Use the upper part of the board. In many classrooms, students may not be able to see the lower half. Stand to one side of the board to avoid hiding the essential information. Use a pointer when appropriate. Adjust lighting as necessary to remove glare. Supplemental print material. Print media, including photographs, reproductions of pictures, drawings, murals, cartoons, and other print materials, are valuable supplemental aids. Charts, diagrams, and graphs are also in this category. Many of these items are suitable for long-term use on bulletin boards and in briefing areas. Pictures, drawings, and photographs are especially effective because they provide common visual imagery for both instructors and students. In addition, they also provide realistic details necessary for visual recognition of important subject material. In many cases, this type of supplemental training media may be reproduced in a format for projection on a screen or other clean surface. Charts, diagrams, and graphs include any printed material which gives information in tabular form. There are several types of charts that can be used in presenting data, such as pie charts, flow charts, and organizational charts, among others. The type of chart selected for use depends largely on the type of information the instructor wants to convey. An important factor is chart format. Since charts may consist of a series of single sheets or be tied together in a flip chart format with several pages, the location and handling of them should be planned in advance. A graph is a symbolic drawing which shows relationships or makes comparisons. The most common types are the line and the bar graph. The selection of a graph for use in any given situation depends on the type of information the instructor wants to convey. Charts, diagrams, and graphs can be used effectively to show relationships, chronological changes, distributions, components, and flow. They are easy to construct and can be produced in the same manner as pictures. In addition, they can be drawn on a chalk or marker board and can be duplicated. Care must be taken to display only a small amount of material and to make the material as simple but meaningful as possible. Numerous other useful print items may be considered as supplemental training aids. Some of these include study guides, exercise books, course outlines, and syllabi. Well-designed course outlines are especially useful to students because they list the key points and help students organize note-taking during a lecture. Enhanced training materials. Aviation instructors must cover a broad range of aeronautical knowledge and skill training for pilots and AMTs. The actual training requirements are based in the Code of Federal Regulations, CFR, and other publications used by designated pilot and maintenance examiners when they conduct practical tests. While aviation instructors are expected to be familiar with all regulatory training requirements, use of instructor-oriented training materials, which are enhanced for regulatory compliance, can be very beneficial for ensuring required training is being accomplished, endorsed, and properly documented. Whether working as an individual instructor or employed by a flight or maintenance school, the instructor must ensure that each student accomplishes a number of important benchmarks. Enhanced training materials that include these benchmarks can help aviation instructors complete, endorse, and document required training. For example, the training syllabi represent enhanced training material and contain provisions for instructor endorsements and record keeping. Such syllabi not only present the course of training in a logical step-by-step building block sequence, they contain provisions to remind both students and instructors of critical regulatory training benchmarks, which are approaching.
Blocks for instructor endorsements may also be included at appropriate points. Provisions for logging training time can be incorporated so the syllabus can also serve as the training record for the student, instructor, or school. When required endorsements and record-keeping provisions are designed into training syllabi, it is much easier, from the instructor's standpoint, to conduct required training, track student progress, and certify records. The training record can be reviewed and the student's training status easily assessed in case the student transfers to another school or instructor. Another example of enhanced instructor-oriented material for pilot training is a maneuver's guide or handbook, which includes the PTS as an integral part of the description of maneuvers and procedures. Students learn from the beginning how to perform the maneuver or procedure and also become familiar with the performance criteria. Instructors need not refer to another document to evaluate student performance. The examiner for the airframe and power plant, A&P, is required to ask 4 questions in each of the subject areas, which are required by the regulations to be taught. The examiner also is required to assign a practical project from each subject area. Individual maintenance instructors, as well as publishers, have compiled a list of typical questions and projects. Use of these questions and projects as part of the syllabus helps an instructor ensure that all subject areas for a particular class have been covered. There are many ways to incorporate design features in training materials in order to facilitate regulatory compliance, required endorsements, and record-keeping. Computer-based training can also be designed so that the progress of the student can be tracked and documented. As training becomes more detailed and complex, instructor-oriented materials can be a valuable instructional aid for aviation instructors. More information on enhanced training materials is presented in Chapter 6. Projected material. Traditional aids in this group include slides, film strips, and transparencies for overhead projection. In recent years, video, VHS compact discs, CDs, digital video discs, DVDs, or computer files, and computer slideshows incorporating text, graphics, video, and animation have pushed aside traditional training methods. Whatever type of projected training aid is used, it is essential for the content to be current and support the lesson. Use of projected materials requires planning and practice. The instructor should set up and adjust the equipment and lighting beforehand, and then preview the presentation. During a classroom session, the instructor should provide students with an overview of the presentation before showing it. After the presentation, the instructor should allow time for questions and a summary of key points. Computer-generated slideshows have changed the way information is presented to today's student. While a computer, screen, and projector may be needed for the classroom, a laptop computer may be all that is needed for the one-on-one presentation. These slideshows can be only bulleted information or incorporate animation and video clips. The instructor can tailor the presentation for the class and also include graphics at appropriate points. A wireless mouse can be used to activate the slide changes from anywhere in the room. Another convenient and cost-effective instructional aid is the overhead transparency and projector. Instructors can create their own overhead acetate or plastic transparencies, or they may be commercially produced ones. Material composed on a computer word processing and graphics program can also be printed into transparencies. The equipment can be placed to the front of the room, allowing the instructor to maintain eye contact with the students, Figure 4-18. The brilliant light source, concentrated at a short distance, makes it possible to use the projector in lighted areas. The instructor can also write on a blank transparency as the lesson progresses, much like a chalk or marker board. Additional transparencies can be overlaid onto the original to show development or build-up of an event or display. Overlays can be cut into various shapes and moved about in relation to the base transparency. This is a useful technique for displaying dial indications or fitting several parts of a component together so relative motion can be simulated. With any projection equipment, the instructors should ensure the projector does not obscure the student's line of sight. The projection angle should be adjusted to eliminate image distortion. Finally, although the overhead projector is simple to operate and requires little maintenance, it has disadvantages.
Most projectors are bulky to handle and store, and the projector cooling fan may be noisy. Although vastly different from other projection equipment, the opaque projector reflects light from the surface of the picture or three-dimensional object onto a regular projection screen. The height of usable objects is limited to the space between the top of the lowered projection plate and the body of the projector, usually about 2 or 3 inches. The area of the picture or object is limited to approximately 10 inches by 10 inches. Items which may be projected are practically limitless. A postage stamp, typed material, textbook illustrations, or a defective spark plug are representative of the items that may be projected. This equipment is especially adapted to enlarging diagrams and small charts for display purposes. Since the material projected requires no special preparation, the cost is very low. Many of the limitations of the overhead projector are also true of the opaque projector. Video. CD and DVDs are today's popular video instructional aids. Some educators believe that television and the film industry have produced a visual culture that has actually changed the way people learn. Passive video, or video that the student watches like a movie, provide motion, color, sound, and in many cases, special effects with advanced graphic and animation techniques. High-quality, commercially produced CDs and DVDs are available for almost every aviation training subject. Consequently, CDs and DVDs have replaced many of the projection-type instructional aids. For instructors, the convenience of CDs and DVDs is certainly an advantage. The capability to stop, freeze, and replay information is helpful for both instructors and students. CDs and DVDs and the associated equipment, although more expensive than some of the more basic instructional aid equipment, are fairly economical. Unlike other forms of projected material, CDs and DVDs can also be played on a laptop computer. On the other hand, CDs and DVDs offer their own disadvantages. Students are often accustomed to dramatic, action-packed movies or games designed as entertainment. They also tend to watch movies or TV in a passive way without attempting to absorb what they are seeing and hearing. Instructional CDs and DVDs, in comparison, are perceived as much less exciting and less stimulating visually. This, coupled with an inattentive viewing style, can diminish the instructional value of the CD or DVD. As is true for any instructional aid, instructors need to follow some basic guidelines when using CDs and DVDs. For example, the presentation is not designed to replace the instructor. Prior planning and rehearsal will help determine the important points and concepts that should be stressed, either during the presentation or as part of a summary. Instructors should also try to prepare students for viewing CD, DVD programs by telling them what to watch carefully, what is important, or possibly what is incorrect. In addition, instructors should be available to summarize the presentation and answer any questions the students may have regarding content. Interactive CDs and DVDs. Interactive refers broadly to computer software that responds quickly to certain choices and commands by the user. A typical system consists of a CD or DVD and a computer. A major advantage of CDs and DVDs is the capability to store enormous amounts of information. As an example, a single CD or DVD may contain all pertinent aviation regulations, plus the complete AIM. With search and find features incorporated, a CD or DVD is a powerful information source. The software may include additional features such as image banks with full-color photos and graphics, as well as questions or directions which are programmed to create interactivity for students as they progress through the course. The questions or directions are programmed using a branching technique, which provides several possible courses of action for the user to choose in order to move from one sequence to another. For example, a program may indicate, "That was incorrect. Go back to," and try again. Interactive CDs and DVDs solve one of the main problems of passive video in that it increases involvement of the student in the learning process. Well-designed interactive video, when properly used, is highly effective as an instructional aid. Each student essentially receives a customized learning experience. Computer-assisted learning, CAL.
As mentioned earlier, computer-assisted learning, CAL, has become a popular training delivery method. In its basic form, CAL is a combination of more than one instructional media, such as audio, text, graphics, and video or film, usually shown on a PC. With CAL, the roles of both student and instructor change. Students become more involved in their own learning, and instructors may no longer occupy a center stage position in a typical classroom setting. Instead, instructors become supportive facilitators. As such, they serve as guides or resource experts and circulate among students who are working individually or in small groups. This results in considerable one-on-one instructor-student interaction. Thus, the instructor provides assistance, reinforcement, and answers for those who need it most. In this situation, the CAL should be considered as an add-on instructional aid to improve traditional classroom instruction. The instructor, although no longer the center of attention, must continue to maintain complete control over the learning environment to ensure learning objectives have been achieved. Figure 4-19. A more advanced application of computer-based training may involve less instructor control. For example, a laboratory-type environment may be configured with separate study areas for each student. With this setup, the physical facility is usually referred to as a learning center or training center. Students in these centers are often monitored by a teacher's aide or other trained personnel who can provide guidance, answer questions, and act as a conduit to the instructor who is responsible for the training. In this case, the responsible instructor needs to establish procedures to make sure the required training is accomplished, since he or she must certify student competency at the end of the course. Models, mock-ups, and cutaways. Models, mock-ups, and cutaways are additional instructional aids. A model is a copy of a real object. It can be an enlargement, a reduction, or the same size as the original. The scale model represents an exact reproduction of the original, while simplified models do not represent reality in all details. Some models are solid, show only the outline of the object they portray, while others can be manipulated or operated. Although a model may not be a realistic copy of an actual piece of equipment, it can be used effectively in explaining operating principles of various types of equipment. Models are especially adaptable to small group discussions in which students are encouraged to ask questions. A model is even more effective if it works like the original and it can be taken apart and reassembled. With the display of an operating model, the students can observe how each part works in relation to the other parts. When the instructor points to each part of the model while explaining these relationships, the students can better understand the mechanical principles involved. As instructional aids, models are usually more practical than originals because they are lightweight and easy to manipulate. A mock-up is a three-dimensional or specialized type of working model made from real or synthetic materials. It is used for study, training, or testing in place of the real object, which is too costly or too dangerous, or which is impossible to obtain. The mock-up may emphasize or highlight elements or components for learning and eliminate non-essential elements. Cutaways, another type of model, are built in sections and can be taken apart to reveal the internal structure. Whenever possible, the various parts should be labeled or colored to clarify relationships. Production and equipment costs are limiting factors to consider in developing and using models, mock-ups, and cutaways. Depending on the nature of the representation, cost can vary. For instance, scale replicas are often very expensive. In general, if a two-dimensional representation will satisfy the instructor's requirement, it should be used. Test preparation material. Test preparation material applies to an array of paper, video, and computer software products that are designed by commercial publishers to help students prepare for FAA tests. While test preparation materials may be effective in preparing students for FAA tests, the danger is that students may learn to pass a given test, but fail to learn other critical information essential to safe piloting and maintenance practices. In addition, FAA inspectors and designated examiners have found that student applicants often exhibit a lack of knowledge during oral questioning even though many have easily passed the FAA knowledge test. A shortcoming of test preparation materials is that the emphasis is on rote learning, which is the lowest of all levels of learning. Test preparation materials, as well as instructors that dwell on teaching the test, are shortchanging student applicants. All instructors who use test preparation publications should stress that these materials are not designed as standalone learning tools. They should be considered as a supplement to instructor-led training. Future developments. Electronic communications, including the use of computer databases, voicemail, email, Internet, World Wide Web, and satellite-based wireless communications, are routine, and this explosion of information access affects aviation training. It will be even more significant in the future. Computer technology continues to advance in quantum leaps, challenging traditional ways of teaching. For example, voice recognition technology, which lets computers accept spoken rather than keyed input, is highly effective for technical training. Miniature electro-optical devices allow computer-aided information to be projected electronically on sunglass-style eyewear, which is connected to a lightweight, belt-mounted computer. Computer-aided information is particularly useful for aviation maintenance activities. For example, it would be possible for a technician's eyes to easily move back and forth from computer-generated technical details to the actual hardware while diagnosing and correcting a maintenance problem. Trends in training indicate a shift from the typical classroom to more extensive use of lab-type environment with computer work or study stations. Using simulation devices, computer networks, and multimedia programs, students become more actively involved and responsible for their own training. Aviation-related learning centers are usually associated with colleges, universities, and research centers. The airlines, as well as aeronautical programs at some colleges and universities, have used similar facilities for many years. Another type of computer-based technology, virtual reality, VR, creates a sensory experience that allows a participant to believe and hardly distinguish a virtual experience from a real one. VR uses graphics with animation systems, sounds, and images to reproduce electronic versions of real-life experiences. Despite enormous potential, VR, in its current stage of development, has drawbacks. It is extremely expensive, and versions with head-mounted display sometimes produce unfavorable side effects. For those engaged in aviation training, the challenge is staying abreast of technological changes that apply to training and adopting those that are the most useful and cost-effective. Since much of the new technology is based on computer technology, instructors with well-developed computer skills are in demand. Although the explosion of training technology offers new opportunities, instructors must remember their main teaching goals and be selectively receptive to new possibilities. Electronic information on computer networks and bulletin boards is from commercial providers, as well as community, state, and national government agencies. There is no guarantee that all of this information is current or even accurate. Chapter Summary. As indicated by this discussion, the teaching process organizes the material an instructor wishes to teach in such a way that the learner understands what is being taught. An effective instructor uses a combination of teaching methods as well as instructional aids to achieve this goal. By being well prepared, an effective instructor presents and applies lesson material and also periodically assesses how well the learner is learning. An effective instructor never stops learning. He or she maintains currency in the subject matter being taught, as well as how to teach it by reading professional journals and other aviation publications, many of which can be viewed or purchased via the Internet, as another source of valuable information for professional instructors. End of Part 3 of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Aviation Instructor's Handbook by the FAA. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Assessment. Introduction. The afternoon before a flight lesson, Linda, a certificated flight instructor, sends an email to her student, Brian, and asks him to plan tomorrow's flight.
she attaches a copy of the syllabus and task list to the email and emphasizes the need to work on both flight deck automation, multifunction display, MFD, global positioning system, GPS, and primary flight display, PFD, and pattern and landing skills. Brian puts together a short two-leg cross-country flight plan that allows for plenty of pattern entry and landing work while using the en route legs to explore the flight deck electronic displays. Brian also adds a stall series because he did not really understand the aerodynamics of power-off stalls during the last lesson. The next day, Brian briefs Linda on his plan and presents his completed paperwork for the flight. Linda notes the addition of stalls and approves the plan. Next, she and her student engage in a discussion of the areas of the flight that he still does not understand, and she quizzes him on proper procedures as well as possible situations and decisions they may encounter. Once in the air, Brian plans and executes the flight. Linda interjects comments and questions as the need arises. Linda alternates between demonstration, questioning, and suggesting an alternate course of action, always allowing Brian time to participate in the discussion. After landing, Brian and Linda sit down to assess the flight. Linda begins by asking Brian to discuss the flight from his perspective. As he talks, she listens for areas where her assessment of Brian's performance differs from his own perceptions. After Brian completes his self-assessment, Linda offers her view, and she and Brian discuss the areas of disagreement. By asking Brian to lead the initial post-flight assessment and discussing areas where her perceptions of his performance differ, Linda is both instilling the self-assessment habits Brian will need throughout his flying career and helping him to learn to make accurate perceptions. Assessment is an essential and continuous, ongoing component of the teaching and learning processes. No skill is more important to an instructor than the ability to continuously analyze, appraise, and judge a student's performance. The student looks to the instructor for guidance, suggestions for improvement, and encouragement. The instructor must gather the information needed to evaluate student progress throughout the course. This information helps to shape the learning process by guiding an instructor regarding what needs to be reinforced during instruction, as well as helping the instructor determine the readiness of the aviation student to move forward. This chapter examines the instructor's role in assessing levels of learning, describes methods of assessment, and discusses how to construct and conduct effective assessments. The techniques and methods described in this chapter apply as much to the aviation instructor in the classroom as to the aircraft maintenance instructor in the shop, or to the flight instructor in the aircraft or in the briefing area. Since each student is different and each learning situation is unique, the outcome may not be what the instructor expected. Whatever the outcome, the instructor must be able to assess student performance and convey this information to the student. To do so, the instructor utilizes several different types of assessment. Assessment terminology. Most instructors and students are familiar with the term grading. A more useful term is assessment, which is the process of gathering measurable information to meet evaluation needs. The Latin root assess means to judge, to sit beside. This term conveys the idea that assessment involves both judgment by the instructor and collaboration with the student during the evaluation stage. This chapter presents and discusses two broad categories of assessment. The first is traditional assessment, which often involves the kind of written testing, e.g., multiple choice, matching, and grading that is most familiar to instructors and students. To achieve a passing score on a traditional assessment, the student usually has a set amount of time to recognize or reproduce memorized terms, formulas, or data. There is a single answer that is correct. Consequently, the traditional assessment is more likely to be used to judge or evaluate the student's progress at the rote and understanding levels of learning. The second category of assessment is authentic assessment. Authentic assessment requires the student to demonstrate not just rote and understanding, but also the application and correlation levels of learning. Authentic assessment generally requires the student to perform real-world tasks.
and demonstrate a meaningful application of skills and competencies. In other words, the authentic assessment requires the student to exhibit in-depth knowledge by generating a solution instead of merely choosing a response. In authentic assessment, there are specific performance criteria or standards that students know in advance of the actual assessment. The terms criteria/criterion and standard are often used interchangeably. They refer to the characteristics that define acceptable performance on a task. Another term used in association with authentic assessment is rubric. A rubric is a guide used to score performance assessments in a reliable, fair, and valid manner. It is generally composed of dimensions for judging student performance, a scale for rating performance on each dimension, and standards of excellence for specified performance levels. Whether traditional or authentic, an assessment can be either formal or informal. Formal assessments usually involve documentation, such as a quiz or written examination. They are used periodically throughout a course, as well as at the end of the course, to measure and document whether or not the course objectives have been met. Informal assessments, which can include verbal critique, generally occur as needed and are not part of the final grade. Other terms associated with assessment include diagnostic, formative, and summative. Diagnostic assessments are used to assess student knowledge or skills prior to a course of instruction. Formative assessments, which are not graded, are used as a wrap-up of the lesson and to set the stage for the next lesson. This type of assessment, which is limited to what transpired during that lesson, informs and guides the instructor on which areas to reinforce. Summative assessments are used periodically throughout the training to measure how well learning has progressed to that point. For example, a chapter quiz or an end-of-course test can measure the student's overall mastery of the training. These assessments are an integral part of the lesson as well as the course of training. Purpose of assessment. Assessment is an essential and continuous, ongoing component of the teaching and learning processes. An effective assessment provides critical information to both the instructor and the student. Both instructor and student need to know how well the student is progressing. A good assessment provides practical and specific feedback to students, including direction and guidance on how to raise their level of performance. Most importantly, a well-designed and effective assessment process contributes to the development of aeronautical decision-making and judgment skills by helping develop the student's ability to evaluate his or her own knowledge and performance accurately. A well-designed and effective assessment is also a very valuable tool for the instructor. By highlighting the areas in which a student's performance is incorrect or inadequate, it helps the instructor see where more emphasis is needed. If, for example, several students falter when they reach the same step in a weight and balance problem, the instructor might recognize the need for a more detailed explanation, another demonstration of the step, or special emphasis in the assessment of subsequent performance. General characteristics of effective assessment. In order to provide direction and raise the student's level of performance, assessment must be factual, and it must be aligned with completion standards of the lesson. An effective assessment displays the characteristics shown in Figure 5-1. Objective. The effective assessment is objective and focuses on student performance. It should not reflect the personal opinions, likes, dislikes, or biases of the instructor. Instructors must not permit judgment of student performance to be influenced by their personal views of the student, favorable or unfavorable. Sympathy or over-identification with a student, to such a degree that it influences objectivity, is known as halo error. A conflict of personalities can also distort an opinion. If assessment is to be objective, it must be honest. It must be based on the performance as it was, not as it could have been. Flexible. The instructor must evaluate the entire performance of a student in the context in which it is accomplished. Sometimes a good student turns in a poor performance, and a poor student turns in a good one. A friendly student may suddenly become hostile, or a hostile student may suddenly become friendly and cooperative. The instructor must fit the tone, technique, and content of the assessment to the occasion, as well as to the student. An assessment should be designed and executed so that the instructor can allow for variables. The ongoing challenge for the instructor is deciding what to say, what to omit, what to stress, and what to minimize at the proper moment. Acceptable. The student must accept the instructor in order to accept his or her assessment willingly. Students must have confidence in the instructor's qualifications, teaching ability, sincerity, competence, and authority. Usually, instructors have the opportunity to establish themselves with students before the formal assessment arises. If not, however, the instructor's manner, attitude, and familiarity with the subject at hand must serve this purpose. Assessments must be presented fairly, with authority, conviction, sincerity, and from a position of recognizable competence. Instructors must never rely on their positions to make an assessment more acceptable to students. Comprehensive. A comprehensive assessment is not necessarily a long one, nor must it treat every aspect of the performance in detail. The instructor must decide whether the greater benefit comes from a discussion of a few major points or a number of minor ones. The instructor might assess what most needs improvement, or only what the student can reasonably be expected to improve. An effective assessment covers strengths as well as weaknesses. The instructor's task is to determine how to balance the two. Constructive. An assessment is pointless unless the student benefits from it. Praise for its own sake is of no value, but praise can be effective in reinforcing and capitalizing on things that are done well, in order to inspire the student to improve in the areas of lesser accomplishment. When identifying a mistake or weakness, the instructor must give positive guidance for correction. Negative comments that do not point toward improvement or a higher level of performance should be omitted from an assessment altogether. Organized. An assessment must be organized. Almost any pattern is acceptable, as long as it is logical and makes sense to the student. An effective organizational pattern might be the sequence of the performance itself. Sometimes an assessment can profitably begin at the point at which a demonstration failed and work backward through the steps that led to the failure. A success can be analyzed in similar fashion. Alternatively, a glaring deficiency can serve as the core of an assessment. Breaking the whole into parts or building the parts into a whole is another possible organizational approach. Thoughtful. An effective assessment reflects the instructor's thoughtfulness towards the student's need for self-esteem, recognition, and approval. The instructor must not minimize the inherent dignity and importance of the individual. Ridicule, anger, or fun at the expense of the student never has a place in an assessment. While being straightforward and honest, the instructor should always respect the student's personal feelings. For example, the instructor should try to deliver criticism in private. Specific. The instructor's comments and recommendations should be specific. Students cannot act on recommendations unless they know specifically what the recommendations are. A statement such as, "Your second weld wasn't as good as your first," has little constructive value. Instead, the instructor should say why it was not as good and offer suggestions on how to improve the weld. If the instructor has a clear, well-founded, and supportable idea in mind, it should be expressed with firmness and authority, and in terms that cannot be misunderstood. At the conclusion of an assessment, students should have no doubt about what they did well and what they did poorly, and, most importantly, specifically how they can improve. Traditional assessment. As defined earlier, traditional assessment generally refers to written testing, such as multiple choice, matching, true-false, fill-in-the-blank, etc. Written assessments must typically be completed within a specific amount of time. There is a single correct response for each item. The assessment or test assumes that all students should learn the same thing and relies on rote memorization of facts. Responses are often machine-scored and offer little opportunity for a demonstration of the thought processes characteristic of critical thinking skills. One shortcoming is that traditional assessment approaches are generally instructor-centered, and that they measure performance against an empirical standard. In traditional assessment, fairly simple grading matrices, such as shown in Figure 5-2, are used. The problem with this type of assessment has always been that a satisfactory grade for the first lesson may be an unsatisfactory on lesson number 3. Still, tests of this nature do have a place in the assessment hierarchy. Multiple choice, supply type, and other such tests are useful in assessing the student's grasp of information, concepts, terms, processes, and rules, factual knowledge that forms the foundation needed for the student to advance to higher levels of learning. Characteristics of a good written assessment test. Whether or not an instructor designs his or her own tests or uses commercially available test banks, it is important to know the components of an effective test. Note, this section is intended to introduce basic concepts of written test design. Please see Appendix A for testing and test writing publications. A test is a set of questions, problems, or exercises intended to determine whether the student possesses a particular knowledge or skill. A test consists of just one test item, but it usually consists of a number of test items. A test item measures a single objective and calls for a single response. The test could be as simple as the correct answer to an essay question, or as complex as completing a knowledge or practical test. Regardless of the underlying purpose, effective tests share certain characteristics. Figure 5-3. Reliability is the degree to which test results are consistent with repeated measurements. If identical measurements are obtained every time a certain instrument is applied to a certain dimension, the instrument is considered reliable. The reliability of a written test is judged by whether it gives consistent measurement to a particular individual or group. Keep in mind, though, that knowledge, skills, and understanding can improve with subsequent attempts at taking the same test, because the first test serves as a learning device. Validity is the extent to which a test measures what it is supposed to measure, and it is the most important consideration in test evaluation. The instructor must carefully consider whether the test actually measures what it is supposed to measure. To estimate validity, several instructors read the test critically and consider its content relative to the stated objectives of the instruction. Items that do not pertain directly to the objectives of the course should be modified or eliminated. Usability refers to the functionality of tests. A usable written test is easy to give if it is printed in a type size large enough for students to read easily. The wording of both the directions for taking the test and of the test items needs to be clear and concise. Graphics, charts, and illustrations appropriate to the test items must be clearly drawn, and the test should be easily graded. Objectivity describes singleness of scoring of a test. Essay questions provide an example of this principle. It is nearly impossible to prevent an instructor's own knowledge and experience in the subject area, writing style, or grammar from affecting the grade awarded. Selection-type test items, such as true-false or multiple choice, are much easier to grade objectively. Comprehensiveness is the degree to which a test measures the overall objectives. Suppose, for example, an AMT wants to measure the compression of an aircraft engine. Measuring compression on a single cylinder would not provide an indication of the entire engine. Similarly, a written test must sample an appropriate cross-section of the objectives of instruction. The instructor has to make certain the evaluation includes a representative and comprehensive sampling of the objectives of the course. Discrimination is the degree to which a test distinguishes the differences between students. In classroom evaluation, a test must measure small differences in achievement in relation to the objectives of the course. A test constructed to identify the differences in the achievements of students has 3 features: a wide range of scores, all levels of difficulty, items that distinguish between students with differing levels of achievement of the course objectives. Please see the reference section for information on the advantages and disadvantages of multiple choice, supply style, and other written assessment instruments, as well as guidance on creating effective test items. Authentic assessment. Authentic assessment is a type of assessment in which the student is asked to perform real-world tasks and demonstrate a meaningful application of skills and competencies. Authentic assessment, lies at the heart of training today's aviation student to use critical thinking skills. Rather than selecting from predetermined responses, students must generate responses from skills and concepts they have learned. By using open-ended questions and establishing performance criteria, authentic assessment focuses on the learning process, enhances the development of real-world skills, encourages higher-order thinking skills, HOTS, and teaches students to assess their own work and performance. Collaborative assessment. There are several aspects of effective authentic assessment. The first is the use of open-ended questions in what might be called a collaborative critique, which is a form of student-centered grading. As described in the scenario that introduced this chapter, the instructor begins by using a 4-step series of open-ended questions to guide the student through a complete self-assessment. Replay. Ask the student to verbally replay the flight or procedure. Listen for areas in which the instructor's perceptions differ from the student's perceptions, and discuss why they do not match. This approach gives the student a chance to validate his or her own perceptions, and it gives the instructor critical insight into his or her judgment abilities. Reconstruct. The reconstruction stage encourages the student to learn by identifying the key things that he or she would have, could have, or should have done differently during the flight or procedure. Reflect. Insights come from investing perceptions and experiences with meaning, requiring reflection on the events. For example, what was the most important thing you learned today? What part of the session was easiest for you? What part was hardest? Did anything make you uncomfortable? If so, when did it occur? How would you assess your performance and your decisions? Did you perform in accordance with the PTS? Redirect. The final step is to help the student relate lessons learned in this session to other experiences and consider how they might help in future sessions. Questions. How does this experience relate to previous lessons? What might be done to mitigate a similar risk in a future situation? What aspects of this experience might apply to future situations and how? What personal minimums should be established, and what additional proficiency flying and or training might be useful? The purpose of the self-assessment is to stimulate growth in the student's thought processes and, in turn, behaviors. The self-assessment is followed by an in-depth discussion between the instructor and the student, which compares the instructor's assessment to the student's self-assessment. Through this discussion, the instructor and the student jointly determine the student's progress on a rubric. As explained earlier, a rubric is a guide for scoring performance assessments in a reliable, fair, and valid manner. It is generally composed of dimensions for judging student performance, a scale for rating performance on each dimension, and standards of excellence for specified performance levels. The collaborative assessment process in student-centered grading uses 2 broad rubrics, one that assesses the student's level of proficiency on skill-focused maneuvers or procedures, and one that assesses the student's level of proficiency on single-pilot resource management, SRM, which is the cognitive or decision-making aspect of flight training. The performance assessment dimensions for each type of rubric are as follows. Maneuver or procedure grades. Describe. At the completion of the scenario, the student is able to describe the physical characteristics and cognitive elements of the scenario activities, but needs assistance to execute the maneuver or procedure successfully. Explain. At the completion of the scenario, the student is able to describe the scenario activity and understand the underlying concepts, principles, and procedures that comprise the activity, but needs assistance to execute the maneuver or procedure successfully. Practice. At the completion of the scenario, the student is able to plan and execute the scenario. Coaching, instruction, and or assistance will correct deviations and errors identified by the instructor. Perform. At the completion of the scenario, the student is able to perform the activity without instructor assistance. The student will identify and correct errors and deviations in an expeditious manner.
At no time will the successful completion of the activity be in doubt. Perform is used to signify that the student is satisfactorily demonstrating proficiency in traditional piloting and systems operation skills. Not observed. Any event not accomplished or required. For example, a student can describe a landing and can tell the flight instructor about the physical characteristics and appearance of the landing. On a good day, with the wind straight down the runway, the student may be able to practice landings with some success while still functioning at the rote level of learning. However, on a gusty crosswind day, the student needs a deeper level of understanding to adapt to the different conditions. If a student can explain all the basic physics associated with lift, drag, and crosswind correction, he or she is more likely to practice successfully and eventually perform a landing under a wide variety of conditions. Single Pilot Resource Management, SRM, grades. Explain. The student can verbally identify, describe, and understands the risks inherent in the flight scenario, but needs to be prompted to identify risks and make decisions. Practice. The student is able to identify, understand, and apply SRM principles to the actual flight situation. Coaching, instruction, and/or assistance quickly corrects minor deviations and errors identified by the instructor. The student is an active decision maker. Manage, decide. The student can correctly gather the most important data available both inside and outside the flight deck, identify possible courses of action, evaluate the risk inherent in each course of action, and make the appropriate decision. Instructor intervention is not required for the safe completion of the flight. In SRM, the student may be able to describe basic SRM principles during the first flight. Later, he or she is able to explain how SRM applies to different scenarios that are presented on the ground and in the air. When the student actually begins to make quality decisions based on good SRM techniques, he or she earns a grade of Manage, Decide. The advantage of this type of grading is that both flight instructor and student know exactly where the student learning has progressed. Let's look at how the rubric in Figure 5-4 might be used in the flight training scenario at the beginning of this chapter. During the post-flight debriefing, CFI Linda asks her student, Brian, to assess his performance for the day using the replay, reconstruct, reflect, redirect, guided discussion questions described in the collaborative assessment subsection. Based on this assessment, she and Brian discuss where Brian's performance falls in the rubrics for maneuver procedures and SRM. This part of the assessment may be verbally discussed or, alternately, Brian and Linda separately create an assessment sheet for each element of the flight. When Brian studies the sheet, he finds describe, explain, practice, and perform. He decides he was at the perform level since he had not made any mistakes. The flight scenario had been a two-leg Instrument Flight Rules IFR scenario to a busy Class B airport about 60 miles to the east. Brian felt he had done well in keeping up with programming the GPS and MFD until he reached the approach phase. He had attempted to program the Instrument Landing System, ILS, for runway 7L and had actually flown part of the approach until Air Traffic Control, ATC, asked him to execute a missed approach. When he compares the sheet he has completed to Linda's version, Brian discovers that most of their assessments appear to match. An exception is the item labeled Programming the Approach. Here, where he had rated the item as Perform, Linda had rated it as Explain. During the ensuing discussion, Brian realizes that he had selected the correct approach, but he had not activated it. Before Linda could intervene, traffic dictated a go-around. Her Explain designation tells Brian that he did not really understand how the GPS worked, and he agrees. This approach to assessment has several key advantages. One is that it actively involves the student in the assessment process and establishes the habit of healthy reflection and self-assessment that is critical to being a safe pilot. Another is that these grades are not self-esteem related.
since they do not describe a recognized level of prestige, such as A+ or outstanding, but rather a level of performance. The student cannot flunk a lesson. Instead, he or she can only fail to demonstrate a given level of flight and SRM skills. Both instructors and students may initially be reluctant to use this method of assessment. Instructors may think it requires more time, when in fact it is merely a more structured, effective, and collaborative version of a traditional post-flight critique. Also, instructors who learned in the more traditional assessment structure must be careful not to equate or force the dimensions of the rubric into traditional grading molds of A through F. One way to avoid this temptation is to remember that evaluation should be progressive. The student should achieve a new level of learning during each lesson. For example, in Flight 1, the automation management area might be a describe item. By Flight 3, it is a practice item, and by Flight 5, it is a manage decide item. The student may be reluctant to self-assess if he or she has not had the chance to participate in such a process before. Therefore, the instructor may need to teach the student how to become an active participant in the collaborative assessment. Choosing an effective assessment method. When deciding how to assess student progress, aviation instructors can follow a 4-step process. First, determine level of learning objectives. Second, list indicators of desired behaviors. Third, establish criterion objectives. Fourth, develop criterion-referenced test items. This process is useful for tests that apply to the cognitive and affective domains of learning, and can also be used for skill testing in the psychomotor domain. The development process for criterion-referenced tests follows a general to specific pattern. Figure 5-4. Instructors should be aware that authentic assessment may not be as useful as traditional assessment in the early phases of training because the student does not have enough information about the concepts or knowledge to participate fully. As discussed in Chapter 2, The Learning Process, when exposed to a new topic, students first tend to acquire and memorize facts. As learning progresses, they begin to organize their knowledge to formulate an understanding of things they have memorized. When students possess the knowledge needed to analyze, synthesize, and evaluate, i.e., application and correlation levels of learning, they can participate more fully in the assessment process. Determine level of learning objectives. The first step in developing an appropriate assessment is to state the individual objectives as general, level of learning objectives. The objectives should measure one of the learning levels of the cognitive, affective, or psychomotor domains described in Chapter 2. The levels of cognitive learning include knowledge, comprehension, application, analysis, synthesis, and evaluation. For the understanding level, an objective could be stated as, describe how to perform a compression test on an aircraft reciprocating engine. This objective requires the student to explain how to do a compression test, but not necessarily perform a compression test. Application level. Further, the student would not be expected to compare the results of compression tests on different engines, application level, design a compression test for a different type of engine, correlation level, or interpret the results of the compression test, correlation level. A general level of learning objective is a good starting point for developing a test because it defines the scope of the learning task. List indicators/samples of desired behaviors. The second step is to list the indicators or samples of behavior that give the best indication of the achievement of the objective. Some level of learning objectives often cannot be directly measured. As a result, behaviors that can be measured are selected in order to give the best evidence of learning. For example, if the instructor is expecting the student to display the understanding level of learning on compression testing, some of the specific test question answers should describe appropriate tools and equipment, the proper equipment setup, appropriate safety procedures, and the steps used to obtain compression readings. The overall test must be comprehensive enough to give a true representation of the learning to be measured. It is not usually feasible to measure every aspect of a level of learning objective, but By carefully choosing samples of behavior, the instructor can obtain adequate evidence of learning. Establish criterion objectives. The next step in the test development process is to define criterion, performance-based objectives. In addition to the behavior expected, criterion objectives state the conditions under which the behavior is to be performed and the criteria that must be met. If the instructor developed performance-based objectives during the creation of lesson plans, criterion objectives have already been formulated. The criterion objectives provides the framework for developing the test items used to measure the level of learning objectives. In the compression test example, a criterion objective to measure the understanding level of learning might be stated as: the student will demonstrate understanding of compression test procedures for reciprocating aircraft engines by completing a quiz with a minimum passing score of 70%. Develop criterion-referenced assessment items. The last step is to develop criterion-referenced assessment items. The development of written test questions is covered in the reference section. While developing written test questions, the instructor should attempt to measure the behaviors described in the criterion objectives. The questions in the exam, for the compression test example, should cover all the areas necessary to give evidence of understanding the procedure. The results of the test, questions missed, identify areas that were not adequately covered. Performance-based objectives serve as a reference for the development of test items. If the test is the pre-solo knowledge test, the objectives are for the student to understand the regulations, the local area, the aircraft type, and the procedures to be used. The test should measure the student's knowledge in these specific areas. Individual instructors should develop their own tests to measure the progress of their students. If the test is to measure the readiness of the student to take a knowledge test, it should be based on the objectives of all the lessons the student has received. Aviation training also involves performance tests for maneuvers or procedures. The flight instructor does not administer the practical test for a pilot certificate, nor does the aviation maintenance instructor administer the oral and practical exam for certification as an aviation maintenance technician, AMT. However, aviation instructors do get involved with the same skill or performance testing that is measured in these tests. Performance testing is desirable for evaluating training that involves an operation, a procedure, or a process. The job of the instructor is to prepare the student to take these tests. Therefore, each element of the practical test should be evaluated prior to sending an applicant for the practical exam. Practical tests for maintenance technicians and pilots are criterion-referenced tests. The practical tests, defined in the Practical Test Standards, PTS, are criterion-referenced because the objective is for all successful applicants to meet the high standards of knowledge, skill, and safety required by the regulations. The purpose of the PTS is to delineate the standards by which FAA instructors, designated pilot examiners, DPEs, and designated maintenance examiners, DMEs, conduct tests for ratings and certificates. The standards are in accordance with the requirements of Title 14 of the Code of Federal Regulations, 14 CFR, Parts 61, 65, 91, and other FAA publications, including the Aeronautical Information Manual, AIM, and pertinent advisory circulars and handbooks. The objective of the PTS is to ensure the certification of pilots and maintenance technicians at a high level of performance and proficiency, consistent with safety. The PTS for aeronautical certificates and ratings include areas of operation and tasks that reflect the requirements of the FAA publications mentioned above. Areas of operation define phases of the practical test arranged in a logical sequence within each standard. They usually begin with pre-flight preparation and end with post-flight procedures. Tasks or titles of knowledge areas, flight procedures, or maneuvers appropriate to an area of operation. Included are references to the applicable regulations or publications. Private pilot applicants are evaluated in all tasks of each area of operation. Flight instructor applicants are evaluated on one or more tasks in each area of operation.
In addition, certain tasks are required to be covered and are identified by notes immediately following the area of operation titles. Since every task in the PTS may be covered on the practical test, the instructor must evaluate all the tasks before recommending the maintenance technician or pilot applicant for the practical test. While this evaluation is not necessarily formal, it should adhere to criterion-referenced testing. Critiques and oral assessments. Used in conjunction with either traditional or authentic assessment, the critique is an instructor-to-student assessment. These methods can be used either individually or in a classroom setting. As discussed earlier, the word critique sometimes has a negative connotation, and the instructor needs to avoid using this method as an opportunity to be overly critical of student performance. An effective critique considers good as well as bad performance, the individual parts, relationships of the individual parts, and the overall performance. A critique can and usually should be as varied in content as the performance being evaluated. A critique may be oral, written, or both. It should come immediately after a student's performance, while the details of the performance are easy to recall. An instructor may critique any activity a student performs or practices to improve skill, proficiency, and learning. A critique may be conducted privately or before the entire class. A critique presented before the entire class can be beneficial to every student in the classroom as well as the student who performed the exercise or assignment. In this case, however, the instructor should avoid embarrassing the student in front of the class. There are several useful ways to conduct a critique. Instructor/student critique. The instructor leads a group discussion in an instructor/student critique, in which members of the class are invited to offer criticism of a performance. This method should be controlled carefully and directed with a clear purpose. It should be organized and not allowed to degenerate into a random free-for-all. Student-led critique. The instructor asks a student to lead the assessment in a student-led critique. The instructor can specify the pattern of organization and the techniques, or can leave it to the discretion of the student leader. Because of the inexperience of the participants in the lesson area, student-led assessments may not be efficient, but they can generate student interest and learning and, on the whole, be effective. Small group critique. For the small group critique, the class is divided into small groups, each assigned a specific area to analyze. Each group must present its findings to the class. It is desirable for the instructor to furnish the criteria and guidelines. The combined reports from the groups can result in a comprehensive assessment. Individual student critique by another student. The instructor may require another student to present the entire assessment. A variation is for the instructor to ask a number of students questions about the manner and quality of performance. Discussion of the performance and of the assessment can often allow the group to accept more ownership of the ideas expressed. As with all assessments incorporating student participation, it is important that the instructor maintain firm control over the process. Self-critique. A student critiques personal performance in a self-critique. Like all other methods, a self-critique must be controlled and supervised by the instructor. Written critique. A written critique has three advantages. First, the instructor can devote more time and thought to it than an oral assessment in the classroom. Second, students can keep written assessments and refer to them whenever they wish. Third, when the instructor requires all students to write an assessment of a performance, the student performer has the permanent record of the suggestions, recommendations, and opinion of all the other students. The disadvantage of a written assessment is that other members of the class do not benefit. Whatever the type of critique, the instructor must resolve controversial issues and correct erroneous impressions. The instructor must make allowances for the student's relative inexperience. Normally, the instructor should reserve time at the end of the student assessment to cover those areas that might have been omitted, not emphasized sufficiently, or considered worth repeating. Oral assessment. The most common means of assessment is direct or indirect oral questioning of students by the instructor. Questions may be loosely classified as fact questions, and HOTS questions. The answer to a fact question is based on memory or recall. This type of question usually concerns who, what, when, and where. HOTS questions involve why and how, and require the student to combine knowledge of facts with an ability to analyze situations, solve problems, and arrive at conclusions. Proper quizzing by the instructor can have a number of desirable results. Reveals the effectiveness of the instructor's training methods, checks student retention of what has been learned, reviews material already presented to the student, can be used to retain student interest and stimulate thinking, emphasizes the important points of training, identifies points that need more emphasis, checks student comprehension of what has been learned, promotes active student participation, which is important to effective learning. Characteristics of effective questions. The instructor should devise and write pertinent questions in advance. One method is to place them in the lesson plan. Prepared questions merely serve as a framework, and as the lesson progresses, should be supplemented by such impromptu questions as the instructor considers appropriate. Objective questions have only one correct answer, while the answer to an open-ended HOTS question can be expressed in a variety of possible solutions. To be effective, questions must apply to the subject of instruction, be brief and concise, but also clear and definite, be adapted to the ability, experience, and stage of training of the students, center on only one idea, limited to who, what, when, where, how, or why, not a combination. Present a challenge to the students. Types of questions to avoid. Effective quizzing does not ever include yes/no questions such as, do you understand? Do you have any questions? Instructors should also avoid the following types of questions. Puzzle. What is the first action you should take if a conventional gear aircraft with a weak right brake is swerving left in a right crosswind during a full flap power-on wheel landing? Oversize. What do you do before beginning an engine overhaul? Toss-up. In an emergency, should you squawk 7700 or pick a landing spot? Bewilderment. In reading the altimeter, you know you set a sensitive altimeter for the nearest station pressure. If you take temperature into account, as when flying from a cold air mass through a warm front, what precaution should you take when in a mountainous area? Trick questions. These questions can cause the student to develop the feeling they are engaged in a battle of wits with the instructor, and the whole significance of the subject of the instruction involved is lost. An example of a trick question would be one in which the response options are 1, 2, 3, and 4, but they are placed in the following form: A, 4, B, 3, C, 2, D, 1. Irrelevant questions. Diversions that introduce only unrelated facts and thoughts and slow the student's progress. Questions unrelated to the test topic are not helpful in evaluating the student's knowledge of the subject at hand. An example of an irrelevant question would be to ask about tire inflation during a test on the timing of magnetos. Answering student questions. Tips for responding effectively to student questions, especially in a classroom setting. Be sure you clearly understand the question before attempting to answer. Display interest in the student's question and frame an answer that is as direct and accurate as possible. After responding, determine whether or not the student is satisfied with the answer. Sometimes it is unwise to introduce considerations more complicated or advanced than necessary to completely answer a student's question at the current point of training. In this case, the instructor should carefully explain to the student that the question was good and pertinent, but that a detailed answer would, at this time, unnecessarily complicate the learning tasks. The instructor should invite the student to reintroduce the question later at the appropriate point in training. Occasionally, a student asks a question that the instructor cannot answer. In such cases, the instructor should freely admit not knowing the answer, but should promise to get the answer or, if practical, offer to help the student look it up in available references. Chapter Summary. This chapter has offered the aviation instructor techniques and methods for assessing how, what, and how well a student is learning. Well-designed assessments define what is worth knowing, thereby improving student learning. Since today's students want to know the criteria by which they are assessed, as well as practical and specific feedback, it is important for aviation instructors to be familiar with the different types of assessments available for monitoring student progress throughout a course of training, and how to select the most appropriate assessment method. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Aviation Instructor's Handbook by the FAA. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Planning Instructional Activity. Introduction. Susan, student, and Bill, certificated flight instructor, CFI, are flying a lesson scenario which consists of a short cross-country leg to a local airport for some practice landings, followed by a return to the home airport located in Class C airspace. While practicing landings at the non-towered airport, the student notes that the ceiling is lowering and the crosswind is beginning to increase. In his own mind, Bill is convinced they can practice landings for another 30 minutes to an hour and still return to home base. However, instead of telling Susan this, while taxiing back after a full-stop landing, he first asks her several questions. Has the flight situation changed since they left the home field? What does she think of the weather situation? How can we gain more information? Check with the Automated Flight Service Station, AFSS, on the radio. Stop at the Fixed-Base Operator, FBO, and call back to the FBO to check on weather and the schedule. Are there other issues? Fuel, schedule, aircraft equipment, instrument flight rules, IFR/visual flight rules, VFR, and pilot capability? Susan decides she would be more comfortable returning to the home airport and practicing landings there to stay out of the weather. Although not his plan, it is a good plan based on accurate situational awareness and good risk management skills, so Bill agrees. Susan is now beginning to gain confidence by practicing her judgment and decision-making skills. In the post-flight critique, Susan leads a discussion of this and other decisions she has made in order to learn more about the process. In the past, the aviation instructor was a capable pilot or aviation technician with a rather general understanding of basic teaching methods and techniques. More recently, the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, has paid more attention to the instructor's role as teacher and mentor, and has provided a much better grounding in instructional techniques. The instructor is now required to master the teaching methods, write lesson objectives, outline and write lesson plans, and motivate students by example. The instructor is responsible for what is taught in the aircraft and classroom. The amount of learning that takes place is a direct result of how well the lesson is prepared and the teaching skill of the instructor. Historically, aviation instruction focused on the performance of specific procedures and/or maneuvers, and learning was measured with objective standards. Changing technology and innovations in learning provide today's aviation instructors with the opportunity to use new methods and teach to new standards. One of these methods, introduced in Chapter 4, the teaching process, is scenario-based training, SBT. While SBT is an integral component of today's aviation training, the instructor is crucial to its implementation. By emphasizing SBT, the instructor functions in the learning environment as an advisor and guide for the learner. Whatever the method of teaching, the key to developing well-planned and organized aviation instruction includes using lesson plans and a training syllabus that meet all the regulatory certification requirements. Much of the basic planning necessary for the flight instructor and maintenance instructor is provided by the knowledge and proficiency requirements published in Title 14 of the Code of Federal Regulations, 14 CFR, Parts 61 and 65, approved school syllabi,
and the various texts, manuals, and training courses available. This chapter reviews the planning required by the professional aviation instructor as it relates to 4 key topics: course of training, blocks of learning, training syllabus, and lesson plans. It also explains how to integrate SBT, aeronautical decision-making, ADM, and risk management into the aviation training lesson. Course of training. As discussed in Chapter 4, a course of training is a series of studies leading to attainment of a specific goal, such as a certificate of completion, graduation, or an academic degree. An instructor plans instructional content around the course of training by determining the objectives and standards, which in turn determine individual lesson plans, test items, and levels of learning. For complete discussion of determining these items, see Chapter 4. Blocks of learning. After the overall training objectives have been established, the next step is the identification of the blocks of learning which constitute a necessary part of the total objective. Just as in building a pyramid, some blocks are submerged in the structure and never appear on the surface, but each is an integral and necessary part of the structure. Thus, the various blocks are not isolated subjects, but essential parts of the whole. During the process of identifying the blocks of learning to be assembled for the purpose of training activity, the instructor must also examine each block to ensure it is an integral part of the structure. Extraneous blocks of instruction are expensive frills, especially in flight instruction, and detract from, rather than assist in, the completion of the final objective. While determining the overall training objectives is a necessary first step in the training process, early identification of the foundation blocks of learning is also essential. Training for any such complicated and involved task as piloting or maintaining an aircraft requires the development and assembly of many segments or blocks of learning in their proper relationships. In this way, a student can master the segments or blocks individually and can progressively combine these with other related segments until their sum meets the overall training objectives. The blocks of learning identified during the planning and management of a training activity should be fairly consistent in scope. They should represent units of learning which can be measured and evaluated, not a sequence of periods of instruction. For example, the flight training of a private pilot might be divided into the following major blocks: achievement of the knowledge and skills necessary for solo, the knowledge and skills necessary for solo cross-country flight, and the knowledge and skills appropriate for obtaining a private pilot certificate. Figure 6-1. Use of the building block approach provides the student with a boost of self-confidence. This normally occurs each time a block is completed. Otherwise, an overall goal, such as earning a mechanic's certificate, may seem unobtainable. If the larger blocks are broken down into smaller blocks of instruction, each on its own is more manageable. Humans learn from the simple to the complex. For example, a student airplane pilot should understand and master the technique of a normal landing prior to being introduced to short and soft field landings. A helicopter pilot must be proficient in running landings before the instructor introduces a no hydraulics approach in landing. By becoming familiar with the student's aviation background, an instructor can plan the sequence of instruction blocks. Does the applicant have previous aeronautical experience or possess a pilot certificate in another category? This information will help the instructor design appropriate training blocks. For example, if the student is a helicopter pilot who is transitioning to an airplane, he or she will understand speed control, but not necessarily know how to achieve it in an airplane. The instructor can plan blocks of instruction that build on what the student already knows. Training syllabus. Aviation instructors use a training syllabus because as technology advances, training requirements become more demanding. At the same time, new and often more complicated rules continue to be proposed and implemented. In addition, the rules for instruction in other than an approved aviation school are still quite specific about the type and duration of training. These factors, along with the continuing growth of aviation, add to the complexity of aviation training and certification. Instructors need a practical guide to help them make sure the training is accomplished in a logical sequence and that all the requirements are completed and properly documented.
A well-organized, comprehensive syllabus can fill these needs. Syllabus format and content. The format and organization of the syllabus may vary, but it should always be in the form of an abstract or digest of the course of training. It should contain blocks of learning to be completed in the most efficient order. Since the syllabus is intended to be a summary of a course of training, it should be fairly brief, yet comprehensive enough to cover essential information. This information is usually presented in an outline format with lesson-by-lesson coverage. Some syllabi include tables to show recommended training time for each lesson, as well as the overall minimum time requirements. Figure 6-2. While many instructors may develop their own training syllabi, there are many well-designed commercial products that may be used. These are found in various training manuals, approved school syllabi, and other publications available from industry. Syllabi developed for approved flight schools contain specific information that is outlined in 14 CFR Parts 141 and 142. In contrast, syllabi designed for training in other than approved schools may not provide certain details, such as enrollment prerequisites, planned completion times, and descriptions of checks and tests to measure student accomplishments for each stage of training. Since effective training relies on organized blocks of learning, all syllabi should stress well-defined objectives and standards for each lesson. Appropriate objectives and standards should be established for the overall course, the separate ground and flight segments, and for each stage of training. Other details may be added to a syllabus in order to explain how to use it and describe the pertinent training and reference materials. Examples of the training and reference materials includes textbooks, video, compact discs, exams, briefings, and instructional guides. How to use a training syllabus. Any practical training syllabus must be flexible and should be used primarily as a guide. Figure 6-3. When necessary, the order of training can and should be altered to suit the progress of the student and the demands of special circumstances. For example, previous experience or different rates of learning often require some alteration or repetition to fit individual students. The syllabus should also be flexible enough so it can be adapted to weather variations, aircraft availability, and scheduling changes without disrupting the teaching process or completely suspending training. In departing from the order prescribed by the syllabus, however, it is the responsibility of the instructor to consider how the relationships of the blocks of learning are affected. For example, if the student is having a difficult time with normal approaches and landings, the instructor might decide to delay adding short field landings, which were originally to be the next step in his block of instruction. To prevent the student from becoming frustrated with his or her poor landing technique, the instructor may choose to review the block on slow flight, which offers the student a chance to do well and regain confidence. This exercise also builds the skills necessary for the student to master approaches and normal landings. Each approved training course provided by a certificated aviation school should be conducted in accordance with a training syllabus specifically approved by the FAA. At certificated schools, the syllabus is a key part of the training course outline. The instructional facilities, airport, aircraft, and instructor personnel must be able to support the course of training specified in the syllabus. Compliance with the appropriate approved syllabus is a condition for graduation from such courses. Therefore, effective use of a syllabus requires that it be referred to throughout the entire course of training. Both the instructor and the student should have a copy of the approved syllabus. However, as previously mentioned, adherence to a syllabus should not be so stringent that it becomes inflexible or unchangeable. It must be flexible enough to adapt to the special needs of individual students. Ground training lessons and classroom lectures concentrate on the cognitive domain of learning. A typical lesson might include defining, labeling, or listing what the student has learned so far. Many of the knowledge areas are directly or indirectly concerned with safety, ADM, and judgment. Since these subjects are associated with the effective domain of learning, emotion, instructors who find a way to stress safety, ADM, and judgment, along with the traditional aviation subjects, can favorably influence a student's attitude, beliefs, and values. Flight training lessons, or aviation technical lab sessions, also include knowledge areas, but they generally emphasize the psychomotor domain of learning because the student is doing something. The lesson plan, shown in Figure 6-4, shows the main elements of a ground lesson for a flight student. The affective domain of learning is also important in this type of training. A student's attitude toward safety, ADM, and judgment should be a major concern of the instructor. The flight training syllabus should include special emphasis items that have been determined to be cause factors in aircraft accidents or incidents. For example, the instructor should emphasize collision and wake turbulence avoidance procedures throughout a student's flight training. The aviation technician syllabus should also emphasize what constitutes unsafe practices, such as the ease of introducing foreign object damage, FOD, to an aircraft when the location of tools is not monitored. A syllabus may include several other items that add to or clarify the objective, content, or standards. A lesson may specify the recommended class time, reference, or study materials, recommended sequence of training, and study assignment for the next lesson. Both ground and flight lessons may have explanatory information notes added to specific lessons. Figure 6-5. While a syllabus is designed to provide a roadmap showing how to accomplish the overall objectives of a course of training, it may be useful for other purposes. As already mentioned, it can be used as a checklist to ensure that required training has successfully been completed. Thus, a syllabus can be an effective tool for record keeping. Enhanced syllabi, which are also designed for record keeping, can be very beneficial to the independent instructor. This record-keeping function is usually facilitated by boxes or blank spaces adjacent to the knowledge areas, procedures, or maneuvers in a lesson. Most syllabi introduce each procedure or maneuver in one lesson and review them in subsequent lessons. Some syllabi include provisions for grading student performance and recording both ground and flight training time. Accurate record-keeping is necessary to keep both the student and instructor informed of the status of training. These records also serve as a basis for endorsements and recommendations for knowledge and practical tests. Some training syllabi or records may include coded numbers or letters for other instructors to record their evaluation of a student's progress and knowledge or skill level. Figure 6-6. Another benefit of using a syllabus is that it helps the development of lesson plans. A well-constructed syllabus already contains much of the essential information that is required in a lesson plan, including objectives, content, and completion standards. Lesson plans. A lesson plan is an organized outline for a single instructional period. It is a necessary guide for the instructor because it tells what to do, in what order to do it, and what procedure to use in teaching the material of a lesson. Lesson plans should be prepared for each training period and be developed to show specific knowledge and/or skills to be taught. A mental outline of a lesson is not a lesson plan. A lesson plan should be put into writing. Another instructor should be able to take the lesson plan and know what to do in conducting the same period of instruction. Written out, the lesson plan can be analyzed for adequacy and completeness. Lesson plans make excellent record-keeping forms that can become a permanent part of a pilot's training record. They can be formatted for the instructor to carry in the aircraft and include a checklist for indicating what portions of the lesson were completed, date of completion, the flight instructor's signature, and time flown. The lesson plan can also have a notation section for flight instructor comments. A training folder for each student helps an instructor keep all pertinent data in one place. The folder should include items such as lesson plans, training requirements, flight or ground instruction received, 14 CFR Part 61 requirements met, solo endorsements, and any other training information. These records should be kept in a safe place for at least 3 years. Good record keeping also provides an instructor with the number of students he or she has trained, which is helpful information for an instructor who needs to renew his or her certificate. For sample lesson plans, please refer to Appendix A. Purpose of the lesson plan. Lesson plans are designed to assure that each student receives the best possible instruction under the existing conditions.
Lesson plans help instructors keep a constant check on their own activity as well as that of their students. The development of lesson plans by instructors signifies, in effect, that they have taught the lessons to themselves prior to attempting to teach the lessons to students. An adequate lesson plan, when properly used, should assure a wide selection of material and the elimination of unimportant details, make certain that due consideration is given to each part of the lesson, aid the instructor in presenting the material in a suitable sequence for efficient learning, provide an outline of the teaching procedure to be used, serve as a means of relating the lesson to the objectives of the course of training, give the inexperienced instructor confidence, promote uniformity of instruction regardless of the instructor or the date on which the lesson is given. Characteristics of a well-planned lesson. The quality of planning affects the quality of results. Successful professionals understand that the price of excellence is hard work and thorough preparation. The effective instructor realizes that the time and energy spent in planning and preparing each lesson is well worth the effort in the long run. A complete cycle of planning usually includes several steps. After the objective is determined, the instructor must research the subject as it is defined by the objective. Once the research is complete, the instructor determines the method of instruction and identifies a useful lesson planning format. The decision of how to organize the lesson and the selection of suitable support material come next. The final steps include assembling training aids and writing the lesson plan outline. One technique for writing the lesson plan outline is to prepare the beginning and ending first. Then complete the outline and revise as required. A lesson plan should be a working document that can and should be revised as changes occur or are needed. The following are some of the important characteristics that should be reflected in all well-planned lessons. Unity. Each lesson should be a unified segment of instruction. A lesson is concerned with certain limited objectives which are stated in terms of desired student learning outcomes. All teaching procedures and materials should be selected to attain these objectives. Content. Each lesson should contain new material. However, the new facts, principles, procedures, or skills should be related to the lesson previously presented. A short review of earlier lessons is usually necessary, particularly in flight training. Scope. Each lesson should be reasonable in scope. A person can master only a few principles or skills at a time, the number depending on complexity. Presenting too much material in a lesson results in confusion. Presenting too little material results in inefficiency. Practicality. Each lesson should be planned in terms of the conditions under which the training is to be conducted. Lesson plans conducted in an airplane or ground trainer will differ from those conducted in a classroom. Also, the kinds and quantities of instructional aids available have a great influence on lesson planning and instructional procedures. Flexibility. Although the lesson plan provides an outline and sequence for the training to be conducted, a degree of flexibility should be incorporated. For example, the outline of content may include blank spaces for add-on material if required. Relation to course of training. Each lesson should be planned and taught so that its relation to the course objectives is clear to each student. For example, a lesson on short field takeoffs and landings should be related to both certification and safety objectives of the course of training. Instructional steps. Every lesson, when adequately developed, falls logically into the 4 steps of the teaching process: preparation, presentation, application, and review and evaluation. How to use a lesson plan properly. Be familiar with the lesson plan. The instructor should study each step of the plan and should be thoroughly familiar with as much information related to the subject as possible. Use the lesson plan as a guide. The lesson plan is an outline for conducting an instructional period. It assures that pertinent materials are at hand and that the presentation is accomplished with order and unity. Having a plan prevents the instructor from getting off track, omitting essential points, and introducing irrelevant material. Students have a right to expect an instructor to give the same attention to teaching that they give to learning. The most certain means of achieving teaching success is to have a carefully reviewed lesson plan. Adapt the lesson plan to the class or student. In teaching a class, the instructor may find that procedures outlined in the lesson plan are not leading to the desired results. In this situation, the instructor should change the approach. There is no certain way of predicting reactions of different groups of students. An approach that has been successful with one group may not be equally successful with another. A lesson plan for an instructional flight period should be appropriate to the background, flight experience, and ability of the particular student. A lesson plan may have to be modified considerably during flight due to deficiencies in the student's knowledge or poor mastery of elements essential to the effective completion of the lesson. In some cases, the entire lesson plan may have to be abandoned in favor of review. Revise the lesson plan periodically. After a lesson plan has been prepared for a training period, a continuous revision may be necessary. This is true for a number of reasons, such as availability or non-availability of instructional aids, changes in regulations, or new manuals and textbooks. Lesson plan formats. The format and style of a lesson plan depends on several factors. Certainly, the subject matter helps determine how a lesson is presented and what teaching method is used. Individual lesson plans may be quite simple for one-on-one training, or they may be elaborate and complicated for large, structured classroom lectures. Preferably, each lesson should have somewhat limited objectives that are achievable within a reasonable period of time. This principle should apply to both ground and flight training. However, as previously noted, aviation training is not simple. It involves all three domains of learning, and the objectives usually include the higher levels of learning, at least at the application level. In spite of need for varied subject coverage, diverse teaching methods, and relatively high-level learning objectives, most aviation lesson plans have the common characteristics already discussed. All should include objectives, content to support the objectives, and completion standards. Various authorities often divide the main headings into several subheadings. Terminology, even for the main headings, varies extensively. For example, completion standards may be called assessment, review, and feedback, performance evaluation, or some other related term. Commercially developed lesson plans are acceptable for most training situations, including use by flight instructor applicants during their practical tests. However, all instructors should recognize that even well-designed pre-printed lesson plans may need to be modified. Therefore, instructors are encouraged to use creativity when adapting pre-printed lesson plans or when developing their own lesson plans for specific students or training circumstances. In the traditional lesson plan illustrated by Figure 6-7, the objective is the student will learn to control for wind drift. The content has the instructor pilot giving a thorough coverage of heading, speed, angle of bank, altitude, terrain, and wind direction plus velocity. This explanation is followed by a demonstration and repeated practice of a specific flight maneuver, such as turns around a point or S-turns across the road, until the maneuver can be consistently accomplished in a safe and effective manner within a specified limit of heading, altitude, and airspeed. At the end of the lesson, the student is only capable of practicing the maneuver with assistance from the instructor. The traditional type of training lesson plan, with its focus on the task and maneuver or procedures, continues to meet many aviation learning requirements, but as discussed earlier in the chapter, it has been augmented by more realistic and fluid forms of problem-based learning, such as SBT. For the CFI, this type of training does not preclude traditional maneuver-based training. Rather, flight maneuvers are integrated into the flight scenarios and conducted as they would occur in the real world. Those maneuvers requiring repetition are still taught during concentrated settings. Once learned, they are then integrated into realistic flight situations. For the aviation technician instructor, SBT enhances traditional classroom instruction. By integrating SBT into the lesson, students are required to deal with problems they will encounter in the real world. Scenario-based training, SBT. Improper pilot decisions cause a significant percentage of all accidents and the majority of fatal accidents in light, single, and twin-engine aircraft. The goal of SBT is to challenge the student or transitioning pilot with a variety of flight scenarios to improve decision-making skills. These scenarios require the pilot to manage the resources available in the flight deck, exercise sound judgment, and make timely decisions. As defined in Chapter 4, SBT is a training method that uses a highly structured script of real-world experiences to address aviation training objectives in an operational environment. Such training can include initial training, transition training, upgrade training, recurrent training, and special training. Since humans develop cognitive skills through active interaction with the world, an effective aviation instructor uses the maneuver or procedure-based approach of the PTS, but presents the objectives in a scenario situation. Although some CFIs have used the SBT approach as a teaching method for many years, the recent emphasis on SBT in aviation training reflects education research that shows students learn more effectively when actively involved in the learning process. The introduction of advanced avionics is also a factor. Advanced avionics have changed the role of general aviation, GA, from an industry dominated by pleasure flying to a viable alternative to the scheduled airlines. With glass displays, GPS, and autopilot, advanced avionics may allow easier and safer operation, but are more complex. Advanced avionics have contributed to a shift in the focus of aviation training to include aeronautical decision-making, ADM, and risk management. For the pilot, this is called Single Pilot Resource Management, SRM. Since SRM training requires the student or transitioning pilot to practice the decision-making process in real-world situations, it combines traditional task and maneuver-based training with SBT to enhance ADM, risk management, and SRM skills without compromising basic stick and rudder skills. Instead of training pilots to pass practical tests, this program focuses on expertly managed real-world challenges. Duties, responsibilities, and authority of the aviation instructor. The duties, responsibilities, and authority of the aviation instructor include the following. 1. Orient new learners in the SBT approach. 2. Help the learner become a confident planner and a critical evaluator of his or her own performance. 3. Help the learner understand the knowledge requirements present in real-world applications. 4. Diagnose learning difficulties and help the individual overcome them. 5. Evaluate student progress and maintain appropriate records. 6. Provide continuous review of student learning. The aviation instructor is the key to the success of SBT. Remember, the overall learning objective is for the student to be ready to exercise sound judgment and make good decisions. For example, the flight instructor must be ready to turn the responsibility for planning and execution of the flight over to the student as soon as possible. The flight instructor continues to demonstrate and instruct skill maneuvers in the traditional manner, but when the student begins to make decisions, the flight instructor should revert to the role of mentor and/or learning facilitator. A situation a student faces may not have one right or one wrong answer. Instead, a student encounters situations in training that may have several good outcomes and a few poor ones. Rather than requiring the student to make a decision that matches the instructor's personal preference, he or she should understand in advance which outcomes are positive and/or negative and give the student the freedom to make both good and poor decisions. This does not mean that the student should be allowed to make an unsafe decision or commit an unsafe act. However, it does allow the student to make decisions that fit his or her experience level and result in positive outcomes. SBT Lesson Plan. The SBT lesson plan differs from the traditional lesson plan, Figure 6-8. In this example, the instructor pilot tells the student to plan for arrival at a specific non-towered airport. The planning should take into consideration the possible wind conditions, arrival paths, airport information and communication procedures, available runways, recommended traffic patterns, courses of action, and preparation for unexpected situations. Upon arrival at the airport, the student makes decisions,
with guidance and feedback as necessary, to safely enter and fly the traffic pattern. This is followed by a discussion of what was done, why it was done, the consequences, other possible courses of action, and how it applies to other airports. In contrast to the student who trained under the traditional lesson plan, the student who trains under the SBT format is not only capable of a specific flight maneuver, he or she is now capable of detailing the safe arrival at any non-towered airport in any wind condition. Pre-scenario planning. For SBT instruction to be effective, it is vital that the aviation instructor and student establish the following information: flight scenario, scenario destinations, desired student learning outcomes, desired level of student performance, possible in-flight scenario changes. Non-flight scenario, narrative of the task goal, desired student learning outcomes, desired level of student performance, possible scenario changes. The aviation industry is moving from traditional knowledge-related learning outcomes to an emphasis on increased internalized learning in which learners assess situations and react appropriately. Knowledge components are becoming an important side effect of a dynamic learning experience. Reality is the ultimate learning situation, and SBT attempts to get as close as possible to this ideal. It addresses learning that occurs in a context or situation. It is based on the concept of situated cognition, which is the idea that knowledge cannot be known and fully understood independent of its context. In other words, humans learn better the more realistic the situation is and the more they are counted on to perform. For example, realistic cross-country flight scenarios planned and executed by the pilot in training with assistance from the flight instructor begin the early development of flight deck management skills, situational awareness, and ADM. Continued engagement by the student in the planning, executing, and assessment of each scenario reinforces it throughout the training. It is important to remember the student is responsible for planning the flight scenario from a menu of short cross-country flights developed by the training provider. While the flight instructor will certainly assist the student in aircraft performance data, weight and balance, and general aircraft layout prior to the first lesson, the sooner the student assumes these responsibilities, the better the learning environment. The scenario descriptions offered by the FAA generic syllabi are a starting point for the training provider. Scenarios can be tailored for the local weather and terrain conditions, and are most effective when they replicate the environment most likely encountered by the students. SBT is a compilation of basic learning theory, adult learning concepts, and the best of the traditional aviation training procedures. Above all, it is about learning complex tasks in a realistic environment at a pace and in a structure the individual student can comprehend and process. Figure 6-9. Good teaching techniques are still important, but only if they aid in student learning. More detailed information about SBT can be found at www.faa.gov/education_research/training/FITS. Figure 6-9, caption, Points to remember about scenario-based training. Figure 6-9, text. The main points to remember about scenario-based training. SBT is situated in a real context and is based on the idea that knowledge cannot be gained and fully integrated independent of its context. SBT accords with a performance improvement and behavior change philosophy of the learning function. SBT is different from traditional instructional design. One must be aware of the differences to successfully employ SBT. Most learning solutions should employ both traditional training and SBT. Traditional learning elements should enhance the SBT elements. It is essential to place boundaries around scenarios to make the transition between scenarios and traditional learning as efficient as possible. Open-ended, qualitative learner feedback is key to successful scenario revision, but revisions should not further complicate the scenario unless highly justified. End of Figure 6-9 text. Single pilot resource management. SRM is the art and science of managing all the resources, both on board the aircraft and from outside sources, available to a single pilot, prior and during flight, to ensure that the successful outcome of the flight is never in doubt. The emergence of very light jet, VLJ, aircraft will revolutionize the way America travels, Figure 6-10. Central to their economic success is the concept of single-pilot operations. Since the aircraft is heavily automated, the pilot's workload may actually be less than the current workload in a high-performance single-engine aircraft of today. This allows more time for the pilot to gather and analyze information about weather, winds, landing conditions, fuel state, pilot physical condition, and passenger desires. However, unless the pilot is trained to manage all these factors and to let the aircraft automation assist, the workload may be very high. SRM training helps the pilot maintain situational awareness by managing the automation and associated aircraft control and navigation tasks. This enables the pilot to accurately assess, manage risk, and make accurate and timely decisions. SBT enhances SRM because SBT helps pilots learn how to gather information, analyze it, and make decisions. Chapter Summary. As indicated by this chapter, it is possible to develop well-planned and organized instructions by using a training syllabus and lesson plans that meet all regulatory certification requirements. By identifying and incorporating blocks of learning into the teaching of objectives, the instructor can plan lessons that build on prior knowledge. Maneuver and/or procedure training, coupled with SBT, will help the aviation instructor train professional aviators and technicians who are able to gather and analyze information to aid in making good aeronautical decisions and decrease risk factors, leading to a successful flight or maintenance outcome. As this training program evolves and new resources are introduced, aviation instructors will have immediate web-based access to documents such as the generic transition syllabus through http://www.faa.gov/. Another useful website for SBT is www.faa.gov/education_research/training/fits/training/media/volume1.pdf. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Aviation Instructor's Handbook by the FAA. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Instructor Responsibilities and Professionalism. Introduction. Since students look to aviation instructors as authorities in their respective areas, it is important that instructors not only know how to teach, but that they project a knowledgeable and professional image. This chapter addresses the responsibilities of aviation instructors in the training process and role as safety advocates, discusses how aviation instructors can enhance their professional image, and offers suggestions and sources for information to assist in professional development. Aviation Instructor Responsibilities. The job of an aviation instructor is to teach. Previous chapters have discussed how people learn, the teaching process, and teaching methods. As indicated, the learning process can be made easier by helping students learn, providing adequate instruction to meet established standards, measuring student performance against those standards, and emphasizing the positive. Figure 7-1. Helping students learn. Learning should be an enjoyable experience. By making each lesson a pleasurable experience for the student, the instructor can maintain a high level of student motivation. This does not mean the instructor makes things easy for the student or sacrifices standards of performance to please the student. The student experiences satisfaction from doing a good job or from successfully meeting the challenge of a difficult task. The idea that people must be led to learning by making it easy is a fallacy. Though students might initially be drawn to less difficult tasks, They ultimately devote more effort to activities that bring rewards. The use of standards and measurement against standards is key to helping students learn. Meeting standards holds its own satisfaction for students. People want to feel capable, and they are proud of the successful achievement of difficult goals. Learning should be interesting. Knowing the objective of each period of instruction gives meaning and interest to the student as well as the instructor. Not knowing the objective of the lesson often leads to confusion, disinterest, and uneasiness on the part of the student. Providing adequate instruction. To tailor his or her teaching technique to the student, the flight instructor analyzes the student's personality, thinking, and ability. No two students are alike, and a particular method of instruction cannot be equally effective for all students. The instructor talks with the student at some length to learn about the student's background, interests, temperament, and way of thinking, and is prepared to change his or her method of instruction as the student advances through successive stages of training. An instructor who incorrectly analyzes a student may find the instruction does not produce the desired results. For example, the instructor at first thinks the student is not a quick learner because the student is quiet and reserved. Such a student may fail to act at the proper time due to lack of self-confidence, even though the situation is correctly understood. In this case, instruction is directed towards developing student confidence rather than drill on flight fundamentals. In another case, too much criticism may discourage a timid person, whereas brisk instruction may force a more diligent application to the learning task. A student requiring more time to learn also requires instructional methods that combine tact, keen perception, and delicate handling. If such a student receives too much help and encouragement, a feeling of incompetence may develop. A student whose slow progress is due to discouragement and a lack of confidence should be assigned sub-goals that can be attained more easily than the usual learning goals. For this purpose, complex lessons should be separated into elements and each element practiced until an acceptable performance is achieved before the whole maneuver or operation is attempted. For example, instructions in S-turns may begin with consideration for headings only. Elements of altitude control, drift correction, and coordination can be introduced one at a time. As the student gains confidence and ability, goals are increased in difficulty until progress is normal. Conversely, students who are fast learners can also create challenges for the instructor. Because these students make few mistakes, they may assume that the correction of errors is unimportant. Such overconfidence can result in faulty performance. For these students, the instructor constantly raises the standard of performance for each lesson, demanding greater effort. Individuals learn when they are aware of their errors. Students who are permitted to complete every flight lesson without corrections and guidance will not retain what they have practiced, as well as those students who have their attention constantly directed to an analysis of their performance. On the other hand, deficiencies should not be invented solely for the student's benefit, because unfair criticism immediately destroys their confidence in the instructor. In some ways, an aviation instructor serves as a practical psychologist. As discussed in chapters 1 and 2, an instructor can meet this responsibility through a careful analysis of and continuing interest in students. Most new instructors tend to adopt the teaching methods used by their own instructors. The fact that one has learned under a certain system of instruction does not mean that the instructor, though well respected by the former student, used the best method. The new instructor needs to continue to grow in his or her role of instructor, seeking other resources and information to enhance his or her own teaching skills. Standards of performance. An aviation instructor is responsible for training an applicant to acceptable standards in all subject matter areas, procedures, and maneuvers included in the tasks within each area of operation in the appropriate Practical Test Standard, PTS. It must be emphasized that the PTS book is a testing document, not a teaching document. Figure 7-2. When teaching a particular procedure, an instructor might be tempted to point out the consequences of doing it differently, perhaps telling the student that failure to perform the procedure as taught will court disaster. The instructor may believe
This consequence approach is necessary to ensure the student commits the procedure to memory, but the stated reasons for performing the procedure a certain way must contribute to the learning situation to be effective. Emphasizing the positive. Aviation instructors have a tremendous influence on a student's perception of aviation. The way instructors conduct themselves, the attitudes they display, and the manner in which they develop instruction all contribute to the formation of either positive or negative impressions by students. The success of an aviation instructor depends greatly on his or her ability to present instruction in a manner that gives students a positive image of aviation. Figure 7-3. Chapter 1, Human Behavior, emphasizes that a negative self-concept inhibits the perceptual process, that fear adversely affects student perceptions, that the feeling of being threatened limits the ability to perceive, and that negative motivation is not as effective as positive motivation. Merely knowing about these factors is not enough. Instructors must be able to detect these factors in their students and strive to prevent negative feelings from undermining the instructional process. Consider how the following scenarios, conducted during the first lesson, might influence and impress a new student pilot who has limited or no aviation experience. An indoctrination in pre-flight procedures with emphasis on the critical precautions which must be taken before every flight because emergencies in flight can be caused by an improper pre-flight and are often disastrous. Instruction and hands-on training in the care that must be taken in taxiing an airplane because if you go too fast, you may lose directional control of the aircraft. Introduction and demonstration of stalls because this is how so many people lose their lives in airplanes. Illustrating and demonstrating forced landings during the first lesson because one should always be prepared to cope with a rope break in a glider. These new experiences might make the student wonder if learning to fly is a good idea. In contrast, consider a first lesson in which the pre-flight inspection is presented to familiarize the student with the aircraft and its components, and the flight is a perfectly normal one to a nearby airport with return. Following the flight, the instructor can call the student's attention to the ease with which the trip was made in comparison with other modes of transportation, and the fact that no critical incidents were encountered or expected. This does not mean stalls and emergency procedures should be omitted from training. It only illustrates the positive approach in which the student is not overwhelmed with information that he or she may not be prepared to digest. Again, this reinforces the need for the instructor to employ a syllabus which makes sense and consider student ability to comprehend new information. The introduction of emergency procedures after the student has developed an acquaintance with normal operations is not as likely to be discouraging and frightening, or to inhibit learning by the imposition of fear. There is nothing in aviation that demands that students must suffer as part of their instruction. Every effort should be made to ensure instruction is given under positive conditions that reinforce training conducted to standard and modification of the method of instruction when students have difficulty grasping a task. In essence, a student's failure to perform is viewed as an instructor's inability to transfer the information. Otherwise, the instructor fails to consider himself or herself as part of a broken learning chain. Emphasize the positive, because positive instruction results in positive learning. Minimizing student frustrations. Minimizing student frustrations in the classroom, shop, or during flight training is an instructor's responsibility. By following the basic rules, instructors can reduce student frustrations and create a learning environment that encourages rather than discourages learning. For example, lesson plans used as part of an organized curriculum help the student pilot measure training progress. Since most pilots don't want to be students, the ability to measure their progress or see an end in sight reduces frustration and increases pilot motivation. Figure 7-4. Motivate students. More can be gained from wanting to learn than from being forced to learn. Too often, students do not realize how a particular lesson or course can help them reach an important goal.
When students can see the benefits and purpose of the lesson or course, their enjoyment and their efforts increase. Keep students informed. Students feel insecure when they do not know what is expected of them or what is going to happen to them. Instructors can minimize feelings of insecurity by telling students what is expected of them and what they can expect in return. Instructors keep students informed in various ways, including giving them an overview of the course, keeping them posted on their progress, and giving them adequate notice of examinations, assignments, or other requirements. Approach students as individuals. When instructors limit their thinking to the whole group without considering the individuals who make up that group, their efforts are directed at an average personality that really fits no one. Each group has its own personality that stems from the characteristics and interaction of its members. However, each individual within the group has a unique personality to be constantly considered. Give credit when due. When students do something extremely well, they normally expect their abilities and efforts to be noticed. Otherwise, they may become frustrated. Praise or credit from the instructor is usually ample reward and provides an incentive to do even better. Praise pays dividends in student effort and achievement when deserved, but when given too freely, it becomes valueless. Criticize constructively. Although it is important to give praise and credit when deserved, it is equally important to identify mistakes and failures. It does not help to tell students they have made errors and provide no explanations. If a student has made an earnest effort but is told that the work is unsatisfactory, with no other explanation, frustration occurs. Errors cannot be corrected if they are not identified, and if they are not identified, they will probably be perpetuated through faulty practice. On the other hand, if the student is briefed on the errors and is told how to correct them, progress can be made. Be consistent. Students want to please their instructor. This is the same desire that influences much of the behavior of subordinates toward their superiors in industry and business. Naturally, students have a keen interest in knowing what is required to please the instructor. If the same thing is acceptable one day and unacceptable the next, the student becomes confused. The instructor's philosophy and actions must be consistent. Admit errors. No one, including students, expects an instructor to be perfect. The instructor can win the respect of students by honestly acknowledging mistakes. If the instructor tries to cover up or bluff, students are quick to sense it. Such behavior tends to destroy student confidence in the instructor. If in doubt at some point, the instructor should admit it. Flight instructor responsibilities. Learning to fly should provide students with an opportunity for exploration and experimentation. It should be a habit-building period during which students devote their attention, memory, and judgment to the development of correct habit patterns. All aviation instructors shoulder an enormous responsibility because their students will ultimately be flying, servicing, or repairing aircraft. But flight instructors have the added responsibilities of evaluating student pilots and making a decision on whether they are ready to solo. The flight instructor's job is to mold the student pilot into a safe pilot who takes a professional approach to flying. Other flight instructor responsibilities can be found in Title 14 of the Code of Federal Regulations, 14 CFR, Part 61, and FAA Advisory Circulars, ACs, Figure 5-7. Figure 5-7 text. The flight instructor has many additional responsibilities: evaluation of student piloting ability, pilot supervision, practical test recommendations, flight instructor endorsements, additional training and endorsements, pilot proficiency, see and avoid responsibilities, students' pre-solo flight thought process. End of Figure 7-5. Flight instructors must provide the most comprehensive ground and flight instruction possible. They should be current and proficient in the aircraft they use for flight instruction, encouraging each pilot to learn as much as he or she can and to continually raise the bar. Flight instructors have the responsibility of producing the safest pilots possible with the overall focus on education and learning. It is also important to convey an understanding of why pilots are trained to standards and how they are set.
Instructors should not introduce the minimum acceptable standards for passing the check ride when introducing lesson tasks. The minimum standards to pass the check ride should be introduced during the 3 hours of preparation for the check ride. Keep the PTS in the proper perspective, with emphasis on the practical test standard, PTS, increasing later in the training. Physiological obstacles for flight students. Although most student pilots have been exposed to air travel, they may not have flown in light training aircraft. Consequently, students may react to unfamiliar noises or vibrations, or experience unfamiliar sensations due to G-force or an uncomfortable feeling in the stomach. To teach effectively, instructors cannot ignore the existence of these negative factors, nor should they ridicule students who are adversely affected. These negative sensations can usually be overcome by understanding the nature of their causes. Remember, a sick student does not learn well. Ensuring student skill set. Flight instructors must ensure student pilots develop the required skill and knowledge prior to solo flight. The student pilot must show consistency in the required solo tasks, takeoff and landings, ability to prioritize in maintaining control of the aircraft, proper navigation skills, proficiency in flight, proper radio procedures and communication skills, and traffic pattern operation. Student pilots should receive instruction to ask for assistance or help from the ATC system when needed. Mastery of the skill set includes consistent use and continued growth, as well as increased accuracy of performance. The instructor determines when a student is ready for his or her first solo flight. Generally, this determination is made when the instructor observes the student from pre-flight to engine start to engine shutdown, and the student performs consistently without need of instructor assistance. Flight instructors need to provide adequate flight and ground instruction for special emphasis items listed in each PTS for airplane, helicopter, and light sport aircraft. The student needs to be knowledgeable in these special emphasis areas because examiners and authorized instructors place special emphasis upon areas considered critical to flight safety. Special emphasis items include, but are not limited to, 1. Positive aircraft control, 2. Procedures for positive exchange of flight controls, 3. Stall and spin awareness, if appropriate, 4. Collision avoidance, 5. Wake turbulence and low-level wind turbulence and wind shear avoidance, 6. Runway incursion avoidance, 7. Controlled flight into terrain, CFIT, 8. Aeronautical decision-making, ADM/risk management, 9. Checklist usage, 10. Spatial disorientation, 11. Temporary flight restrictions, TFR, 12. Special use airspace, SUA, 13. Aviation security, 14. Wire strike avoidance. Flight instructors should be current on the latest procedures regarding pilot training, certification, and safety. It is the flight instructor's responsibility to maintain a current library of information. These sources are listed in the appropriate PTS, and other sources can be located on the Internet at www.faa.gov and www.faasafety.gov. The FAA website provides comprehensive information to pilots and instructors. Other aviation instructions also have excellent information. However, an instructor is bound to follow any procedures in the manner prescribed by the FAA. If an instructor needs any assistance, he or she should contact a more experienced instructor, an FAA-designated pilot examiner, DPE, or the local Flight Standards District Office, FSDO. Aviator's Model Code of Conduct. The Aviator's Model Code of Conduct presents broad guidance and recommendations for general aviation, GA pilots to improve airmanship, flight safety, and to sustain and improve the GA community. The Code of Conduct presents a vision of excellence in GA aviation. Its principles both complement and supplement what is merely legal. The Code of Conduct is not a standard, and it is not intended to be implemented as such. The Code of Conduct consists of the following 7 sections. 1. General responsibilities of aviators. 2. Passengers and people on the surface. 3. Training and proficiency. 4. Security. 5. Environmental issues. 6. Use of technology. 7. Advancement and promotion of general aviation. Each section provides flight instructors a list of principles and sample recommended practices. Successful instructor pilots continue to self-evaluate and find ways to make themselves safer and more productive instructors. The Aviator's Model Code of Conduct provides guidance and principles for the instructor to integrate into their own practices. More information about the Aviator's Model Code of Conduct can be found at www.secureav.com. Safety practices and accident prevention. Aviation instructors are the front line of efforts to improve the safety record of the aviation industry. Safety, one of the most fundamental considerations in aviation training, is paramount. FAA regulations intended to promote safety by eliminating or mitigating conditions that can cause death, injury, or damage are comprehensive, but even the strictest compliance with regulations may not be sufficient to guarantee safety. Rules and regulations are designed to address known or suspected conditions detrimental to safety, but there is always a chance that some new combination of circumstances, not contemplated by the regulations, will arise. It is important for aviation instructors to be proactive to ensure the safety of flight or maintenance training activities. The safety practices aviation instructors emphasize have a long-lasting effect on students. Generally, students consider their instructor to be a role model whose habits they attempt to imitate, whether consciously or unconsciously. The instructor's advocacy and description of safety practices mean little to a student if the instructor does not demonstrate them consistently. For example, a maintenance student observes the instructor violating safety practices by not wearing safety glasses around hazardous equipment. The student probably will not be conscientious about using safety equipment when the instructor is not around. One of the best actions a flight or maintenance instructor can take to enhance aviation safety is to emphasize safety by example. Another way for the instructor to advocate safety is to join the new FAA safety team, FAA-STEAM, FAST team. The FAST team is dedicated to improving the aviation safety record by conveying safety principles and practices through training, outreach, and education. More information is available at faasafety.gov. Professionalism. The aviation instructor is the central figure in aviation training and is responsible for all phases of required training. The instructor, either pilot or aircraft maintenance technician, must be professional. As professionals, aviation instructors strive to maintain the highest level of knowledge, training, and currency in the field of aviation. To achieve this goal, instructors need to commit themselves to continuous, lifelong learning and professional development through study, service, and membership in professional organizations such as the National Association of Flight Instructors, NAFI, and Professional Aviation Mechanics Association, PAMA. Professionals build a library of resources that keeps them in touch with their field through the most current procedures, publications, and educational opportunities. Being a professional also means behaving in a professional manner, Figure 7-6. An aviation instructor should strive to practice the characteristics on the instructor do list while teaching a student. Sincerity. The aviation instructor should be straightforward and honest. Attempting to hide inadequacy behind a smokescreen of unrelated instruction makes it impossible for the instructor to command the respect and full attention of a student. Teaching an aviation student is based upon acceptance of the instructor as a competent, qualified teacher and an expert pilot or aircraft maintenance technician. Any facade of instructor pretentiousness whether it is real or mistakenly presumed by the student, causes the student to lose confidence in the instructor, and learning is adversely affected. Acceptance of the student. The instructor must accept students as they are, including all their faults and problems. The student is a person who wants to learn, and the instructor is a person who is available to help in the learning process. Beginning with this understanding, the professional relationship of the instructor with the student should be based on a mutual acknowledgement that the student and instructor are important to each other, and that both are working toward the same objective. Under no circumstance should the instructor do anything which implies degrading the student. Acceptance rather than ridicule, and support rather than reproof, encourage learning. Students must be treated with respect, regardless of whether they are quick to learn or require more time to absorb certain concepts. Criticizing a student who does not learn rapidly is similar to a doctor reprimanding a patient who does not get well as rapidly as predicted. Personal appearance and habits. Personal appearance has an important effect on the professional image of the instructor. Today's aviation customer expects an instructor to be neat, clean, and appropriately dressed. Since the instructor is engaged in a learning situation, the attire worn should be appropriate to professional status. Figure 7-7. Personal habits have a significant effect on the professional image. The exercise of common courtesy is perhaps the most important of these. An instructor who is rude, thoughtless, and inattentive cannot hold the respect of a student, regardless of the instructor's ability as a pilot or aviation maintenance technician. Personal cleanliness is important to aviation instruction. Frequently, an instructor and a student work in close proximity, and even little annoyances, such as body odor or bad breath, can cause serious distractions from learning the tasks at hand. Demeanor. The attitude and behavior of an instructor can contribute much to a professional image. The instructor should avoid erratic movements, distracting speech habits, and capricious changes in mood. The professional image requires development of a calm, thoughtful, and disciplined demeanor. The successful instructor avoids contradictory directions, reacting differently to similar or identical errors at different times, demanding unreasonable performance or progress, or criticizing a student unfairly and presenting an overbearing manner or air of flippancy. Effective instruction is best conducted in a calm, pleasant, and thoughtful manner that puts the student at ease. The instructor must constantly demonstrate competence in the subject matter and genuine interest in the student's well-being. Proper language. In aviation instruction, as in other professional activities, the use of profanity and obscene language leads to distrust or, at best, a lack of complete confidence in the instructor. Many people object to such language. The professional instructor speaks normally, without inhibitions, and speaks positively and descriptively without profanity. Evaluation of student ability. Evaluation of a student's ability is an important element of instruction. Used in this context, evaluation refers to judging a student's performance to perform a maneuver or procedure. Demonstrated ability. Evaluation of demonstrated ability during flight or maintenance instruction is based upon established standards of performance, suitably modified to apply to the student's experience and stage of development as a pilot or mechanic. The evaluation considers the student's mastery of the elements involved in the maneuver or procedure rather than merely the overall performance. For example, qualification of student pilots for solo and solo cross-country privileges depend upon demonstrations of performance. Keeping the student informed. In evaluating student demonstrations of ability, it is important for the aviation instructor to keep the student informed of progress. This may be done as each procedure or maneuver is completed or summarized during a post-flight or class critique. These critiques should be in a written format, such as notes, to aid the instructor in covering all areas that were noticed during the flight or lesson. When explaining errors in performance, instructors point out the elements in which the deficiencies are believed to have originated and, if possible, suggest appropriate corrective measures. Correction of student errors. Correction of student errors does not include the practice of taking over from students immediately when a mistake is made. Safety permitting, it is frequently better to let students progress part of the way into the mistake and find a way out. For example, in a weight shift control aircraft, the bar is moved right to turn left. A student may show an initial tendency to move the bar in the direction of the desired turn. This tendency dissipates with time, but allowing the student to see the effect of his or her control input is a valuable aid in illustrating the stability of the aircraft. It is difficult for students to learn a maneuver properly if they seldom have the opportunity to correct an error. On the other hand, students may perform a procedure or maneuver correctly, but not fully understand the principles and objectives involved. If the instructor suspects this, students should be required to vary the performance of the maneuver or procedure slightly. The maneuver or procedure may be combined with other operations, or the same elements should be applied to the performance of other maneuvers or procedures. Students who do not understand the principles involved will probably not be able to successfully complete the revised maneuver or procedure. Aviation instructors and exams. Knowledge test. When preparing a student or applicant for the private pilot certification or higher grade, i.e. commercial or instrument, a test is required to ensure the student has adequate aeronautical knowledge in those subject areas listed in 14 CFR Part 61. The instructor may provide the student with an endorsement to certify he or she has the required knowledge to pass the test. Some additional ratings do not require a test. For information concerning additional aircraft certifications that do not require knowledge tests, refer to AC 61-65, Certification, Pilots and Flight Ground Instructors. Flight instructors must take a short test for each additional category. An instructor should remember he or she is held accountable for a deficient instructional performance. This is important for any instructor who signs recommendations for applicants who were not trained by that instructor. If the applicant fails a test, the aviation instructor must sign the test after he or she has provided additional training in the areas the applicant failed. The applicant is given a retest. Prior to certification, the aviation instructor must make a statement that he or she gave the required training in the preceding 60 days, and the instructor reviewed those areas of deficiency on the applicant's knowledge test. Practical test. Provision is made on the Airman Certificate or Rating Application Form for the written recommendation of the flight instructor who has prepared the applicant for the practical test involved. Signing this recommendation imposes a serious responsibility on the flight instructor. A flight instructor who makes a practical test recommendation for an applicant seeking a certificate or rating should require the applicant to thoroughly demonstrate the knowledge and skill level required for that certificate or rating. This demonstration should in no instance be less than the complete procedure prescribed in the applicable PTS. When the instructor endorses the applicant for the practical test, his or her signature on the FAA Form 8710-1, Airman Certificate and/or Rating Application, is valid for 60 days. This is also true with the Flight Proficiency Endorsement that is placed in the applicant's log or training record, AC 61-65. These two dates should be the same. Completion of prerequisites for a practical test is another instructor task that must be documented properly. Examples of all common endorsements can be found in the current issue of AC 61-65, Appendix 1. This appendix includes reference to 14 CFR Part 61 for more details concerning the requirements that must be met to qualify for each respective endorsement. The examples shown contain the essential elements of each endorsement. It is not necessary for all endorsements to be worded exactly as those in the AC. For example, changes to regulatory requirements may affect the wording, or the instructor may customize the endorsement for any special circumstances of the applicant. However, at a minimum, the instructor needs to cite the appropriate 14 CFR Part 61 section that has been completed. If a flight instructor fails to ensure a student pilot or additional rating pilot meets the requirements of regulations, prior to making endorsements to allow solo flight or additional rating, that instructor is exhibiting a serious deficiency in performance. The FAA holds him or her accountable. Providing a solo endorsement for a student pilot who is not proficient for solo flight operations, or providing an endorsement for an additional rating for a pilot not meeting the appropriate regulatory requirements, is also a breach of faith with the student or applicant. Professional development. Aviation is changing rapidly, and aviation instructors must continue to develop their knowledge and skills in order to teach successfully in this environment. The aviation instructor is well respected by other technicians and pilots because instructors must meet additional training requirements in order to be certificated. Flight instructors undergo comprehensive evaluation and a practical test to obtain a flight instructor certificate. 14 CFR Part 147 requires all instructors teaching maintenance subjects to hold an FAA certificate as an aircraft maintenance technician. Successful professional aviation instructors do not become complacent or satisfied with their own qualifications and abilities, and are constantly alert for ways to improve their qualifications, effectiveness, and the services they provide to students. Considered by their students to be a source of up-to-date information, instructors have the opportunity and responsibility of introducing new procedures and techniques both to their students and to other aviation professionals with whom they come in contact. Continuing education. A professional aviation instructor continually updates his or her knowledge and skills. This goal is attained in a variety of ways, such as reading an article in a technical publication or taking a course at a technical school. There are many different sources of information the aviation instructor can use in order to remain current in aviation knowledge and teaching. Government. One of the first educational sources for the instructor is the FAA and other governmental agencies. The FAA either sponsors or collaborates in sponsoring aviation programs, seminars, and workshops for the public. For example, the FAA conducts safety seminars around the country in conjunction with the aviation industry. These seminars, although directed at pilots, can be a useful source of knowledge for aviation instructors. The FAA is a rich source of information that can be used to enhance an instructor's knowledge. Regulations, advisory circulars, airworthiness directives, orders, and notices are some of the documents that can be downloaded from the FAA website at www.faa.gov. As mentioned earlier in the chapter, participation in the Pilot Proficiency Awards program is a good way for a flight instructor to improve proficiency and to serve as an example to students. Another way is to work toward the Gold Seal Flight Instructor Certificate. Accomplishing the requirements of the certificate is evidence the instructor has performed at a very high level as a flight instructor. See AC 61-65, Certification, Pilots and Flight and Ground Instructors, for a list of requirements for earning this certificate. Similarly, the Aviation Maintenance Awards Program affords the aviation maintenance instructor the opportunity for increased education through attendance at FAA or industry maintenance training seminars. Details for the awarding of the bronze through diamond pins can be found in AC 65-25, Aviation Maintenance Technician Awards Program. The FAA approves the sponsors who conduct Flight Instructor Refresher Clinics, FIRCs, in accordance with AC 61-83. Nationally, the FAA approved industry-conducted Flight Instructor Refresher Clinics, FIRC. These courses are available for flight instructors to complete the training requirements for renewal of flight instructor certificates. The FAA co-sponsors Inspection Authorization, IA, seminars. These seminars are open to all maintenance technicians and are a good source of additional training and education for maintenance instructors. Educational/training institutions. Professional aviation instructors can further increase their knowledge and skill in aviation specialties by attending classes at local community colleges, technical schools, or universities. These schools may offer complete degree programs in aviation subjects, as well as single subject courses of benefit to instructors. Commercial organizations. Commercial organizations are another important source of education/training for the aviation instructor. Some may be publishers of training materials, while others may provide complete ground and flight training programs for professional pilots and instructors. These companies often provide a wide variety of study programs, computer-based training, and printed publications. Many offer training that can be attended either at the home base of the company or in traveling classes/seminars, so instructors can more easily attend. There are numerous organizations around the country that offer courses of training for aviation instructors. These are generally courses that are available to all pilots and technicians, but are especially useful for instructors to improve their abilities. Examples of such courses include workshops for maintenance technicians to enhance their skills in subjects such as composites, sheet metal fabrication, and fabric covering. For pilots, there are courses in mountain flying, spin training, and tailwheel qualification. Flight instructors also may increase their aviation knowledge and experience by adding additional category and class ratings to their certificates. Industry organizations. Other significant sources of ongoing education for aviation instructors are aviation organizations. These organizations not only provide educational articles in their publications, but also present training programs or co-sponsor such programs. Many industry organizations have local affiliated chapters that make it easy to meet other pilots, technicians, and instructors. These meetings frequently include presentations by industry experts as well as formal training sessions. Some aviation industry organizations conduct their own training sessions on areas such as flight instructor refresher clinics and inspection authorization IA seminars. Properly organized safety symposiums and training clinics are valuable sources of refresher training. They are also an excellent opportunity to exchange information with other instructors. Sources of material. An aviation instructor should maintain access to current flight publications or maintenance publications. For the flight instructor, this includes current copies of regulations pertinent to pilot qualification and certification, Aeronautical Information Manual, AIM, Appropriate Practical Test Standards, PTS, and pilot training manuals. The aviation maintenance instructor should have copies of applicable regulations, current knowledge and PTS, and maintenance training manuals. Aviation instructors must be thoroughly familiar with current certification and rating requirements in order to provide competent instruction. AC 00.2-15, Advisory Circular Checklist, is a listing of all current advisory circulars and other FAA publications sold by the Superintendent of Documents, U.S. Government Printing Office, GPO, or available online at www.faa.gov. Many of the advisory circulars should be considered by the aviation instructor for inclusion in a personal reference library. In addition to government publications, a number of excellent handbooks and other reference materials are available from commercial publishers. Aviation periodicals and technical journals from the aviation industry or other sources of valuable information for instructors. Many public and institutional libraries have excellent resource material on educational psychology, teaching methods, testing, and other aviation-related subjects. The aviation instructor has two reasons to maintain a source of current information and publications. First, the instructor needs a steady supply of fresh material to make instruction interesting and up-to-date. Second, instructors should keep themselves well informed by maintaining familiarity with what is being written in current aviation publications. Most of these publications are in printed form, but increasingly information is available through electronic means. Figure 7-8. Printed material. In aviation, documentation in the form of flight publications or maintenance data must be immediately available for referral while flying or conducting maintenance. While the portability of printed materials meets this need for immediate availability, printed material has two disadvantages. First, it takes up space for storage, and second, it can be time-consuming to keep printed material current. Many publishers of printed material now make their information available in electronic format. For example, most FAA regulations, standards, and guides are available either in electronic format or as hard copy. Non-FAA publications are available through the GPO and from the National Technical Information Service, NTIS. Publications not printed by the U.S. Government Printing Office are available from many publishers and suppliers of books. Commercial publishers usually provide catalogs and toll-free numbers or websites for ordering their products. Electronic sources. Access to the Internet via personal computer has opened up a vast storehouse of information for the aviation instructor. In the past, aviation instructors had limited access to information, but the personal computer has greatly expanded sources of aviation information. This section lists some sources of information on the Internet. In the following discussion, several sites for accessing FAA materials are explored, and some non-FAA sites are included. Once instructors begin to navigate the Internet, they find sites which provide the information they use most frequently. Obviously, some FAA publications are more important to the aviation instructor than others. Many of the publications of interest to the aviation instructor can be accessed through the FAA website, www.faa.gov. The FAA website is not the only source of aviation or education-related information on the Internet. The aviation instructor can access aviation-related publications at other government or non-government websites via published web addresses or by using the search function of the web browser. Keep in mind that most sites on the Internet are updated periodically, but some are not. In addition, new sites are added and old sites are discontinued on a regular basis. The aviation instructor can become more adept at obtaining information by entering and navigating around the Internet to become informed about the contents and how to best locate desired information. The more familiar aviation instructors become with the Internet, the better they are able to adapt to any changes that may occur. Professional aviation instructors must continue to expand their knowledge and skills in order to become competent instructors. The field of aviation is advancing, and the instructor also must advance. Instructors can best do this by taking advantage of the wide variety of materials available from the FAA, other government agencies, commercial publishers and vendors, and from industry trade groups. These materials are available at training sessions and seminars, from printed books, papers, magazines, and from the Internet and other electronic sources. Instructors who are committed to continuing education are able to provide the highest quality instruction to their students. Chapter Summary. This chapter discussed the responsibilities of aviation instructors to the student, the public, and the FAA in the training process. The additional responsibilities of flight instructors who teach new student pilots, as well as rated pilots seeking add-on certification, the role of aviation instructors as safety advocates, and ways in which aviation instructors can enhance their professional image and development were explored. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Aviation Instructor's Handbook by the FAA. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. Techniques of Flight Instruction. Introduction. Certificated Flight Instructor, CFI, Daniel, decides his student Mary has gained enough confidence in flying that it is time for her to develop personal weather minimums. While researching the subject at the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, website, he locates several sources that provide background information, such as the fact that, statistically, weather often poses some of the greatest risks to general aviation GA pilots, regardless of their experience level. He also finds charts and a lesson plan he can use. Daniel's decision to help Mary develop personal weather minimums reflects a key component of the flight instructor's job, providing the student with the tools to ensure safety during a flight. Every flight instructor can agree that everyone wants to be safe, but what does safety really mean? How can a flight instructor ensure the safety of flight training activities and also train clients to operate their aircraft safely
after they leave the relatively protected flight training environment. According to one definition, safety is the freedom from conditions that can cause death, injury, or illness, damage to or loss of equipment or property, or damage to the environment. FAA regulations are intended to promote safety by eliminating or mitigating conditions that can cause death, injury, or damage. These regulations are comprehensive, but there has been increasing recognition that even the strictest compliance with regulations may not be sufficient to guarantee safety. Rules and regulations are designed to address known or suspected conditions detrimental to safety, but there is always the probability that some new combination of circumstances, not contemplated by the regulations, will arise. The recognition of aviation training and flight operations has led to a system approach to aviation safety. Since flight instructors are a critical part of the aviation safety system, this chapter introduces system safety, aeronautical decision-making, ADM, risk management, situational awareness, and single pilot resource management, SRM, in the modern flight training environment. It also provides methods flight instructors can teach students to use practical risk management tools and discusses how to evaluate student decision-making. The chapter begins with practical strategies flight instructors can use to enhance their instruction, the demonstration performance training delivery method of flight instruction, integrated flight instruction, positive exchange of flight controls, use of distractions, obstacles to learning encountered during flight training, and how to evaluate students. After an intensive look at ADM, it closes with a discussion of CFI recommendations and endorsements. Flight instructor qualifications. A CFI must be thoroughly familiar with the functions, characteristics, and proper use of all flight instruments, avionics, and other aircraft systems being used for training. This is especially important due to the wide variety of global positioning system, GPS, and glass panel displays. It is the personal responsibility of each flight instructor to maintain familiarity with current pilot training techniques and certification requirements. This may be done by frequent review of new periodicals and technical publications, personal contacts with FAA inspectors and designated pilot examiners, DPE, and by participation in pilot and flight instructor clinics. Additional information can be obtained from veteran flight instructors, Figure 8-1. The application of outmoded instructional procedures or the preparation of students using obsolete certification requirements is inexcusable. Practical flight instructor strategies. During all phases of flight training, CFIs should remember they are role models for the student. The flight instructor should demonstrate good aviation sense at all times. Before the flight, discuss safety and importance of proper pre-flight and use of the checklist. During flight, prioritize the tasks of aviating, navigating, and communicating. Instill importance of see and avoid in the student. During landing, conduct stabilized approaches. Maintain desired airspeed on final. Demonstrate good judgment for go-arounds, wake turbulence, traffic, and terrain avoidance. Use ADM to correct faulty approaches and landing errors. Make power off, stall warning blaring, on centerline touchdowns in the first third of runway. Always remember safety is paramount. Flight instructors have the responsibility of producing the safest pilots possible. For that reason, CFIs should encourage each student to learn as much as he or she is capable of and keep raising the bar. When introducing lesson tasks, flight instructors should not introduce the minimum acceptable standards for passing the check ride. The Practical Test Standard, PTS, is not a teaching tool. It is a testing tool. The overall focus of flight training should be on education, learning, and understanding why the standards are there and how they were set. The minimum standards to pass the check ride should not be introduced until the 3 hours of preparation for the check ride. Obstacles to learning during flight instruction. Certain obstacles are common to flight instruction and may apply directly to the student's attitude, physical condition, and psychological makeup. These include, but are not limited to, feeling of unfair treatment, impatience to proceed to more interesting operations, worry or lack of interest, physical discomfort, illness, fatigue, and dehydration, apathy due to inadequate instruction, anxiety, unfair treatment. Students who believe their instruction is inadequate or that their efforts are not conscientiously considered and evaluated do not learn well. In addition, their motivation suffers, no matter how intent they are on learning to fly. Motivation also declines when a student believes the instructor is making unreasonable demands for performance and progress. Figure 8-2. Assignment of goals the student considers difficult but possible usually provides a challenge and promotes learning. In a typical flight lesson, reasonable goals are listed in the lesson objectives, and the desired levels of proficiency for the goals are included in statements that contain completion standards. Impatience. Impatience is a greater deterrent to learning pilot skills than is generally recognized. For a student, this may take the form of a desire to make an early solo flight or to set out on cross-country flights before the basic elements of flight have been learned. The impatient student fails to understand the need for preliminary training and seeks only the ultimate objective without considering the means necessary to reach it. With every complex human endeavor, it is necessary to master the basics if the whole task is to be performed competently and safely. The instructor can correct student impatience by presenting the necessary preliminary training one step at a time, with clearly stated goals for each step. The procedures and elements mastered in each step should be clearly identified in explaining or demonstrating the performance of the subsequent step. Impatience can result from instruction keyed to the pace of a slow learner when it is applied to a motivated, fast learner. It is just as important that a student be advanced to the subsequent step as soon as one goal has been attained, as it is to complete each step before the next one is undertaken. Disinterest grows rapidly when unnecessary repetition and drill are requested on operations that have already been adequately learned. Worry or lack of interest. Worry or lack of interest has a detrimental effect on learning. Students who are worried or emotionally upset are not ready to learn and derive little benefit from instruction. Worry or distraction may be due to student concerns about progress in the training course, or may stem from circumstances completely unrelated to their instruction. Significant emotional upsets may be due to personal problems, psychiatric disturbances, or a dislike of the training program or the instructor. The experiences of students outside their training activities affect behavior and performance in training. The two cannot be separated. When students begin flight training, they bring with them their interests, enthusiasms, fears, and troubles. The instructor cannot be responsible for these outside diversions, but cannot ignore them because they have a critical effect on the learning process. Instruction must be keyed on the utilization of the interests and enthusiasm students bring with them, and to diverting their attention from their worries and troubles to learning the task at hand. This is admittedly difficult, but must be accomplished if learning is to proceed at a normal rate. Worries and emotional upsets that result from a flight training course can be identified and addressed. These problems are often due to inadequacies of the course or of the instructor. The most effective cure is prevention. The instructor must be alert and ensure students understand the objectives of each step of their training, and that they know at the completion of each lesson exactly how well they have progressed and what deficiencies are apparent. Discouragement and emotional upsets are rare when students feel that nothing is being withheld from them or is being neglected in their training. Physical discomfort, illness, fatigue, and dehydration. Physical discomfort, illness, and fatigue will materially slow the rate of learning during both classroom instruction and flight training. Students who are not completely at ease and whose attention is diverted by discomforts such as the extremes of temperature, poor ventilation, inadequate lighting, or noise and confusion cannot learn at a normal rate. This is true no matter how diligently they attempt to apply themselves to the learning task. A minor illness, such as a cold, major illness, or injury, interferes with the normal rate of training. This is especially important for flight instruction. Most illnesses adversely affect the acuteness of vision, hearing, and feeling, all of which are essential to correct performance. Air sickness can be a great deterrent to flight instruction. A student who is airsick or bothered with incipient air sickness is incapable of learning at a normal rate. There is no sure cure for air sickness, but resistance or immunity usually can be developed in a relatively short period of time. An instructional flight should be terminated as soon as an incipient illness is experienced. As the student develops immunity, flights can be increased in length until normal flight periods are practicable. Keeping students interested and occupied during flight is a deterrent to air sickness. They are much less apt to become airsick while operating the controls themselves. Rough air and unexpected abrupt maneuvers tend to increase the chances of air sickness. Tension and apprehension apparently contribute to air sickness and should be avoided. Fatigue. Fatigue is one of the most treacherous hazards to flight safety, as it may not be apparent to a pilot until serious errors are made. Fatigue can be either acute, short-term, or chronic, long-term. Acute fatigue, a normal occurrence of everyday living, is the tiredness felt after long periods of physical and mental strain, including strenuous muscular effort, immobility, heavy mental workout, strong emotional pressure, monotony, and lack of sleep. Acute fatigue, caused by training operations, may be physical or mental or both. It is not necessarily a function of physical robustness or mental acuity. The amount of training any student can absorb without incurring debilitating fatigue varies. Generally speaking, complex operations tend to induce fatigue more rapidly than simpler procedures do, regardless of the physical effort involved. Fatigue is the primary consideration in determining the length and frequency of flight instruction periods, and flight instruction should be continued only as long as the student is alert, receptive to instruction, and is performing at a level consistent with experience. It is important for a CFI to be able to detect fatigue both in assessing a student's substandard performance early in a lesson and also in recognizing the deterioration of performance. If fatigue occurs as a result of application to a learning task, the student should be given a break in instruction and practice. A CFI who is familiar with the signs indicative to acute fatigue will be more aware if the student is experiencing them. The deficiencies listed below are apparent to others before the individual notices any physical signs of fatigue. Acute fatigue is characterized by inattention, distractibility, errors in timing, neglect of secondary tasks, loss of accuracy and control, lack of awareness of error accumulation, irritability. Another form of fatigue is chronic fatigue, which occurs when there is not enough time for full recovery from repeated episodes of acute fatigue. Chronic fatigue's underlying cause is generally not rest-related and may have deeper points of origin. Therefore, rest alone may not resolve chronic fatigue. Chronic fatigue is a combination of both physiological problems and psychological issues. Psychological problems, such as financial, home life, or job-related stresses, cause a lack of qualified rest that is only solved by mitigating the underlying problems before the fatigue is solved. Without resolution, human performance continues to fall off and judgment becomes impaired so that unwarranted risks may be taken. Recovery from chronic fatigue requires a prolonged and deliberate solution. In either case, unless adequate precautions are taken, personal performance could be impaired and adversely affect pilot judgment and decision-making. Dehydration and heat stroke. Dehydration is the term given to critical loss of water from the body. Dehydration reduces a pilot's level of alertness, producing a subsequent slowing of decision-making processes or even the inability to control the aircraft. The first noticeable effect of dehydration is fatigue, which in turn makes top physical and mental performance difficult, if not impossible. Flying for long periods in hot summer temperatures or at high altitudes increases susceptibility to dehydration, since dry air at high altitudes tends to increase the rate of water loss from the body. If this fluid is not replaced, Fatigue progresses to dizziness, weakness, nausea, tingling of hands and feet, abdominal cramps, and extreme thirst. Heat stroke is a condition caused by any inability of the body to control its temperature. Onset of this condition may be recognized by the symptoms of dehydration, but also has been known to be recognized only by complete collapse. To prevent these symptoms, it is recommended that an ample supply of water be carried and used at frequent intervals on any long flight, whether the pilot is thirsty or not. If the airplane has a canopy or roof window, wearing light-colored, porous clothing and a hat helps provide protection from the sun. Keeping the flight deck well ventilated aids in dissipating excess heat. Apathy due to inadequate instruction. Students can become apathetic when they recognize that the instructor has made inadequate preparations for the instruction being given, or when the instruction appears to be deficient, contradictory, or insincere. To hold the student's interest and to maintain the motivation necessary for efficient learning, well-planned, appropriate, and accurate instruction must be provided. Nothing destroys a student's interest as quickly as poorly organized period of instruction. Even an inexperienced student realizes immediately when the instructor has failed to prepare for a lesson. Figure 8-3. Instruction may be overly explicit and so elementary it fails to hold student interest, or it may be so general or complicated that it fails to evoke the interest necessary for effective learning. To be effective, the instructor must teach for the level of the student. The presentation must be adjusted to be meaningful to the person for whom it is intended. For example, instruction in the pre-flight inspection of an aircraft should be presented quite differently for a student who is a skilled aircraft maintenance technician, AMT, compared to the instruction on the same operation for a student with no previous aeronautical experience. The instruction needed in each case is the same, but a presentation meaningful to one of these students might not be appropriate for the other. Poor instructional presentations may result not only from poor preparation, but also from distracting mannerisms, personal untidiness, or the appearance of irritation with the student. Creating the impression of talking down to the student is one of the fastest ways for an instructor to lose student confidence and attention. Once the instructor loses student confidence, it is difficult to regain, and the learning rate is unnecessarily diminished. Anxiety. Student anxiety may place additional burdens on the instructor. This frequently limits the student's perceptive ability and retards the development of insights. The student must be comfortable, confident in the instructor and the aircraft, and at ease if effective learning is to occur. Providing this atmosphere for learning is one of the first and most important tasks of the instructor. Although doing so may be difficult at first, successive accomplishment of recognizable goals and avoidance of alarming occurrences or situations will rapidly ease the student's mind. This is true of all flight students, but special handling by the instructor may be required for students who are obviously anxious or uncomfortable. Demonstration Performance Training Delivery Method. The Demonstration Performance Training Delivery Method was discussed briefly in Chapter 4, The Teaching Process, but the following in-depth discussion is geared to the flight instructor. This training method has been in use for a long time and is very effective in teaching kinesthetic skills, so flight instructors find it valuable in teaching procedures and maneuvers. The Demonstration Performance Method is divided into 4 phases: explanation, demonstration, student performance with instructor supervision, and evaluation. Figure 8-4. Explanation phase. The flight instructor needs to be well prepared and highly organized if complex maneuvers and procedures are to be taught effectively. The student must be intellectually and psychologically ready for the learning activity. The explanation phase is accomplished prior to the flight lesson with a discussion of lesson objectives and completion standards, as well as a thorough pre-flight briefing. Explanations must be clear, pertinent to the objectives of the particular lesson to be presented, and based on the known experience and knowledge of the students. Students need to know not only what they will learn, but also how they will learn it. That is, how the lesson will proceed and how they will be evaluated. In teaching a skill, the instructor must convey to the students the precise actions they are to perform. In addition to the necessary steps, the instructor should describe the end result of these efforts. The explanation phase also should include coverage of appropriate safety procedures. Before leaving this phase, the instructor should encourage students to ask questions about any step of the procedure that they do not understand. Demonstration phase. The instructor must show students the actions necessary to perform a skill. As little extraneous activity as possible should be included in the demonstration if students are to clearly understand that the instructor is accurately performing the actions previously explained. If, due to some unanticipated circumstances, the demonstration does not closely conform to the explanation, this deviation should be immediately acknowledged and explained. Student performance and instructor supervision phases. As discussed in Chapter 4, these two phases involve separate actions that are performed concurrently. The first of these phases is the student's performance of the physical or mental skills that have been explained and demonstrated. The second activity is the instructor's supervision. Student performance requires students to act and do. To learn skills, students must practice. The instructor must, therefore, allot enough time for meaningful student activity. Through doing, students learn to follow correct procedures and to reach established standards. It is important that students be given an opportunity to perform the skill as soon as possible after a demonstration. Then, the instructor reviews what has been covered during the instructional flight and determines to what extent the student has met the objectives outlined during the pre-flight discussion. The instructor should be satisfied that the student is well prepared and understands the task before starting. The instructor observes as the student performs and then makes appropriate comments. Evaluation phase. In this phase, the instructor traditionally evaluates student performance, records the student's performance, and verbally advises the student of the progress made toward the objectives. Regardless of how well a skill is taught, there may still be performance deficiencies. When pointing out areas that need improvement, offer concrete suggestions that help. If possible, avoid ending the evaluation on a negative note. As discussed in Chapter 5, assessment, collaborative assessment, or learner-centered grading, LCG, is a form of authentic assessment currently used in aviation training with problem-based learning, PBL. PBL structures the lessons to confront the students with problems that are encountered in real life and forces them to reach real-world solutions. Scenario-based training, SBT, a type of PBL, uses a highly structured script of real-world experiences to address aviation training objectives in an operational environment. Collaborative assessment is used to evaluate whether certain learning criteria were met during the SBT. Collaborative assessment includes two parts, learner self-assessment and a detailed assessment by the flight instructor. The purpose of the self-assessment is to stimulate growth in the learner's thought processes and, in turn, behaviors. The self-assessment is followed by an in-depth discussion between the instructor and the student, which compares the instructor's assessment to the student's self-assessment. The telling and doing technique. The demonstration performance method can be applied to the telling and doing technique of flight instruction in 3 steps. However, the telling and doing technique includes specific variations for flight instruction. Figure 8-5. Instructor tells, instructor does. First, the flight instructor gives a carefully planned demonstration of the procedure or maneuver with accompanying verbal explanation. While demonstrating in-flight maneuvers, the instructor should explain the required power settings, aircraft attitudes, and describe any other pertinent factors that may apply. This is the only step in which the student plays a passive role. It is important for the demonstration to conform to the explanation as closely as possible. In addition, it should be demonstrated in the same sequence in which it was explained, so as to avoid confusion and provide reinforcement. Since students generally imitate the instructor's performance, the instructor must demonstrate the skill exactly the way the students are expected to practice it, including all safety procedures that the students must follow. If, due to some unanticipated circumstances, the demonstration does not closely conform to the explanation, this deviation should be immediately acknowledged and explained. Most physical skills lend themselves to a sequential pattern where the skill is explained in the same step-by-step order normally used to perform it. When the skill being taught is related to previously learned procedures or maneuvers, the known to unknown strategy may be used effectively. When teaching more than one skill at a time, the simple to complex strategy works well. By starting with the simplest skill, the student gains confidence and is less likely to become frustrated when faced with building skills that are more complex. Another consideration in this phase is the language used. Instructors should attempt to avoid unnecessary jargon and technical terms that their students do not know. Instructors should also take care to clearly describe the actions students are expected to perform. Communication is the key. It is neither appropriate nor effective for instructors to try to impress students with their expertise by using language that is unnecessarily complicated. As an example, a level turn might be demonstrated and described by the instructor in the following way. Use outside visual references and monitor the flight instruments. After clearing the airspace around the aircraft, add power slightly, turn the aircraft to the desired direction, and apply a slight amount of back pressure on the yoke to maintain altitude. Maintain coordinated flight by applying the rudder in the direction of the turn. Remember, the ailerons control the roll rate as well as the angle of bank. The rate at which the aircraft rolls depends on how much aileron deflection is used. How far the aircraft rolls, steepness of the bank, depends on how long the ailerons are deflected, since the aircraft continues to roll as long as the ailerons are deflected. When the desired angle of bank is reached, neutralize the ailerons and trim as appropriate. Lead the rollout by approximately 1/2 the number of degrees of the angle of bank. Use coordinated aileron and rudder control pressures. Simultaneously begin releasing the back pressure so aileron, rudder, and elevator pressures are neutralized when the aircraft reaches the wings level position. Leading the rollout heading by 1/2 the bank angle is a good rule of thumb for initial training. However, keep in mind that the required amount of lead really depends on the type of turn rate, and rollout rate. As a pilot gains experience, he or she will develop a consistent roll-in and roll-out technique for various types of turns. Upon reaching a wings level attitude, reduce power and trim to remove control pressures. Student tells, instructor does. Second, the student tells as the instructor does. In this step, the student actually plays the role of instructor, telling the instructor what to do and how to do it. Two benefits accrue from this step. The student, being freed from the need to concentrate on performance of the maneuver and from concern about its outcome, is able to organize his or her thoughts regarding the steps involved and the techniques to be used. In the process of explaining the maneuver as the instructor performs it, perceptions begin to develop into insights. Mental habits begin to form with repetition of the instructions previously received. Plus, the instructor is able to evaluate the student's understanding of the factors involved in performance of the maneuver. According to the principle of primacy, it is important for the instructor to make sure the student gets it right the first time. The student should also understand the correct sequence and be aware of safety precautions for each procedure or maneuver. If a misunderstanding exists, it can be corrected before the student becomes absorbed in controlling the aircraft. Student tells, student does. Application is the third step of this method. This is where learning takes place and where performance habits are formed. If the student has been adequately prepared and the procedure or maneuver fully explained and demonstrated, meaningful learning occurs. The instructor should be alert during the student's practice to detect any errors in technique and to prevent the formation of faulty habits. At the same time, the student should be encouraged to think about what to do during the performance of a maneuver until it becomes habitual. In this step, the thinking can be done verbally. This focuses concentration on the task to be accomplished, so the total involvement in the maneuver is fostered. All of the student's physical and mental faculties are brought into play. The instructor should be aware of the student's thought processes. It is easy to determine whether an error is induced by a misconception or by a simple lack of motor skills. Therefore, in addition to forcing total concentration on the part of the student,
This method provides a means for keeping the instructor aware of what the student is thinking. The student is not only learning to do something, but he or she is also learning a self-teaching process that is highly desirable in development of a skill. The exact procedures that the instructor should use during student practice depends on factors such as the student's proficiency level, the type of maneuver, and the stage of training. The instructor must exercise good judgment to decide how much control to use. With potentially hazardous or difficult maneuvers, the instructor should be alert and ready to take control at any time. This is especially true during a student's first attempt at a particular maneuver. On the other hand, if a student is progressing normally, the instructor should avoid unnecessary interruptions or too much assistance. A typical test of how much control is needed often occurs during a student's first few attempts to land an aircraft. The instructor must quickly evaluate the student's need for help and not hesitate to take control if required. At the same time, the student should be allowed to practice the entire maneuver often enough to achieve the level of proficiency established in the lesson objectives. Since this is a learning phase rather than an evaluation phase of the training, errors or unsafe practices should be identified and corrected in a positive and timely way. In some cases, the student is not able to meet the proficiency level specified in the lesson objectives within the allotted time. When this occurs, the instructor should be prepared to schedule additional training. Positive exchange of flight controls. Positive exchange of flight controls is an integral part of flight training. It is especially critical during the demonstration performance method of flight instruction. Due to the importance of this subject, the following discussion provides guidance on the recommended procedure to use with a positive exchange of flight controls between pilots when operating an aircraft. Background. Incident/accident statistics indicate a need to place additional emphasis on the exchange of control of an airplane by pilots. Numerous accidents have occurred due to a lack of communication or misunderstanding regarding who had actual control of the aircraft, particularly between students and flight instructors. Establishing the following procedure during initial training will ensure the formation of a habit pattern that should stay with students throughout their flying careers. Procedure. During flight training, there must always be a clear understanding between students and flight instructors about who has control of the aircraft. The pre-flight briefing should include procedures for the exchange of flight controls. A positive three-step process in the exchange of flight controls between pilots is a proven procedure and one that is strongly recommended. When an instructor is teaching a maneuver to a student, the instructor normally demonstrates the maneuver first, then has the student follow along on the controls during a demonstration, and, finally, the student performs the maneuver with the instructor following along on the controls. Figure 8-6. Figure 8-6 text. During this procedure, a visual check is recommended to see that the other person actually has the flight controls. When returning the controls to the instructor, the student should follow the same procedure the instructor used when giving the control to the student. The student should stay on the controls and keep flying the aircraft until the instructor says, "I have the controls." There should never be any doubt about who is flying the aircraft. Positive exchange of flight controls. 1. When the instructor wishes the student to take control of the aircraft, the instructor says to the student, "You have the flight controls." 2. The student acknowledges immediately by saying, "I have the flight controls." 3. The flight instructor again says, "You have the flight controls." End of figure 8-6. Flight instructors should always guard the controls and be prepared to take control of the aircraft. When necessary, the instructor should take the controls and calmly announce, "I have the flight controls." If an instructor allows a student to remain on the controls, the instructor may not have full and effective control of the aircraft. Anxious students can be incredibly strong and usually exhibit reactions inappropriate to the situation. If a recovery is necessary, there is absolutely nothing to be gained by having the student on the controls and having to fight for control of the aircraft. Students should never be allowed to exceed the flight instructor's limits. Flight instructors should not exceed their own ability to perceive a problem, decide on the course of action, and physically react within their ability to fly the aircraft. Sterile Cockpit Rule. Commonly known as the Sterile Cockpit Rule, Title 14 of the Code of Federal Regulations, 14 CFR, Section 121.542, requires flight members to refrain from non-essential activities during the critical phases of flight. As defined in the regulation, critical phases of flight are all ground operations involving taxi, takeoff, and landing, and all other operations below 10,000 feet, except cruise flight. Non-essential activities, including such activities as eating, reading a newspaper, or chatting. A series of aircraft accidents caused by flight crews who are distracted from their flight duties during critical phases of flight caused the FAA to propose the rule. While the regulation grew out of accidents in the airline industry, it holds true for the entire aviation community. Pilots can improve flight safety significantly by reducing distractions during critical phases of flight. It is important the flight instructor not only teach the concept of a sterile cockpit, but also model such behavior during flight instruction. Use of distractions. National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB statistics reveal that most stall/spin accidents occurred when the pilot's attention was diverted from the primary task of flying the aircraft. 60% of stall/spin accidents occurred during takeoff and landing, and 20% were preceded by engine failure. Preoccupation inside or outside the flight deck while changing aircraft configuration or trim, maneuvering to avoid other traffic, or clearing hazardous obstacles during takeoff and climb could create a potential stall/spin situation. The intentional practice of stalls and spins seldom resulted in an accident. The real danger was inadvertent stalls induced by distractions during routine flight situations. Pilots at all skill levels should be aware of the increased risk of entering into an inadvertent stall or spin while performing tasks that are secondary to controlling the aircraft. The FAA has established a policy for use of certain distractions on practical tests for pilot certification. The purpose is to determine that applicants possess the skills required to cope with distractions while maintaining the degree of aircraft control required for safe flight. The most effective training is the simulation of scenarios that can lead to inadvertent stalls by creating distractions while a student is practicing certain maneuvers. Instructor responsibilities include teaching the student to divide his or her attention between the distracting task and maintaining control of the aircraft. The following are examples of distractions that can be used for this training. Drop a pencil. Ask the student to pick it up. Ask the student to determine a heading to an airport using a chart. Ask the student to reset the clock. Ask the student to get something from the back seat. Ask the student to read the outside air temperature. Ask the student to call the Automated Flight Service Station, AFSS, for weather information. Ask the student to compute true airspeed with a flight computer. Ask the student to identify terrain or objects on the ground. Ask the student to identify a field suitable for a forced landing. Have the student climb 200 feet and maintain altitude, and then descend 200 feet and maintain altitude. Have the student reverse course after a series of S-turns. It is a flight instructor's responsibility to teach the student how to take charge during a flight. A pilot in command, PIC, must know when to tell any passengers, even a DPE, when the PIC finds actions in the aircraft that distract and interfere with the safe conduct of the flight. Integrated flight instruction. Integrated flight instruction is flight instruction during which students are taught to perform flight maneuvers both by outside visual references and by reference to flight instruments. For this type of instruction to be fully effective, the use of instrument references should begin the first time each new maneuver is introduced. No distinction in the pilot's operation of the flight controls is permitted, regardless of whether outside references or instrument indications are used for the performance of the maneuver. When this training technique is used, instruction in the control of an aircraft by outside visual references is integrated with instruction in the use of flight instrument indications for the same operations. Development of habit patterns. It is important for the student to establish the habit of observing and relying on flight instruments from the beginning of flight training. It is equally important for the student to learn the feel of the airplane while conducting maneuvers, such as being able to feel when the airplane is out of trim or in a nose-high or nose-low attitude.
Students who have been required to perform all flight maneuvers by reference to instruments as well as by outside references develop from the start the habit of continuously monitoring their own and the aircraft's performance. The early establishment of proper habits of instrument cross-check, instrument interpretation, and aircraft control is highly useful to the student. The habitual attention to instrument indications leads to improved landings because of more precise airspeed control. Effective use of instruments also results in superior cross-country navigation, better coordination, and generally a better overall pilot competency level. General aviation accident reports provide ample support for the belief that reference to flight instruments is important to safety. The safety record of pilots who hold instrument ratings is significantly better than that of pilots with comparable flight time who have never received formal flight training for an instrument rating. Pilots in training who have been required to perform all normal flight maneuvers by reference to instruments, as well as by outside references, will develop from the start the habit of continuously monitoring their own and the aircraft's performance. The early establishment of proper habits of instrument cross-check, instrument interpretation, and aircraft control is highly useful to the student. The habits formed at this time also give him or her a firm foundation for the later training of an instrument rating. Operating efficiency. As students become proficient in monitoring and correcting their own flight technique by reference to flight instruments, the performance obtained from an aircraft increases noticeably. This is particularly true of modern complex or high-performance aircraft, which are responsive to the use of correct operating airspeeds. The use of correct power settings and climb speeds and the accurate control of headings during climbs result in a measurable increase in climb performance. Holding precise headings and altitudes in cruising flight definitely increases average cruising performance. The use of integrated flight instruction provides the student with the ability to control an aircraft in flight for limited periods if outside references are lost. In an emergency, this ability could save the pilot's life and those of the passengers. During the conduct of integrated flight training, the flight instructor must emphasize to the students that the introduction to the use of flight instruments does not prepare them for operations in marginal weather or instrument meteorological conditions, IMC. The possible consequences, both to themselves and to others, of experiments with flight operations in weather conditions below visual flight rules, VFR minimums, before they are instrument rated, should be constantly impressed on the students. According to NTSB accident data, in-flight encounters with weather, attempting VFR flight into IMC, is one of the most lethal types of GA flying. Procedures. Integrated flight instruction begins with the first briefing on the function of the flight controls. This briefing includes the instrument indications to be expected, as well as the outside references to be used to control the attitude of the aircraft. Each new maneuver is introduced using both outside and instrument references, with students developing the ability to maneuver an aircraft equally as well by instrument or outside references. They naturally accept the fact that the manipulation of the flight controls is identical, regardless of which references are used to determine the attitude of the aircraft. This practice should continue throughout the flight instruction for all maneuvers. To fully achieve the demonstrated benefits of this type of training, the use of visual and instrument references must be constantly integrated throughout the training. Failure to do so lengthens the flight instruction necessary for the student to achieve the competency required for the private pilot certificate. See and avoid. From the start of flight training, the instructor must ensure students develop the habit of looking for other air traffic at all times. If students believe the instructor assumes all responsibility for scanning and collision avoidance procedures, they do not develop the habit of maintaining a constant vigilance, which is essential to safety. Any observed tendency of a student to enter flight maneuvers without first making a careful check for other air traffic must be corrected immediately. Recent studies of mid-air collisions determined that flight instructors were on board the aircraft in 37% of the accidents in the study. Most of the aircraft involved in collisions were engaged in recreational flying, not on any type of flight plan. Most mid-air collisions occur in VFR weather conditions during weekend daylight hours. The vast majority of accidents occurred at or near non-towered airports and at altitudes below 1,000 feet. Pilots of all experience levels were involved in mid-air collisions, from pilots on their first solo to 20,000-hour veterans. Most collisions occur in daylight with visibility greater than 3 miles. It is imperative to introduce 14 CFR Section 91.113 right-of-way rules to the student. Practice the see and avoid concept at all times, regardless of whether the training is conducted under VFR or Instrument Flight Rules, IFR. For more information on how to reduce the odds of becoming involved in a mid-air collision, see www.faa.gov/about/Anchorage/ATO/Tracon, End of Part 1 of Chapter 8. Part 2 of Chapter 8 of Aviation Instructor's Handbook by the FAA. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2 of Chapter 8. Assessment of Piloting Ability. Assessment is an essential component of the teaching process. It determines how, what, and how well a student is learning. A well-designed assessment provides a student with something constructive upon which he or she can work or build. An assessment should provide direction and guidance to raise the level of performance. Students must understand the purpose of the assessment. Otherwise, they will be unlikely to accept the evaluation offered, and little improvement will result. There are many types of assessment, but the flight instructor generally uses the review, collaborative assessment, LCG, written tests, and performance-based tests to ascertain knowledge or practical skill levels. Refer to Chapter 5 for an in-depth discussion of the types of assessment available to the flight instructor. An assessment can also be used as a tool for reteaching. Although not all assessments lend themselves to reteaching, the instructor should be alert to the possibility and take advantage of the opportunity when it arises. In assessing the ability of a student, the instructor initially determines if he or she understands the procedure or maneuver. Then, the instructor demonstrates the maneuver, allows the student to practice the maneuver under direction, and finally evaluates student accomplishment by observing the performance. Demonstrated ability. Assessment of demonstrated ability during flight instruction must be based upon established standards of performance, suitably modified to apply the student's experience and stage of development as a pilot. The assessment must consider the student's mastery of the elements involved in the maneuver, rather than merely the overall performance. In order for a student to be signed off for a solo flight, the CFI must determine that the student is qualified and proficient in the flight tasks necessary for the flight. The CFI bases this assessment on the student's ability to demonstrate consistent proficiency on a number of flight maneuvers. Also associated with pilot skill evaluations during flight training are the stage checks conducted in FAA-approved school courses and their practical tests for pilot certificates and ratings. Post-flight evaluation. In assessing piloting ability, it is important for the flight instructor to keep the student informed of progress. This may be done as each procedure or maneuver is completed or summarized during the post-flight critiques. Post-flight critiques should be in a written format, such as notes to aid the flight instructor in covering all areas that were noticed during the flight or lesson. Traditionally, flight instructors explained errors in performance, pointed out elements in which the deficiencies were believed to have originated, and, if possible, suggested appropriate corrective measures. Traditional assessment depends on a grading scale of excellent, good, fair, poor, or exceeds standards, meets standards, needs more training, which often meets the instructor's needs, but not the needs of the student. With the advent of SBT, collaborative assessment is used whenever the student has completed a scenario. As discussed in Chapters 4 and 5, SBT uses a highly structured script of real-world experiences to address aviation training objectives in an operational environment. During the post-flight evaluation, collaborative assessment is used to evaluate whether certain learning criteria were met during the SBT. Collaborative assessment includes learner self-assessment and a detailed assessment by the aviation instructor. The purpose of the self-assessment is to stimulate growth in the learner's thought processes and, in turn, behaviors. The self-assessment is followed by an in-depth discussion between the instructor and the student, which compares the instructor's assessment to the student's self-assessment. First solo flight. During the student's first solo flight, the instructor must be present to assist in answering questions or resolving any issues that arise during the flight. To ensure the solo flight is a positive, confidence-building experience for the student, the flight instructor needs to consider time of day when scheduling the flight. Time of day is a factor in traffic congestion, possible winds, sun angles, and reflection. If possible, the flight instructor needs access to a portable radio during any supervised solo operations. A radio enables the instructor to terminate the solo operation if he or she observes a situation developing. The flight instructor must use good judgment when communicating with a solo student. Keep all radio communications to a minimum. Do not talk to the student on short final of the landing approach. Post-solo debriefing. During a post-solo debriefing, the flight instructor discusses what took place during the student's solo flight. It is important for the flight instructor to answer any questions the student may have as a result of a solo flight. Instructors need to be involved in all aspects of the flight to ensure the student utilizes correct flight procedures. It is very important for the flight instructor to debrief a student immediately after a solo flight. With the flight vividly etched in the student's memory, questions about the flight will come quickly. Correction of student errors. Correction of student errors should not include the practice of immediately taking the controls away when a mistake is made. Safety permitting, it is frequently better to let students progress part of the way into the mistake and find a way out. For example, in a weight shift control aircraft, the control bar is moved right to turn left. A student may show an initial tendency to move the bar in the direction of the desired turn. This tendency will dissipate with time, but allowing the student to see the effect of his or her control input is a valuable aid in illustrating the stability of the aircraft. It is difficult for the students to learn a maneuver properly if they seldom have the opportunity to correct an error. On the other hand, students may perform a procedure or maneuver correctly and not fully understand the principles or objectives involved. When the instructor suspects this, students should be required to vary the performance of the maneuver slightly, combine it with other operations, or apply the same elements to the performance of other maneuvers. Students who do not understand the principles involved will probably not be able to do this successfully. Pilot supervision. Flight instructors have the responsibility to provide guidance and restraint with respect to the solo operations of their students. This is by far the most important flight instructor responsibility. The flight instructor is the only person in a position to make the determination a student is ready for solo operations. Before endorsing a student for solo flight, the instructor should require the student to demonstrate consistent ability to perform all of the fundamental maneuvers. Dealing with normal challenges. Instructors should teach students how to solve ordinary problems encountered during flight. Traffic pattern congestion, change in active runway, or unexpected crosswinds are a challenge the student masters individually before being able to perform them collectively. Visualization. SBT lends itself well to visualization techniques. For example, have a student visualize how the flight may occur under normal circumstances, with the student describing how he or she would fly the flight. Then, the instructor adds unforeseen circumstances, such as a sudden change in weather that brings excessive winds during final approach. Other examples of SBT can have the instructor adding undesired landing sites for balloon student pilots, rope breaks for glider students, and radio outages for instrument airplane students. Now the student must visualize how he or she will handle the unexpected change. During this visualization, the flight instructor can ask questions to check the student's thought processes. The job of the instructor is to challenge the student with realistic flying situations without overburdening him or her with unrealistic scenarios. Practice landings. The FAA recommends that in all student flights involving landing in an aircraft, the flight instructor should teach a full-stop landing. Full-stop landings help the student develop aircraft control and checklist usage. Aircraft speed and control take precedence over all other actions during landings and takeoffs. Stress landing in the first third of the runway to ensure there is stopping distance for the aircraft. If the student is unable to land in the first third, teach him or her to make an immediate go-around. If the student bounces an airplane on landing, teach the student to make an immediate go-around. By following these teaching guidelines, the student is better equipped to properly execute landings when he or she solos. Furthermore, by requiring the first solo flight to consist of landings to a full stop, the flight instructor has the opportunity to stop the flight if necessary. In gliders, a low-energy landing is the most desirable, based on current winds. This helps the student develop good off-field landing techniques. This is dependent on current weather, such as excess winds including crosswinds. Practical Test Recommendations. Provision is made on the Airman Certificate, or rating application form, for the written recommendation of the flight instructor who has prepared the applicant for the practical test involved. Signing this recommendation imposes a serious responsibility on the flight instructor. A flight instructor who makes a practical test recommendation for an applicant seeking a certificate or rating should require the applicant to demonstrate thoroughly the knowledge and skill level required for that certificate or rating. This demonstration should in no instance be less than the complete procedure prescribed in the applicable PTS. When the instructor endorses the applicant for the practical test, his or her signature on the FAA Form 8710-1 Airman Certificate and/or Rating Application is valid for 60 days. This is also true with a flight proficiency endorsement that is placed in the applicant's logbook or training record. Advisory Circular AC 61-65. These two dates should be the same. Completion of prerequisites for a practical test is another instructor task that must be documented properly. Examples of all common endorsements can be found in the current issue of AC 61-65, Appendix 1. This appendix also includes references to 14 CFR Part 61, Certification, Pilots, Flight Instructors, and Ground Instructors, for more details concerning the requirements that must be met to qualify for each respective endorsement. The examples shown contain the essential elements of each endorsement. It is not mandatory, but recommended for all endorsements to be worded exactly as those in the EAC. For example, changes to regulatory requirements may affect the wording, or the instructor may customize the endorsement for any special circumstances of the applicant. However, at a minimum, the instructor needs to cite the appropriate 14 CFR Part 61 section that has been completed. FAA inspectors and DPEs rely on flight instructor recommendations as evidence of qualification for certification and proof that a review has been given of the subject areas found to be deficient on the appropriate knowledge test. Recommendations also provide assurance that the applicant has been thoroughly briefed on the PTS and the associated knowledge areas, maneuvers, and procedures. If the flight instructor has trained and prepared the applicant competently, the applicant should have no problem passing the practical test. A flight instructor who fails to ensure a student meets the requirements of regulations prior to endorsing solo flight or additional rating exhibits a serious deficiency in performance. The FAA holds him or her accountable. Providing a solo endorsement for a student who is not fully prepared to accept the responsibility of solo flight operations, or providing an endorsement for an additional rating to a pilot not meeting the appropriate regulatory requirements, is also a breach of faith with the applicant. Aeronautical decision-making. As discussed on page 8-2, aviation training and flight operations are now seen as a system rather than individual concepts. The goal of system safety is for pilots to utilize all four concepts: ADM, risk management, situational awareness, and SRM, so that risk can be reduced to the lowest possible level. ADM is a systematic approach to the mental process used by aircraft pilots to consistently determine the best course of action in response to a given set of circumstances. Risk management is a decision-making process designed to systematically identify hazards, assess the degree of risk, and determine the best course of action associated with each flight. Situational awareness is the accurate perception and understanding of all the factors and conditions within the four fundamental risk elements that affect safety before, during, and after the flight. SRM is the art and science of managing all resources, both on board the aircraft and from outside sources, available to a single pilot, prior and during flight, to ensure the successful outcome of the flight. These key principles are often collectively called ADM. The importance of teaching students effective ADM skills cannot be overemphasized. While progress is continually being made in the advancement of pilot training methods, aircraft equipment and systems, and services for pilots, accidents still occur. Despite all the changes in technology to improve flight safety, one factor remains the same: the human factor. It is estimated that approximately 80% of all aviation accidents are human factors related. By taking a system approach to aviation safety, flight instructors interweave aeronautical knowledge, aircraft control skills, ADM, risk management, situational awareness, and SRM into the training process. Historically, the term pilot error has been used to describe the cause of these accidents. Pilot error means that an action or decision made by the pilot was the cause of or contributing factor to the accident. This definition also includes the pilot's failure to make a decision or take action. From a broader perspective, the phrase human factors related more aptly describes these accidents, since it is usually not a single decision that leads to an accident, but a chain of events triggered by a number of factors. The poor judgment chain, or the error chain, describes this concept of contributing factors in a human factors-related accident. Breaking one link in the chain is all that is usually necessary to change the outcome of the sequence of events. The best way to illustrate this concept to students is to discuss specific situations that lead to aircraft accidents or incidents. The following is an example of the type of scenario that could be presented to illustrate the poor judgment chain. A private pilot with 100 hours of flight time made a precautionary landing on a narrow dirt runway at a private airport. The pilot lost directional control during landing and swerved off the runway into the grass. A witness recalled later that the aircraft appeared to be too high and fast on final approach, and speculated the pilot was having difficulty controlling the aircraft in high winds. The weather at the time of the incident was reported as marginal VFR due to rain showers and thunderstorms. When the aircraft was fueled the following morning, 60 gallons of fuel were required to fill the 62-gallon capacity tanks. By discussing the events that led to this incident, instructors can help students understand how a series of judgmental errors contributed to the final outcome of this flight. Weather decision. On the morning of the flight, the pilot was running late and, having acquired a computer printout of the forecast the night before, he did not obtain a briefing from flight services before his departure. Flight planning decision/performance chart. The pilot calculated total fuel requirements for the trip based on a rule of thumb figure he had used previously for another airplane. He did not use the fuel tables printed in the pilot's operating handbook, POH, for the aircraft he was flying on this trip. After reaching his destination, this pilot did not request refueling. Based on his original calculations, he believed sufficient fuel remained for the flight home. Fatigue/failure to recognize personal limitations. In the presence of deteriorating weather, the pilot departed for the flight home at 5 p.m. He did not consider how fatigue and lack of extensive night flying experience could affect the flight. Fuel exhaustion. With the aircraft fuel almost exhausted, the pilot no longer had the option of diverting to avoid rapidly developing thunderstorms.
He was forced to land at the nearest airfield available. On numerous occasions during the flight, the pilot could have made decisions which might have prevented this incident. However, as the chain of events unfolded, each poor decision left him with fewer and fewer options. On the positive side, the pilot made a precautionary landing at a time and place of his choosing. VFR into IMC accidents often lead to fatalities. In this case, the pilot landed his aircraft without loss of life. Teaching pilots to make sound decisions is the key to preventing accidents. Traditional pilot instruction has emphasized flying skills, knowledge of the aircraft, and familiarity with regulations. ADM training focuses on the decision-making process and the factors that affect a pilot's ability to make effective choices. Timely decision-making is an important tool for any pilot. The student who hesitates when prompt action is required, or who makes the decision to not decide, has made a wrong decision. Sometimes, sound ADM calls for going against procedure. For example, in the event of an engine fire, the pilot initiates an emergency descent. Some POHs call for mixture to be enriched during an emergency descent. But what if the power plant is engulfed in flames? Emergencies require the pilot to think, assess the situation, choose, and execute the actions that assure safety, not act in a rote manner. It is important for flight instructors to teach students that declaring an emergency when one occurs is an appropriate reaction. Once an emergency is declared, Air Traffic Control, ATC, gives the pilot priority handling. 14 CFR Section 91.3, Responsibility and Authority of the Pilot in Command, states that, in an in-flight emergency requiring immediate action, the pilot in command may deviate from any rule of this part to the extent required to meet that emergency. Flight instructors should incorporate ADM, risk management, situational awareness, and SRM throughout the entire training course for all levels of students. AC 60-22, Aeronautical Decision Making, provides background references, definitions, and other pertinent information about ADM training in the GA environment. Figure 8-7. The decision-making process. An understanding of the decision-making process provides students with a foundation for developing ADM skills. Some situations, such as engine failures, require a pilot to respond immediately using established procedures with little time for detailed analysis. Traditionally, pilots have been well trained to react to emergencies, but are not as well prepared to make decisions, which require a more reflective response. Typically during a flight, the pilot has time to examine any changes that occur, gather information, and assess risk before reaching a decision. The steps leading to this conclusion constitute the decision-making process. When the decision-making process is presented to students, it is essential to discuss how the process applies to an actual flight situation. To explain the decision-making process, the instructor can introduce the following steps with the accompanying scenario that places the students in the position of making a decision about a typical flight situation. Defining the problem. The first step in the decision-making process is to define the problem. This begins with recognizing that a change has occurred or that an expected change did not occur. A problem is perceived first by the senses and then is distinguished through insight and experience. These same abilities, as well as an objective analysis of all available information, are used to determine the exact nature and severity of the problem. One critical error that can be made during the decision-making process is incorrectly defining the problem. For example, failure of a landing gear extended light to illuminate could indicate that the gear is not down and locked into place, or it could mean that the bulb is burned out. The actions to be taken in each of these circumstances would be significantly different. Fixating on a problem that does not exist can divert the pilot's attention from important tasks. The pilot's failure to maintain an awareness of the circumstances regarding the flight now becomes the problem. That is why, once an initial assumption is made regarding the problem, other sources must be used to verify the pilot's conclusion is correct. While on a cross-country flight, Brenda discovers her time en route between two checkpoints is significantly longer than the time she originally calculated. By noticing this discrepancy, she has recognized the change. Based on insight, cross-country flying experience, and knowledge of weather systems, she considers the possibility that she has an increased headwind. She verifies that the original calculations are correct and considers factors that may have lengthened the time between checkpoints, such as a climb or deviation off course. To determine if there is a change in the winds aloft forecast and to check recent pilot reports, she contacts FlightWatch. After weighing each information source, she concludes that the headwind has increased. To determine the severity of the problem, she calculates a new ground speed and reassesses fuel requirements. Choosing a course of action. After the problem has been identified, the pilot evaluates the need to react to it and determines the actions that may be taken to resolve the situation in the time available. The expected outcome of each possible action should be considered and the risks assessed before the pilot decides on a response to the situation. Brenda determines the fuel burn if she continues to her destination and considers other options: turning around and landing at a nearby airport, diverting off course, or landing prior to her destination at an airport en route. She considers the expected outcome of each possible action and assesses the risks involved. After studying the chart, she concludes there is an airport which has refueling services within a reasonable distance along her route. She can refuel there and continue to her destination without a significant loss of time. Implementing the decision and evaluating the outcome. Although a decision may be reached and a course of action implemented, the decision-making process is not complete. It is important to think ahead and determine how the decision could affect other phases of the flight. As the flight progresses, the pilot must continue to evaluate the outcome of the decision to ensure that it is producing the desired result. To implement her decision, Brenda plots the course changes and calculates a new estimated time of arrival. She also contacts the nearest AFSS to amend her flight plan and check weather conditions at the new destination. As she proceeds to the airport, she continues to monitor ground speed, aircraft performance, and weather conditions to ensure no additional steps need to be taken to guarantee the safety of the flight. Factors affecting decision-making. It is important to stress to a student that being familiar with the decision-making process does not ensure he or she has the good judgment to be a safe pilot. The ability to make effective decisions as PIC depends on a number of factors. Some circumstances, such as the time available to make a decision, may be beyond the pilot's control. However, a pilot can learn to recognize these factors that can be managed and learn skills to improve decision-making ability and judgment. Recognizing hazardous attitudes. While the ADM process does not eliminate errors, it helps the pilot recognize errors and, in turn, enables the pilot to manage the error to minimize its effects. 2 steps to improve flight safety are identifying personal attitudes hazardous to flight safety and learning behavior modification techniques. Flight instructors must be able to spot hazardous attitudes in a student because the recognition of hazardous thoughts is the first step toward neutralizing them. CFIs should keep in mind that being fit to fly depends on more than just a pilot's physical condition and recency of experience. Hazardous attitudes contribute to poor pilot judgment and affect the quality of decisions. Attitude can be defined as a personal, motivational predisposition to respond to persons, situations, or events in a given manner. Studies have identified 5 hazardous attitudes that can affect a pilot's ability to make sound decisions and exercise authority properly. Figure 8-8. Figure 8-8 text. Pilots should examine their decisions carefully to ensure that their choices have not been influenced by a hazardous attitude. The 5 hazardous attitudes. Anti-authority. Don't tell me. This attitude is found in people who do not like anyone telling them what to do. In a sense, they are saying, no one can tell me what to do. They may be resentful of having someone tell them what to do, or may regard rules, regulations, and procedures as silly or unnecessary. However, it is always pilot prerogative to question authority if it seems to be in error. Impulsivity. Do it quickly. This is the attitude of people who frequently feel the need to do something, anything, immediately. They do not stop to think about what they are about to do. They do not select the best alternative, and they do the first thing that comes to mind. Invulnerability. It won't happen to me. Many people believe that accidents happen to others, but never to them. They know accidents can happen, and they know that anyone can be affected. They never really feel or believe that they will be personally involved. People who think this way are more likely to take chances and increase risk. Macho. I can do it. Pilots who are always trying to prove that they are better than anyone else are thinking, I can do it, I'll show them. Pilots with this type of attitude will try to prove themselves by taking risks in order to impress others. While this pattern is thought to be a male characteristic, women are equally susceptible. Resignation. What's the use? Pilots who think, what's the use, do not see themselves as being able to make a great deal of difference in what happens to them. When things go well, the pilot is apt to think that it is good luck. When things go badly, the pilot may feel that someone is out to get me, or attribute it to bad luck. The pilot will leave the action to others, for better or worse. Sometimes such pilots will even go along with unreasonable requests just to be a nice guy. End of Figure 8-8 text. In order for a student to self-examine behaviors during flight, he or she must be taught the potential risks caused from hazardous attitudes and, more importantly, the antidote for each. Figure 8-9. For example, if a student has an easy time with flight training and seems to understand things very quickly, there may be a potential for that student to have a macho, hazardous attitude. A successful CFI points out the potential for the behavior and teaches the student the antidote for that attitude. Hazardous attitudes need to be noticed immediately and corrected with a proper antidote to minimize the potential for any flight hazard. Figure 8-9. Text. Students in training can be asked to identify hazardous attitudes and the corresponding antidotes when presented with flight scenarios. Hazardous attitude. Macho. Steve often brags to his friends about his skills as a pilot and how close to the ground he flies. During a local pleasure flight in a single-engine airplane, he decides to buzz some friends barbecuing at a nearby park. Antidote. Taking chances is foolish. Hazardous attitude. Anti-authority. Although he knows that flying so low to the ground is prohibited by the regulations, he feels that the regulations are too restrictive in some circumstances. Antidote. Follow the rules. They are usually right. Hazardous attitude. Invulnerability. Steve is not worried about an accident since he has flown this low many times before and he has not had any problems. Antidote. It could happen to me. Hazardous attitude. Impulsivity. As he is buzzing the park, the airplane does not climb as well as Steve had anticipated, and, without thinking, he pulls back hard on the yoke. The airspeed drops and the airplane is close to stalling as the wing brushes a power line. Antidote. Not so fast. Think first. Hazardous attitude. Resignation. Although Steve manages to recover, the wing sustains minor damage. Steve thinks to himself, it doesn't really matter how much effort I put in. The end result is the same whether I really try or not. Antidote. I'm not helpless. I can make a difference. End of Figure 8-9 text. Stress management. Learning how to recognize and cope with stress is another effective ADM tool. Stress is the body's response to demands placed upon it. These demands can be either pleasant or unpleasant in nature. The causes of stress for a pilot can range from unexpected weather or mechanical problems while in flight to personal issues unrelated to flying. Stress is an inevitable and necessary part of life. It adds motivation and heightens the individual's response to meet any challenge. Everyone is stressed to some degree all the time. A certain amount of stress is good since it keeps a person alert and prevents complacency. However, the effects of stress are cumulative, and, if not coped with adequately, they eventually add up to an intolerable burden. Performance generally increases with the onset of stress, peaks, and then begins to fall off rapidly as stress levels exceed a person's ability to cope. The ability to make effective decisions during flight can be impaired by stress. Factors, referred to as stressors, can increase a pilot's risk of error in the flight deck. Figure 8-10. Figure 8-10 text. 3 types of stressors that can affect pilot performance. Physical stress, conditions associated with the environment such as temperature and humidity, noise, vibration, and lack of oxygen. Physiological stress, physical conditions such as fatigue, lack of physical fitness, sleep loss, missed meals leading to low blood sugar levels, and illness. Psychological stress, social or emotional factors such as a death in the family, a divorce, a sick child, or a demotion at work. This type of stress may also be related to mental workload, such as analyzing a problem, navigating an aircraft, or making decisions. End of Figure 8-10 text. One way of exploring the subject of stress with a student is to recognize when stress is affecting performance. If a student seems distracted or has a particularly difficult time accomplishing the tasks of the lesson, the instructor can query the student. Was the student uncomfortable or tired during the flight? Is there some stress in another aspect of the student's life that may be causing a distraction? This may prompt the student to evaluate how these factors affect performance and judgment. The instructor should also try to determine if there are aspects of pilot training that are causing excessive amounts of stress for the student. For example, if the student consistently makes the decision not to fly, even though weather briefings indicate favorable conditions, it may be due to apprehension regarding the lesson content. Stalls, landings, or an impending solo flight may cause concern. By explaining a specific maneuver in greater detail or offering some additional encouragement, the instructor may be able to alleviate some of the student's stress. To help students manage the accumulation of life stresses and prevent stress overload, instructors can recommend several techniques. For example, including relaxation time in a busy schedule and maintaining a program of physical fitness can help reduce stress levels. Learning to manage time more effectively can help pilots avoid heavy pressures imposed by getting behind schedule and not meeting deadlines. While these pressures may exist in the workplace, students may also experience the same type of stress regarding their flight training schedule. Instructors can advise students to self-assess to determine their capabilities and limitations and then set realistic goals. In addition, avoiding stressful situations and encounters can help pilots cope with stress. Use of resources. To make informed decisions during flight operations, students must be made aware of the resources found both inside and outside the flight deck. Since useful tools and sources of information may not always be readily apparent, learning to recognize these resources is an essential part of ADM training. Resources must not only be identified, but students must also develop the skills to evaluate whether they have the time to use a particular resource and the impact that its use would have upon the safety of flight. For example, the assistance of ATC may be very useful if a pilot is lost. However, in an emergency situation when action needs to be taken quickly, time may not be available to contact ATC immediately. During training, CFIs can routinely point out resources to students. Internal resources. Internal resources are found in the flight deck during flight. Since some of the most valuable internal resources are ingenuity, knowledge, and skill, pilots can expand flight deck resources immensely by improving their capabilities. This can be accomplished by frequently reviewing flight information publications, such as 14 CFR and the Aeronautical Information Manual, AIM, as well as by pursuing additional training. A thorough understanding of all the equipment and systems in the aircraft is necessary to fully utilize all resources. For example, advanced navigation and autopilot systems are valuable resources flight instructors must ensure students know how to use. If students do not fully understand how to make use of the equipment, or if they rely on it so much that they become complacent, it can become a detriment to safe flight.
With the advent of advanced avionics with glass displays, GPS, and autopilot, flying may seem inherently easier and safer, but in reality it has become more complex. With the update of the Instrument Practical Test Standards, PTS, to include electronic flight instrument displays, flight management systems, GPS, and autopilot usage, knowledge of internal resources becomes an important component of flight training. As discussed in the section on flight instructor qualifications, instructors must be familiar with the components of each aircraft in which they instruct to ensure students understand the operation of the equipment. Checklists are essential flight deck resources for verifying that the aircraft instruments and systems are checked, set, and operating properly, as well as ensuring that the proper procedures are performed if there is a system malfunction or in-flight emergency. Students reluctant to use checklists can be reminded that pilots at all levels of experience refer to their checklists, and that the more advanced the aircraft is, the more critical checklists become. With the advent of electronic checklists, it has become easier to develop and maintain personal checklists from the manufacturer's checklist with additions for specific aircraft and operations. In addition, the AFM/POH, which is required to be carried on board the aircraft, is essential for accurate flight planning and for resolving in-flight equipment malfunctions. Other valuable flight deck resources include current aeronautical charts and publications such as the Airport/Facility Directory, A/FD. It should be pointed out to students that passengers can also be a valuable resource. Passengers can help watch for traffic and may be able to provide information in an irregular situation, especially if they are familiar with flying. A strange smell or sound may alert a passenger to a potential problem. The PIC should brief passengers before the flight to make sure that they are comfortable voicing any concerns. External resources. Possibly the greatest external resources during flight are air traffic controllers and flight service specialists. ATC can help decrease pilot workload by providing traffic advisories, radar vectors, and assistance in emergency situations. AFSS can provide updates on weather, answer questions about airport conditions, and may offer direction-finding assistance. The services provided by ATC can be invaluable in enabling pilots to make informed in-flight decisions. Instructors can help new students feel comfortable with ATC by encouraging them to take advantage of services, such as flight following and flight watch. If students are exposed to ATC as much as possible during training, they feel confident asking controllers to clarify instructions and are better equipped to use ATC as a resource for assistance in unusual circumstances or emergencies. Throughout training, students can be asked to identify internal and external resources, which can be used in a variety of flight situations. For example, if a discrepancy is found during pre-flight, what resources can be used to determine its significance? In this case, the student's knowledge of the aircraft, the POH, an instructor or other experienced pilot, or an AMT, can be a resource which may help define the problem. During cross-country training, students may be asked to consider the following situation. On a cross-country flight, you become disoriented. Although you are familiar with the area, you do not recognize any landmarks and fuel is running low. What resources do you have to assist you? Students should be able to identify their own skills and knowledge, aeronautical charts, ATC, flight service, and navigation equipment as some of the resources that can be used in this situation. Workload management. Effective workload management ensures the essential operations are accomplished by planning, prioritizing, and sequencing tasks to avoid work overload. As experience is gained, a pilot learns to recognize future workload requirements and can prepare for high workload periods during times of low workload. Instructors can teach this skill by prompting their students to prepare for a high workload. For example, when en route, the student can be asked to explain the actions that need to be taken during the approach to the airport. The student should be able to describe the procedures for traffic pattern entry and landing preparation.
Reviewing the appropriate chart and setting radio frequencies well in advance of need helps reduce workload as the flight nears the airport. In addition, the student should listen to the Automatic Terminal Information Service, ATIS, Automated Surface Observing Systems, ASOS, or Automated Weather Observing System, AWOS, if available, and then monitor the tower frequency or Common Traffic Advisory Frequency, CTAF, to get a good idea of what traffic conditions to expect. Checklists should be performed well in advance so there is time to focus on traffic and ATC instructions. These procedures are especially important prior to entering a high-density traffic area such as Class B airspace. To manage workload, items should be prioritized. This concept should be emphasized to students and reinforced when training procedures are performed. For example, during a go-around, adding power, gaining airspeed, and properly configuring the aircraft are priorities. Informing the tower of the balked landing should be accomplished only after these tasks are completed. Students must understand that priorities change as the situation changes. If fuel quantity is lower than expected on a cross-country flight, the priority can shift from making a scheduled arrival at the destination to locating a nearby airport to refuel. In an emergency situation, the first priority is to fly the aircraft and maintain a safe airspeed. Another part of managing workload is recognizing a work overload situation. The first effect of high workload is that the pilot begins to work faster. As workload increases, attention cannot be devoted to several tasks at one time, and the pilot may begin to focus on one item. When the pilot becomes task-saturated, there is no awareness of inputs from various sources. Decisions may be made on incomplete information, and the possibility of error increases. Figure 8-11. During a lesson, workload can be gradually increased as the instructor monitors the student's management of tasks. The instructor should ensure that the student has the ability to recognize a work overload situation. When becoming overloaded, the student should stop, think, slow down, and prioritize. It is important that the student understand options that may be available to decrease workload. For example, locating an item on a chart or setting a radio frequency may be delegated to another pilot or passenger. An autopilot, if available, may be used, or ATC may be enlisted to provide assistance. Chapter Summary. This chapter discussed the demonstration, performance, and telling and doing, training delivery methods of flight instruction, SBT techniques, practical strategies flight instructors can use to enhance their instruction, integrated flight instruction, positive exchange of flight controls, use of distractions, obstacles to learning encountered during flight training, and how to evaluate students. After an intensive look at ADM with suggestions for how to interweave ADM, risk management, and SRM into the teaching process, it closes with a discussion of CFI recommendations. Additional information on recommendations and endorsements can be found in Appendix E, Flight Instructor Endorsements. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Aviation Instructor's Handbook. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Aviation Instructor's Handbook, FAA-H-8083-9A. Chapter 9. Risk Management. Introduction. Pull the throttle back. Lenore, a certificated flight instructor, CFI, ordered the student, Jennifer, as the revolutions per minute, RPM, climbed past 2,000 on engine startup. I did. Both Jennifer and Lenore grabbed the mixture and pulled. The engine went from a deafening roar to silence. They looked at each other. What happened? Asked Jennifer. I don't know. Let's check the engine, Lenore said. 10 minutes later, they had removed the cowling from the Cessna 152. A quick engine check gave them the answer.
The throttle rod end was not connected to the carburetor arm. No bolt, no nut, just air between the rod end and the arm. Jennifer looked at Lenore. What if this happened in flight? What I want to know, Lenore said, is how this happened at all. The annual inspection was signed off yesterday. The previous day, the annual inspection had been signed off after a lengthy inspection by a local facility. Several mechanics had been involved in the inspection, including the owner/student who had installed a headliner. The mechanic with the inspection authorization, IA, who signed off the annual, was supervising several annuals, so most of the maintenance was performed by other mechanics. After the inspection, the engine had been run up according to the usual post-inspection procedures. The student and instructor had flown the airplane for a half-hour familiarization flight. The next day's engine start resulted in a runaway engine, with the apparent cause due to the lack of the throttle rod end hardware being safetied. 3 deficient areas in this annual inspection were identified by a roundtable discussion group of aircraft and power plant, A&P, mechanics, and the student. These areas were lack of responsibility, checklist misuse, complacency. Lack of responsibility. No one took responsibility for the entire inspection. The chances of something being overlooked increase with an increase in the number of mechanics involved in an inspection. The responsible person is removed from the actual procedure. The student remembers hearing the IA ask one of the engine mechanics about the throttle. However, the question was vague, the answer was vague, and the rod end was not safetied. Checklist misuse. All checklists have a line item regarding inspection of the engine controls for rigging and safety. Perhaps the throttle rod end had been disconnected for maintenance after the IA had signed off the control inspection. In that case, a discrepancy should have been entered onto the discrepancy sheet stating reconnect and safety throttle rod end. Complacency. An insidious and hard-to-identify attitude. Each of the mechanics involved in the incident thought someone else had inspected the throttle rod end. The IA signed off the annual inspection because he had either asked the mechanics about the items on the checklist or, in his frequent visits to the airplane, had inspected the various items himself and decided that was good enough. Complacency crippled the mechanic's quality of work by removing any thoughts of double-checking each other's work. While a definite answer to the question of what happened remains a matter of speculation, professional mechanics should heed warning signs of potential problems. The combination of a lengthy inspection, numerous technicians, an overworked supervisor, a poor checklist, and vague communication should raise a red flag of caution. Although the ultimate responsibility for the safety of any flight rests with the pilot in command, PIC, it is not unreasonable for the PIC to assume that mechanics also take their responsibilities seriously. This scenario underscores the need for safety risk management at all levels of aviation. Safety risk management, a formal system of hazard identification and analysis, is essential for keeping risk at acceptable levels. Part of this process is selecting the appropriate controls to mitigate the risk of the identified hazard. The primary objective of risk management is accident prevention, which is achieved by proactively identifying, assessing, and eliminating or controlling safety-related hazards to acceptable levels. This chapter discusses safety risk management in the aviation community, looking at it as preemptive rather than reactive. The principles of risk management and the tools for teaching risk management in the flight training environment are addressed in Chapter 8, Techniques of Flight Instruction. Defining risk management. Risk is defined as the probability and possible severity of accident or loss from exposure to various hazards, including injury to people and loss of resources. Figure 9-1. All Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, operations in the United States involve risk and require decisions that include risk assessment and risk management. Risk management, a formalized way of thinking about these topics, is the logical process of weighing the potential costs of risks against the possible benefits of allowing these risks to stand uncontrolled. Risk management is a decision-making process
designed to identify hazards systematically, assess degree of risk, and determine the best course of action. Key terms are hazard, a present condition, event, object, or circumstance that could lead to or contribute to an unplanned or undesired event, such as an accident. It is a source of danger. For example, a nick in the propeller represents a hazard. Risk, the future impact of a hazard that is not controlled or eliminated. It is the possibility of loss or injury. The level of risk is measured by the number of people or resources affected, exposure, the extent of possible loss, severity, and the likelihood of loss, probability. Safety, freedom from those conditions that can cause death, injury, occupational illness, or damage to or loss of equipment or property, or damage to the environment. Note that absolute safety is not possible because complete freedom from all hazardous conditions is not possible. Therefore, safety is a relative term that implies a level of risk that is both perceived and accepted. Figure 9-1, text. Types of risk. Total risk, the sum of identified and unidentified risks. Identified risk, risk which has been determined through various analysis techniques. The first task of system safety is to identify, within practical limitations, all possible risks. Unidentified risk, risk not yet identified. Some unidentified risks are subsequently identified when a mishap occurs. Some risk is never known. Unacceptable risk, risk which cannot be tolerated by the managing activity. It is a subset of identified risk that must be eliminated or controlled. Acceptable risk. Acceptable risk is the part of identified risk that is allowed to persist without further engineering or management action. Making this decision is a difficult yet necessary responsibility of the managing activity. This decision is made with full knowledge that it is the user who is exposed to the risk. Residual risk. Residual risk is the risk left over after system safety efforts have been fully employed. It is not necessarily the same as acceptable risk. Residual risk is the sum of acceptable risk and unidentified risk. This is the total risk passed on to the user. End of Figure 9-1 text. Principles of risk management. Accept no unnecessary risk. Unnecessary risk is that which carries no commensurate returns in terms of benefits or opportunities. Everything involves risk. The most logical choices for accomplishing an operation are those that meet all requirements with a minimum acceptable risk. The corollary to this axiom is accept necessary risk required to complete the operation or task successfully. Flying is impossible without risk, but unnecessary risk comes without a corresponding return. If flying a new airplane for the first time, a CFI might determine that the risk of making the flight in low instrument flight rules, IFR, conditions is unnecessary. Make risk decisions at the appropriate level. Anyone can make a risk decision. However, the appropriate decision maker is the person who can develop and implement risk controls. The decision maker must be authorized to accept levels of risk typical of the planned operation. In a single pilot situation, the pilot makes the decision to accept certain levels of risk. In the maintenance facility, an aviation maintenance technician, AMT, may need to elevate decisions to the next level in the chain of management upon determining that those controls available to him or her will not reduce residual risk to an acceptable level. Accept risk when benefits outweigh the costs. All identified benefits should be compared against all identified costs. Even high-risk endeavors may be undertaken when there is clear knowledge that the sum of the benefits exceeds the sum of the costs. For example, in any flying activity, it is necessary to accept some degree of risk. A day of good weather, for example, is a much better time to fly an unfamiliar airplane for the first time than a day with low instrument flight rules, IFR conditions. Integrate risk management into planning at all levels.
Risks are more easily assessed and managed in the planning stages of an operation. The later changes are made in the process of planning and executing an operation, the more expensive and time-consuming they become. Because risk is an unavoidable part of every flight, safety requires the use of appropriate and effective risk management, not just in the pre-flight planning stage, but in all stages of the flight. Risk management process. Risk management is a simple process which identifies operational hazards and takes reasonable measures to reduce risk to personnel, equipment, and the mission. Step 1. Identify the hazard. A hazard is defined as any real or potential condition that can cause degradation, injury, illness, death, or damage to, or loss of equipment or property. Experience, common sense, and specific analytical tools help identify risks. Step 2. Assess the risk. The assessment step is the application of quantitative and qualitative measures to determine the level of risk associated with specific hazards. This process defines the probability and severity of an accident that could result from the hazards based upon the exposure of humans or assets to the hazards. Step 3. Analyze risk control measures. Investigate specific strategies and tools that reduce, mitigate, or eliminate the risk. All risks have two components. 1. Probability of occurrence. 2. Severity of the hazard. Effective control measures reduce or eliminate at least one of these. The analysis must take into account the overall costs and benefits of remedial actions, providing alternative choices if possible. Step 4. Make control decisions. Identify the appropriate decision maker. That decision maker must choose the best control or combination of controls based on the analysis of steps 1 and 2. Step 5. Implement risk controls. A plan for applying the selected controls must be formulated. The time, materials, and personnel needed to put these measures in place must be provided. Step 6. Supervise and review. Once controls are in place, the process must be re-evaluated periodically to ensure their effectiveness. People at every level must fulfill their respective roles to assure the controls are maintained over time. The risk management process continues throughout the life cycle of the system, mission, or activity. Implementing the risk management process. To derive maximum benefit from this powerful tool, it must be used properly. The following principles are essential. Apply the steps in sequence. Each step is a building block for the next and must be completed before proceeding to the next. If a hazard identification step is interrupted to focus on the control of a particular hazard, more important hazards may be overlooked. Until all hazards are identified, the remainder of the process is not effective. Maintain a balance in the process. All steps are important. Allocate the time and resources to perform all. Apply the process in a cycle. The supervise and review step should include a brand new look at the operation being analyzed to see whether new hazards can be identified. Involve people in the process. Ensure that risk controls are mission supportive, and the people who must do the work see them as positive actions. The people who are actually exposed to risks usually know best what works and what does not. Level of risk. The level of risk posed by a given hazard is measured in terms of severity, extent of the possible loss, probability, likelihood that a hazard will cause a loss. Assessing risk. Assessment of risk is an important part of good risk management. For example, the hazard of a nick in the propeller poses a risk only if the airplane is flown. If the damaged prop is exposed to the constant vibration of normal engine operation, there is a high risk that it could fracture and cause catastrophic damage to the engine and/or airframe and the passengers. Every flight has hazards and some level of risks associated with it. It is critical that pilots, and especially students, are able to differentiate in advance between a low-risk flight and a high-risk flight,
and then establish a review process and develop risk mitigation strategies to address flights throughout that range. For the single pilot, assessing risk is not as simple as it sounds. For example, the pilot acts as his or her own quality control in making decisions. If a fatigued pilot who has flown 16 hours is asked if he or she is too tired to continue flying, the answer may be no. Most pilots are goal-oriented, and when asked to accept a flight, there is a tendency to deny personal limitations while adding weight to issues not germane to the mission. For example, pilots of helicopter emergency services, EMS, have been known to make flight decisions that add significant weight to the patient's welfare. These pilots add weight to intangible factors, the patient in this case, and fail to appropriately quantify actual hazards such as fatigue or weather when making flight decisions. The single pilot, who has no other crew member for consultation, must wrestle with the intangible factors that draw one into a hazardous position. Therefore, he or she has greater vulnerability than a full crew. Examining National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB, reports and other accident research can help a pilot learn to assess risk more effectively. For example, the accident rate during night VFR decreases by nearly 50% once a pilot obtains 100 hours and continues to decrease until the 1,000-hour level. The data suggest that for the first 500 hours, pilots flying VFR at night might want to establish higher personal limitations than are required by the regulations and, if applicable, apply instrument flying skills to this environment. Several risk assessment models are available to assist in the process of assessing risk. The models, all taking slightly different approaches, seek a common goal of assessing risk in an objective manner. The most basic tool is the risk matrix, Figure 9-2. It assesses two items, the likelihood of an event occurring and the consequences of that event. Likelihood of an event. Likelihood is nothing more than taking a situation and determining the probability of its occurrence. It is rated as probable, occasional, remote, or improbable. For example, a pilot is flying from point A to point B, 50 miles, in marginal visual flight rules, MVFR, conditions. The likelihood of encountering potential instrument meteorological conditions, IMC, is the first question the pilot needs to answer. The experiences of other pilots, coupled with the forecast, might cause the pilot to assign occasional to determine the probability of encountering IMC. The following are guidelines for making assignments. Probable. An event will occur several times. Occasional. An event will probably occur sometime. Remote. An event is unlikely to occur, but is possible. Improbable. An event is highly unlikely to occur. Severity of an event. The next element is the severity or consequences of a pilot's actions. It can relate to injury and/or damage. If the individual in the example above is not an instrument flight rules, IFR pilot, what are the consequences of encountering inadvertent IMC? In this case, because the pilot is not IFR rated, the consequences are catastrophic. The following are guidelines for this assignment. Catastrophic. Results in fatalities, total loss. Critical. Severe injury, major damage. Marginal. Minor injury, minor damage. Negligible. Less than minor injury, less than minor system damage. Simply connecting the two factors as shown in Figure 9-2 indicates the risk is high and the pilot must either not fly or fly only after finding ways to mitigate, eliminate, or control the risk. Mitigating risk. Risk assessment is only part of the equation. After determining the level of risk, the pilot needs to mitigate the risk. For example, the pilot flying from point A to point B, 50 miles, in MVFR conditions has several ways to reduce risk.
Wait for the weather to improve to good visual flight rules, VFR conditions. Take a pilot who is rated as an IFR pilot. Delay the flight. Cancel the flight. Drive. I'm safe, IMSAFE checklist. One of the best ways that single pilots can mitigate risk is to use the I'm safe checklist, figure 9-3, to determine physical and mental readiness for flying. 1. Illness. Am I sick? Illness is an obvious pilot risk. 2. Medication. Am I taking any medicines that might affect my judgment or make me drowsy? 3. Stress. Am I under psychological pressure from the job? Do I have money, health, or family problems? Stress causes concentration and performance problems. While the regulations list medical conditions that require grounding, stress is not among them. The pilot should consider the effects of stress on performance. 4. Alcohol. Have I been drinking within 8 hours? Within 24 hours? As little as 1 ounce of liquor, 1 bottle of beer, or 4 ounces of wine can impair flying skills. Alcohol also renders a pilot more susceptible to disorientation and hypoxia. 5. Fatigue. Am I tired and not adequately rested? Fatigue continues to be one of the most insidious hazards to flight safety, as it may not be apparent to a pilot until serious errors are made. 6. Eating. Have I eaten enough of the proper foods to keep adequately nourished during the entire flight? The PAVE checklist. Another way to mitigate risk is to perceive hazards. By incorporating the PAVE checklist into all stages of flight planning, the pilot divides the risks of flight into 4 categories. P. Pilot in command, PIC. A. Aircraft. V. Environment. And E. External pressures, PAVE, which form part of the pilot's decision-making process. With the PAVE checklist, pilots have a simple way to remember each category to examine for risk prior to each flight. Once a pilot identifies the risk of a flight, he or she needs to decide whether the risk or combination of risks can be managed safely and successfully. If not, make the decision to cancel the flight. If the pilot decides to continue with the flight, he or she should develop strategies to mitigate the risks. One way a pilot can control the risks is to set personal minimums for items in each risk category. These are limits unique to that individual pilot's current level of experience and proficiency. For example, the aircraft may have a maximum crosswind component of 15 knots listed in the Aircraft Flight Manual, AFM, and the pilot has experience with 10 knots of direct crosswind. It could be unsafe to exceed 10 knots crosswind component without additional training. Therefore, the 10 knots crosswind experience level is that pilot's personal limitation until additional training with a certificated flight instructor, CFI, provides the pilot with additional experience for flying in crosswinds that exceed 10 knots. One of the most important concepts that safe pilots understand is the difference between what is legal in terms of the regulations and what is smart or safe in terms of pilot experience and proficiency. P equals pilot in command, PIC. The pilot is one of the risk factors in a flight. The pilot must ask, am I ready for this trip? In terms of experience, currency, physical and emotional conditions, the I'm safe checklist combined with proficiency, recency, and currency provides the answers. A equals aircraft. What limitations will an aircraft impose upon the trip? Ask the following questions. Is this the right aircraft for the flight? Am I familiar with and current in this aircraft? Aircraft performance figures and the AFM are based on a brand new aircraft flown by a professional test pilot. Keep that in mind while assessing personal and aircraft performance. Is this aircraft equipped for the flight? Instruments, lights, navigation, and communication equipment adequate? Can this aircraft use the runways available for the trip with an adequate margin of safety under the conditions to be flown? Can this aircraft carry the planned load? Can this aircraft operate at the altitudes needed for the trip? Does this aircraft have sufficient fuel capacity with reserves for trip legs planned? Does the fuel quantity delivered match the fuel quantity ordered? V equals environment. Weather is a major environmental consideration. Earlier, it was suggested pilots set their own personal minimums, especially when it comes to weather. As pilots evaluate the weather for a particular flight, they should consider the following. What are the current ceiling and visibility? In mountainous terrain, consider having higher minimums for ceiling and visibility, particularly if the terrain is unfamiliar. Consider the possibility that the weather may be different than forecast. Have alternative plans and be ready and willing to divert should an unexpected change occur. Consider the winds at the airports being used and the strength of the crosswind component. If flying in mountainous terrain, consider whether there are strong winds aloft. Strong winds in mountainous terrain can cause severe turbulence and downdrafts and can be very hazardous for aircraft even when there is no other significant weather. Are there any thunderstorms present or forecast? If there are clouds, is there any icing, current, or forecast? What is the temperature dew point spread and the current temperature at altitude? Can descent be made safely all along the route? If icing conditions are encountered, is the pilot experienced at operating the aircraft's de-icing or anti-icing equipment? Is this equipment in good condition and functional? For what icing conditions is the aircraft rated, if any? Evaluation of terrain is another important component of analyzing the flight environment. To avoid terrain and obstacles, especially at night or in low visibility, determine safe altitudes in advance by using altitudes shown on VFR and IFR charts during pre-flight planning. Use maximum elevation figures, MEFs, and other easily obtainable data to minimize chances of an in-flight collision with terrain or obstacles. Airport considerations include what lights are available at the destination and alternate airports. VASI/PAPI or ILS glide slope guidance? Is the terminal airport equipped with them? Are they working? Will the pilot need to use the radio to activate the airport lights? Check the notices to airmen, NOTAMs, NOTAMs, for closed runways or airports. Look for runway or beacon lights out, nearby towers, etc. Choose the flight route wisely. An engine failure gives the nearby airports and terrain supreme importance. Are there shorter or obstructed fields at the destination and or alternate airports? Airspace considerations include if the trip is over remote areas, are appropriate clothing, water, and survival gear on board in the event of a forced landing? If the trip includes flying over water or unpopulated areas with a chance of losing visual reference to the horizon, the pilot must be current, equipped, and qualified to fly IFR. Check the airspace and temporary flight restrictions, TFRs, along the route of flight. Night flying requires special consideration. If the trip includes flying at night over water or unpopulated areas with a chance of losing visual reference to the horizon, the pilot must be prepared to fly IFR. Will the flight conditions allow a safe emergency landing at night? Pre-flight, all aircraft lights, interior and exterior, for night flight. Carry at least 2 flashlights, one for exterior pre-flight and a smaller one that can be dimmed and kept nearby. E equals external pressures. External pressures are influences external to the flight that create a sense of pressure to complete a flight, often at the expense of safety. Factors that can be external pressures include the following: someone waiting at the airport for the flight's arrival, a passenger the pilot does not want to disappoint, the desire to demonstrate pilot qualifications, the desire to impress someone, Probably the two most dangerous words in aviation are "watch this." The desire to satisfy a specific personal goal. Get home-itis, get there-itis, and let's go-itis. The pilot's general goal completion orientation. Emotional pressure associated with acknowledging that skill and experience levels may be lower than a pilot would like them to be. Pride can be a powerful external factor. Management of external pressure is the single most important key to risk management because it is the one risk factor category that can cause a pilot to ignore all the other risk factors. External pressures put time-related pressure on the pilot and figure into a majority of accidents. The use of Personal Standard Operating Procedures, SOPs, is one way to manage external pressures. The goal is to supply a release for the external pressures of a flight. These procedures include, but are not limited to, allow time on a trip for an extra fuel stop or to make an unexpected landing because of weather, have alternate plans for a late arrival, or make backup airline reservations for must-be-there trips. For really important trips, plan to leave early enough so that there would still be time to drive to the destination. Advise those who are waiting at the destination that the arrival may be delayed. Know how to notify them when delays are encountered. Manage passenger expectations. Make sure passengers know that they might not arrive on a firm schedule, and if they must arrive at a certain time, they should make alternative plans. Eliminate pressure to return home, even on a casual day flight, by carrying a small overnight kit containing prescriptions, contact lens solutions, toiletries, or other necessities on every flight. The key to managing external pressure is to be ready for and accept delays. Remember that people get delayed when traveling on airlines, driving a car, or taking a bus. The pilot's goal is to manage risk, not create hazards. During each flight, decisions must be made regarding events involving interactions between the four risk elements: PIC, aircraft, environment, and external pressures. The decision-making process involves an evaluation of each of these risk elements to achieve an accurate perception of the flight situation. Figure 9-4. 3P model for pilots. Risk management is a decision-making process designed to perceive hazards systematically, assess the degree of risk associated with the hazard, and determine the best course of action. See Appendix F. For example, the Perceive, Process, Perform 3P model for aeronautical decision-making, ADM, offers a simple, practical, and structured way for pilots to manage risk. Figure 9-5. To use the 3P model, the pilot perceives a given set of circumstances for a flight, processes by evaluating the impact of those circumstances on flight safety, performs by implementing the best course of action. In the first step, the goal is to develop situational awareness by perceiving hazards, which are present events, objects, or circumstances that could contribute to an undesired future event. In this step, the pilot systematically identifies and lists hazards associated with all aspects of the flight: pilot, aircraft, environment, and external pressures. It is important to consider how individual hazards might combine. Consider, for example, the hazard that arises when a new instrument pilot with no experience in actual instrument conditions wants to make a cross-country flight to an airport with low ceilings in order to attend an important business meeting. In the second step, the goal is to process this information to determine whether the identified hazards constitute risk, which is defined as the future impact of a hazard that is not controlled or eliminated. The degree of risk posed by a given hazard can be measured in terms of exposure, number of people or resources affected, severity, extent of possible loss, and probability, the likelihood that a hazard will cause a loss. If the hazard is low ceilings, for example, the level of risk depends on a number of other factors, such as pilot training and experience, aircraft equipment, and fuel capacity. In the third step,
The goal is to perform by taking action to eliminate hazards or mitigate risk, and then continuously evaluate the outcome of this action. With the example of low ceilings at destination, for instance, the pilot can perform good ADM by selecting a suitable alternate, knowing where to find good weather, and carrying sufficient fuel to reach it. This course of action would mitigate the risk. The pilot also has the option to eliminate it entirely by waiting for better weather. Once the pilot has completed the 3P decision process and selected a course of action, the process begins again because the set of circumstances brought about by the course of action requires analysis. The decision-making process is a continuous loop of perceiving, processing, and performing. It is never too early to start teaching students about risk management. Using the 3P model gives CFIs a tool to teach them a structured, efficient, and systematic way to identify hazards, assess risk, and implement effective risk controls. Practicing risk management needs to be as automatic in general aviation, GA, flying, as basic aircraft control. Consider making the 3P discussion a standard feature of the pre-flight discussion. As is true for other flying skills, risk management habits are best developed through repetition and consistent adherence to specific procedures. A hazard list for aviation technicians. AMTs should learn about risk management early in training also. Instructors tasked with integrating risk management into instruction can turn to hazard assessments that identify the safety risks associated with the facility being used, the tools used in the procedure, and/or the job being performed. The process for identifying hazards can be accomplished through the use of checklists, lessons learned, compliance inspections/audits, accidents/near misses, regulatory developments, and brainstorming sessions. For example, aviation accident reports from the National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB, can be used to generate discussions pertaining to faulty maintenance that led to aircraft accidents. All available sources should be used for identifying, characterizing, and controlling safety risks. The 3P model can also be adapted for use in a non-flight environment, such as a maintenance facility. For example, the AMT perceives a hazard, processes its impact on shop or personnel safety, and then performs by implementing the best course of action to mitigate the perceived risk. Pilot self-assessment. Setting personal minimums is an important step in mitigating risk, and safe pilots know how to properly self-assess. For example, in the opening scenario, the aircraft Mary plans to fly may have a maximum crosswind component of 15 knots, listed in the Aircraft Flight Manual, AFM, but she only has experience with 10 knots of direct crosswind. It could be unsafe to exceed a 10-knot crosswind component without additional training. Therefore, the 10-knot crosswind experience level is Mary's personal limitation until additional training with Daniel provides her with the additional experience for flying in crosswinds that exceed 10 knots. Pilots in training must be taught that exercising good judgment begins prior to taking the controls of an aircraft. Often, pilots thoroughly check their aircraft to determine airworthiness, yet do not evaluate their own fitness for flight. Just as a checklist is used when pre-flighting an aircraft, a personal checklist based on such factors as experience, currency, and comfort level can help determine if a pilot is prepared for a particular flight. The FAA's Personal Minimums Checklist, located in Appendix D, is an excellent tool for pilots to use in self-assessment. This checklist reflects the PAVE approach to risk mitigation discussed in the previous paragraphs. Worksheets for a more in-depth risk assessment are located in the FAA/Industry Training Standards Personal and Weather Risk Assessment Guide, located online at www.faa.gov. This guide is designed to assist pilots in developing personal standardized procedures for accomplishing PIC responsibilities and in making better pre-flight and in-flight weather decisions. CFIs should stress that frequent review of the personal guide keeps the information fresh and increases a pilot's ability to recognize the conditions in which a new risk assessment should be made, a key element in the decision-making process. End of Part 1 of Chapter 9.